The airplane met with a tragic mishap, leaving its occupants stranded on a desolate island. On this nameless isle fraught with peril, he, accompanied by 3 flight attendants, faced numerous challenges in their relentless pursuit of survival. Here, trials of existence intertwined with the complexities of human nature. Responsibility and commitment, bravery and intellect, perpetually guided their journey. Chapter 001. The Airplane Crash and the Stranded Island. Yu Tianming staggered along the beach, as if intoxicated, struggling to turn his head filled with a thick fog of confusion, helplessly scanning his surroundings. To his right lay the boundless sea, while to his left, a vast forest stretched towards the mountains in the distance. Ahead was an expanse of sandy shore, and behind him rose a sheer cliff. The relentless waves surged forward, crashing against the rocks to form frothy sprays or receding quietly onto the white sands that separated the ocean from the dense foliage. The sky was overcast, and apart from himself, he saw no one else in sight. Heaven and hell, it appeared, were merely a plane's journey apart. A gust of wind swept through, bringing with it a light drizzle. The day had changed abruptly. Yu Tianming halted, despondently sinking to the ground only to spring back up with renewed vigor. What the hell? After the initial bewilderment and shock, the awakening Yu Tianming was filled with indignation, gesturing to the heavens and the earth, unsure of whom to curse. His eyes widened, fingers trembling. The youthful vigor within him felt as though it was being crushed, rendering him akin to an elderly man on the verge of a heart attack. A nearby seabird cocked its head at him, its expression reminiscent of the purebred Siberian husky he once owned. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm himself. Forget it, Yu Tianming muttered, lowering his hands and shaking his head. At least he was alive and uninjured. Compared to the other passengers whose fates remained uncertain, he felt fortunate. Moreover, with today's advanced technology, a plane of such magnitude going down would surely prompt an immediate rescue operation. He resolved to find a secure spot to wait for 2 or 3 days, or at most 4 or 5, before returning home to resume his comfortable life. Having come this far, he thought, why not be optimistic? Soon, Yu Tianming transformed back into the robust young man he was, casually picking up a small branch to draw in the sand, attempting to estimate his approximate location. It's 3:28 in the afternoon. The flight was supposed to arrive at. He raised his hand to glance at his watch, closing his eyes to murmur, sensing something was amiss. Where's my watch? He exclaimed suddenly. On his wrist was an exceedingly ordinary quartz watch, of Japanese origin, vastly inferior to his prized Rolex. That scoundrel next to me must have taken it. Yu Tianming winced at the thought. He recalled the moment before he lost consciousness on the plane, when someone had yanked his wrist. The culprit sat right beside him, making it convenient to act. Why steal his watch only to replace it with this useless one? The question eluded him, and he chose not to dwell on it. In his current predicament, he would accept anything functional, even a cheap substitute. Rubbing his sore neck, Yu Tianming suddenly realized his gold chain was missing as well. Frustrated, he searched the beach for some time before deciding to abandon the branch and familiarize himself with his surroundings. Navigational skills were beyond his expertise. After walking about 100 meters along the beach, his spirits lifted slightly. The island was not as barren as he had imagined. There were several usable resources. For instance, the bundle of plastic bottles tied together with a belt behind him could serve as a means to store fresh water. Another reason for his improved mood was the realization that with so much debris around, he could not be too far from the mainland, and rescue would soon follow. The gentle rain continued to fall, and the sand beneath his feet began to cool. He had no shoes, which made his situation all the more dire. Cautiously navigating around a rock, he spotted a thick cushion that resembled an airplane seat. Squatting down to inspect it, he discovered a beautifully crafted dagger sheathed in an exquisite scabbard lodged in the side of the seat. The security checks in the US are utterly unreliable. They must be merely checking for boredom. He shook his head, drawing the dagger from its sheath. It was not large and not crafted from extravagant Damascus steel, but the blade gleamed like a mirror, sturdy and razor-sharp, undeniably practical. Why does it have to look so ridiculous? He mused, observing his reflection in the blade, which captured his rugged face and the 2 rows of hair split down the middle in a rather dated style reminiscent of television dramas. After some adjustments, he was satisfied with his appearance. Sheathing the dagger and carefully securing it to his leg, he felt it was a fair trade. Sacrificing a gold chain for a dagger was a deal he could accept. As for why a dagger was on the plane, he had no desire to ponder. It was exhausting. Who could predict the oddities one might encounter on this island? Having a weapon in hand would at least provide some semblance of security in case of danger. Yu Tianming wandered aimlessly, yet soon came to a halt, deeply troubled. Facing the sea, He felt no warmth of spring or blooming flowers. Had he not acted in anger to board that flight, he would not have sought refuge in the United States. Had he not sought refuge in the United States, he would not have been on this ill-fated flight that met its demise mid-journey. To claim he had no regrets would be nothing short of deceitful. Yet, what good were regrets? Each step had been his own choice. He let out a long sigh. The waves surged upon the shore only to recede, leaving traces of their presence while taking something away with them, a cyclical courtesy. Not far offshore, an object floated, gradually approaching with the tide. Yu Tianming squinted, observing intently, and suddenly tossed aside what he held, sprinting and leaping into the sea. He had not been mistaken. What floated before him was a person, and a woman at that. The woman remained motionless, her long hair half submerged in the water, the other half damply draped over her cheek. Beneath her, she clung tightly to half of an airplane seat cushion. After a brief moment to catch his breath, Yu Tianming grasped the cushion and began to swim back. The return journey was arduous. For every 3 meters he swam, he seemed to drift back too. The last meter was a matter of fate. Strength waned rapidly in the water, and Yu Tianming felt as if his chest were ablaze. Each breath was a painful reminder of his struggle. With a desperate effort, he managed to drag both the cushion and the woman ashore just before he could succumb to the depths. Without pausing to rest, he gently turned the woman onto her back. The sleeping beauty lay with her eyes closed and brows furrowed, her pale lips barely parted, her life in question. Yu Tianming reached for her pulse, his heart sinking. He could scarcely detect any breath. Then he listened for her heartbeat. His gaze shifted downward, but his focus faltered. His own clothes were tattered but intact, while the woman before him wore nothing but the bare essentials. Though she lay flat, her curves defied gravity, proudly accentuated beneath a small piece of fabric, creating a striking contrast. A few droplets clung to her skin, trembling with the gentle rise and fall of her chest. The world fell silent, enveloped in stillness. Yu Tianming exhaled deeply, rubbing his face as he attributed his earlier distraction to exhaustion. There's still hope. He regained his composure and positioned his hands to attempt a few rounds of CPR. Cough, cough. The woman finally responded with a series of light coughs, expelling a significant amount of seawater. Chapter 002. It turns out he rescued a flight attendant. Yu Tianming quickly helped her to sit up, gently patting her back. The woman's long lashes fluttered, like delicate brushes, momentarily stirring before settling still. Hey, wake up. Don't close your eyes, Yu Tianming urged, his grip tightening with impatience. It hurts. The woman furrowed her brow, managing to utter a single word after a considerable pause. Where does it hurt? Yu Tianming examined her from head to toe, his serious demeanor resembling that of a devoted healer. She appeared unscathed externally. Perhaps the injury was internal? The woman's brow knitted tighter, and after several efforts, she finally opened her eyes. Her vacant gaze swept over Yu Tianming before drifting around, ultimately settling on the horizon. Yu Tianming recognized that expression. While he had felt the same way when he first regained consciousness, his mind a blank slate. Thus, he patiently squatted beside her, waiting for her to reboot. Am I dead? The woman muttered to herself, her face devoid of emotion. Not dead, but you're close. Yu Tianming, elated that she spoke a complete sentence, responded eagerly. However, to the woman, his voice resonated like a thunderclap, startling her into turning her head, only to discover a strange man beside her. Who are you? She asked, her beautifully arched brow knitting in suspicion as she shifted slightly away. I am. Well, I just fished you out of the sea, so consider me your savior, Yu Tianming replied, vigorously shaking his head and flinging water droplets. The woman scrutinized him with a sidelong glance, her expression perplexed. She shrieked, you filthy scoundrel. Upon realizing she was clad only in her undergarments, panic surged through her. Where are my clothes? Why did you take them off? Where are my clothes? She babbled incoherently, repeating those phrases as if they were the only words she knew. One hand clutched her knees while the other pointed accusingly at Yu Tianming. I didn't take off your clothes, they are. Smack. The finger that pointed at Yu Tianming transformed into a fist, striking his face. You still dare to argue? There are only the two of us here. If you didn't take them off, then who did? Smack. After her outburst, she swung her hand again. Yu Tianming stood there, momentarily stunned. Whoever said a single hand cannot produce a sound. It certainly echoed twice. Keep it up, and I'll toss you back into the sea. If you wish to float, then float. Yu Tianming growled in a menacing tone. In truth, He wasn't genuinely angry. Hadn't he himself been filled with rage when he first awoke? This was merely a normal reaction following a sudden upheaval. His fierce demeanor was merely a facade to intimidate her, as he feared she might lash out again. If something happens to me, my father will not let you off. Wah. Her tactic proved effective. The woman ceased her aggression, her lips quivering as she began to weep. Listen, girl, spare me the your father nonsense. If your father were to appear right now, I'd prostrate myself before him, believe it or not. Just look where we are. Luckily, you encountered me. If it were someone else, Yu Tianming crossed his arms and tilted his head, his expression one of disdain. The woman raised her head, her large eyes brimming with tears, droplets clinging to her chin as she slowly scanned the beach. Only the two of them occupied the sandy expanse, the sounds of crashing waves and the occasional chirp of birds from the nearby trees filling the air. Where are we? She asked Yu Tianming, her lips quivering again as tears began to flow. How should I know? Ask your father. Yu Tianming seized the opportunity to avenge the two slaps, then bent down to gather the scattered remnants. However, the moment he leaned over, the woman cried out once more. You're still denying your intentions. Your pants are halfway down. You shameless scoundrel. Yu Tianming paused, glancing down, cursing his misfortune internally. He quickly adjusted his pants, pulling back the exposed half. I say, miss, can you be reasonable? I used my belt to secure bottles. My pants fell down while I was saving you. While stating facts, Yu Tianming felt as if he was digging a deeper hole for himself. Enough. It's clear we can't communicate. Let's go our separate ways. Consider that I never saved you. Goodbye. I need to find a place to stay. It will be dark soon. With that, Yu Tianming turned to leave. You. The woman stammered, her voice trailing off as she saw Yu Tianming walk away without a glance back, panic setting in. In this inexplicable, eerie place, if she were left alone overnight, what would become of her? She set aside her modesty, wiping her tears with both hands. Yu Tianming sighed in resignation and turned back. All right, stop howling like a banshee. If someone hears, they'll think I truly bullied you. Let's go together. It's just too troublesome. Yu Tianming didn't genuinely wish to leave in this desolate place. Having a companion to converse with was certainly preferable to solitude. Yu Tianming, do you not recognize me anymore? The woman said, lifting her tear-streaked face, her eyes red and her lips pouting, looking utterly pitiful. Yu Tianming was taken aback, scrutinizing her closely, and he was certain he did not know this woman. How do you know my name? Do I know you? Don't you remember? I was the flight attendant in first class, and your seat was very close to mine. You even flirted with me. She spoke cautiously, fearful of provoking Yu Tianming. In this desolate wilderness, if anything were to happen, calling for help would be futile. Flight attendant? I flirted with you? Yu Tianming's thoughts scrambled, and after a moment of reflection, he slapped his thigh. Oh, I remember now. You are that. What was it? My name is Yin Xiaoxiao. Yes, Yin Xiaoxiao. Finally, Yu Tianming recalled her. However, the difference between your made-up face and your natural one is quite stark. Besides, I merely asked for your contact information. Is that considered flirting? He recalled the scene on the plane when he had shamelessly asked for her phone number. Yet now, the makeup that had adorned Yin Xiaoxiao's face had long been washed away by the sea, rendering him unable to recognize her. Can you speak properly? The difference between her made-up and bare face was merely a jab at him. Yin Xiaoxiao felt quite wronged. I've always spoken this way. I call it as I see it. Without makeup, I genuinely couldn't recognize you. However, you look even better now. It shows my discerning taste, allowing me to see beyond appearances. The more carefree and flippant Yu Tianming appeared, the more anxious Yin Xiaoxiao felt. Can you please help me find some clothes? She asked softly, her face ablaze. She had no desire to remain in her undergarments while being stranded with a man who might be a rogue. Clothes? Do I look like someone who has spare clothing? Yu Tianming rolled his eyes dramatically. My luggage was also plundered by the sea. Why don't you ask the ocean to return it to me? Or, perhaps you could lend me your clothes? Yin Xiaoxiao suggested, forcing a smile. Lend them to you? Why? Because you're pretty? If I'm naked, will you pay me? Am a girl, shouldn't you act with some chivalry and lend me your clothes? Yin Xiaoxiao was quite displeased with Yu Tianming's teasing and brazen gaze. Come on, gender equality has been around for years. You need to reform that feudal mindset. Yin Xiaoxiao opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. How could she have such bad luck, becoming stranded on a deserted island and encountering such a rogue? She certainly did not wish to be with someone like him, especially with that earring dangling from his ear. Was he truly a good person? Chapter 003. Finally, a gentle drizzle fell from the heavens as Yin Xiao wrapped her arms around herself, shivering uncontrollably. The more she pondered, the greater her sense of injustice grew, and soon tears glistened in her large eyes. All right, I'm frightened of you now. Please stop. Your cries are more unbearable than a ghost wail. Let me think of a solution, said Yu Tianming, equally troubled by the flight attendant's distress. Despite having faced a throng back home without a hint of concern, nothing unsettled him more than the sight of a woman weeping. The moment a woman cried, he felt a surge of disarray, utterly a loss. Yu Tianming stepped aside to inspect the airplane seat, producing a dagger and deftly making a few cuts. He removed the seat cover, crafting a sizable hole, and handed it to Yin Xiao. Here, put this on. Yin Xiao looked up at the seat cover, her expression one of disbelief. You want me, a flight attendant, to wear a seat cover out in public? She found him utterly exasperating. Merely wearing something was a feat. Yet he had the audacity to suggest such a thing. What else would you prefer? Should I embellish it with golden trim? After a round of bargaining, a robust man donned in a makeshift seat cover strolled along the beach, burdened with various bits of refuse. With every few steps, he adjusted his trousers to appease the complaints of the woman trailing behind him. A striking beauty, clad only in man's shirt, followed closely, her bare legs taking small, trembling steps as she huddled against the chill brought by the delicate rain. Tell me, how many people were on the plane? Yu Tianming inquired abruptly. Well, including the crew, there were 138 individuals. Why do you ask? 138? Perhaps more than just the two of us survived. I believe we should search further. Strength lies in numbers, enhancing our chances of survival. Yu Tianming's intentions were noble, yet Yin Xiao surveyed their desolate surroundings, fear creeping in, prompting her to inch closer to him. But how we search? She questioned. Simply walk along the coastline. That will increase our chances of encountering others. Must I teach you everything? Don't you flight attendants possess even this basic knowledge? With her head bowed, Yin Xiao felt the sting of injustice. How was I to know such a scenario would unfold? Had I anticipated this, I would have certainly taken survival training more seriously. Enough. Yu Tianming comprehended her predicament instantly. It was evident she was ill-prepared. If only one could foresee the future, would I have boarded this flight? What skills do you possess then? Yin Xiao retorted defensively. It was perfectly reasonable that she lacked such knowledge. Which flight attendant is expected to know how to start a fire or cook? As for me, he boasted, I possess remarkable talents. Since first grade, I have taken on older students in brawls. By the time I reached third grade, I was undefeated throughout the entire elementary division. Recalling his youthful exploits, Yu Tianming's eyes sparkled with pride, animatedly recounting his past victories. Yin Xiao, upon hearing this, deemed him merely a ruffian. Yet, her curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to ask, and what happened afterward? Afterward, Yu Tianming scratched his head awkwardly. In my third year of middle school, I voluntarily dropped out. You must have been expelled, didn't you? Yin Xiao observed his awkward demeanor, nearly bursting into laughter, but she quickly stifled it. She dared not provoke such a person. Yu Tianming shot her a glare, exclaiming, What are you saying? Can you refrain from slapping me in the face right now? Just because of this matter, my father nearly broke my legs, but thankfully I ran fast. Yin Xiao struggled to contain her laughter. This fellow didn't seem so bad after all. Rather, he possessed a somewhat foolish charm. The two were seated closely together, and Yu Tianming noticed her efforts to suppress her amusement. To his surprise, this woman was not only beautiful, but also strikingly captivating. Indeed, the more one looked, the more enchanting she became, far surpassing the heavily made-up women on the plane. He found himself momentarily distracted, but quickly resumed his serious demeanor. What are you laughing about? Mind your manners. Where were we? All right, you mentioned dropping out. Yin Xiao found it increasingly difficult to hold back her laughter. Puffed. Ha ha. She finally succumbed to her mirth. If you keep laughing, I'll lose my temper. Yu Tianming felt a bit embarrassed. Ha ha ha. I truly will lose it. All right. I can't really do anything to you. You keep laughing, I'll take my leave. Ha ha ha. Don't go. Wait for me. Yin Xiao laughed as she chased after him. Their playful banter had surprisingly brought them closer. They had come to understand each other's backgrounds. Yin Xiao shared that she was simply a child from an ordinary family, who had always dreamed of becoming a flight attendant to travel the world. In contrast, Yu Tianming had left school before finishing middle school and entered society. His father owned a bathing establishment, claiming that half of the bathing centers along the Songhua River belonged to their family, making Yu Tianming a wealthy second-generation heir. Yin Xiaoxiao felt a mix of apprehension and fear regarding his background. However, given their current circumstances, being together offered a greater hope for survival. After walking for nearly an hour, just as Yin Xiaoxiao was on the verge of exhaustion, they stumbled upon a small cave. The cave was not large, but it was relatively dry and devoid of any foul odors, measuring about 7 or 8 square meters. Aside from being somewhat dark, it had no other faults. They discussed and decided to spend the night there. Throughout their journey, aside from picking up a bit of litter, they hadn't encountered a single soul. As for food and water, there was no mention of it. The light rain finally ceased, yet the sky remained overcast, with clouds lingering, further dampening their spirits. Yu Tianming still had ample energy, sitting a meter away from Yin Xiaoxiao, who was utterly exhausted. She curled up her legs, resting her chin on her knees. Her mouth turned downward, motionless. Yu Tianming's tattered shirt was completely soaked, clinging to Yin Xiaoxiao, riddled with holes, allowing the wind to seep through, making it barely distinguishable from being unclothed. Do you think it's really just the two of us left alive? Will anyone come to rescue us? Yin Xiaoxiao asked softly. How would I know? Should I catch a turtle to tell your fortune? Though Yu Tianming's mood was also poor, his tongue was accustomed to banter. Stop joking. Yin Xiaoxiao gently shook her head, feeling disheartened. Sigh. I must convey to you that given our present circumstances, it is imperative to maintain an optimistic outlook. Do you understand? Observe my demeanor. Am I fraught with anxiety? Only a fool would not be concerned. Yet we, my friend, shall not express it so overtly. Pride. Pride holds significant value, especially in the presence of a beautiful woman. Yin Xiaoxiao gazed at him with a look of confusion, offering no response. Noticing this, Yu Tianming crouched down and shifted to sit directly across from Yin Xiaoxiao, adopting a serious tone as he said, There's a saying that perfectly encapsulates our current situation. Would you care to hear it? Yin Xiaoxiao, intrigued, lifted her gaze and gave a slight nod. Clearing his throat, Yu Tianming fixed his gaze upon her, his expression resolute, and enunciated deliberately, Since we are here, we must embrace it. Yin Xiaoxiao flashed a smile that was both playful and ambiguous. Yet in the next moment, she burst into tears, exclaiming, Is this really where I am meant to be? I do not wish to be in such a place. Woe is me. As she wept, Yu Tianming found himself at a loss. The phrase that served him well in his own tribulations seemed ineffectual in this instance. Resigned, he moved closer to her side. Chapter 004. The Burden and the Troublemaker. Hey, are you hungry? Yu Tianming inquired, leaning in again. Is that even a question? Yin Xiaoxiao retorted, her exasperation evident. Here, put this on. He swiftly removed the hooded sweatshirt from the chair and draped it over her shoulders. Having noticed her shivering from the prolonged exposure to the ocean and rain, she must not succumb to illness. That would be tantamount to inviting disaster. Yin Xiaoxiao smiled gratefully at him. Having someone to rely on in such a moment was a form of happiness, indeed. They sat closely together, and she could clearly see the scars adorning Yu Tianming's back. New injuries mingled with older, more grotesque marks, a somewhat alarming sight. How did you acquire those scars? Were they the result of a fight? Yin Xiaoxiao inquired, a hint of trepidation creeping into her voice. Oh, the tales are many, Yu Tianming exclaimed, his enthusiasm peaked. On that fateful day, the sky was overcast, much like today. I was strolling down the street, intent on finding a solitary student to procure some fare for my journey home. Suddenly, I spotted someone at the bus stop rummaging through their wallet. In a moment of folly, I shouted, You shameless thief! How dare you steal? And in an instant, I was set upon by that individual and his accomplices, receiving a thorough beating. Had I not been fleet of foot, I might have faced a far graver fate. He gestured to a scar on his backside. I can show you if you wish. Enough already. That is hardly amusing, Yin Xiaoxiao replied, recognizing his intent to lighten her mood and distract her from her worries. Where did you acquire that knife? She pressed further. Oh, that? I traded my gold chain with Hai Gu for it. Yu Tianming indicated a finely crafted leather sheath strapped to his calf. Who is Hai Gu? Are there others here? Yin Xiaoxiao's surprise was palpable as her mouth fell agape. I mean to Hai. He took my gold chain and returned it to me in exchange for this knife. What a disappointment, she exclaimed, patting her chest in disbelief. Yet as she lifted her hand, the fabric of her shirt revealed yet another glimpse of her form, a sight both striking and unguarded. Yu Tianming unexpectedly stumbled upon this scene, swallowing hard. Just then, Yin Xiaoxiao caught sight of him and quickly adjusted her clothes, warily inquiring, "What are you trying to do?" As she cautiously shifted to create some distance between them, she realized that Yu Tianming's gaze had fixated upon her thigh, his eyes wide open, observing intently. "What are you looking at? Stop staring," Yin Xiaoxiao shouted, the faint fondness she had recently developed for him vanishing in an instant. She hastily tugged at the hem of her garment, attempting to shield herself from his gaze. "Don't move. Please maintain that position," Yu Tianming cautiously urged, gesturing repeatedly. "Why should I listen to you? So you, the lecher, can gawk at me to your heart's content," Yin Xiaoxiao retorted, disregarding his pleas and preparing to rise, intending to relocate to spare herself from his relentless scrutiny. "Wait, don't move." But Yu Tianming's warning came too late. "Oh no. Ah." Yin Xiaoxiao felt a sharp pain in her backside and, turning around, discovered a slender gray snake had latched onto her. "A snake! Help!" In a frenzy, she rushed towards Yu Tianming. He swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, his right hand deftly grasping the snake by its jaw and applying pressure. The little serpent, unable to withstand his grip, instinctively opened its mouth, releasing its fangs from her flesh. Yu Tianming promptly drew his dagger and severed the snake's head with a swift motion. "Ah, how terrifying. There's a snake here. Quick, check if I've been bitten." Yin Xiaoxiao saw the blood dripping from Yu Tianming's hand and shuddered slightly. "Oh no, oh no. What kind of snake was that? A rattlesnake? A cobra? Am I poisoned? Please let me check." Stop standing there like a fool. The pain in her backside was acute, yet she couldn't see it, causing her to panic. "Miss, weren't you just telling me not to look?" Yu Tianming replied, slightly exasperated. After examining the snake's head closely, he kicked it forcefully, sending it flying out of the cave. However, the snake's body continued to writhe in his grasp. Yin Xiaoxiao realized she had misjudged Yu Tianming, her cheeks flushing crimson. "I thought you were staring at me," she admitted. "Enough talk, just help me. It hurts so much. I must have been bitten." Her voice quivered with urgency as she presented her rounded backside towards him. Yu Tianming merely cast a cursory glance, silently approving her form, firm and well-toned. There were 2 rows of tiny holes in her underwear, with some bleeding, though the bite was not deep. "Oh dear, you've indeed been bitten, and it's still bleeding." "It seems quite serious," Yu Tianming stated with utmost seriousness. What should I do now?" Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, touching her backside and confirming the presence of blood. "I must be poisoned. Quick, tell me what to do. I've heard that sucking out helps, right? You must help me." But as soon as she uttered those words, she faltered, realizing that while relocating might be feasible, it was her backside we were discussing. To entrust one's life to someone barely acquainted for mere hours? Just envision that scenario, and chills run down one's spine. I must tell you, I have considerable experience with this matter. During my childhood, my family resided by the mountains, where encounters with snakes were frequent. If one fails to promptly eradicate the venom, it won't be long before one meets their demise. Yu Tianming leisurely began his exposition. Yin Xiaoxiao, upon hearing this, became agitated, stamping her feet in frustration. "What are you talking about at a time like this? I don't need your explanations. You need to help me now." After listening to Yu Tianming's account, her fear intensified. She had no desire to perish at such a young age, and the awkwardness of their position became a secondary concern. It is indeed possible, but propriety dictates that men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Our relationship has progressed rather swiftly, and this might not be appropriate, Yu Tianming expressed, visibly troubled. "This is not the time for such considerations. Besides, it is just you and me here. Even if we were to step outside, as long as we keep silent, no one would ever know." Yin Xiaoxiao resolved to put her life first. "Are you certain?" "I'm sure. Let's proceed." With a sorrowful countenance, she raised herself, stammering, "Please hurry. I do not wish to die." "Well then, kindly remove your underwear. I would not want you to misunderstand and think I have ulterior motives." "We are not that kind of people," Yu Tianming remarked, observing Yin Xiaoxiao's back with a mischievous grin, although a plethora of reluctance surged within her. The instinct for survival overpowered her sense of shame. Yu Tianming found her discomposure amusing. Just when Yin Xiaoxiao mustered her resolve to proceed, Yu Tianming called out, "All right, that's enough. You need not remove anything. The snake is completely non-venomous." "What did you say? You lecherous fiend. You scoundrel. You're taking advantage of me." Yin Xiaoxiao swiftly rose, hurling insults, turning, and delivering a slap in one fluid motion. Chapter 005. Just a bit of enlightenment for you. Yu Tianming had anticipated this and easily dodged the blow. Yin Xiao, feeling both aggrieved and furious, refused to let him be, prompting Yu Tianming to grasp her wrist, raising it high to immobilize her. Nevertheless, Yin Xiao persisted in kicking him, compelling him to trap her legs between his. Finally, she relented. But their current position was decidedly suggestive. You insufferable lecher, all you do is bully me. Yin Xiao wailed, her limbs rendered immobile. All right, enough already. I apologize. I did not genuinely intend to take advantage of you. I stopped before you even removed anything. How dare you say that? Yin Xiao wept. Stop struggling. We truly might lose our modesty this time. At his words, she indeed ceased her tears, though they continued to fall like raindrops. Let me go. As Yu Tianming released her, he swiftly leaped 2 meters away to avoid another assault. However, Yin Xiao was no longer in the mood for confrontation. She squatted down, burying her head in her arms, her body trembling. In truth, you should feel fortunate that the snake was not venomous. Had it been, my efforts to extract the poison would have been futile. At most, I could accompany you to the grave, explained Yu Tianming. Get lost. Who wants to be buried with you? This shameless scoundrel, always scheming to take advantage of me, was utterly detestable, yet unable to retaliate. Yin Xiao found herself venting her frustration on the ground. Noticing that she had calmed down a little, Yu Tianming cautiously inched closer. I merely wish to impart a lesson. When encountering a snake in the wild, one must avoid swift movements, as it may perceive you as a threat. Remain still to allow it to relax, and then slowly retreat, he articulated gently. Mind your own business. You're deliberately taking advantage of me, Yin Xiao retorted, wiping her tears and sniffing. Additionally, let me enlighten you further. Venomous snakes possess fangs, and their bites typically inflict deep wounds. Your scratch is quite shallow, clearly indicating the absence of venom. In her youth, we often hunted snakes in the woods and had gained considerable experience. I refuse to listen. Yin Xiao shook her head vigorously, like a rattle. Yu Tianming had already observed that snake closely. It had no fangs. He merely sought to play a prank and teach her a lesson for disregarding his warnings and moving recklessly. She was utterly disobedient. How could they continue to coexist in the future? Fortunately, it wasn't venomous. Had it been, he would have felt utterly helpless. However, it seemed that Yin Xiao would not be easily appeased. Yu Tianming glanced at his watch and then at the sky. Although dark clouds obscured the sun, the dimming light indicated that nightfall was approaching. It's getting dark. I'll wander nearby to see if I can find something to eat, he said sweetly. Mind your own business. I'd rather die alone here, Yin Xiao huffed, turning her head away. Very well. Then you keep an eye on our surroundings and wait for me here. Don't go wandering off again. You're truly exasperating. Go away. The farther, the better. I don't want to see you. Yu Tianming sighed, finding a larger bottle to contain the dead snake and placing it on the ground. The snake was merely the thickness of his thumb and over 1/2 meter long. After a while, Yin Xiao ignored Yu Tianming until she heard a series of thuds. Reluctantly, she admitted to herself that she was indeed frightened to be alone, yet she maintained her facade. Didn't you leave? Why are you back? You needn't concern yourself with me. Thud. At that moment, Yin Xiao felt less anger, realizing that her earlier recklessness had led to the snake bite. Moreover, this roguish fellow, despite his flaws, had a semblance of conscience, not abandoning her. As she turned to extend an olive branch to him, her eyes widened in shock. Yu Tianming was nowhere to be seen. The thudding sound emanated from the still wriggling dead snake, colliding with the bottle. Yu Tianming? She called out twice, but received no response. Yu Tianming, you really left, didn't you? Panic set in as she scrambled to her feet, scanning the surroundings. Yu Tianming, you heartless wretch, you truly abandoned me. Why are you being so petty just because I scolded you a few times? Woe is me. Am I not allowed to express my displeasure? Where have you gone? As a girl, can't you show me a little leniency? Her voice echoed in the cave, amplifying her fear, and her sobs grew louder. Could this fellow truly have abandoned her? He displayed no semblance of masculine responsibility. The thought of soon succumbing to hunger and thirst, with no one to recover her body, deepened her sorrow. Perhaps by dawn, she would be devoured by wild beasts or venomous snakes. Yu Tianming, please return. I promise I will no longer scold you or hit you. Yin Xiao cried, her tears mingling with her snot. In truth, Yu Tianming had not ventured far, merely hiding around a bend in the nearby woods, quietly listening. Women, indeed, could be more troublesome than venomous snakes. If they were not given a lesson, they would not take a rogue seriously. Ha! I am no rogue. I am a young man of integrity. Observing that the fire in the cave was nearly ready, Yu Tianming took a slight detour and emerged from the woods, pretending to return from a distance. What happened? Were you bitten by a snake? Yu Tianming feigned concern. Upon hearing his approach, Yin Xiaoxiao rushed towards him. I thought. After a moment of hesitation, she could not bring herself to admit her fear or that she missed him. Rest assured, I checked the area. There should be no venomous snakes nearby. As for the presence of actual snakes, Yu Tianming had no way of knowing. Nonetheless, he offered her an opportunity to save face. As they would need to coexist moving forward, it would be unwise to create an overly tense atmosphere. I was just a bit frightened by that snake, Yin Xiaoxiao admitted, releasing her grip, feeling somewhat embarrassed. What is there to fear? We are already on the brink of death, and this is our dinner. Yu Tianming replied. Dinner? At the mention of this word, Yin Xiaoxiao nearly cried again. Raw? You mean we have to eat it raw? Yes, without fire, it must be consumed as is. I can't accept that, she said, her expression almost as sorrowful as her tears. Sister, it will soon be dark. There will be no time to find anything else. We have traversed this path without encountering a single coconut tree. What else shall we eat? Don't say that. I feel nauseous. Did you find nothing to eat? Yin Xiaoxiao shifted her gaze away from the snake. The serpent's movements were growing weaker, but she still sensed it was alive. I noticed a tree in the woods that bore some kind of fruit. I hurried back upon hearing you call my name. Yu Tianming had indeed spotted a fruit tree, but the dim light in the forest made him reluctant to venture deeper. Then let us hasten to pick some. We cannot delay, or it will be dark. Yin Xiaoxiao, having dismissed all other thoughts, was resolute in following Yu Tianming wherever he went. Very well, Yu Tianming agreed, unwilling to consume the dead snake. How revolting. He merely sought to showcase his masculinity before Yin Xiaoxiao. Watch your step. There are many sharp thorns here. Yu Tianming walked ahead, guiding Yin Xiaoxiao, who was stumbling with her feet. The earlier commotion had delayed them, and with the overcast sky and encroaching woods, the atmosphere grew increasingly somber. Unfortunately, he had expressed his frustration at the lateness, and this time, Yin Xiaoxiao dared not shout, merely whimpering as though she had been pricked. Let me see. Yu Tianming's greatest fear was injury, which would leave him utterly helpless. Yin Xiaoxiao had several conspicuous splinters embedded in her foot. Bear with it, he instructed, then proceeded to extract the splinters with force. One of them was at least a centimeter long, drawing forth a trickle of blood, prompting Yin Xiaoxiao to grimace and let out a small sound of pain. Why didn't you speak up sooner? Yu Tianming questioned. Yin Xiaoxiao pouted. I was afraid you'd think I was being delicate and would abandon me. Are you foolish? He sighed. This is truly troublesome. Come here, I'll carry you. He crouched down. Yin Xiaoxiao pursed her lips, but obediently climbed onto his back. In truth, she had injured her foot as soon as they entered the woods. But she had endured in silence until Yu Tianming inquired. Aren't we supposed to be looking for fruit inside? She whispered in his ear, glancing toward the exit with surprise. Forget about picking fruit. The priority is to clean your wound. Must I teach you everything? Such a hassle. Oh, Yin Xiaoxiao, chastised by Yu Tianming, felt a bit deflated. Yet being on his broad back offered her an inexplicable sense of security. Chapter 006. Who said we aren't men? The two quickly exited the woods and returned to the seaside. Yu Tianming carried her back to the cave and instructed her to wait. He then took several empty bottles to the shore, filling them with seawater before rushing back. Using seawater to wash your wound will help with disinfection, but you should pray for your good fortune to avoid infection. This is truly a hassle. Yu Tianming irritably handed a bottle to Yin Xiaoxiao. He then sat beside her, extracting a few splinters from the soles of his own feet. Yin Xiaoxiao poured seawater over her wound, wincing from the sharp sting, but she managed to suppress any cries of pain. After exhausting 3 bottles of seawater, she noticed Yu Tianming staring blankly ahead. All blingover. She sat beside him and timidly asked, Am I really that useless? Yu Tianming remained silent. If I weren't here, you might find things easier, wouldn't you? She continued. Don't speak. He suddenly interjected. Yin Xiaoxiao felt tears prickling at her eyes. How unkind of Yu Tianming to dismiss her, even finding her words bothersome. She had intended to apologize, recognizing that despite his teasing, he had been quite good to her, carrying her out of the woods in helping with her wound. Given his patience, she wished to bridge any gaps between them. Yet, after only a couple of sentences, she found herself shouted at, feeling a deep sense of grievance. "Oomph, I knew it. Just wait here and don't move." As Yin Xiaoxiao's temper flared, she was about to voice her thoughts when, unexpectedly, Yu Tianming dashed out, leaving her no opportunity to continue. It seemed he had grown quite weary of her presence, finding her proximity bothersome. This realization deepened Yin Xiaoxiao's sense of injustice. Yu Tianming, now several meters away from her, was silhouetted against the dimming light, dashing along the shoreline. Occasionally, he would emit sounds of regret and exclamations of frustration. What an utter nuisance. Does he not comprehend his own situation? Does he lack any self-awareness? All he does is run around, causing me trouble. Is he referring to me? Is he indirectly criticizing me? Yin Xiaoxiao's temper rose further. She refused to believe that her existence was contingent upon Yu Tianming. She was not going to endure this indignity. As she stood up in a huff, scanning for a suitable spot to distance herself from him, Yu Tianming joyfully returned, exclaiming his own triumph at having caught a couple of crabs without any tools. "Look," he raised both hands high, each grasping a struggling, plump crab. "Were you just cursing the crabs?" Yin Xiaoxiao realized she had misjudged the situation. "Well, who else will I be talking to? It's just the two of us here." Yu Tianming paused, slightly taken aback. "Oh, I thought you were losing your mind." "You're the one losing your mind," she retorted. "Hurry up and prepare these crabs while they're fresh, so we don't go to bed hungry." Yu Tianming appeared unfazed by her veiled remarks, radiating joy. There had been plenty of crabs on the beach, but due to the insufficient light and lack of proper tools, catching two had required considerable effort, leaving him slightly breathless. At that moment, Yin Xiaoxiao felt a surge of emotion, her gaze towards Yu Tianming becoming somewhat misty, despite his disheveled appearance. With only a pair of shorts hanging loosely at his waist, revealing part of his backside, his muscular upper body was strikingly well-defined. Coupled with his proud and somewhat cocky expression, he appeared to Yin Xiaoxiao as a savior, a divine figure. "Stop standing there like a fool. Let's get to it." Yu Tianming had pried open the crab shell and handed it to her. Thankfully, the darkness was deepening, or else it would have been evident that her face was redder than a boiled crab. "Oh, thank you," Yin Xiaoxiao murmured softly. She took a bite of the crab meat, savoring its smooth, sweet flavor, exquisite and refreshing. Having not eaten in nearly a day, this crab meat tasted more delectable than any culinary delight in the world. Before long, she had devoured an entire crab and was eyeing the other with lingering desire. "It's all yours. Go ahead and enjoy it without hesitation," Yu Tianming encouraged, offering her the second crab. Yin Xiaoxiao, suppressing her salivation, hesitated and insisted. "You haven't eaten yet. You should keep this one for yourself." "All right, this was meant for you. Since you do not indulge in snake meat, then enjoy the crabs instead. I have one of those. I'm not boasting, but I used to consume wild delicacies like this raw quite frequently and grew tired of them. Furthermore, once the crab is shelled, there is hardly any meat left. It would suffice for just you." Yu Tianming kicked the bottle on the ground, which contained the lifeless snake. "Did you not hear what I just said? You were listening to the sound of the crabs, weren't you?" Yin Xiaoxiao's eyes glistened with moisture. "What nonsense! To be precise, it should be the sound of the waves. It is high tide now, and, as I suspected, there are indeed crabs. I'm not boasting. I grew up by the sea, so what do I know?" Yu Tianming handed the crab to Yin Xiaoxiao. "Weren't you raised by the banks of the Songhua River?" Yin Xiaoxiao chuckled again. This guy boasts without restraint. "The river and the sea are both bodies of water. Is there really much difference? You can't silence me with food. You talk too much." Yu Tianming was exposed once more, turning away in annoyance, clutching the bottle as he made his way to the shore. Seizing the last vestiges of daylight, he hurriedly skinned the snake, removed its innards, and rinsed the snake meat repeatedly in the seawater. A small snake, barely the thickness of a thumb, yielded little meat after skinning and gutting. Alas! If there were even the slightest alternative, Yu Tianming would absolutely refuse to eat this. However, hunger is a powerful motivator. Having something is certainly better than nothing. By the time Yu Tianming returned, Yin Xiaoxiao had finished the second crab. In truth, it's wise that you don't eat raw snake meat. It's particularly prone to harboring illness, while sea crabs are much cleaner. Back in my hometown, I frequently enjoyed sashimi, and my stomach is as strong as they come. As Yu Tianming boasted, he cut a small piece of snake meat with his knife. Then, Summoning his courage, he placed it in his mouth. The crunching sound he made sent shivers down Yin Xiao's spine. Aren't you afraid of getting sick? Hee. Do you not know who we are? We are men among men, the gods of the bathing world. Well, I must admit, the flavor isn't bad. Aside from being a bit fishy, slightly bitter, and somewhat tough to chew, it's otherwise quite fine. After finishing his statement, Yu Tianming extracted a piece of meat lodged between his teeth and placed it back in his mouth. Such a sizable morsel must not go to waste. Though he feigned indifference, his expression while swallowing betrayed his true feelings. Under normal circumstances, Yin Xiao would find such behavior revolting. Yet at this moment, she found Yu Tianming endearingly foolish. It's common knowledge that in this situation, no morsel of food should ever be wasted. Yu Tianming opted to keep the crab for himself, choosing to consume the dead snake raw. This sense of responsibility alone warranted Yin Xiao's admiration. The small snake was swiftly devoured, and Yu Tianming meticulously stored all the bones in a bottle without discarding them. Are you saving this for a late-night snack? Yin Xiao queried, somewhat bemused. A late-night snack? I intend to take it out later and boast to those fellows that I've eaten raw snake meat too. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than he was seized by a fit of dry heaving. It's all right. No need to worry. Everyone has their first time. Then came another retching sound. Yin Xiao had begun to gradually acclimate to Yu Tianming's overt machismo. It seemed that this fellow had recently boasted about consuming substantial amounts of raw snake meat. The slap in the face arrived with remarkable swiftness, having just devoured 2 crabs. Still tinged with the briny flavor of the sea, Yin Xiao swallowed hard. You must be thirsty, right? Yu Tianming was aware that such a gesture carried a specific implication. The two had not imbibed any water for several hours, and fortunately, it was an overcast day, not particularly hot. Otherwise, they would surely have succumbed to dehydration. A little. Yin Xiao licked her lips, striving to suppress thoughts of quenching her thirst. Yet, the more she tried to dismiss it, the thirstier she became. That notion seemed to take root in her mind, impossible to expel. Yu Tianming felt equally powerless. Seawater was undeniably undrinkable, only exacerbating thirst, and thus far, they had encountered no fresh water. The idea of venturing deep into the woods to seek a water source had been dismissed from the outset. It was dark and murky. Who knew what lurked within? Should they encounter a venomous snake, it would spell certain doom, unless absolutely necessary. And only if they confirmed there was no water source along the coast would they dare to enter the forest, especially with an albatross in tow. Actually, there was a method to temporarily alleviate their thirst. Would you like to hear about it? Yu Tianming inquired. Don't even say it. I know what you're suggesting, and I cannot accept that. Yin Xiao frowned. As a flight attendant, she had undergone training in basic survival skills a few times. The mere thought of drinking her own nearly made her regurgitate the crab meat. Chapter 007. I give you a storm. Yu Tianming was momentarily taken aback. I haven't even spoken yet. And you already know? When did this woman become so astute? However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing she must have been referring to that. Hey, we've only been here half a day. It's not time for that yet. Were you pondering? Yu Tianming chuckled. Isn't that what you meant? Yin Xiao was equally perplexed. What I meant was it just rained here. There should still be residual rainwater on the leaves. We can give it a try. Oh, I see. Yin Xiao finally comprehended. Then let us hurry. Don't delay. It's about to get dark. She leapt down from the stone, grasping Yu Tianming's arm as she prepared to depart. Does your foot not hurt anymore? Yu Tianming inquired skeptically as he stood up. I can't worry about that now. Water is more pressing. You've made me thirstier with your words. Let us go, let us go. Outside the cave lay the edge of the woods, dense with underbrush. The trees flourishing, yet not towering. Numerous trees leaned at an angle, their branches stretching toward the beach, with leaves as large as 2 hands. Yin Xiao limped about, scanning her surroundings, but disappointment loomed. While droplets of rain still clung to the underbrush, they were too prickly to consume. She attempted to reach in with her finger, managing to coax out a few droplets, but before she could withdraw her hand, the drops fell away. After several unsuccessful attempts, she could only place her damp fingertip to her lips, indulging in a fleeting moment of relief. Yu Tianming, where are you? In a moment of disappointment, Yin Xiao turned around only to find that Yu Tianming had vanished once more. I'm right here. His voice echoed from above and to the side. Why are you climbing so high? Yin Xiaoxiao looked up to see Yu Tianming perched on a relatively thick branch, waving at her. Although it was not exceedingly high, perhaps 5 or 6 meters above the ground, in the eyes of Yin Xiaoxiao, it seemed quite lofty. Come a bit closer, stand beneath the leaves. Yu Tianming urged, carefully maintaining his position to avoid any sudden movements. What on earth is he up to? She pondered, but gave it little thought as she adjusted her position to where he indicated. Get ready, here it comes. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to shake the branch with both hands and feet. In an instant, countless droplets fell from above. Startled at first, Yin Xiaoxiao soon erupted in joyous laughter. Water! Water! There's really water. The droplets cascaded on her head and shoulders, and at that moment, she felt no chill, only pure exhilaration. Stop shouting and start catching it. Drink as much as you can. We don't have anything to collect the rainwater, Yu Tianming exclaimed, his irritation brewing as he observed Yin Xiaoxiao giddily enjoying herself beneath the tree canopy. Can't you be a bit smarter? I came up with this idea, and it wasn't easy. Now that we can gather some water, you're wasting it? Oh. Yin Xiaoxiao understood the preciousness of this water and opened her mouth wide to catch as much as she could, but only a few droplets reached her lips, making quenching her thirst impossible. Clothes. Take off your clothes. Use them to catch the water. Oh, I can't take this anymore. Yu Tianming was exasperated, wishing she could show a bit more cleverness. Fine. Without a second thought for modesty, Yin Xiaoxiao removed both of her garments, holding them in her arms and spreading them as wide as possible. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Tianming exerted all his strength to shake the branch once more. Thankfully, the tree's foliage was lush, large leaves retaining a significant amount of water droplets. As Yin Xiaoxiao stood below, catching the water and occasionally breaking into a silly smile, the flow soon dwindled and the droplets ceased to fall. Let us switch to another tree. With remarkable agility, Yu Tianming swiftly descended and then ascended another tree. A heavy rain is on its way. Bring on. Let the storm be even fiercer. Yin Xiaoxiao enthusiastically played along, feeling grateful for encountering Yu Tianming. He was tall, handsome, and remarkably strong, but most importantly, he displayed patience and a sense of responsibility toward her. She mused that had it been someone else, they might have discarded her as a burden. The mere thought of being at the mercy of a worthless man was too dreadful to contemplate. Yu Tianming moved from tree to tree, the droplets from each largely wasted, yet little by little, they managed to soak both of her garments thoroughly. He contemplated changing trees, but there were none left, unless he ventured deeper into the forest, a task he was not inclined to undertake at the moment. What's wrong? Yu Tianming leaped down from the tree and approached Yin Xiaoxiao. Look! Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed joyfully, handing her drenched shirt to Yu Tianming. Not bad, not bad. Now tilt your head back and open your mouth. Yu Tianming first lifted the white shirt high above his head, and Yin Xiaoxiao obediently tilted her head back. With both hands, he squeezed the fabric, and to their surprise, a stream of water dripped down from the center of the shirt. Yin Xiaoxiao instinctively wanted to laugh, but feared wasting even a single drop. She kept her head tilted back until she had consumed every last drop. It was a significant sip of sweet spring water, a life-saving elixir, cool yet faintly tinged with the taste of sweat. She no longer cared. The shirt had been worn by both of them, and what she drank was a delightful blend of their sweat, a refreshing essence of the forest. After savoring the last mouthful, she seemed to yearn for more, even licking her lips. It was then that she realized Yu Tianming had merely managed to coax the final few drops into his mouth, just enough to moisten his throat. The taste seems rather peculiar, Yu Tianming remarked, smacking his lips. I think it's wonderful. Yin Xiaoxiao finally smiled, her laughter radiating joy and charm for the first time since arriving on the island. Unfortunately, the dim light caused Yu Tianming to miss the opportunity to appreciate her beauty. Let us try again. He took the linen cushion, shook it a few times, clearly noting that it contained more water. You should drink, after all. You are the primary labor force. Yin Xiaoxiao had just taken a substantial sip, significantly alleviating her thirst. She understood that this was all Yu Tianming's doing, without him. She would be utterly helpless. I am stronger than you. Even if I go without water for a time, it won't be an issue. If you were to collapse first, I cannot guarantee I wouldn't resort to some unspeakable act. Yu Tianming said sternly. Huh, you? I hardly believe that. Come on, tell me. What constitutes an unspeakable act? Yin Xiaoxiao, with her candid nature at the age of 21, was vibrant and full of mischievous charm. Her words left Yu Tianming blushing. He had never considered himself a good person, but at the very least, he had never bullied a woman. Stop wasting time. Drink up. It will be completely dark soon, and any unspeakable acts will be invisible. Ignoring Yin Xiaoxiao's protests, Yu Tianming once again lifted the linen cushion above her head. Yin Xiaoxiao certainly wished to drink, yet she was deeply touched by Yu Tianming's willingness to prioritize the scant water for her in such a dire situation. Unbeknownst to them, her fondness for him had grown a little more. Chapter 008. How to spend the night with wet clothes. The water was still scarce, and after 2 sips, Yin Xiaoxiao adamantly refused to drink anymore. Yu Tianming understood her intentions and took the last remaining drops into his own mouth, finally quenching his parched throat. After this ordeal, the night had completely fallen. The ominous clouds in the sky, perhaps illuminated by the moonlight, resembled dark fabric draped across the heavens, with only the thinnest layers allowing a glimpse of their outlines. Surrounding them was an impenetrable darkness, rendering everything invisible save for the vague silhouette of the person beside her. Yin Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of fear and instinctively moved closer to Yu Tianming, grasping his arm. Are we to spend the night like this? She had never encountered such a situation before. The joy she felt while drinking water was swiftly overshadowed by her fear. Yu Tianming's reaction was markedly different. After all, it was just nighttime, a trivial matter. The only source of his irritation was the way Yin Xiaoxiao clutched his arm, causing him some disquiet. Everything will be fine. We can chat, and when we grow weary, we shall rest. The dawn will arrive before we know it, he reassured her, pressing a button on his watch. A faint green light suddenly illuminated their faces. Wow, can this also serve as a flashlight? Yin Xiaoxiao inquired, her curiosity piqued. Yu Tianming chuckled wryly. This won't last long. The battery isn't substantial enough for visibility beyond half a meter. Well, it's certainly better than having no light at all. You see, I've had a profound fear of darkness since childhood. I always need a night light to fall asleep. The two relied on that meager glow to illuminate each other's faces. The tide continued to rise, reaching within 5 to 6 meters of the cave entrance. Waves mixed with silt bringing forth dark debris. Outside the cave, they had less than 10 square meters of space left, but thankfully, the water had ceased its advance. Yin Xiaoxiao's grip on Yu Tianming's arm remained steadfast, refusing to let go. Even seated on the ground, she pressed closely against him, as if to prove her earnestness about her fear of the dark. We must conserve battery for when it's truly needed, he reminded her, repeatedly pressing the switch to keep the light on, yet he ultimately resigned to the enveloping night. Oh, but do refrain from moving. Stay close to me, he urged. Understanding his concern, Yin Xiaoxiao inched even closer upon hearing his words. Darkness finally enveloped them, and aside from their shared warmth, everything else vanished into the abyss. The beach was eerily silent, devoid of even the birdsong that had filled the day, as if it had never existed. After an extended silence, Yin Xiaoxiao's voice trembled as she asked, "Are you still there?" Yu Tianming nearly laughed, thinking to himself, "You're still holding onto my arm. How could I possibly be gone? Am I meant to fly away? Actually, I'm not here," he teased. "How annoying you are." His playful interruption seemed to ease her tension a bit. Can I discuss something with you?" Yu Tianming's voice carried an air of awkwardness. "Go ahead," she responded. "Could we switch arms? This one is going numb." "What? You are truly insufferable." After a few moments, Yin Xiaoxiao realized she had been clinging to his arm for quite some time. Even after sitting down, she had not let go. Her face flushed with embarrassment, akin to a burning flame, and she quickly released her hold on Yu Tianming's arm. She did not choose to switch to her other hand, instead opting to turn her back and sit closely against Yu Tianming, ensuring that she was constantly aware of his presence beside her. Both felt a touch of awkwardness, and once more, silence enveloped them in the darkness. "Aren't you feeling feverish?" Yu Tianming could sense a warmth radiating from her back, noticeably higher than his own. "You're the one who's feverish." Yin Xiaoxiao felt shy, and upon hearing his words, she became even less inclined to respond. "Oh dear, my pronunciation is off. I meant to ask if you have fever." No, she replied, wishing she could bury her head in the sand. Inside, her feelings were tumultuous. She was grateful for Yu Tianming's patience, allowing her to cling to him for so long, even as her arm began to ache. Yet, she couldn't shake the thought that perhaps he was enjoying this, relishing the warmth of her closeness while making her switch arms. The thought of such intimacy was undeniably embarrassing, causing her temperature to rise. In truth, Yu Tianming had not contemplated the matter deeply. His straightforward nature led him to address things as they were, reaffirming his self-deprecating view of himself as inferior to beasts. Their conversation came to another halt, and Yu Tianming, feeling the weight of the awkwardness, struggled to find suitable topics. His life experiences were quite ample, yet he seemed to lack the experience of being alone with a woman. Over the years, he had never maintained a steady girlfriend. Relationships would last only a few days or weeks before ending. He often wondered why, as a man of such caliber, he could treat his girlfriends so well yet find them leaving without so much as a word. Time in the darkness stretched endlessly. Glancing at the luminous dial of his watch, he noted it was barely past 8 in the evening. From initial confusion to the current stillness, this night felt as if it spanned a century. How he longed for the sun to rise early, but alas, a whole night lay ahead. Are you cold? Yu Tianming noticed her body temperature beginning to drop, and she was subtly shivering. Yin Xiaoxiao replied softly. In such an environment, there were no other means of warmth. The only solution she could conceive was to embrace each other for heat. The warmth radiating from Yu Tianming's back seemed insufficient to endure the night. The external temperature was clearly dropping, albeit slightly, and Yu Tianming knew well that the only clothes they wore were damp, enduring the night like this. Yin Xiaoxiao likely wouldn't withstand it. I have a suggestion. Would you care to hear it? Yu Tianming cautiously organized his words. Go ahead, Yin Xiaoxiao replied. Her head bowed shyly, already aware of what he might propose. Better for him to bring it up than for her to initiate. In the darkness, her response was barely audible. Only she understood the extent of her flushed cheeks. Yu Tianming wore a pair of tattered shorts, while Yin Xiaoxiao was clad in 2 ill-fitting garments. Her voice was nearly imperceptible, leaving her to wonder if Yu Tianming could even hear her. We should find a drier place to sit. His suggestion was so straightforward that Yin Xiaoxiao could scarcely believe her ears. Is that all? She inquired. Indeed. What else would you prefer? He replied. Yu Tianming was utterly perplexed by the question posed to him. Oh, I find your suggestion quite commendable. Yin Xiaoxiao quickly concealed her embarrassment, feeling that her earlier thoughts were mortifying. Chapter 009. Eating raw crabs can upset your stomach. The cave was not extensive, yet certain areas were damp while others remained dry. The two attempted to relocate, settling in a different spot. Despite the enveloping darkness, the intimate positioning of a man and a woman back-to-back inevitably gave rise to a somewhat romantic atmosphere. Particularly, the faint fragrance emanating from Yin Xiaoxiao continually wafted into Yu Tianming's nostrils, making it impossible for him not to ponder the woman behind him. He vigorously shook his head, striving to divert his attention, relieved that the darkness concealed his flushed cheeks. At last, a voice broke through the silence, interrupting Yu Tianming's wandering thoughts. Gulyalu, I know you're still hungry. As soon as dawn breaks, I shall go in search of food. Yu Tianming apologized, the sound originating from Yin Xiaoxiao's stomach. Yin Xiaoxiao remained silent. Gulyalu. It was quite absurd. Having traveled such a distance, they had found no sustenance at all. It seemed they would have to journey even farther the following day. Do not worry. I am determined to find you something to eat, Yu Tianming asserted confidently. Yin Xiaoxiao still did not respond. Have you fallen asleep from hunger? Yu Tianming could no longer suppress his curiosity. The absence of Yin Xiaoxiao's voice felt unusual, as if she was enduring some form of torment, her tone laden with suffering. What is the matter? Let me check your forehead. As Yu Tianming turned around, placing his hand upon her brow, he felt no fever. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, Yin Xiaoxiao lamented, I think I need to relieve myself. Oh dear, what the predicament? It's not a big deal at all. There is no need for embarrassment. Just go quickly. Yu Tianming exhaled in relief. It's far too dark. I cannot bring myself to do it. Yet I truly cannot hold it any longer. Yin Xiaoxiao's stomach had been discomforting her for quite some time, and she had already endured much. However, in this current setting, the thought of venturing off alone into the darkness left her feeling conflicted. What do you propose? We can't possibly address it here. This cave is scarcely large enough. How can we sleep? Yu Tianming, unafraid of the dark, could not comprehend Yin Xiaoxiao's anxiety. Will you accompany me to the seaside? All right, let us hurry. It's just a trivial matter. Why are you dragging it out? Yu Tianming grasped Yin Xiaoxiao's hand, swiftly guiding her to the water's edge. a mere 5 or 6 meters from the cave entrance. Do not wander off. I'm frightened. Yin Xiaoxiao was in considerable discomfort, yet feared losing sight of Yu Tianming. Even the presence of a shadowy figure was preferable to being alone. All right, I want to leave. Hurry up, Yu Tianming turned around. Then cover your ears, Yin Xiaoxiao added. As if anyone wishes to listen, Yu Tianming understood what was about to unfold, knowing well that Yin Xiaoxiao was quite bashful, and he complied, covering his ears. Once the deed was done, Yin Xiaoxiao could finally find relief. Fortunately, it did not take long, and her stomach ceased its protests. Just as she was about to rise, a wave suddenly crashed over her. Yin Xiaoxiao felt a sharp pain, as if something had stung her foot, and she let out a scream. She disregarded everything else and leaped onto Yu Tianming's back. What is wrong now? Yu Tianming thought Yin Xiaoxiao was overly dramatic. Something bit my foot. Yin Xiaoxiao sobbed. Get down, let me take a look, Yu Tianming said, illuminating the area with his watch, carefully examining the spot she indicated. On Yin Xiaoxiao's fair and tender skin, apart from droplets of water, there was nothing amiss. What a fuss over nothing. It could be a starfish or a sea urchin washed up by the waves, or perhaps just a piece of driftwood. Once he confirmed she was unharmed, Yu Tianming felt reassured. Yin Xiaoxiao let out a sigh of relief, patting her heaving chest. However, when Yu Tianming raised his watch, the faint light illuminated Yin Xiaoxiao's figure. He hurriedly turned the watch away, hoping she wouldn't notice, to avoid an awkward situation. Yin Xiaoxiao seemed oblivious to this, while Yu Tianming felt his face flush and his heart race from the brief glimpse. All right, it's nothing. Let us head back, he said, pulling her along. But Yin Xiaoxiao stood still. What now? Is your stomach still upset? When will this end? Yu Tianming asked, a note of irritation in his voice. Yin Xiaoxiao hesitated, finding it difficult to voice her thoughts. Just say it. I want to wash off in the water. Can you accompany me? I'm afraid something might bite me in there. She felt deeply embarrassed discussing such matters in front of a man she had known for only a short time. If only she had a bit more courage, she wouldn't have to broach such an awkward topic. All right then, Yu Tianming replied nonchalantly, as the darkness enveloped them. Yin Xiaoxiao had always been a girl who cherished cleanliness, but the environment here was far from ideal, so she had to make do. Let us go, she said shyly. Ugh, what a hassle, Yu Tianming grumbled, leading her back. Chapter 010. The first night on the deserted island upon returning to the dry little cave. They once again settled back to back. However, both felt somewhat uncomfortable. After an indeterminate amount of time in the darkness, Yu Tianming sensed a slight tremor behind him, accompanied by the barely audible sound of Yin Xiaoxiao's sobs. Are you all right? He asked, not daring to turn around. I miss home, Yin Xiaoxiao replied through her tears. At this moment, she should have been enjoying hot pot with friends, but instead, hey, but you have me here, right? Once we get out, I'll treat you to a month's worth of hot pot. If that's not enough, we can set up hot pot in my family's bathhouse. Eating while soaking. Oh, that sounds great. I've never tried that before. Yu Tianming, oblivious to the gravity of their situation, suddenly felt genuine excitement for this new plan. You don't think we'll really end up living here forever, do you? Have the people outside started looking for us? Yin Xiaoxiao once contemplated staying here for a few days, hoping that someone might come to rescue her. Perhaps she would encounter other survivors, and together they could strive for survival, potentially enduring for a longer period. However, after walking for half a day, she saw no glimmer of hope. Rest assured, given my father's temperament, he must be frantic by now. It's possible he has already come searching for me. Surely someone will come to our aid. Tomorrow, I will find a way to start a fire. Once we have fire, we can enjoy something delicious. If I can scavenge a pot or some utensils, I'll prepare a seafood hot pot for you. My culinary skills are quite impressive. Yu Tianming maintained an exceptionally positive attitude, and his optimism alleviated some of Yin Xiaoxiao's psychological burdens. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. Do you think this is a flea market where you can find anything you desire? We don't even have clothes. How can we enjoy a seafood hot pot barehanded? However, as soon as she finished speaking, she felt her cheeks flush. Yu Tianming's light-hearted diversion had somewhat diluted her homesickness. What if they can't find us? Can we really live here for a lifetime? Yin Xiaoxiao's mood quickly plummeted. We must always look on the bright side. Think of tomorrow as sun. Think of tomorrow as delicacies. There will always be a solution, Yu Tianming said, suddenly slapping his thigh. Oh no, we were supposed to be crossing the Pacific Ocean with our route in the Northern Hemisphere. But it's already dark at 6 o'clock here, which means we've crossed the equator. We're now in the southern hemisphere. Are you saying we've strayed far off course? That can't be right. How do you know so much? Didn't you drop out of middle school? Yin Xiaoxiao was skeptical of his assessment. I'm not boasting. Geography and history were my best subjects in middle school. I've always aspired to be a traveler, to explore the world. So I dedicated my limited study time to geography and history. Upon hearing this, the faint hope that had just begun to rise in Yin Xiaoxiao was once again shattered. What are we going to do? The Pacific is so vast. They might just give up searching for us, and we could be stranded here forever. What began as a worried sniffle now transformed into a profound sense of hopelessness. I'm so young, and I might die on this deserted island. What am I going to do? Her sobs grew louder, threatening to escalate into uncontrollable wails. Yu Tianming, merely expressing his assessment, did not anticipate such a reaction. He found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to console her. How about you take a nap? We can devise a plan once you wake up. His straightforward male perspective remained simplistic. You, just forget it. You can't even comfort me a little, she retorted, a hint of irritation in her voice. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. Yin Xiaoxiao was somewhat annoyed. This guy had no idea how to soothe someone. Yet, she quickly added, what if we all fall asleep and a wild beast comes? She was indeed fatigued, but the thought made her hesitant to close her eyes. Don't worry. I'll keep watch, Yu Tianming replied. Aren't you tired? She asked. Not at all. I can hold on. Very well. I shall take a brief respite. Awaken me in the latter part of the night, and we shall alternate our vigil, Yin Xiaoxiao declared, resting her head back against Yu Tianming's shoulder. Exhaustion enveloped her. Having navigated through the initial confusion and tension, an overwhelming wave of fatigue relentlessly assailed her mind. Accompanied by soft, rhythmic sounds, she soon succumbed to slumber, her breathing deep and steady. Yu Tianming found himself in a quandary. Should he move or remain still? Any motion on his part might disturb Yin Xiaoxiao, yet remaining motionless rendered his waist weary. As he pondered, Yin Xiaoxiao, perhaps feeling discomfort, instinctively shifted her position. Her head slid down Yu Tianming's shoulder, and he deftly supported her. Appearing to find this new position agreeable, she nestled closer, ultimately resting her head upon his thigh. Not yet finished, Yin Xiaoxiao continued to adjust herself until she discovered a comfortable posture, curling her body into a bow shape, tightly embracing Yu Tianming's leg. Fitting perfectly against him, Yu Tianming recognized that she was cold and hesitated to move, allowing her to cling to him. Before long, he felt warmth radiating from his thigh. Upon inspection, he discovered that she had drooled, leaving a mess. How could such a beautiful woman lack grace in her slumber? At her age, drooling is quite unbecoming. He mused, recalling that he had long since outgrown such embarrassments. As time passed, and the temperature continued to drop, goosebumps surfaced on Yin Xiaoxiao's back. Concerned for her comfort, Yu Tianming shifted onto his side, striving to share his warmth. Remarkably, Yin Xiaoxiao slept soundly, unresponsive, possibly due to her profound fatigue. After a day filled with tension, she finally relaxed, sinking into a deep slumber. Sensing warmth nearby, she instinctively nestled closer, eventually resting her head on Yu Tianming's arm, sleeping blissfully. Despite his own fatigue, Yu Tianming found it impossible to sleep. No reckless movements, no wandering thoughts. He repeatedly urged himself. Though not a paragon of virtue, he prided himself on his integrity. Taking advantage of the situation was beyond him. No, absolutely not. Only the heavens knew how many internal battles he fought that night. As his thoughts drifted, weariness began to creep in. After an afternoon rife with anxiety, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Yet, he had promised Yin Xiaoxiao that he would keep watch. A man must stand by his word. Sleep was not an option. Every few minutes, he glanced at his watch, pinching himself to maintain alertness and stave off drowsiness. This was the first time he felt that time stretched interminably. Chapter 11. A simple breakfast as the first ray of dawn's light graced him. It rescued him from the brink of collapse. Gently, Yu Tianming moved Yin Xiaoxiao's limbs aside and stealthily made his way to the shore. Then he sprinted into the sea, plunging beneath the waves. It was only when he could no longer contain himself that he surfaced. The morning sea was refreshingly cool, and his restless heart finally found solace. After a night of turmoil, Yu Tianming felt a twinge of fatigue as he trudged back. However, just as he turned his head, his eyes widened in astonishment. He silently exclaimed, "What the devil?" It was astonishing that something so close had eluded his notice. A mere 20 to 30 meters away, at the curve of the beach, two crooked coconut trees stood proudly. From Yu Tianming's vantage point, he could see a number of green coconuts dangling beneath the foliage. When he had arrived the previous evening, darkness had already enveloped the area, and with Yin Xiaoxiao's incessant antics, he had had little inclination to explore the surroundings. It felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. All his weariness and frustration vanished as he dashed toward the coconut trees. The trees leaned at a 45-degree angle, and with minimal effort, he climbed up. This one is large enough to eat. This one is too small. I'll let it grow a bit more. This one is overripe and inedible. Soon, he had knocked down 7 or 8 coconuts, each the size of a volleyball. Grabbing one, he found a sharp rock nearby and struck it down with force. Within a few blows, a fragrant juice burst forth, splattering everywhere. Yu Tianming aimed for the coconut's opening and took several large swigs. Ah, this is utterly refreshing, more delightful than divine nectar. The mildly sweet coconut water cascaded down his throat, making him feel almost euphoric. Since the previous day, he had not sipped a drop of water, having given his meager supply to Yin Xiaoxiao. He had been parched for quite some time, but had refrained from showing it, for as a man, he must bear the responsibilities that come with his gender. Before long, the coconut water was gone, and he smashed the shell open completely. With a dagger, he carefully extracted the milky white flesh, taking great care not to waste a single morsel. The flesh had little flavor, lacking sweetness, resembling a piece of white gelatin. Yet, having tasted a few bites, Yu Tianming felt a sense of satisfaction. One coconut quickly disappeared into his stomach, and feeling unsated, he cracked open another. His thirst and hunger finally began to wane. He licked the juice lingering around his lips, determined not to waste a single drop. If Yu Tianming were to indulge freely, even 7 or 8 coconuts would not suffice for his appetite. Nevertheless, he restrained himself. After all, the beautiful lady had yet to eat. Discovering the coconut trees brought him immense joy. With 6 coconuts remaining, 3 tucked under his left arm and 3 under his right, he cheerfully made his way back. Upon reaching the mouth of the cave, he noticed that the young lady was still asleep. A glance revealed a smile gracing her face. Perhaps she was lost in a delightful dream. Yu Tianming tossed the coconuts onto the ground, turned deliberately, and coughed loudly a few times. "Oh dear, she's sleeping quite soundly. Time to wake up for breakfast," he called out, raising his voice. All right, add more cumin." Yin Xiaoxiao giggled as she spoke in her sleep. "How can you be so carefree? You still want more cumin? Would you dare eat coconut flavor with cumin? The sun is already blazing." Yu Tianming, feeling speechless, shouted, Huh? Yin Xiaoxiao finally groggily sat up, her expression one of displeasure. "What are you doing? Waking me up so early? I was about to savor the secret sauce grilled meat I ordered. Are you still half asleep? There's no grilled meat. The sun is already hot on our backs." She scratched her messy hair, feeling a tad embarrassed, and said, "Sorry, I didn't get to eat that grilled meat. I'm a bit grumpy this morning." "Fine, I understand. Come over and have some coconut. Every day, you nearly drive me to madness." Yu Tianming had nothing more to say and once again smashed open 3 coconuts, handing them to Yin Xiaoxiao. Naturally, she was both thirsty and hungry, and upon seeing the coconuts, she quickly forgot about the grilled meat. So sweet. Her eating manner was less than graceful, as she smacked her lips while indulging. "I used to dislike coconuts, thinking they had no flavor, but now I find them quite delicious." Yin Xiaoxiao devoured the juice and flesh with great enthusiasm. Yu Tianming remained silent and handed her another one. Observing her gluttonous display, he began to worry. This girl is quite a handful. She seems to have a hearty appetite. Where does all that meat go? She doesn't even gain weight. After finishing the second coconut, without needing a reminder from Yu Tianming, she immediately grabbed the third one, drinking deeply from it and savoring the flesh. Once finished, she seemed unsatisfied, licking the interior of the coconut shell, leaving not a single morsel behind. Then, she began to eye the 3 remaining coconuts on the ground, licking her lips in anticipation. Yu Tianming stepped in front of the coconuts, blocking her view. "It's not that I'm reluctant to share. These are the only mature coconuts we found. We need to carry them on our journey, and today we must travel further to find more food and drink." Yin Xiaoxiao reluctantly withdrew her gaze, raising her eyes to Yu Tianming. Then she noticed something rather embarrassing and quickly turned her head away, complaining, "Why aren't you wearing pants?" Yu Tianming nearly lost his composure. "Sister, I did have pants, but they're on you." Yu Tianming was left wearing only his underwear, feeling helpless. Originally, he had hung his pants at the entrance to dry, but when Yin Xiaoxiao had just woken up, she had effortlessly slipped them on, and he and T had the chance to stop her. Yu Tianming could only let out a long sigh of frustration. "Oh, I forgot, the pants are with me." Yin Xiaoxiao finally realized, but she added, "You can't let me go around naked." After just waking up to food and drink, she suddenly remembered that she had taken someone else's pants. "Never mind, I'll just wear this." Yu Tianming felt utterly speechless as he picked up the cushion cover from the ground and put it on. "Shouldn't you wear his pants? Isn't this inappropriate?" Yin Xiaoxiao thought it was quite embarrassing for him to roam around in just his underwear. The sun is about to rise, and soon it will be blazing. I must protect myself from sunburn. I shall ponder the matter of my rear later. Yu Tianming thought to himself at this moment. Why should I concern myself with such trivialities? Chapter 012. The combination of the wild man and the scavenger. At this hour, the light is exceptionally fine, with the sky a vast expanse of blue and the sun steadily ascending. Aside from the distant sea, still shrouded in a veil of mist, the surroundings of the small island are clearly visible. Having rested sufficiently, we must prepare to set forth. We can no longer afford to delay. Oh, Yin Xiaoxiao had initially wished to wash her face and comb her hair, yet she refrained from voicing such an unreasonable request. Given the current circumstances, should we fail to find food and water, as well as a suitable campsite, it is likely that both she and Yu Tianming would not endure for many days. Yu Tianming gathered the various refuse scattered on the ground, taking with him all that he could, hanging it from his person. "Shall I assist you with the coconuts?" Yin Xiaoxiao hastened a few steps, eager to lend a hand. "I see you are merely after a snack," Yu Tianming remarked, exposing her hidden desire. "I would not be so uncouth." The rumbling of her stomach betrayed her fib. Embarrassed, she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Yu Tianming's eyes, though he too was ravenous. He could empathize with Yin Xiaoxiao's plight. "Well, this is only human nature. I understand. Let us proceed ahead, and should we come across anything edible, it will be most fortuitous. It is now low tide, and there may be small fish or shells nestled within the crevices of the rocks. Keep a keen eye out." While Yu Tianming was uncertain of Yin Xiaoxiao's background, he had already formed a preliminary judgment in his heart. Even if she were not a child of privilege, she had certainly been raised in comfort. One could discern this from the delicate skin on her hands, which seemed almost too tender for labor. She likely had never washed a dish at home. Nevertheless, Yin Xiaoxiao displayed a measure of understanding and sensibility, which pleased Yu Tianming. Thus, the two wandered aimlessly along the coastline, hoping to encounter something of significance. "Is this the coconut tree you mentioned?" Upon spotting the tree, Yin Xiaoxiao bounded over joyfully, like a little rabbit. "But there are so many. We can eat our fill before moving on," she exclaimed, pointing to the many brown coconuts scattered around. "These are inedible. They're too old and would cause an upset stomach. Do you wish to repeat yesterday's ordeal?" "Oh, very well. What a pity," Yin Xiaoxiao murmured, her head bowed in disappointment, yet still clinging to a brown coconut, shaking it several times. Hearing no sloshing sound, she reluctantly set it aside. "Do you think I could have just a small bite? Surely it wouldn't hurt?" She persisted. "I do not wish to see a white-haired person send off a black-haired one." "Go ahead and eat." Yu Tianming chuckled at her pitiful expression. "Huh, nonsense. You should also spit that out," he retorted. "You certainly have a flair for the dramatic. What do you mean by a white-haired person sending off a black-haired one? You are merely a couple of years my senior. Such a grudge. So petty." Indeed, with the delightful and spirited Yin Xiaoxiao by his side, Yu Tianming no longer perceives the journey ahead as arduous. He harbors no particular intentions towards her. Being a few years her senior and a man, he feels a sense of responsibility to protect and care for her. "Kulme, let us venture to the seaside and find some snacks for you." Back home, there were always various edible treasures along the riverbank. As he approached the rocky shore, he bent down, searching under stones. Strangely, aside from a few sea snails, he found nothing at all. He recalled a time of folly when he had consumed a tree snail raw in a reckless challenge, resulting in a harrowing visit to the hospital due to dehydration. This cannot be right, he mused, perplexed. Is this area truly so barren? Where are the clams, sea urchins, scallops, and oysters? Surely, the ebb and flow of the tide must have left some behind. What have I discovered? Exclaimed Yin Xiaoxiao, squatting nearby and proudly brandishing an object. A flip-flop? Congratulations. You now have a shoe. Yu Tianming chuckled at her exuberance. Yet, it was a solitary shoe, a pity indeed. Let me search a bit more. If I could find a pair, it would be perfect. To find joy amidst adversity is a form of happiness in itself. Remarkably, this girl seemed to possess a stroke of luck. Within moments, she had indeed located the other shoe. What do you think? Isn't it cool? She raised her foot high, showcasing her find to Yu Tianming with utmost pride. Quite impressive, he remarked with a smile. It appears that beauty enhances everything one wears. Absolutely. If I had entered a beauty pageant back in the day, I would surely have been crowned Miss Universe, Yin Xiaoxiao replied. Her tone dripping with pride and a hint of playful arrogance, her accent subtly influenced by her time spent with him. Beneath her feet lay two mismatched flip-flops, one blue, the most ordinary kind of plastic, and the other a red thong. Though they appeared mismatched, they exuded a unique charm when worn by her. I recall a saying, handsome men are favored by fate, and beautiful women attract attention. As a strikingly handsome fellow, I should not be left empty-handed. Praise me all you want, but don't include yourself in it, she teased, reveling in the flattery as she waded into the water. Look, there are indeed fish here. It's not hard to find. I must be truly blessed by the heavens, she declared. From now on, you should stick with me. After flipping a few stones, she proudly patted Yu Tianming on the shoulder, her face beaming with triumph. Yu Tianming felt a twinge of confusion, after his extensive efforts yielding nothing. How could Yin Xiaoxiao find fish so effortlessly? Was he truly so unfortunate? However, upon glancing down, his disappointment deepened. A handful of diminutive fish, no longer than his little finger, were trapped in the crevices of the rocks, thin as paper, barely enough to serve as a toothpick. Impressive. No need for modesty. This little catch of dried fish is yours, Yu Tianming encouraged, raising his thumb in a gesture of approval. Oomph. Do you still look down on this little fish? This is indeed a delicacy. Yes, it is meat after all. I shall leave it all for you. I only wish to observe. I will continue my search while you savor your meal. Yu Tianming meandered along, leisurely turning over stones. Yin Xiaoxiao pursed her lips, ultimately refraining from indulging. Raw crab meat was acceptable, but this fish, no matter how diminutive, remained fish. Eating it raw? Forget it. After all, this young lady isn't particularly desperate for a bite. Patience, then. The two continued their search, leaving a trail of disordered footprints on the beach. From a distance, a man clad in a cushion and revealing his underwear, accompanied by a girl in ill-fitting clothing and mismatched shoes, resembled a peculiar combination of wild man and scavenger. Ha! I finally found it. Yin Xiaoxiao suddenly burst into laughter. Yu Tianming was momentarily taken aback. Upon turning, he saw Yin Xiaoxiao holding a scallop larger than her head, laughing heartily. Have you lost your mind from hunger? That is just an empty shell. It's inedible. What is so amusing? He questioned, perplexed. You claim to be well-informed, yet without such things. How would you prepare a meal? Holding it over a fire, perhaps? All right, you have a point, but that is only if there's fire in something to cook. Yin Xiaoxiao dismissed his remarks with a scoff, cradling the large shell as if it were a treasure, earnestly placing it into a tattered plastic bag. However, as Yin Xiaoxiao bent down, Yu Tianming's eyes widened in alarm. What's going on? Why are you staring at me? Are you jealous that I found something good? Yin Xiaoxiao shot him an irritated glare. Yu Tianming merely chuckled awkwardly and quickly resumed his search for food. Chapter 013. Dinner as a dolphin. Yu Tianming swiftly averted his gaze. Lingering would surely lead to trouble. Having spent a night in a state less than human, he could not afford to falter now. Yet, the girl's figure was truly remarkable. What had she been eating? He hastily returned to his quest for sustenance. However, it seemed luck was not on his side, as he collected merely a dozen sea snails and a few shells the size of a thumb. Once devoid of their shells, they would barely suffice for a mouthful. I found another one. Hee. Yin Xiaoxiao followed closely behind, occasionally emitting excited giggles. When Yu Tianming turned back, he noticed she had discovered a half-length piece of rope, thick as half a wrist and at least 2 meters long. It appeared to be discarded debris from a fishing boat, yet Yin Xiaoxiao was delighted to tie it around her waist. After all, wearing Yu Tianming's pants necessitated a hand to hold them up, lest they slip down. Yin Xiaoxiao wrapped the rope around her waist 3 times, leaving a long segment hanging in front, swaying as she gleefully twisted about. Yu Tianming found it curious. Ever since she had eaten, her spirits seemed notably elevated. She treated this food-gathering expedition as if it were a leisurely stroll. Wow, look at this. Isn't it cool? Doesn't it resemble an ancient weapon? She exclaimed joyfully. The girl picked up a straight branch, as tall as her stature, crowned with a spherical node, from which a sharp, short twig protruded. She playfully brandished it on the beach for a while, then, with one hand on her hip, planted the weapon beside her, striking a cool pose. You look like the leader of a beggar sect, adeptly wielding your stick, I remarked. Keep at it, don't mind my feelings. Yet, Yu Tianming was not so spirited. His stomach grumbled, leaving him no inclination to play. Oomph, lacking in aesthetic sensibility, Yin Xiaoxiao retorted before resuming her treasure hunt. Yu Tianming felt a pang of discomfort. From yesterday until today, as they traversed the beach, they encountered plenty of litter but found no food or drink, not even a bottle of mineral water. Just as he wallowed in disappointment, his eyes continued to scan the surroundings. Suddenly, a cacophony of splashing against rocks and water caught his attention. He sprinted a few steps toward the sound and, behind a large reef, discovered something that sent him into a frenzy of joy. Oh my! Fortune has finally smiled upon us, he exclaimed. Sister, stop preening over there and come here. There's something wonderful. Yu Tianming could not contain his excitement, because the creature was indeed quite large. What's going on? Did you find money? Yin Xiaoxiao hurried over, her curiosity piqued. Ha ha ha! This is even better than finding money. We can feast for countless meals. My fragile heart is racing. Can you hear it? Thump thump? Yin Xiaoxiao ignored him and quickly circled behind a reef. On this rocky shore, bizarre stones jutted out, interspersed with numerous pools left by the receding tide. Amidst the stones lay a small dolphin, over half a meter long and weighing around 40 to 50 pounds. However, its skin appeared parched, and it lay gasping under the sun, struggling occasionally, flicking its body and tail as if yearning to return to the sea. Isn't that a dolphin? Yin Xiaoxiao inquired. No. To me, it represents our lunch, dinner, midnight snack, barbecue, hot pot, and sustenance for tomorrow and the day after. At last, we won't have to go hungry. Your barbecue has found its source. Yu Tianming was utterly exhilarated. This dolphin, at least 40 to 50 pounds, would yield a good 20 pounds of meat after skinning, boning, and gutting, enough to sustain them through this challenging period. How could he not be thrilled? Surely you don't intend to eat the dolphin? Yin Xiaoxiao gazed at Yu Tianming incredulously. What else should we do? Just endure and wait for death. Dolphins are intelligent beings. They have feelings. Isn't this wrong? Yin Xiaoxiao frowned, her mouth twisted, torn within her conscience. She understood food was scarce, yet the thought of consuming a dolphin was unbearable to her. Feelings? Which animal lacks them? The cows, sheep, and pigs you consume have feelings too, yet you relish eating them. Yu Tianming retorted, a hint of annoyance creeping into his voice. At this moment, does it matter? Our survival is the most crucial concern. I truly cannot bear this any longer. Perhaps we should return it to the ocean. The way it gazes at me is so pitiful. Yin Xiaoxiao took a few steps closer and noticed the little dolphin was also looking at her. In its eyes, there seemed to be a plea, which made Yin Xiaoxiao's heart ache. I said, Yin Xiaoxiao, in such dire circumstances, could you perhaps temper your compassion a little? You enjoy causing mischief, which I can overlook, but you must not hinder our hope of survival. Yu Tianming was genuinely furious. How can you be so immature? I am the one handling everything while you merely indulge in feasting and drinking. After finally discovering this delectable meal, you want me to release it? Will heaven show mercy on me? After speaking, Yu Tianming drew out his dagger, disregarding Yin Xiaoxiao, preparing to strike the dolphin. Wait, you cannot do this. If necessary, I will seriously search for food myself. I implore you to spare it. Yin Xiaoxiao, seeing Yu Tianming approach with the dagger, threw herself onto the dolphin, preventing him from striking. Get away from me. No one is stopping me today. Half enraged by Yin Xiaoxiao's immaturity and half driven mad by hunger, Yu Tianming felt his sanity slipping away. A man on the verge of fainting from hunger, confronted with such a sizable piece of meat, could hardly resist the urge to devour it raw. Yu Tianming, I beg you, do not kill it. Would you consider sparing it in exchange for me? Yin Xiaoxiao was now in tears, clinging desperately to Yu Tianming's waist. Are you joking? I cannot simply kill you for meat. Yu Tianming was infuriated by Yin Xiaoxiao's antics. but soon realized her words carried a deeper meaning. That is not what I meant. I am saying that if you spare this little dolphin, you can do whatever you wish with me. Yin Xiaoxiao was resolute. After all, there was no one else on this island. Should no one come to rescue her, it was inevitable that she would have to take such a step sooner or later. It was better to take the initiative now and save the little dolphin in the process. Please let go of me. Yu Tianming felt a throbbing headache, overwhelmed by the absurdity of having such a companion. Was saving a dolphin truly worth this? Despite his hunger, he was not so low as to take advantage of a woman. No, you must first promise me that you won't kill it, and then I will let go. Yin Xiaoxiao stubbornly refused to release her grip. Fine, perhaps this is my fate. Are you a tormentor sent by heaven? All right, I will not kill it. Really? Indeed. Now, let go. This thick rope around my waist is quite uncomfortable. You are so annoying. Hearing the calmness in Yu Tianming's voice, Yin Xiaoxiao finally blushed and released her hold. Chapter 14. Letting it go now that both had calmed down, Yin Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming shame at her earlier words. What if Yu Tianming had readily agreed to her suggestion? What would have happened next? Would they truly have engaged in such an embarrassing act right there on the beach? But it would be her first time, and she had heard it could be quite painful. However, other flight attendants had mentioned that once those initial moments passed, the subsequent experience was quite pleasant. What exactly is the beneficial aspect of this situation? Yin Xiaoxiao found herself lost in thought. Meanwhile, Yu Tianming sat down on the ground, simmering with frustration. Were it not for the fact that on this island there were only the two of us living souls, I would have relished the idea of kicking you into the sea to join your dolphin companion and become a mermaid. I'm still hungry. I have no inclination to engage in any form of exercise with you. The two of them each lost in their own musings when suddenly the stranded dolphin emitted a series of cries. The sound echoed across the desolate beach, sharp and resonant, akin to an infant calling for its mother, reaching far and wide. Look, it is expressing gratitude toward you. Yin Xiaoxiao finally snapped back to reality, addressing Yu Tianming. She then dashed over to the dolphin, scooping up some water from a puddle to moisten its skin. Yu Tianming scoffed inwardly. Gratitude? If it were truly grateful, it would have chosen to pass away sooner, thus relieving me of any moral burden in consuming it. Don't just stand there. Come help me return to the sea, she urged. Despite her efforts, Yin Xiaoxiao struggled to lift the dolphin, its weight of 40 to 50 pounds proving to be quite challenging for her. Moreover, the dolphin's skin was exceedingly smooth, making it difficult to hold on to, Yu Tianming observed, feeling a pang of discomfort. To witness a potential meal that he would have to return to the ocean was quite the torment. He had even contemplated waiting for the dolphin to die naturally, thus avoiding any breach of promise. Yet, Yin Xiaoxiao was not inclined to grant him that opportunity. Alas, what a calamity! Yu Tianming lamented internally, reluctantly rising to assist. Move aside, he barked irritably. Aware of her own shortcomings, Yin Xiaoxiao stepped aside, albeit reluctantly, and added, Shall I hold the knife for you? Go away. Stay out of it. He retorted, Do you really suspect me? Would I engage in such nefarious acts? If that were the case, certain events would have transpired last night. With great reluctance, Yu Tianming hoisted the dolphin into his arms. The little creature seemed to sense his kindness, nuzzling against his arm with its fins and head. Lucky for you, my friend, to have a benevolent mermaid sister. If you possess even a shred of conscience, do bring back a few fish for me. Yu Tianming grumbled as he carried the dolphin toward the sea, a distance of at least 20 to 30 meters. It appeared that during the morning tide, this mischievous little creature had been fishing nearby and had failed to return to the water in time. Yin Xiaoxiao followed closely behind, initially wary of any sudden violent actions from Yu Tianming. However, upon hearing his remarks, she felt reassured. Chuckling behind him, she said, Rest assured, good deeds are rewarded. For someone as boastful as you to have the company of a beauty like me is indeed a divine gift. Keep talking, and I might just devour you. Yu Tianming shot back, casting a fierce glance over his shoulder. I offered you something for free, and you rejected it. I find that hard to believe. Yin Xiaoxiao found him somewhat endearing. Beneath his teasing words lay a playful undertone that was quite charming. Yu Tianming disregarded her, traversing the rocky beach with uneven steps until he discovered a deeper spot, gently placing the dolphin into the water. The dolphin, which had been on the verge of death on the shore, instantly came to life upon entering the sea. With a vigorous flick of its body, it splashed a considerable amount of water, drenching Yu Tianming in the process. Hey, you ungrateful creature, I saved you, and you still dare to show attitude? He exclaimed. That's just joy. Can you not be so petty? Yin Xiaoxiao approached, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yu Tianming, both watching the dolphin swim further into the depths. The little dolphin seemed to deliberately keep itself visible, with its dorsal fin always above water. Occasionally, it would spout a jet of water, appearing particularly jubilant. Eventually, the dolphin swam out of sight. See, this ungrateful creature? I just wasted my breath on it, and it didn't even show any gratitude, Yu Tianming remarked, primarily expressing his regret over releasing the dolphin. All right, don't be upset. You're such a caring, handsome guy, Yin Xiaoxiao said, her spirits lifted, and she decided to joke. Oh, you dare to tease me? This girl has grown quite bold. Yu Tianming continued the banter, intending to amuse Yin Xiaoxiao, as the dolphin had already departed, leaving them with nothing to do. What condition? Don't speak recklessly. Do you have evidence? Do you have an invoice? Yin Xiaoxiao jumped aside, eyeing Yu Tianming warily. You just said that as long as I released the dolphin, you would let me do anything to you. Are you denying it now? Yu Tianming approached her slowly, sporting a mischievous grin. Don't come any closer. I'll scream for help. Go ahead. Scream until your throat is sore. No one will hear you. Yu Tianming, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, genuinely frightened Yin Xiaoxiao. What happened before is irrelevant now. The circumstances have changed. She thought, panicking. Does this guy already have ulterior motives? He truly is a beast. What should I do? He is so strong. I can't possibly overpower him. A rope? Right? I have a rope. Yin Xiaoxiao swiftly yanked the grass rope from her waist, tying it around her neck with a righteous air, declaring, if you take another step closer, I'll strangle myself. Oh, I've never seen anyone manage to strangle themselves in such a manner. Come on, make a move if you dare. Yu Tianming was poised to continue teasing her when he suddenly caught sight of something rather provocative. He awkwardly chuckled, turning away to say, all right, I was just playing with you. Hurry up and put your pants back on, if you're not embarrassed. I certainly wouldn't want to catch a glimpse of anything inappropriate. At that moment, Yin Xiaoxiao realized that her loosely fitting pants had slid down to her ankles. You shameless rogue, she exclaimed, quickly pulling her pants back up and securing them with the grass rope. Seizing the opportunity while Yu Tianming was distracted, she dashed forward and kicked him playfully in the rear. Ouch! Yu Tianming stumbled forward, instinctively turning around, and, in one fluid motion, yanked on the length of grass rope that protruded from Yin Xiaoxiao's front. Yin Xiaoxiao gasped, and she instinctively fell onto him. Chapter 015. The dolphin's gratitude. Perhaps the heavens had heard Yu Tianming's heartfelt wish, granting him a recompense for his act of releasing the dolphin. By mere coincidence, their lips met, pressed tightly together. For a fleeting moment, their eyes locked in surprise, both rendered speechless. At that instant, a wave of anxiety washed over them. Yin Xiaoxiao felt a surprising lack of aversion towards Yu Tianming. Instead, a hint of bashfulness enveloped her as she gently closed her eyes. She pondered that had he accepted her proposition earlier, perhaps this moment would have transpired long ago. Meanwhile, Yu Tianming mused, is she really this forward? I was merely teasing her. Shouldn't there be some prelude? Regardless, neither made a move, remaining stiff and motionless, neither daring to part their lips. It was not until the unmistakable sound of splashing waves shattered the sweet stillness that they broke apart. Yin Xiaoxiao quickly pushed herself away, turning to sit beside him, hastily tugging at her hair to cover her flushed cheeks. As for Yu Tianming, he found himself at a loss for words, inwardly cursing whoever dared to make noise at such a pivotal moment. Yet, he retained his lack of gentlemanly decorum. Licking his lips, is that a hint of salt? You, be quiet. Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her embarrassment mingling with indignation. She had anticipated either an apology or some tender words from him, but alas, he had proven once again that one cannot expect elegance from a fool. Yet, she unconsciously pressed her own lips together, realizing indeed there was a slight saltiness, likely from the seawater that had splashed her face during the dolphin's thrashing moments ago. Look over there, Yu Tianming shouted, pointing excitedly towards the distant sea. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yin Xiaoxiao's mind. It was evident he lacked romantic sensibilities. Nevertheless, she stood up and gazed out at the horizon. There a dolphin leapt high from the water, twisting joyfully in midair, before crashing back into the waves. Isn't that the dolphin we just rescued? Has it returned? This sight captivated Yin Xiaoxiao, reigniting her curiosity. Perhaps my conversation with it bore fruit, and it has come to deliver us fish, Utnm Ing declared confidently. Ha, you truly are something. Yin Xiaoxiao replied with a wry smile, shaking her head. She found herself at a loss with his erratic thought process. Moments ago, they had shared a tender interaction, and now he was already contemplating a meal. The dolphin, perhaps sensing their gaze, began to leap more frequently, though it remained a good 40 to 50 meters from shore. What does this mean? Is it embarrassed for not catching any fish and is instead dancing in gratitude? Utnming pondered in irritation. This dance won't fill our stomachs. Can we not focus on something substantial? Do not be foolish. They are indeed expressing their gratitude towards us. The dolphins in the aquarium, filled with joy, exhibit such behavior. Yin Xiaoxiao chuckled with delight. What use is a ball now? If only I could be satiated, I would gladly dance for them. The more Yu Tianming spoke, the more irritated he became, regretting that he had let this fellow off so easily. Overwhelmed with disappointment, he trudged a few steps forward, realizing he must rely on himself. The dolphin brethren were simply unreliable. Look, so many. Yin Xiaoxiao gazed intently at the surface of the sea. At that moment, a discordant splash broke the tranquility of the water nearby. Almost instantaneously, numerous dorsal fins emerged from the sea. 4 to 5 dozen adult dolphins leapt out of the water simultaneously, emitting a series of playful clicks. As they plunged back into the ocean, countless droplets scattered, refracting rainbows under the sun. Wow, how beautiful! They must be a family. Yin Xiaoxiao was mesmerized by the breathtaking scene before her. The dolphins continued to leap gracefully, swimming back and forth within their line of sight. What use is this? Yu Tianming scoffed. Isn't a solo dance insufficient? Shall we form a group? Frustrated, he leaped onto a nearby rock, shouting at the pod of dolphins. Hey, can you do something practical? If you bring me a fish today, I will acknowledge you as my brother. Yin Xiaoxiao found Yu Tianming's antics amusing, laughing heartily. This person is quite entertaining. Even the most intelligent dolphins, without training, cannot comprehend human speech, especially with your accent. As Yu Tianming stomped in frustration, the dolphins continued their playful antics. However, they gradually approached the shore, forming a loose semicircle about 10 to 20 meters away. Are they feeling embarrassed by my remarks, planning to present themselves to us? Yu Tianming nodded, satisfied with his assessment, drawing his dagger, ready for action. What madness is this? Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, rushing to stop him. Just as she climbed onto the rock, she suddenly looked down at the water's surface. Pointing excitedly at the murky water, she shouted, "Oh my, they are truly helping us catch fish. Look, look." Yu Tianming glanced down and exclaimed, indeed, there are fish. Within his line of sight, the seawater had been stirred into a murky chaos, with sediment swirling about. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that numerous fish were darting rapidly in the shallow waters. This big brother is quite generous, rallying others to assist in our fishing endeavor. Yu Tianming had been too preoccupied with scolding the dolphins to notice the situation nearby. Stop wasting time. Let us catch some fish before they escape. Yin Xiaoxiao, grasping her fishing stick, leapt into the shallow water. They are coming. No need to rush. I'm quite skilled at this. Watch me. Yu Tianming, realizing the situation, dove into the sea with determination. However, his striking pose lasted no longer than 3 seconds before he toppled like an inverted onion, plunging headfirst into the water, his rear end pointed skyward, legs flailing wildly. After a few moments, Yu Tianming finally emerged from the depths, the sea just barely covering his backside. Unfazed by Yin Xiaoxiao, who was laughing uncontrollably, he shot her a glare and exclaimed, "What are you laughing at?" I was careless, overly excited to see the fish, completely forgetting how shallow the water is here. Now, my friends, hold on a moment longer. Once I catch a fish, you can leave. The two soon realized that the dolphins, lingering a mere dozen meters away, had formed a circle, relentlessly herding the fish towards the shore. Yin Xiaoxiao, wielding her dog stick, was running about in the water, shouting excitedly. Yet, despite her fervor, her aim was slightly off, and after much commotion, she had caught nothing. On the other side, Yu Tianming's situation was hardly better. He darted this way and that, yet returned empty-handed. Exhausted from their efforts, they collapsed heavily onto the beach. This shouldn't be so difficult. I've caught fish in rivers before without such trouble. Yu Tianming pondered. Didn't Yu claim to be an expert? With such performance, will we even have fish to eat today? I'm quite disappointed in you. Yin Xiaoxiao gasped beside him, her breath heavy with fatigue. What are you saying? Mind your manners. These sea fish swim incredibly fast and are so slippery. If only I had a fishing net, I wouldn't be returning empty-handed. Yu Tianming did not consider this a reflection of his inadequacy. A fishing net? Why not just give you a fishing boat? Yin Xiaoxiao retorted sharply, her frustration palpable as she gazed at the multitude of fish, unable to catch even one. A fishing net? Right? These brothers can understand me. I'll go negotiate with them. An epiphany struck Yu Tianming, and he sprang up, shouting once more, brothers. Now, my esteemed friends, I require a fishing net. Please tighten your grip and pay heed. Chapter 16. It's truly not easy being a man. Yu Tianming's intentions were noble, yet the dolphins responded by leaping from the water, collectively emitting various calls. What does that mean? Nothing? Was this all in vain? Alas, what a waste of emotion and energy. Forget it. I'll remember this favor. You all can go about your business, he said, disappointed as he turned back. They said they couldn't find a fishing net. I'm at a loss here. Yu Tianming grumbled, sulking on the sand. Yin Xiaoxiao noticed that the dolphins in the distance seemed reluctant to leave, still pursuing the fish. It appeared they were encouraging the two to continue, their calls echoing around them. All right, don't be upset. Shall we give it another try? She suggested. Try what? I'm utterly depleted. You can go if you wish. Having never truly filled his stomach, and after enduring this ordeal, Yu Tianming felt he was nearing his limit. If he couldn't catch any fish, Yin Xiaoxiao's confidence in herself was dwindling even further. However, she nonetheless endeavored to persuade him, remarking that it had only been half a day. Perhaps if they ventured a bit further, they might stumble upon some food. Yu Tianming was currently the pillar of their situation, and Yin Xiaoxiao did not wish to see him so disheartened. It was nearly noon. What was the point of walking any longer? The sun would surely scorch them. Let's find a shaded spot to rest until the sun diminishes, she suggested. Yu Tianming, genuinely dismayed, paid no heed to Yin Xiaoxiao and made his way to the edge of the woods, seeking a cool refuge where he promptly lay down. Yin Xiaoxiao gathered the last 3 coconuts and quietly took a seat beside him. The recent elation had given way to a shared sense of despondency. If you are hungry, you might as well eat the coconuts, Yin Xiaoxiao offered gently. I won't eat them. Those are for you. If I eat them, what will you have? Yu Tianming replied with his eyes closed, his playful demeanor resurfacing unbidden. Yin Xiaoxiao recognized his good intentions, yet felt a twinge of discomfort at his words. The two lapsed into silence once more. In the distance, dolphins lingered for a moment, confirming that the pair had indeed relinquished hope before swimming away. The trapped schools of fish also retreated to the depths of the ocean, and the nearby waters returned to tranquility. Unbeknownst to them, Yu Tianming had fallen into a deep slumber, snoring softly. Yin Xiaoxiao called out to him, but he remained unresponsive, lost to the fatigue of the previous night and the recent trials they had endured. Yin Xiaoxiao, oblivious to the events of the night prior, perceived him as rather heartless. How can you sleep at a time like this? It's only the second day, and you're already so despondent. What will we do in the days to come? We do not even know how long we must endure this wretched place. At this rate, we may perish from hunger or thirst before rescue arrives. The thought of their dire situation left her feeling parched and famished. If they are meant for me, I shall consume them all. Even if I must perish, I will do so after you, to spare myself from your incessant schemes, she declared with resolve, clutching the 3 coconuts and making her way to the rocks, where she began to strike them fiercely. Yet, her strength proved insufficient. After much effort, she had only succeeded in cracking the outer shell, with the sweet liquid remaining obstinately inside. Frustrated, she switched to another coconut, but her attempt continued to yield no results. For reasons she could not fathom, a profound sadness enveloped her, and as she struggled to break the coconuts, she loathed her own inadequacy and despised the slumbering figure beside her. Tears of sorrow began to flow unbidden. The more she felt sorrowful, the angrier she became, and with her anger came renewed determination to smash the coconuts. She persisted in her task, hammering away at the coconuts from short distance. Time slipped by unnoticed, as she had no means to measure it. Suddenly, she heard 2 loud cracks, and before her stood a coconut leaking sweet, fragrant juice. Yin Xiaoxiao paused in surprise, abruptly looking up. Yu Tianming had appeared beside her, holding out the coconut he had just opened for her. The angle was somewhat backlit, as Yin Xiaoxiao gazed tearfully at the beaming face of Yu Tianming. In that moment, he appeared particularly tall and handsome, and the earlier discomfort swiftly faded into the depths of the ocean. Are you going to eat or just stand there? If you can't open it yourself, why not call for me? I couldn't even take a proper nap with all that clanging, he remarked, shattering the pleasant atmosphere completely. Did you really just fall asleep? She retorted. Of course. I didn't sleep a wink last night. I wonder if you could handle it. Yu Tianming, somewhat irked, shoved a coconut towards her and squinted up at the sun, which remained harsh. He turned to gather the scattered items on the ground and returned to the shade once more. With great effort, Yin Xiaoxiao managed to bring back a few coconuts. Sitting beside him, I didn't know you hadn't slept last night. Had I known, I certainly wouldn't have disturbed you. She felt a pang of guilt, surprised that he had indeed kept his word and stayed vigilant throughout the night. But we agreed to take turns watching, didn't we? You should have called me. Yu Tianming remained silent. Don't worry. I'll take the watch tonight so you can rest well, she assured him, believing he was upset. She hastily patted her chest in promise. Please don't be angry. I was wrong to misunderstand you. With a pouting expression, she shook his arm, causing a flutter in his heart. Though a bit annoyed, Yu Tianming found it hard to remain upset after being abruptly awakened from a deep slumber. However, as his gaze shifted, he noticed the view from this angle was quite appealing. The neckline of her ill-fitting shirt offered an unobstructed glimpse. He quickly inhaled deeply, attempting to suppress the restless emotions within him. Enough. Enough. What are you doing? Who are you trying to impress? You'll make your nose bleed. Yin Xiaoxiao glanced down, hurriedly adjusting her collar. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully scolded, You rogue, how indecent. Hey, am I the indecent one? Are there even any decent men left in this world? If my buddy shared the story from last night, it would surely astonish you and elevate his image instantly. But never mind. I'll keep it to myself. I almost couldn't resist back then. Quickly eat your coconut. Once you finish, we shall set off. Yu Tianming said helplessly, realizing his words had taken a wrong turn. I mean to continue exploring. Yin Xiaoxiao laughed again. Whenever their spirits were low, he always managed to bring a touch of joy. You eat too, and I'll have one. We must work together. She handed him 2 coconuts. Why are you being so persistent? I said those are for you, he replied. I'll take a look over there. You should eat quickly. Yu Tianming fought against his hunger, swallowing hard. He quickly rose and pretended to survey the surroundings, but inwardly he regretted his earlier bravado. Did I overdo it this time? Had I known, I wouldn't have spoken so confidently. A single coconut is a delight. Why put myself through this pretense? Though filled with regret, as a man, he must maintain his dignity. Once spoken, words cannot be retracted, akin to water spilled. Chapter 017. A mighty gecko Yin Xiaoxiao consumed the damaged coconut. Yet she reserved the other 2. They were intended for Yu Tianming. But even if she wished to indulge, she couldn't crack them open herself. All right, let us depart. With the small morsel she had eaten and drunk, her spirits lifted somewhat. However, upon sighting the 2 coconuts, Yu Tianming's stomach audibly protested. My stomach is small. I've had my fill. Why don't you eat these? Once you've finished, we can search for more. Yin Xiaoxiao understood his prideful nature and attempted to persuade him to eat in another manner. Yet, he clearly rebuffed her effort, furrowing his brows and pouting. What a joke. Your stomach is small? This morning, that bare-bottomed girl devoured 3 coconuts and still wanted more. Why must you bring that up? Yin Xiaoxiao's face flushed a deep crimson. Let us move on. No need to linger here. At that moment, Yu Tianming had no inclination to flirt. Finding food was his true priority. The clock struck past 1 p.m., marking the hottest part of the day. The 2 trudged forward, their weary steps exploring uncharted territory. Come here, place this on your head. Yu Tianming spotted a banana tree and rushed over, swiftly tearing down several large leaves. Look, aren't those bananas? He glanced up, perfectly positioned to see the green bananas hanging amidst the banana leaves. What bananas? Allow me to enlighten you. Those are plantains growing on the banana tree. Yin Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity to retort. Regardless of the type, as long as they are edible, that is what matters. They are still green and not yet ripe. Shall we pluck them and let them ripen for a few days? That makes sense. Hey, when did you become so clever? Naturally, I have always been intelligent. Yu Tianming proudly tossed his head and added, Just wait, I shall bring you some plantains. Upon discovering food, Yu Tianming was overly exhilarated. licking his lips and rubbing his hands together, his words betraying a hint of arrogance. Yin Xiaoxiao watched as he struggled to climb the tree, muttering under her breath, "I have no desire for your plantings." Her mind seemed to conjure unsavory images, causing her face to flush even deeper. The tree stood only 4 to 5 meters tall. Its bark was rough against the skin. Nevertheless, Yu Tianming disregarded this discomfort, laboriously ascending. Just as he was about to reach the bananas, he suddenly noticed something green and his eyes widened in shock. Goodness, what a colossal gecko. Thud! Ouch, my lower back. Yu Tianming, startled, tumbled down. What happened? Are you all right? Yin Xiaoxiao hurried over to assist him. There was a gecko up there, so large. He rubbed his back while gesturing dramatically. No, it was at least this long. He spread his arms wide, his expression exceedingly exaggerated. You are being overly dramatic. Where could there possibly be a gecko 1 to 2 meters long? Let me see. Look at that, it's just lying there, and it's glaring at me. Yu Tianming exclaimed, pointing at the creature perched on the tree, barely restraining his urge to curse. Yin Xiaoxiao scrutinized it carefully and stifled a laugh. It was a green iguana, a type of lizard known for its herbivorous diet, occasionally nibbling on small insects. You're quite frightened over nothing, she remarked. But so large. Yu Tianming refused to concede that he was scared. Huh, don't you know that lizards can change color? That's just a branch behind it. You must be mistaken. Is that so? Let me see, he said, scrutinizing the creature once more. Indeed, as Yin Xiaoxiao had indicated, the green lizard measured only about 30 centimeters, its color blending seamlessly with the bark and leaves of the tree. At a glance, it did appear quite long and imposing. Just a small lizard. I'll show it who's boss. How dare it obstruct my banana picking? Enough. It hasn't even moved. Why must you kill it? Besides, this is its territory, and we are merely intruders. Let us just pick the bananas and be on our way. Yin Xiaoxiao emphasized the word bananas to correct Yu Tianming's choice of words. Cautiously, Yu Tianming navigated around the branch where the lizard resided and swiftly sliced off a large bunch of bananas, tossing them down to Yin Xiaoxiao below. Look at these magnificent bananas. Aren't they impressive? He boasted, though his pride was short-lived as he suddenly felt a sharp lick on his left hand. Losing his balance, he tumbled down once more. Hey, what's going on? Yu Tianming raised his hand, noticing a sticky mass on the back of it. Yin Xiaoxiao giggled from below. It's nothing. That lizard just gave you a little kiss with its tongue. Ugh, how disgusting, he exclaimed, hastily rubbing the slimy residue off with sand. What the heck? Is this a female lizard? After being single for so long, it doesn't spare even me. If it has the guts, it should go find a male. No way. I must reclaim my dignity today. This is unacceptable. Yu Tianming fumed, preparing to climb back up the tree. Come on, you stole from its home. And it just licked you once. Is it worth getting angry over? Yin Xiaoxiao quickly intervened. Besides, those bananas aren't ripe yet. We can take our time harvesting them later. Fine, for the sake of her beauty, I'll let this lecherous female lizard off the hook today. However, deep down, Yu Tianming felt a shiver of unease. The lizard was covered in bumps, and its back bore spines, particularly a long flap of skin hanging from its shin, which looked rather repulsive. How do you even know such a disgusting creature? You can name it too? He asked incredulously. Yu Tianming skewered the bananas and coconuts onto a stick, hoisting it onto his shoulder, resembling a character from folklore. Yin Xiaoxiao chuckled. I once had a colleague who adored keeping these cold-blooded creatures, snakes, lizards, turtles, scorpions, spiders, all cluttered in her home. I visited her once, and hearing her talk about them made me feel utterly uncomfortable. Honestly, who in their right mind keeps such things? Yu Tianming shivered slightly. Although he had encountered snakes numerous times, it was the smaller creatures that truly instilled terror within him. Particularly spiders. Just the thought was unbearable. Why were they not considered benevolent? It was merely a matter of personal preference. Yin Xiaoxiao shot him a glare. Wait a moment. From what you imply, it seems you are quite familiar with him. Have you visited his home? What is the nature of your relationship? His thoughts leaped erratically. What relationship do I have with her? Yin Xiaoxiao mischievously rolled her eyes and defiantly declared, well, it's a rather intimate one. Without waiting for Yu Tianming to respond, she skipped ahead. Hold on. Don't run off. Clarify your relationship. How far have you two gone? I worked so hard to support you. Do you think this is fair to me? Speak clearly. Yu Tianming grumbled as he trailed behind, mindful not to drop the banana coconut, hence his pace was sluggish. Suddenly, Yin Xiaoxiao halted. turned around with wide eyes and an incredulous expression. You can't possibly have developed feelings for me, can you? Nonsense. I have countless girlfriends, and any one of them is 10 times more beautiful than you. Why on earth would I like you? Yu Tianming quickly adopted a serious demeanor, attempting to appear arrogant. Then why are you asking me so many questions? Upon hearing his response, a flicker of disappointment crossed Yin Xiaoxiao's eyes. I merely wish to understand you better. After all, I've shared my story from the age of 6 onward, while you've only revealed a minuscule portion of yours. That hardly seems fair, Yu Tianming hastily clarified, anxious to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities. Oh, if that is the case, then there is no need to divulge too much. Let us continue walking. Disheartened, Yin Xiaoxiao turned away. Yu Tianming began to regret his pretenses. What was the point of acting? If he had feelings, why not admit them? Was it truly so embarrassing to express such sentiments? Chapter 018. The moving boulder having missed a golden opportunity, Yu Tianming dejectedly followed behind, plagued by regret. Yin Xiaoxiao did not offer him a kind expression, walking ahead alone. She questioned herself. In a normal setting, there was no way she could ever harbor affection for someone like Yu Tianming. Considering her background, she was leagues above him. Wealthy suitors clung to her like leeches, incessantly flattering her in hopes of winning her favor. However, she had always looked down on such individuals. Recognizing that their intentions were insincere, they did not genuinely care for her, but were instead drawn to her father's vast fortune. To avoid an arranged marriage, she had clashed with her father and eventually left home in frustration, choosing the career of a flight attendant. Yet now, stranded on this deserted island, it was just the two of them, one man and one woman. Despite Yu Tianming's abrasive demeanor and penchant for boasting, in this peculiar environment, he provided Yin Xiaoxiao with a sense of security and the requisite responsibility. Thus, emotions that should not have arisen began to blossom within her. Yet this oblivious, blunt man remained utterly unaware of the situation, which frustrated and vexed Yin Xiaoxiao immensely. Yu Tianming is utterly inept at charming women. Nevertheless, he attempts to initiate conversation. Look at that crooked tree. Doesn't it resemble the one where Emperor Chongjin hanged himself? I'm not bragging, but I paid close attention during that history lesson. Would you like me to recount it? Yin Xiaoxiao, however, is disinclined to engage. Oh, see that tree branch? Doesn't it resemble a broadsword? If I were to wield it and strike a pose by the seaside, mimicking the self-inflicted demise of the great Chu overlord, wouldn't I evoke a semblance of his grandeur? With my hairstyle and figure, I dare say I resemble him at least 80%. Wouldn't you agree? Yin Xiaoxiao is nearly exasperated by his incessant chatter. What on earth is he talking about? Discussing various celebrity suicide incidents. Does he wish for our early demise? Yu Tianming aims to amuse Yin Xiaoxiao, but his efforts fall flat. Women can be so vexing, getting inexplicably upset. Is it easy for me to conjure up two illusions? Observing Yin Xiaoxiao's retreating figure, he feels a pang of irritation. After a while, unable to contain himself, he points at a stone and exclaims, "Look at that ugly stone. How dare it linger here? If I were it, I would have found another stone to bash myself against long ago. I'm talking to you. Can you hear me? Oh wait, that stone is moving. It's come alive." With a gasp, Yin Xiaoxiao finally turns around with a frosty demeanor. "Is this amusing to you? Aren't you exhausted? Can you grant me a moment of peace?" Ignoring her, Yu Tianming stares wide-eyed at the stone. It truly moved. I swear by coconuts, I'm not jesting. If only he had kept quiet. Yin Xiaoxiao perceives such a childish oath and thinks him rather immature. Irritated, she strides back and delivers a sharp kick to the stone he mentioned. Whereas the movement, you're spinning tales without a script. How dull you are. Furious, she glares at Yu Tianming, only to notice his eyes widening and his mouth forming an astonished shape. My heavens, it has indeed come to life. And it has eyes. Yu Tianming feels as though he has encountered a ghost. The stone has opened its eyes and is staring directly at him. This stone measures at least a meter on each side and half a meter in height, its surface a dusty brown. Yin Xiaoxiao believes he is jesting. Put away your childish tricks. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? No, look, it's real. Yu Tianming stutters, a tinge of fear in his voice. Just as Yin Xiaoxiao prepares to turn away and expose his fib, she feels something hard brush against her calf. With a shriek, she leaps high and scurries away in a panic. Why are you so obstinate? I told you the stone would move, yet you refuse to believe me. My heart is truly weary. Yu Tianming realizes that while the stone is indeed mobile, its movements are sluggish and pose no real threat to him. Thus, he still has the leisure to chide Yin Xiaoxiao. Quickly, go see what it is. Yin Xiaoxiao stutters from a distance of several meters, urging him to approach. Oomph. Why don't you go instead? Weren't you just so bold? Yu Tianming shook his head disdainfully. If you were still a man, you should go and take a look. How can you expect me, a girl, to go there alone? Yin Xiaoxiao's voice trembled with emotion. In the desolate wilderness, the sight of a moving stone was nearly enough to terrify her into submission. This was more frightening than a snake bite. At least with snakes, one could expect their presence in the wild. But this stone, look at it. It's merely a stone. I could easily handle it. I'll take care of it in no time. Yu Tianming felt it was the moment to showcase his heroism. He grasped the dog's stick firmly and hesitated as he moved forward. Though anxiety brewed within him, he could not let it show. Stone, oh stone, allow me to strike you a few times, and we shall be even. I will only give you a token blow. Do not take it to heart. He mentally encouraged himself. With a distance of 2 meters remaining, his hand holding the stick trembled slightly. Then, closing his eyes and steeling himself, he lunged forward. Crack! Huh? Was it really that simple? Yu Tianming thought he might have succeeded. However, upon opening his eyes, he was horrified. He discarded the stick and scrambled backward in a panic. The creature had a mouth. It truly was enchanted. It had bitten the stick from my grasp. His heart raced, blood pressure soared, and his hair became disheveled. Embarrassed to admit he had been frightened, he instead claimed the stone had bitten his stick. Fortunately, the large stone did not pursue him. It merely opened its mouth and dropped the stick to the ground. Seemingly displeased with Yu Tianming's actions, it swayed its body and extended its hefty foot from the sandy pit. Goodness, it has feet too. We must flee. Yu Tianming grabbed Yin Xiaoxiao and prepared to escape. Wait a moment. Yin Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow and scrutinized the scene closely. Wait for what? Don't you see it getting ready for an attack? Yu Tianming, trembling at the sight of the stone, felt his legs quiver. Puffed. Ha ha ha. I genuinely thought the stone had come to life. Yin Xiaoxiao finally discerned the true nature of the stone and burst into laughter at Yu Tianming's terrified expression. What is so funny? Are you familiar with this stone? Yu Tianming lamented, wishing he could flee immediately. Chapter 019. A pedicure for the sea turtle. What a magnificent sea turtle. I truly admire your intelligence. Yin Xiaoxiao delighted in witnessing Yu Tianming's embarrassment, reveling in his usual arrogance being deflated. A sea turtle? Do you think I'm from the countryside? Are there turtles that resemble stones? Are you trying to scare me? Yu Tianming retorted, equally defiant. Having just exhibited such poor performance, he could not bear the ridicule from a woman. Come, let me introduce you. Yin Xiaoxiao pulled Yu Tianming along, though he was reluctant, not wishing to appear overly alarmed. They moved slowly, step by step, until they finally approached the sea turtle. The great sea turtle stared intently at the two, remaining still without further movement. Observe its head and flippers. This magnificent creature is known as the leatherback turtle, the largest of all sea turtles. Yin Xiaoxiao, surprisingly bold, reached out to caress the turtle's chin. The turtle, seemingly unperturbed, closed its eyes in enjoyment. It seemed implausible, after all. No turtle would bask in the sun while burdened by a heap of stones. Yet, Yu Tianming was reluctant to accept this reality. The turtle's body was encrusted with various shades of brown, resembling irregular stones, devoid of any semblance of a turtle. Even its head and exposed limbs were covered in this peculiar substance. These are barnacles, which specifically attach themselves to large marine creatures. Do not show any fear. Yin Xiaoxiao discerned the situation and felt no trepidation. Barnacles? That term evidently did not resonate in Yu Tianming's mind. I understand now. The abundance of barnacles must have compelled this turtle to seek refuge here. Yin Xiaoxiao, an avid viewer of documentaries, suddenly recalled similar scenarios. I also comprehend. Perhaps this creature believes it has become too hefty and has come ashore to slim down. Yu Tianming did not wish to appear ignorant. Alas! Yin Xiaoxiao felt a wave of exasperation. What kind of theory is this? Pretending to understand. We must assist it. In its current state, it cannot swim far. Even if it returns to the sea, it will struggle to catch food and may ultimately starve. Her kind-heartedness surged forth once more, but when she looked up, she saw Yu Tianming had drawn a dagger, his tongue licking in anticipation, his eyes filled with desire. What are you planning to do? Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed. her voice raised in protest. What am I planning? Did you not say we should help it? I intend to assist it in reaching paradise. And we could also procure some food for ourselves. I assure you, turtle soup is particularly delectable. Once you taste it, you will yearn for it again. The mere thought of the savory turtle soup made Yu Tianming salivate. Is there nothing in your mind aside from food? This is a leatherback turtle, nearly extinct and rarely seen for many years. Yin Xiaoxiao quickly positioned herself in front of the turtle. If we do not harm it, what else can we do? Should I adopt it? I can barely sustain myself, let alone another. Yu Tianming felt a gnawing sense of foreboding. If dolphins are off limits and turtles are forbidden, then what can we eat? A mere bunch of raw bananas, which might even cause a stomach upset. My friend is on the brink of starvation. I care not if it is a rare species. Even if they were to airdrop a giant panda to me now, I would have it prepared in a spicy sauce. I understand you are hungry, as am I. However, I implore you to spare it. I possess a solution that will satisfy both parties. Yin Xiaoxiao feared that Yu Tianming, driven mad by hunger, would take action against the turtle. What solution? Are you suggesting selling yourself to me? Let me clarify. I am on the verge of starvation and have no interest in any other ventures. Yu Tianming felt somewhat disheartened, yet he knew he must speak boldly. Yin Xiaoxiao shot him a playful glare, realizing he was merely scheming about her, but she hastily began to explain. The barnacle, in truth, is a delectable delicacy, frequently consumed by fishermen along the coast. The fishing vessels, upon returning from the sea, invariably bring back a considerable catch of these crustaceans. We can assist the sea turtle by removing these barnacles, thus providing ourselves with a meal. Yin Xiaoxiao endeavored to articulate her thoughts with greater clarity, for the bewildered expression on Yu Tianming's face indicated that he had never tasted barnacles before. Really? You're not deceiving me? Yu Tianming frowned, his mouth twisted in skepticism. Try it for yourself, and you'll see that it is indeed quite fragrant. With a sigh of relief, Yin Xiaoxiao finally succeeded in calming the ravenous giant. All right, I'll trust you this once, my friend. But bear with me. I'm rescuing you here. So don't bite the hand that feeds you. Yu Tianming carefully wielded a dagger, locating the barnacle's attachment point and prying it loose with determination. The barnacle, roughly the size of a thumb, landed in his palm. Meanwhile, the sea turtle remained still, seemingly eager to extend its neck to expose more of its shell. Ah, are you feeling comfortable? Yu Tianming chuckled at the sight of the turtle's demeanor. Let me taste it and see if it's as delightful as you claim. He promptly picked up a small stone and smashed the barnacle, blowing away the sand before tossing the morsel into his mouth. Hey, this is quite tasty, reminiscent of clams, though there isn't much meat. Yu Tianming's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had discovered treasure. After fasting for so long, everything that could be consumed seemed exquisite. Didn't I tell you? Yin Xiaoxiao found his reaction amusing. Indeed, today is a windfall. This bounty of barnacles is sufficient for a hearty feast for both of us. It's barnacles, regardless of their name, as long as they are edible. That's all that matters. Let us continue, my friend. The sea turtle was impressively large, weighing at least 200 kilograms. The barnacles clinging to its back numbered in the hundreds. Yu Tianming was overjoyed. He would excavate one, consume it, and generously toss a few to Yin Xiaoxiao. I made up my mind. Upon returning home, I shall raise a sea turtle and feast on barnacles daily. They are truly delightful. One after another, they indulged in the barnacles, while the sea turtle basked in their enjoyment. By the way, how did you know these were barnacles? Yu Tianming paused to inquire. Have you never watched a documentary on marine life? They feature them. Ah, I have seen such a thing, but it was so long ago that I've forgotten. He refrained from pressing further, as doing so would only reveal his ignorance. In a mere half hour, the barnacles on the turtle's back had been completely cleared. Although the meat was scant, they felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, even the smallest barnacle was still sustenance. Next, they would tackle the barnacles affixed to the turtle's head and limbs. These were more challenging to remove, as they clung directly to the turtle's skin. Be gentle. Don't actually harm the turtle, Yin Xiaoxiao cautioned, her concern evident. Rest assured, I'm not boasting. My pedicure skills were honed under the tutelage of the oldest master at the bathhouse. I know my way around this, Yu Tianming asserted, genuinely confident this time, having spent years at his family's bathhouse learning a bit of foot care. Now, that knowledge was proving invaluable. Yin Xiaoxiao watched him skillfully wield the knife, initially feeling quite anxious. However, as several barnacles fell to the ground, her trepidation faded away. In her heart, She couldn't help but criticize him, this fellow, neglecting serious matters daily, yet quite adept at pedicures. Chapter 20. Finding a way to start a fire this time, the pedicure took a bit longer, lasting over an hour. Yu Tianming sheathed his dagger, gazing proudly at his handiwork. How does it look? Clean enough? Quite the turtle, isn't it? The massive sea turtle was spotless. Every barnacle's flesh consumed by the two of them. You're impressive, aren't you? Yin Xiao playfully complimented him. Of course. Ha ha ha. All right, my friend. It's time to head back. I didn't prepare dinner, so I want to keep you. Having enjoyed a hearty meal, he was in high spirits and no longer desired turtle soup. The sea turtle attempted to stretch its neck and limbs, relishing the long-awaited sensation of freedom, and approached Yin Xiao for a gentle nuzzle, causing her to giggle uncontrollably. Hey, you heartless creature, clearly a male, right? An old lecherous turtle, I disdain you. Just as she voiced her complaint, the turtle's hind legs kicked up sand on the beach, covering Yu Tianming's head. Is that how it is? I kindly helped you with your pedicure, and you're throwing a tantrum without paying. All right, you're jealous of the turtle, yet you still act like a child? Yin Xiao felt particularly pleased. Not only had she rescued this endangered sea turtle, but she had also enjoyed a satisfying meal. If only there were a bit of red wine to accompany it, life would be quite delightful. The sea turtle lingered for a while before slowly crawling back toward the sea. Is it leaving just like that? Shouldn't it offer some form of gratitude? The dolphins know to help me catch fish. How can this one be so ungrateful? Hey, look at it. Not even glancing back, leaving so resolutely. Until the turtle's figure vanished beneath the water's surface, Yu Tianming continued his complaints about the turtle's lack of loyalty. Yet, he merely said this out of habit, as he often rambled on like a woman when he got going. Once we return, don't you think I should receive some accolades? With both dolphins and turtles involved, I surely deserve the title of an exemplary youth. Yes, you're the greatest. All right. Yin Xiao didn't want to dampen his spirits, considering he had just done a good deed. She decided to let him bask in his self-importance for a while. Hey, do you think there is a possibility we could catch a few dolphins and ride them out? If not, we could always ride on the turtle's back. Yu Tianming's mind began to leap with ideas, leaving Yin Xiao both amused and exasperated. Sure, discuss it well with your friends. It might just work. Yin Xiao sighed inwardly, realizing that this fellow was completely carefree, unfazed by any situation. Having just had a satisfying meal, he was already daydreaming. But it was also quite nice, at least he was sufficiently optimistic. Wait for me. I need to refine this plan. Help me brainstorm a bit. When Yu Tianming regained his senses, Yin Xiao had already wandered far away. In a hurry, he picked up the scattered items, including some food, and rushed after her. The sun had finally begun its descent, losing some of its sting, as the two walked along the beach, resembling a couple on a leisurely vacation. One was tall and robust, while the other was slender and enchanting. The picturesque surroundings accentuated their harmony, save for Yu Tianming's incessant chatter. Ultimately, the last two coconuts were consumed when their cravings became unbearable. Now, the pressing concern before them was the issue of hydration. We've been walking for so long, and we haven't even spotted a puddle. How do you think these plants survive on this island? Yu Tianming's anxiety began to mount. Hunger was bearable, but the absence of water could not be sustained for long. Even if there was water, it might be subterranean, and given the vastness of the island, locating it would be nearly impossible. Yin Xiao began to share his concerns. It's strange. Despite walking along the coastline for at least half a day, we still can't see the end. The scenery appears unchanged from this perspective. The distant hills look just the same. This means the island is incredibly large. Why have I never heard of such a vast island before? Usually, larger islands are marked on maps, yet I've flown across oceans numerous times and never encountered it. Yin Xiao pondered in confusion. There's nothing difficult to comprehend. It's simply because this place has never been discovered, which is why there are no records. Yu Tianming finally displayed a moment of insight. If that were the case, rescue teams would have an impossible task locating them unless they continuously expanded their search and remained persistent. As Yin Xiao spoke, her voice dwindled, and tears began to flow unbidden. Why are you crying again? Don't panic. Once we find a suitable spot and build a fire, perhaps they will see us. He reassured her. Really? Yin Xiao was on the verge of losing hope. Absolutely, trust me. A handsome man and a beautiful woman can't starve to death. He gestured toward a more spacious area ahead. Look, That place seems broader. Shall we settle here? All right, it's your call, she replied, her spirits at an all-time low. Not far ahead lay an open expanse, with trees standing 50 meters away from the coastline, devoid of any vegetation in the vicinity, save for sand and gravel. The optimistic Yu Tianming was quick to act. Arriving at the center of the clearing, he rummaged through the collected debris, scrutinizing it carefully. What are you searching for? Yin Xiaoxiao inquired. I'm looking for something to ignite a fire. All the wood around here is damp. How can we start a fire? Can you start a fire by rubbing sticks? Yin Xiaoxiao suddenly recognized a quality in Yu Tianming. With confidence, he thumped his chest, declaring, "What can I do? I'm a devoted fan of both Bear Grylls and the legendary chef, having watched every episode without fail. Starting a fire by friction? Leave it to me. It's a piece of cake." If they could indeed manage to create fire, their nights would be far less daunting. Moreover, there exists a possibility that rescue teams may indeed be attracted. Yin Xiaoxiao holds an immense admiration for Yu Tianming. However, Yu Tianming has once again succumbed to his old habit. His charm fades in mere seconds. Disappointed, he scattered the trash with a kick and sulkily sat on the ground. What happened? Yin Xiaoxiao inquired anxiously. There's nothing here to ignite. What are we supposed to do? Yu Tianming replied disheartenedly. What do we need? Yin Xiaoxiao, having just rekindled her hopes, was reluctant to let them extinguish so swiftly. We need something dry and fine, anything that can catch fire easily. Yu Tianming responded with a sigh of resignation. Yin Xiaoxiao glanced around, realizing there was indeed nothing suitable. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. I have an idea. What idea? Yu Tianming asked, puzzled. Yin Xiaoxiao pointed to her head, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous smile. What do you mean? Are you suggesting I burn myself? Yu Tianming replied, looking bewildered, which nearly sent Yin Xiaoxiao into a fit of rage. I meant my hair. My hair. Goodness. Thank heavens, I don't have a heart condition. Huh? Oh. Yu Tianming finally grasped her meaning, but still tried to maintain his composure. I know you're talking about your hair. It's not like you're attached to that messy bird's nest on your head. You're infuriating. Hand me the knife. Yin Xiaoxiao snatched the dagger and, without hesitation, sliced through her hair, revealing a handful of dark strands. Here, take it, she huffed, tossing it to him. Hey, I find your short hair quite adorable. He remarked. Go away and focus on starting the fire. Yin Xiaoxiao shot back, her expression one of displeasure. Having such a teammate was truly exasperating as a girl. It pained her to sever her beautiful locks. Yet, this fellow continued to make light of the situation. If you can't start fire, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. With the fire tinder secured, Yu Tianming attempted to recall the fire-starting technique demonstrated in the video. With newfound confidence, he ventured nearby, gathering a considerable amount of semi-dry twigs. He found a relatively thick piece of wood and, using the dagger as an axe, struck it against a large stone until it split in two. He then selected a stick of appropriate thickness and sharpened one end. Now, he was ready to commence. Yin Xiaoxiao observed his preparations with a sense of satisfaction. He seemed competent, indeed, and perhaps he truly understood the art of friction fire. Yu Tianming sat on the ground, stabilizing the wood with his foot, and formed the gathered hair into a bundle, wrapping it around the stick. Yin Xiaoxiao watched intently as he took a deep breath and suddenly turned to announce, I'm about to begin. His serious demeanor nearly caused her to twist her back in surprise. He chuckled a few times before genuinely starting. Rub, em rubbing. Yu Tianming found the task quite simple, so he hummed a rhythmic tune while vigorously rubbing the stick. 10 minutes passed. Wait, why is there no reaction at all? He mused aloud. Is it the posture? He muttered to himself and changed to a kneeling position. Rub, I'm rubbing. 15 minutes had elapsed, and upon glancing at the wooden material below, Yu Tianming noticed it remained utterly unresponsive, save for the disheveled tuft of hair. No, let me gather my thoughts. Are you truly capable? Yin Xiaoxiao, who had initially awaited with fervent anticipation, was now thoroughly disenchanted. Even a little plume of smoke would suffice as a sign of progress. Aside from wreaking havoc on my hair, what else have you accomplished? Don't be impatient. I am contemplating. Yu Tianming had boasted confidently about his ability to ignite a fire. The posture? It should be adequate. The wood? That seems right as well. The hair? I forgot to chop it into fine pieces. Realizing the crucial step, Yu Tianming joyfully slapped his thigh. This time, it would surely work. He hastily found an object to prop up the hair and used a dagger as a makeshift knife. Chopping wildly. Watch closely. A little flame will surely emerge soon. 20 minutes passed, and beads of sweat began to form on Yu Qianming's brow. Yet there was still not a single spark, nor even the faintest wisp of smoke. At this point, he could no longer maintain his composure. His brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Should he concede defeat? Yin Xiaoxiao, long since losing interest, was now merely concerned about the fate of her hair. This is absurd. In the videos, both Bear Grylls and Dave Canterbury seem to create fire effortlessly. Why is it so silent here? Is it the quality of your hair? Your hair quality is the issue. If you dislike it, then use your own. Yin Xiaoxiao watched in dismay as Yu Tianming recklessly sacrificed a substantial portion of his own hair, her heart aching at the sight. While Yu Tianming meticulously pondered the key issues, he did not engage in a debate with Yin Xiaoxiao. Just as she was on the brink of despair, he suddenly shouted, "I've got it. What have you figured out?" Yin Xiaoxiao was startled. "I've realized that Bear Grylls and Dave Canterbury are charlatans. They deceived me. This method cannot possibly ignite a fire." "Oh dear." Yin Xiaoxiao was on the verge of breaking down. "After all this time, that's the conclusion you've reached? If friction methods are ineffective, how did primitive humans create fire? They used lighters, of course. If this doesn't work, let us quickly search for food and water instead." She had completely given up hope. "Who says it can't be done? I refuse to believe that this minor task can thwart me." Yu Qianming's obstinate nature flared up. "And what do you propose to do?" Please give me another handful of hair." Yu Tianming cast a sheepish glance at Yin Xiaoxiao, whose once flowing locks had now been reduced to shoulder length. "More? I'm nearly bald. If you need hair, cut your own. I'm done with this." Yin Xiaoxiao was infuriated, regretting ever placing her trust in this boastful individual. If things continued as they were, not only would they fail to create fire, but she would soon find herself entirely bald. Without waiting for Yu Tianming to respond, she stood up and walked away, resolutely choosing to ignore such an unreliable companion. "If you won't give it, then don't. I have plenty of hair. It's just a pity about my hairstyle." Yu Tianming, undeterred, thought to himself that if worse came to worst, he could always embrace being bald. However, the fire must be ignited. Beyond the concerns of appearance, the current situation necessitated it. With a dagger in hand, he cautiously began to trim his hair. Once satisfied with the length, he set about the task of creating fire through friction. Yin Xiaoxiao, initially irked, found herself stifling laughter at the sight of Yu Tianming's unconventional hairstyle, reminiscent of a dog eschewed fur. His head sported patches of black and white, forming a rather avant-garde look. Yet, Yu Tianming persevered, driven by determination. "Damn it, once I create fire, I can return home and boast to those fools that I've made fire with my bare hands. They'll be envious." Sweat dripped down. He had no time to wipe it away. Exhaustion threatened, yet he dared not rest. Time slipped away. Yin Xiaoxiao observed Yu Tianming's unwavering focus with a sense of admiration. If only he weren't so melodramatic, he might actually appeal to me. However, thoughts of his previous antics quickly dimmed any fondness she felt. 3 hours passed, and aside from a few brief rests, Yu Tianming remained engrossed in his endeavor. His tenacity was commendable. As the sun began its descent, Yin Xiaoxiao glanced at the sky, a flicker of helplessness crossing her mind as she prepared to search for a suitable place to spend the night. Just then, she heard Yu Tianming burst into laughter. "Ha ha, I told you, such a trivial matter could never defeat me. We have fire. We have fire." Accompanied by his exuberant laughter, the half-wooden stick in his hand began to emit wisps of smoke. Yin Xiaoxiao was taken aback, genuinely astonished by his success. The impact of having fire was overwhelmingly profound. "Is it really fire? Let me see, let me see." She rushed over with remarkable speed, excitement radiating from her, tears welling in her eyes. She was elated. Fire. It was indeed fire. Once the initial thrill subsided, Yu Tianming adopted an air of superiority, his expression brimming with self-importance. "How about that? Am I not impressive? Such a minor challenge could never thwart me. Yu Tianming, you are truly remarkable. I knew you could do it." In that moment, Yu Tianming appeared almost divine in Yin Xiaoxiao's eyes. Living alongside such a man on a deserted island felt like a gift from the heavens. While he feigned modesty, the pride in his eyes and the corners of his mouth betraying a smile revealed that he relished Yin Xiaoxiao's admiration. "Let us ignite the fire quickly. Once we have fire, we can prepare delicious meals and no longer subsist on raw food." Yin Xiaoxiao, disregarding Yu Tianming's arrogance, found herself salivating at the thought of a warm meal. "Look at your pitiful state. Just wait. I will conjure a roaring flame for you, exclaimed Yu Tianming haughtily, casting his gaze around. Suddenly, a look of panic crossed his face. What are you looking for? Yin Xiaoxiao inquired. Oh no, Yu Tianming cursed himself, wishing he could slap his own face. How could he forget such an essential task? His old habit resurfaced. As usual, he could not maintain his composure for more than 3 seconds. He searched frantically, only to emerge empty-handed, his face falling as he lamented, I completely forgot to prepare kindling. What should we do? I'll go gather some right away. Yin Xiaoxiao panicked as well. The precious spark they had obtained could not be wasted. She hurriedly dashed toward the edge of the forest, but before she could reach her destination, she heard Yu Tianming's anguished wail. It's out. The fire is out. My little spark. Despite his attempts to blow on the embers, only the remnants of ash scattered around remained. Not a single spark was left. Yin Xiaoxiao felt as if her emotions had taken a roller coaster ride, having just ascended to a peak only to plummet down in an instant. Damn it. I refuse to believe this. If it doesn't work, I'll try again. Yu Tianming declared fiercely, clutching a half-section of wood that bore several small holes, painstakingly drilled by him. He seemed determined to persist with this piece of wood until the very end. Rest assured, this time I have experience. Within an hour, I guarantee I will produce a flame for you. Yu Tianming felt as though his face had been struck countless times by Yin Xiaoxiao's gaze. A humiliation he could not bear. How could he lose face in front of a woman? He was resolute in his mission to create fire today. Yin Xiaoxiao let out a bitter smile and a long sigh. The emotional highs and lows were truly unbearable. However, witnessing Yu Tianming's earnest dedication brought her a sense of comfort. Let him toil. At least he had nearly succeeded in producing fire. No, it should be said he was almost successful. Once again, Yu Tianming began to cut his hair. It was already sparse, and now he was on the verge of baldness. Yin Xiaoxiao, feeling exasperated, moved aside to prepare various small twigs for him, hoping to prevent him from forgetting again. This teammate can be quite a headache. Uncertain how long it would take Yu Tianming this time, Yin Xiaoxiao decided to look around for anything useful. Perhaps she might find a piece of plastic to stave off the night's chill. She searched along the forest's edge, venturing about 50 meters. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept past her, sending a shiver through her body and startling her. How could there be a cold breeze on such a hot day? Turning back, she spotted Yu Tianming not far away, still sitting on the ground, tirelessly persevering. Feeling somewhat reassured, she mustered her courage and pushed aside a thicket of lush grass, only to gasp in astonishment. A cave? It's enormous. But as she scanned her surroundings, her excitement grew even more, not just because of the cave's presence, but because beside its entrance there lay a clear spring. Though the area was modest, merely 2 or 3 square meters, the crystal-clear water was enough to make one's mouth water. It had been nearly 2 days since they had last tasted water, with only a few coconuts to barely quench their thirst. This discovery promised to sustain the two of them for a while longer, and Yin Xiaoxiao's heart began to race. Fire had been kindled swiftly, and now water was at hand. Happiness had arrived rather unexpectedly. However, she soon regained her composure, reminding herself not to panic and to test the water quality. What if it were seawater? She cautiously made her way through the dense grass to the edge of the small pond. Upon closer inspection, the inviting clarity of the water was even more enchanting. Without much hesitation, she felt confident that this was fresh water. Dipping her finger in, she found the water to be refreshingly cold, a sensation that was utterly delightful. Fresh water. It was indeed fresh water. 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 Ha ha ha. Yin Xiaoxiao took a sip and leaped with excitement, shouting joyfully. Yu Tianming was over 50 meters away and could not make out what she was exclaiming. All he heard were fragments. Who? This woman. Is she trying to complicate matters? Can't she just stay quiet for a moment? Is she dissatisfied with my struggles? After muttering a few complaints, he returned his focus to the wood. Yin Xiaoxiao, brimming with joy, rushed back, her slippers having fallen off, but she paid them no mind, leaping onto Yu Tianming's back while still grinning foolishly. Are you out of your mind? Yu Tianming said, his expression sour. He had just made some progress when Yin Xiaoxiao interrupted him. Water, water, water. Yin Xiaoxiao stammered, her excitement palpable. Who are you talking about? Have you discovered some animal? Water. I mean drinking water. Yin Xiaoxiao finally managed to catch her breath. What's so remarkable about water? The ocean is full of it, Yu Tianming replied dismissively. But then his eyes widened. Water? Where's there water? I'm about to die of thirst. Over there, right over there. Such a large pool. I tested it. It's fresh water. Hurry, take me there. Don't just stand there. Yu Tianming tossed aside the wood and pulled Yin Xiaoxiao in that direction. Chapter 023. The consequences of the outburst. Yu Tianming's thirst far exceeded that of Yin Xiaoxiao. The scant water on the leaves had mostly been given to her, and he had reserved the coconut juice for her as well. He had managed to endure without complaint for so long, but he was nearing his limit. After just igniting the fire, he had sweated profusely. Now, hearing about the water was like a wolf discovering a solitary beauty. His eyes gleamed with longing. When Yu Tianming reached the small pond, he disregarded all decorum, plunging his head into the water and drinking voraciously, resembling a wild beast. It was a full half-minute before he raised his head, letting out a satisfying burp. "Oh, that was glorious!" he exclaimed. Then, lacking any sense of propriety, he lay beside the pond, eyes closed, savoring the coolness in his mouth. Yin Xiaoxiao understood the depths of his hardship and chose not to disturb him. She took a few steps away to avoid the area tainted by his half-bald head, cradling the fresh water in her hands, drinking and shedding tears. "Why am I crying again? When there is fire, you weep. When there is water, you still weep. If one day I were to perish, I would certainly invite you to my funeral to lament, for you seem quite adept at it." This fellow has not spoken a single commendable word. Yin Xiaoxiao chose to ignore his remarks, and, with a series of sobs, expressed, "I have never regarded water so precious, so delectable." "Oh, fine, fine. Look at your ambitions. While you linger here, I shall fetch a bottle. My friend, you have shown remarkable foresight, knowing it would surely come in handy." The boastful Yu Tianming rose to leave the thicket, only to be called back by Yin Xiaoxiao. "What do you need the bottle for? There's a ready-made cave here. Wouldn't it be better to stay here? Why return to that small cavern? Oh, indeed, why am I so attached to that place? A true man considers the world his home. What care is there for a wife? Come, my dear, let us return to my abode." With the thirst issue resolved, Yu Tianming's arrogance returned. "Surely, your words are excessively grandiose. I feel as though I am destined to become the matriarch of a bandit's lair." Nevertheless, she obediently followed behind Yu Tianming, eager to explore this new dwelling. The cave entrance was vast enough to accommodate a car. Inside, it was shrouded in darkness. With no visible end, the cold wind that had just brushed past them emanated from within. "I'm a bit frightened. Please walk slowly," Yin Xiaoxiao, who had always been afraid of the dark, instinctively grasped Yu Tianming's hand, glancing apprehensively into the inky depths. "What nonsense! Fear not. I shall protect you. Even if a giant elephant were to emerge, I would merely consider his steed," he boasted, thumping his chest in a display of bravado. Yet, this did little to allay Yin Xiaoxiao's unease. The darkness was overwhelming. After they had ventured a mere 10 meters inside, the gloom deepened. "Perhaps we should reconsider. Let us return, for this cave is too profound, and who knows what lurks within." Yin Xiaoxiao, aware of his pompous nature, sought to offer him an exit strategy, for she too was reluctant to delve deeper into the eerie atmosphere. "Ah, as you say, let us depart then." Yu Tianming, internally uncertain but unwilling to concede, maintained his facade. However, as he turned, his foot suddenly slipped. Thud! What happened? Are you all right? Yin Xiaoxiao rushed to help Yu Tianming up, who grimaced as if he had fallen heavily. "Did you injure yourself? Let me see." "See what?" Yu Tianming, feeling quite humiliated, was in no mood for banter. He patted his backside, realizing it was damp and sticky. Looking at his hand, he discovered a dark green substance clinging to it. Leaning closer, he sniffed and exclaimed, "What the hell? Who could be so inconsiderate as to not flush after using the toilet?" Fuming, he realized he had landed in a mound of excrement, an impressively large one at that. Yin Xiaoxiao quickly recoiled, distancing herself by 2 meters, pinching her nose in disgust. "You need to wash that off immediately," she urged, waving her hands frantically, terrified of the messy man approaching her. "Curse this wretched creature. I swear, if I ever encounter you again, I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson." He fumed, thoroughly enraged. Yu Tianming mumbled as he prepared to step outside, covered in an unpleasant mess. As he passed by Yin Xiaoxiao, he nearly knocked her over with the stench. Suddenly Yin Xiaoxiao gasped, "Ah, there's something inside." Without a thought for the foul odor emanating from Yu Tianming, she instinctively took refuge behind him. In a fit of anger, Yu Tianming turned, brandishing his dagger, and growled. Who is there? Show yourself. If you dare, I'll make you pay. This isn't a public restroom. Upon turning, he spotted two green orbs flickering in the depths of the cave, slowly approaching them. Hey, you've finally shown up. Come closer if you dare. Yu Tianming's temper found an outlet, his bravado reaching new heights. Despite the size of the eyes, which belonged to what he assumed was a small beast, he felt a sense of confidence. We should leave quickly. What if it's a wild animal? Yin Xiaoxiao's legs trembled, fear making her feel as though she might lose control. I refuse to be intimidated, whatever it is. I'll teach it a lesson today. Yet before Yu Tianming could finish his boastful declaration, the two green lights emerged from the shadows, revealing a creature that startled him, rendering his speech stammering. A massive lizard, more than 2 meters long and over 3, including its tail, ambled into view. Its eyes, the size of an infant's fist, were fixed intently upon them. With robust limbs and sharp claws that glinted in the light, its body was covered in thick, bumpy scales that sent shivers down one's spine. A long, pale tongue flicked in and out, dripping with viscous saliva that plopped to the ground. It halted about 7 or 8 meters away, seemingly assessing the two humanoid beings before it, as it had never encountered such creatures before. The bravado Yu Tianming had just displayed dissipated and trembling. He held his short dagger and stammered, Big brother, I'm just a newcomer here, come to pay my respects. I rushed over without a gift. I can go back and fetch one. He began to retreat slowly, dragging Yin Xiaoxiao with him. However, the giant lizard advanced at a leisurely pace, maintaining a steady distance from them. What do we do? It looks like a carnivore, Yin Xiaoxiao asked, her voice quivering. Regret washed over her. Entering this cave had been a terrible mistake. Stay calm, I've got it under control. Let us move slowly. No need to rush, Yu Tianming replied. Forcing himself to appear composed, even as terror gripped his heart. The creature's limbs were thicker than his own thighs, and its mouth was larger than his head. What on earth were they going to do? Brother, could you not accompany us? We can manage on our own. Chapter 024. The valor of Yu Tianming. The two individuals trembled as they retreated to the mouth of the cave, yet the massive lizard persistently trailed them, maintaining a distance of 7 to 8 meters. This is the end, Yu Tianming lamented inwardly. It seemed the creature intended to make them its dinner. Had he heeded Yin Xiaoxiao's warnings, he wouldn't have felt compelled to act so bravely. However, it was too late for regrets, for the giant lizard clearly had no intention of letting them go. Strangely, it had yet to launch an attack, providing them a brief respite for contemplation. Yu Tianming was oblivious to Yin Xiaoxiao's thoughts. He felt utterly helpless. An audacious idea crossed his mind. If they simply continued to retreat, perhaps the great lizard would not object. If only they could reach the shoreline. He mused, would the creature still be so formidable in the water? Unfortunately, his plan could not come to fruition. Yin Xiaoxiao must have stepped on something, for a sharp pain shot through her foot, eliciting a startled cry, which she quickly stifled. Yet it was too late. That cry was akin to a starting gun. The seemingly cumbersome body of the giant lizard sprang into action with astonishing speed, its maw wide open as it lunged towards Yu Tianming. Run, he shouted, pivoting sharply and pulling Yin Xiaoxiao along. Their pace was nothing short of breathtaking, a speed that would have made them contenders in the Olympic sprinting events. While Yu Tianming may boast in other areas, running was undoubtedly his forte. His powerful legs had allowed him to evade countless beatings and the wrath of his father. Don't look back, head for the sea, he urged Yin Xiaoxiao, not daring to glance behind. He could distinctly hear the sound of the lizard's claws scraping against the ground, along with the unsettling noises emanating from its throat, as if it were salivating at the prospect of devouring them. The clarity of these sounds indicated that the giant lizard was close behind, and it seemed that their demise was imminent. Yu Tianming wished he could sprout additional legs, summoning every ounce of strength he possessed. Yin Xiaoxiao shrieked again, for she was the closest to the lizard, and upon glancing back, she saw its tongue almost grazing her leg, sending her into a panic. They were merely 40 to 50 meters from the shore, with only 5 or 6 meters remaining. The lizard's speed clearly surpassed theirs, and its massive jaws were poised to snap at Yin Xiaoxiao. Yu Tianming! Yin Xiaoxiao's piercing scream reverberated painfully in his ears. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he had no time to ponder. Gritting his teeth, he summoned an extraordinary burst of strength, swinging his arm with ferocity. In that instant, Yin Xiaoxiao's body seemed to soar above him, plunging directly into the awaiting waters ahead. Her mind was a whirlwind. She felt as though she were spinning before plunging heavily into the water. Yet, amidst the chaos, one clear thought emerged. Yu Tianming had risked himself to save her. But what would become of him? This decisive maneuver had significantly slowed Yu Tianming's pace, and, as the lizard missed its bite, its ferocity intensified. With a powerful thrust of its limbs, it lunged towards Yu Tianming. Yu Tianming, aware that Yin Xiaoxiao was temporarily safe, had no time to ponder further. He executed a swift roll to evade the massive maw of the creature. The giant lizard abruptly halted, swinging its head in a menacing arc, preparing for another assault. With a dagger still clutched in his right hand, Yu Tianming hurled it without a moment's hesitation. However, the once sharp blade merely embedded itself as a minuscule dent upon the creature's thick hide. Fortunately, this fleeting action afforded Yu Tianming a brief respite, allowing him to scramble back to his feet. Yet, the path to the coast was now obstructed, the giant lizard standing resolutely between him and safety. The beast seemed to recognize it had encountered a formidable opponent, hesitating to strike as it faced Yu Tianming. He shifted a few steps to the left, and the giant lizard mirrored his movement. When he shifted right, the creature continued to block his escape. What to do? A sense of urgency rose within Yu Tianming. Retreating was not an option, as that would surely lead to his demise. Fleeing into the woods? That seemed futile, too. There was no way he could outrun the creature, especially without proper footwear. Just then, Yin Xiaoxiao finally emerged from the water. Upon seeing that Yu Tianming was still alive, she immediately cried out, "Yu Tianming, run this way." Frustration welled up within him. "What are you doing, woman? Can't you see I'm trying to keep this beast at bay? Why provoke it?" The thought flitted through his mind. But the lizard, agitated by the sound, lunged forward once more. With no choice, Yu Tianming sprinted backward. The creature quickly closed the distance, snapping its jaws at him. Alert to the imminent danger, he executed a sharp turn, narrowly evading its attack. A realization struck him. While the giant lizard possessed remarkable straight-line speed, it struggled with agility in turns. Enlightened by this insight, Yu Tianming decided to test his hypothesis. He sprinted a few steps ahead, creating distance, and then paused, waiting for the lizard to close in. "Yu Tianming, what are you doing? Hurry up." Yin Xiaoxiao, standing in the water, was on the verge of panic. "Calm down and watch. Allow me to demonstrate the art of outsmarting a giant lizard," he retorted. As he finished speaking, the creature lunged toward him. He accelerated forward and executed another sharp turn. "Huh, did you see that? It can't catch me." Yu Tianming had begun to adapt to the rhythm of the lizard's attacks, even finding the time to retrieve his dagger. With renewed vigor, he dashed into the water. "Are you trying to scare me to death?" Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her heart finally settling as Yu Tianming waded into the sea. "Could you not act so recklessly? What if something happened to you? What would I do alone?" Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. She had been terrified on multiple occasions, fearing that Yu Tianming might meet his end at the jaws of the beast. Despite his often irksome demeanor, she realized that living was far preferable to losing him. All right, stop crying. I only want to retrieve this dagger. Without it, how are we to navigate the future?" Yu Tianming, though seemingly rough around the edges, cleverly concocted an excuse on the spot. Yin Xiaoxiao shot him a few resentful glances before finally speaking. "What shall we do now?" Yu Tianming glanced at the giant lizard and realized that the creature had not given up. It lingered at the water's edge, its piercing green eyes fixed intently on the two of them, unwilling to relent. "What is the big deal? We can wade back, after all. This beast dares not venture into the water." Once out of danger, Yu Tianming's bravado returned. "It seems we have no other choice." At that moment, Yin Xiaoxiao finally caught her breath. Chapter 025, it turns out lizards can swim, just as the two made their move. The giant lizard on the shore became alert and followed their movements. "Oh, for heaven's sake, is this never-ending?" Yu Tianming was infuriated, having already entered the water. Why was the creature still pursuing them? "You ugly brute, do you intend to follow me home?" He retreated a few steps, only to find the giant lizard mimicking his movements, its eyes fixated on him, its long tongue flicking in his direction, sniffing away. "Ah, so you intend to persist?" Yu Tianming suddenly had an epiphany. "You should move a bit further away." Oh, Yin Xiaoxiao was puzzled by his intentions, but obediently waited 10 meters away. As anticipated, the giant lizard remained on the shore, fixated solely on Yu Tianming, ignoring Yin Xiaoxiao entirely. Yu Tianming's earlier antics had thoroughly enraged the creature, and it seemed determined not to rest until it had devoured him. Damn it, you wish to challenge me? Very well, you wretched beast, just wait. Yu Tianming's fierce spirit ignited as he bellowed. Xiaoxiao, wait here while I lure this creature away. You go back to the shore and retrieve our belongings. Head back to the cave and wait for me. Even at this critical juncture, he did not forget about the heap of junk he had collected. I'm leaving. What will you do? Yin Xiaoxiao protested. I won't go. I want to stay with you. At that moment, leaving Yu Tianming behind to escape was not something she could bring herself to do. Moreover, he had put himself in danger to save her. If she shamelessly abandoned him now, how could they face each other in the future? You stubborn woman, why are you so troublesome? Just go. I have my ways to escape. If worst comes to worst, I'll swim back. I was the swimming champion in elementary school. Yu Tianming's restraint was commendable. Under such circumstances, he still managed to remain civil. If it weren't for Yin Xiaoxiao, who was somewhat likable, he might have already lost his temper. But enough with the buts. Just listen and do as I say. I want to die. Yu Tianming felt utterly drained. If this were back home, he would have been furious enough to stomp and curse. Though he had been in numerous brawls throughout his life, he had never laid a hand on a woman. Yin Xiaoxiao continued to argue. If you utter one more word, I'll drown myself to spare you the trouble. Will you leave or not? I'll ask you one last time. Yu Tianming was exasperated, shouting in anger. Deep down, he too was uncertain whether his plan would work. What if the giant lizard lost patience and jumped into the water, lacking a comprehensive understanding of the habits of the monstrous lizard? Who can say if it possesses the ability to swim? If one can escape, it is certainly preferable to both falling prey to the creature. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Yin Xiaoxiao's face as she observed Yu Tianming's resolute demeanor from a distance of several meters, her heart heavy with sorrow. She began to reproach herself, lamenting her decision to enter that cave. How much better it would have been to return directly after quenching her thirst. Now, she risked Yu Tianming's life, all in a bid to save her own. Yu Tianming, you must return alive. I will be waiting for you at home, she urged, her tender farewell inciting a furious roar from him. Ultimately, she departed, albeit glancing back at him repeatedly. Upon witnessing her leave, Yu Tianming felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. He then turned to walk in the opposite direction, while the lizard steadfastly pursued him along the shore. Wading through the water, he trudged for 100 or so meters, until the angle no longer allowed him to see Yin Xiaoxiao. That girl never listens, always causing me trouble, but she should be safe now. Let us not forget those precious belongings. With only himself and the lizard remaining, he felt a slight easing of his anxiety. After all, with only himself to consider, his chances of escape had improved. You bastard, if you have guts, come into the water. Let's see if I can't take you down. Yu Tianming shouted defiantly at the lizard. Yet, the creature exhibited remarkable patience in its hunt. Lying still by the shore, it only moved when he did, remaining silent like a lifeless log. Continuing in this manner was untenable. He couldn't shake off this wretched creature. Yu Tianming began to feel troubled. The lizard had been confronting him for over half an hour, showing no signs of retreat. Now he faced two options: either confront the lizard on land or dive back into water. The first option was out of the question. It would be akin to walking into certain death. The second option, however, seemed feasible. Without hesitation, he resolved to act. As he prepared to leave, he couldn't help but taunt the lizard. You wait right there. Once I have the right tools, I'll come back for you. Farewell. With that, Yu Tianming gradually waded into the deeper waters, plunging beneath the surface. The lizard, sensing his movement, sprang to its feet, scanning the water's surface for any sign of its prey. After approximately 2 minutes, Yu Tianming resurfaced from a distance. Seeing the lizard still foolishly searching around, he let out a few chuckles and even gestured rudely at the shore. Alas, some patterns are destined to repeat. Yu Tianming remained trapped in the cycle of fleeting charm. To his horror, the lizard, having detected his position, voluntarily entered the water. This unexpected turn left Yu Tianming utterly terrified. You little trickster, you promised not to enter the water. Damn it, you swim so well. Just as he had time to utter a curse, Yu Tianming noticed the immense lizard's back and head emerging from the water surface. Its swimming speed was not particularly swift, yet surpassed his own. He hurriedly swam toward the deeper waters, realizing that returning to the shore was no longer an option. Given the current pace of the giant lizard, he would surely be intercepted before he reached land. However, the direction of the deep water was also a dead end. Yu Qianming's heart sank in despair. Damn it! He had overestimated himself. Even if the lizard couldn't catch up, he would eventually succumb to exhaustion and drown. Yet, he could only entertain such thoughts. He had to swim with all his might. Every additional minute of life was a precious gift. This was it. He was truly facing death. His father's bathing complex awaited his return for him to inherit, and there was that little flight attendant he had yet to win over. Was he really going to die with so many regrets? Damn it, if I can't outswim you, then let us see who can hold their breath longer. Yu Tianming took a deep breath and plunged beneath the surface. Unbeknownst to him, the giant lizard followed suit, creating a relentless scene. If someone were aware of this predicament, they would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of curses. Chapter 26. Rescued by a sea turtle in the face of peril underwater, Yu Tianming found it impossible to open his eyes. After several attempts, he nearly choked on water. Nevertheless, he persevered, striving to swim deeper. The giant lizard, however, possessed a thin membrane over its eyes, enabling it to locate its target even in the water. With its massive tail and feet propelling it forward at a speed far exceeding Yu Qianming's, it surged toward him. Oblivious to these developments, Yu Tianming could only silently pray. Don't come any closer. Please, spare me this early demise. If you must eat me, wait until after I drown. I don't want to perish so disgracefully. Yu Tianming was gambling with his life, yet it was clear that he was losing. The lizard was now merely 2 meters away, and unable to open his mouth underwater, it prepared to drag him above the surface with its sharp claws. Yu Tianming could feel the turbulent currents around him. Aware that the giant lizard was closing in, he sighed internally, resigning himself to fate. After all, stranded on a deserted island, death was inevitable. Perhaps an earlier release would be a blessing, sparing others from his troubles. Just as the lizard's claws were about to graze his skin, an enormous creature collided with it from an unexpected angle, sending the giant lizard flying far away. The water around Yu Tianming surged violently, and his body collided with something solid. A mouthful of seawater rushed into his mouth, choking him fiercely, having already reached his limit for holding his breath. He flailed his limbs, realizing he was on the verge of sinking. The solid object beside him shifted, lifting him upwards and propelling him swiftly toward the surface. Yu Tianming felt as though he were on the brink of death, but as his head broke through the water, he inhaled a great quantity of fresh air. Aha! Ha! Yu Tianming gasped for breath, taking some time to recover. It was only at this moment that Yu Tianming realized he was sprawled upon the shell of a turtle. The carapace of this leatherback turtle, surpassing a square meter in area, was fixated on the surface of the water ahead. At that moment, a giant lizard emerged, seemingly assessing the colossal turtle. It's you, old turtle. Yu Tianming, having narrowly escaped a dire situation, felt a lingering trepidation, yet he instantly recognized the leatherback turtle he had previously tended to. Goodness, the ups and downs of life are truly exhilarating. That scoundrel has been bullying me, but now my ally has arrived. Old turtle, let's join forces against him. The turtle, however, appeared oblivious to his words, calmly floating on the water's surface, deftly adjusting its direction to prevent the giant lizard from seizing an opportunity. The lizard's agility in the water clearly paled in comparison to that of the professional swimmer, the sea turtle. After a few minutes of standoff between the two behemoths, the lizard finally relented. Watching it swagger back to shore, Yu Tianming felt a twinge of disappointment. Brother, don't waver. Charge. I'm speaking to you. Could you at least respond? Hey, hello. It seems you truly lack the intelligence of a dolphin. Yu Tianming, though begrudgingly, could only watch as the giant lizard retreated to the land. He sighed deeply. Dear turtle brother, you saved me, for which I am grateful. But what now? Are we to float aimlessly? Yet, before he could finish lamenting, the sea turtle began to swim toward the opposite side, heading in the direction of the beach where Yu Tianming had previously tended to its flippers. All right, you remember the way home. You're not entirely dim-witted. Yu Tianming's spirits began to lift as he sat upon the turtle's back, enjoying the vastness of the ocean and even humming a little tune. The phrase carefree truly suited him. Before long, they reached the shallow waters, and Yu Tianming leapt directly onto solid ground. All right, old turtle, We shall part ways. Our debts are settled. As he prepared to depart, the sea turtle clamped its beak around his ankle, not applying much force, but holding on nonetheless. What is this? Have you developed an addiction to flipper maintenance? Yu Tianming pondered, somewhat bewildered. However, he soon noticed something unusual. A multitude of stones began to float upon the surface behind him. A glance revealed at least 20 or 30 clusters. Now, he comprehended the situation and could not help but chuckle. Old turtle, you truly have a knack for gathering your relatives. Even Yu Tianming, with his simplicity, grasped that the sea turtle had summoned its kin for flipper repairs. As he observed the sizable stones making their way ashore, he noted that each was quite substantial. The smaller ones weighed around 70 to 80 kilograms, likely the younger generation, while the larger ones weighed at least 1 to 200 kilograms, presumably from the elder lineage. Among them, the largest turtle nearly caused him to gasp in shock. Goodness, you must weigh 500 kilograms. What do you feast upon? Regardless, Yu Tianming had no concept of 500 kilograms. He merely felt that the sea turtle before him was exceedingly large, surpassing the limits of his imagination. The turtles formed a circle around him, while he stood in the center, glancing left and right. Aside from the variations in size, they all resembled one another like spheres. The turtles' intentions were unmistakable. They wished for Yu Tianming to commence his foot care duties immediately. Let's discuss a matter, he began. Nightfall approaches swiftly. Might we return home first? I assure you, I will attend to each of your needs thoroughly. Is that acceptable? Upon observing the multitude of turtles, Yu Tianming realized that even if he were to stay awake all night, he would not be able to complete the task. After all, a beautiful woman awaited him at home, and she might be in tears from the darkness. She was exceedingly afraid of the dark, and he felt compelled to return and keep her company, as he could not bear to leave her alone. Cautiously, Yu Tianming slipped through the gaps in the circle of turtles. The turtles, exhibiting remarkable coordination, followed behind him, albeit at a slower pace, for there was but one path. Resigned, Yu Tianming accepted that he would not be sleeping tonight. After all, he had promised the turtles he would assist them with their foot care. The distance was not long, and soon he returned near the cave. Before he could approach, the sound of Yin Xiaoxiao's crying reached his ears. Yu Tianming, you truly are a good person. To save me, you sacrificed yourself, and I actually do not dislike you. It is merely your breath that is foul. Now I am all alone. What am I to do? Why are you so foolish? Why must you seek death? If we were to perish together, at least we would have company on the road to the underworld. Suddenly, an eerie voice echoed from behind Yin Xiaoxiao. He, little sister, am I not here to escort you? Shall we traverse the path of the underworld together? A piercing scream shattered the quiet of the cave. Yin Xiaoxiao, crouched and weeping, was startled by the voice. Without a moment's hesitation, she grabbed a stick and swung it behind her. Yu Tianming deftly dodged, chuckling, dear sister. Your technique with that stick needs refinement. Are you human or ghost? Yin Xiaoxiao stammered, trembling. What do you think? It is so arduous to walk alone. Allow me to accompany you. Yu Tianming attempted to continue his jest, yet the grin upon his face betrayed him. Upon witnessing this scene, Yin Xiaoxiao discarded the stick and burst into tears once more. With a few swift strides, her long legs closed the distance, and she embraced Yu Tianming tightly around the waist. You wretched man, why did you not return sooner? Do you know how worried I was? I thought. Her words faltered, and she began to sob uncontrollably. Yu Tianming, held tightly in her embrace, felt a swell of emotions as he gazed at Yin Xiaoxiao. She believed him to be dead, and he had harbored the same thought at that moment. However, after a harrowing journey through the gates of the underworld, he had returned, invigorated. Silly girl, who are we? Do you think a mere giant gecko could contend with me? It is not mere boasting. Had that fellow not fled so swiftly, I would have undoubtedly brought him crashing to the ground, perhaps even feasting on geckos by night. The scene was indeed quite intense. It was merely a matter of a few punches and kicks to send him scurrying away in disarray. The darkness of the cave hindered my performance, allowing that rascal to escape. Yin Xiaoxiao clung to him tightly, listening to his grandiose proclamations with a disdainful attitude. Let him boast. At least he has returned. Hey, am I speaking to a wall? A little response would be appreciated. And please refrain from leaning on me. Do you not recognize your own predicament? Yu Tianming began to voice his grievances once more. Yin Xiaoxiao blushed deeply and quickly released her grip, realizing that her previous actions were rather intimate. even causing her undergarments to become misshapen. You scoundrel, taking advantage of me while making sarcastic remarks. No wonder no woman finds you appealing. Yu Tianming added, look at this I have but this one pullover and it's covered in your snot. How am I supposed to face the world? He was lamenting about his clothing, not my situation. Regardless, he has returned, so I shall not hold this against him. Her once fair complexion bore traces of tears, with droplets still clinging to her lashes. Her large eyes fluttered, evoking sympathy. In the future, should such an incident occur, you cannot abandon me. Do you understand? She said, her voice tinged with grievance. This is called a strategic retreat. Do you comprehend? If you do not step aside, how can I fully unleash my prowess? I almost forgot to mention I was mere inches away from breaking its leg. In truth, Yin Xiaoxiao had not witnessed the events, and Yu Qianming's words grew increasingly ludicrous, as though he were a celestial being descended to save the world. All right, I acknowledge your prowess. It is good that you have returned. Should you continue this, you might as well be preparing to ascend to the heavens. What is happening here? Only at this moment did Yin Xiaoxiao notice the group of sea turtles following closely behind him. It was indeed the slow pace of the turtles that had afforded Yu Tianming ample opportunity to boast. Oh, these brothers have come seeking my foot care services, which indicates that our reputation for craftsmanship is renowned far and wide. TCH, you truly are a master of exaggeration. Although Yin Xiaoxiao had not witnessed the events, she could easily conjure an image in her mind. If all goes as expected, it must have been these sea turtles that rescued you. Nevertheless, your foot care skills are indeed commendable. Otherwise, the turtles would not have come in such numbers. So what shall we do now? Yin Xiaoxiao inquired. What else can we do? Open the door for business and attend to each foot in turn. However, the thought of over 20 turtles waiting for his attention made Yu Tianming grimace. Cleaning a single turtle takes at least an hour, and with more than 20 here, it seems I am destined for another sleepless night. Though weary, there is a significant advantage. The barnacles on these sea turtles, once removed, would suffice for sustenance for Yin Xiaoxiao and me for several days. Very well, consider it a business endeavor. If one wishes to earn their keep, hardship is inevitable. It is certainly preferable to frolicking with giant lizards in the water. What is the situation now? As Yu Tianming entered the cave, he observed that aside from the litter scattered about, numerous pieces of wood and branches lay strewn across the ground. I thought you wouldn't return, so I attempted to start a fire myself. As I am rather fearful of the dark, Yin Xiaoxiao lamented, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. So, how is your progress? Yu Tianming inquired with a smile. Isn't it obvious? There lies a piece of wood with several shallow indentations on it. If it weren't for your keen eyesight, one might struggle to discern it, she replied. After more than an hour, there had been no reaction whatsoever. I must admit, your ability to create fire is truly remarkable, Yin Xiaoxiao confessed, having realized after her own attempt just how challenging it was to start a fire by friction. Honestly, even if given 10 additional hours, I doubt I would achieve any results. Come on, show me your hands, Yu Tianming urged, not waiting for her consent. As he gently grasped her delicate hand for closer inspection, Yin Xiaoxiao tried to withdraw her hand, but her strength was inadequate. Having grown accustomed to a life of ease, her palms were now reddened and blistered in several places. Oh dear, a pang of sympathy struck Yu Tianming upon witnessing her discomfort. All right, let's put a stop to this. From now on, let me handle the heavy labor. Your responsibility shall be to ensure I am well fed and plump. I refuse to believe that this wretched place can starve us. With a soft giggle, Yin Xiaoxiao finally smiled, finding warmth in his clumsy yet heartfelt words. I can certainly help with tasks. I am not some pampered heiress, overly delicate. She was determined not to become a burden to Yu Tianming and felt it essential to contribute where she could. Oh, in that case, go gather firewood, both thick and thin, he instructed. You, Yin Xiaoxiao retorted, taken aback. Shouldn't their reunion after such adversity prompt some heartfelt exchanges? Just moments ago, he had spoken so gallantly, yet now he was sending her out to collect firewood. What are you staring at? The sun is setting. Hurry and gather some wood while I start the fire, he said, glancing at her bewildered expression before checking the dimming sky, his mood darkening. Fine. You certainly have a way about you, Mr. Yu. I shall go fetch the firewood, you heartless scoundrel, she huffed, shaking off his hand as she exited the cave. Unfazed, Yu Tianming turned to the turtles nearby, saying, Did you see that? This is what it's like dealing with women. They are quite the handful. He continued, "Just wait a moment. Once I get the fire going, I'll attend to each of your needs." The turtles remained silent, lying near the cave entrance, not lifting their heads or uttering a sound, leaving him feeling somewhat bored. Starting a fire was imperative. Now that he had learned the skill, he could not endure another night in darkness. He sifted through the branches, selecting a suitable one before beginning to rub it together. "Tell me, do you think if I practice here, I could become quite the expert at it when I return home?" The turtles responded with collective silence. "With my speed, isn't it a pity I'm not training in boxing?" He mused, yet the turtles remained mute. If the sea turtle could comprehend his words, it would undoubtedly exclaim, "Could you not hasten your pace a bit? We need to finish our tasks and return home." Chapter 28. You handle the foot repair, I will attend to the bathing. With the initial experience behind him, this time, lighting the fire was second nature for Yu Tianming. Having already spent an afternoon honing his skills, he had accumulated some experience. When Yin Xiaoxiao returned, cradling a substantial bundle of twigs, smoke was already beginning to rise. Sighing softly, Yin Xiaoxiao thought to herself that in such a wretched place, reliance on a man was indeed essential. She considered herself fortunate to have encountered such a simpleton. Had it been another man with ill intentions, her fate would surely have been dire. Setting aside her thoughts and regaining her composure, Yin Xiaoxiao entered the cave and unceremoniously tossed the bundle of firewood onto the ground. "Is this sufficient?" she snapped, still irked, for this fellow seemed utterly oblivious to the need for tenderness. "For now, that will do. You go outside and gather stones. Large ones?" "To encircle the fire pit," Yu Tianming replied, without lifting his gaze, casually inspecting the firewood before directing Yin Xiaoxiao to work. "You're capable. I will fetch the stones." Gritting her teeth, Yin Xiaoxiao began to curse him internally. "Just wait. Once I find a large stone, I shall crush you with it. You big fool. You're driving me to the brink." Previously, in an effort to save Yin Xiaoxiao, Yu Tianming had chosen to stay behind. This selfless act of heroism was not lost on her. Yet, the disparity in his behavior was astonishing. He had promised not to burden her with laborious tasks, and yet, barely 3 seconds had passed before he reneged on that promise. Stones of various sizes were carried into the cave by Yin Xiaoxiao in small groups, leaving her breathless. Meanwhile, the big fool was diligently focused on tending the fire. The smoke had thickened considerably, and it appeared that the fire was on the verge of being successfully ignited. "Is that sufficient? What more is there to do?" Yin Xiaoxiao puffed, suppressing her irritation. "If you find yourself at leisure, then please clean the debris from the back of our turtle brother. Once I am free, I shall attend to it. Just remember not to disturb the head or limbs. Leave those to me. I'll manage the delicate work. Consider this an opportunity for practice. Once we escape, we could open a couple less spa. You handle the foot repairs, and I shall take care of the bathing." "It would undoubtedly be a hit," he remarked casually. "You insufferable fool. Are you never finished? Am I merely your lackey? You expect me to tend to others' feet? How absurd. Repair, repair, repair. Repair your own," she retorted, contemplating the prospect of ending his life with a knife while he slept that night. Yin Xiaoxiao could only voice her grievances internally as she picked up a dagger, seated herself beside the turtle, and commenced her foot repair duties. In her frustration, she overlooked Yu Tianming's casual reference to a couple spa. Soon, a hearty laugh erupted from Yu Tianming, followed by a sudden burst of flames illuminating the dim cave. This time, he had not forgotten to prepare the fire-starting materials. One pitfall ought not to be repeated, especially with a beautiful overseer nearby. Yu Tianming felt quite pleased with himself, blissfully unaware that Yin Xiaoxiao had already cursed him countless times in her mind. "Stay there and keep an eye on the fire for me. Tonight we shall feast on roasted barnacles." "Ha ha ha ha. Your skills are lacking. Look at how you've butchered the sea turtle. It resembles one afflicted with alopecia. You must clean it up and present it neatly. To venture out with such a shell would tarnish my reputation." Yu Tianming cast a critical glance at Yin Xiaoxiao's work. Utterly dissatisfied, snatching the dagger from her grasp, he commenced his specialty, foot repair. At last, a fire was lit, and Yin Xiaoxiao felt a surge of happiness. Though it did not match her initial excitement upon first witnessing flames, especially with that insufferable fellow around. "I am not a professional podiatrist. How am I to know where to begin? Do you dare to voice your discontent? I have grievances as well." Yin Xiaoxiao was on the verge of losing her sanity due to this man. Seated by the fire, she simmered in silence until something fell upon her head. A glance to the side revealed a scattering of barnacles on the ground. "What else are you waiting for? Place them on the stones to roast. Must I spell out for you? Look at how you've made the turtle brother look. It's utterly hideous. This fellow continued to grumble, seemingly entrenched in the role of a podiatrist, unable to extricate himself. Eat, eat. You'll choke if you're not careful. She cursed silently, her hands never pausing as she gathered the barnacles and placed them on the stones, awaiting the grand feast in the warmth of the flames. Yu Tianming's craftsmanship was quite commendable, efficient and meticulous. The back of a single sea turtle was swiftly prepared, yielding a generous harvest of barnacles. Before long, the small cave was filled with the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. Having gone 2 days without a cooked meal, Yin Xiaoxiao ceased her maledictions against Yu Tianming. She gazed longingly at the roasted barnacles, steaming with a blend of seawater and succulent juices. The sight was enough to make the mouth-watering beauty drool uncontrollably. Go ahead and eat. The scent of your saliva wafts into my nostrils. Fill your belly first, then come and feed me. I cannot halt my work. Otherwise, I shan't sleep tonight. An hour had passed, yet he had only cleaned 1 sea turtle, with over 20 more waiting in line outside. What? You want me to feed you? How naive. I'll eat them all. Not a single one will be left for you. Starve, you rascal. Yin Xiaoxiao wasted no time, selecting the already roasted barnacles and smashing them open with small stones. A lump of tender white meat, fragrant and inviting. As she bit into it, the delicacy revealed itself to be succulent and delightful. How fragrant! Yin Xiaoxiao savored a mouthful, then exaggeratedly smacked her lips, making Yu Tianming swallow repeatedly in envy. Why does she abandon all decorum when food is involved? Was she a starving ghost in a past life? I'm merely being polite. And yet this foolish girl doesn't take the initiative to offer me a few morsels. Would it kill her? Her pride compelled Yu Tianming to focus intently on his labor, hoping that Yin Xiaoxiao would soon fill her belly and come to feed him. However, this gluttonous beauty had resolved to eat as much as she could, persisting even when full. If she thought she could feed him, she was in for a wait. We shall meet at dawn. I wonder how long you can endure. Poor Yu Tianming was laboriously tending to the sea turtles, while the enchanting Yin Xiaoxiao behind him munched away. Time passed swiftly, and after a good 3 hours, Yu Tianming, having honed his skills, had managed to attend to 7 or 8 sea turtles. At this rate, he should be able to finish before daybreak, and perhaps steal a brief nap. However, his stomach had rebelled countless times, and it was only when he could no longer bear it that he realized there was no sound behind him. Turning around, he was nearly driven to madness. Good heavens! Could there be a more inept teammate than you? Chapter 29. Gnawing on a pig's trotter around the campfire lay numerous empty shells, already beginning to form a small mound. Then, he beheld Yin Xiaoxiao, utterly devoid of grace, sprawled on the ground with her hands on her belly, fast asleep. Sister, it's one thing to drool. I've witnessed that before. But dear lady, your belly is so swollen. How much did you consume? 7 or 8 sea turtles, each adorned with at least 200 or 300 barnacles, added up to a staggering 1,000 or 2,000. Even if the flesh was scant after peeling, it was still meat. After all his hard work tending to these creatures, this woman had the audacity to doze off? To describe you as careless would be an affront to such a beautiful term. Yin Xiaoxiao, Yu Tianming called out in irritation. The drooling woman remained utterly unresponsive. What on earth? You eat your fill and then sleep? Are you a pig? Even pigs are more alert. At least they can grunt a little. Though he muttered his grievances, life must go on, concerned that she might catch a chill. Yu Tianming kindly removed his only hooded sweatshirt and gently draped it over Yin Xiaoxiao. Yet within seconds, she was likely too warm and unceremoniously tossed it aside. All right, you are truly something. I won't bother with you anymore. Fuming, Yu Tianming returned to his task at hand, grumpily stating, "See, this is what women are like. In the future, make sure to choose wisely when seeking a wife." The sea turtle, equally perplexed, did not comprehend his words. It was enjoying its foot care session. After all, lovably, it nudged its large head against Yu Tianming, seeming to urge him to work faster. I know, no need to rush. Even a foot care master is human and has his limits. After venting his frustrations, Yu Tianming resumed his work with the knife. He had no choice. Those barnacles had been devoured by Yin Xiaoxiao, and he needed to excavate anew. The sun had long set beyond the distant sea, and a crescent moon, resembling a silver hook, hung gracefully in the sky. The ocean was adorned with shimmering ripples, creating new waves that crashed against the shore. The moonlight perfectly illuminated the cozy little cave where a figure toiled diligently in search of sustenance. By the time Yu Tianming savored his first bite of the steaming, delectable barnacles, it was already midnight. After a day filled with such events, he was utterly exhausted. Had it not been for a promise, he would have succumbed to sleep long ago, as there were still a dozen sea turtles eagerly awaiting him. Yu Tianming gulped down several mouthfuls of barnacle meat to replenish his strength. A creeping sense of fatigue began to invade his mind. At that moment, he finally comprehended that being well-fed indeed induced drowsiness. He merely intended to rest his eyes for a few seconds, leaning gently against the cave wall, and soon fell into a deep slumber. The sea turtles, exhibiting remarkable synchronicity, remained at the cave entrance, refusing to leave, as this fellow had yet to complete his task before succumbing to sleep. As the night deepened, the campfire began to flicker and fade. The temperature within the cave dropped, yet the ambience remained warm. Yu Qianming's snoring seemed to guide Yin Xiaoxiao, who, in her dreams, rolled over several times before nestling once more into his embrace. When a morning sunlight streamed into the cave, the sea turtles were already awake, while the man and woman remained entwined in a tender slumber. However, their positions were rather unorthodox. At some point, they had switched places, and now Yu Tianming found himself holding Yin Xiaoxiao's feet, a satisfied expression gracing his face. With the corners of his mouth turned up, clearly content in his dreams. How fragrant, how delightful, Yu Tianming murmured in his sleep, accompanied by a chuckle. Yin Xiaoxiao felt an unbearable itch at her feet and finally woke up. Groggily opening her eyes, the sight before her left her utterly dumbfounded, her mind momentarily blank. For Yu Tianming was grinning foolishly, mouth agape, tongue extended, aiming directly at her toes. "You perverted fool!" Yin Xiaoxiao finally snapped out her daze, letting out a loud yell and delivering a kick to Yu Tianming. Ouch! The force of her kick sent him sprawling half a meter away. Rubbing his head, he sat up to see Yin Xiaoxiao's anger still simmering, leaving him somewhat bewildered. "What on earth are you doing?" he exclaimed, having been jolted from a pleasant dream, his morning irritability rising. "Do you even realize what you were just about to do?" Yin Xiaoxiao demanded, her embarrassment and anger palpable. "What was I doing? I was just dreaming, preparing to feast on a delicious pig trotter." Yu Tianming scratched his head, his thinning hair in disarray, attempting to tidy up what was left. "A pig trotter? How could you say such a thing? You actually thought of my feet as pig trotters to nibble on," she exclaimed, recalling how he had drooled moments before. "If I had woken up a moment later, you would have taken advantage of me. You lecher. It was indeed a pig trotter. I tell you, it smelled divine. That enchanting aroma is still vivid in my memory." He shamelessly twitched his nose, as if truly relishing the scent. "Shut up. I almost want to kick you again." Unable to continue explaining the absurdity of the situation, she swallowed her indignation. However, she secretly resolved to be more cautious while sleeping around Yu Tianming in the future. Today was just a foot. What would it be tomorrow? The day after? Perhaps the darker schemes are about to unfold. Where are you headed? Yu Tianming was still savoring the moment when he saw Yin Xiaoxiao, pouting in irritation, rise and walk toward the cave's entrance. "I'm going to wash the pig's trotters." "No, wait. You shouldn't meddle. You must not follow me." Yin Xiaoxiao was indeed infuriated by this fellow and walked directly to the seaside, commencing to wash her feet with utmost seriousness. An ominous premonition weighed on her heart. Was that scene she had just awoken to truly the conclusion? What if she had already been? The thought ignited a mix of fury and embarrassment within her as she repeatedly splashed her feet in the sea. TCH, this is all his fault. I finally managed to sleep soundly, yet he interrupted me. Did I say anything? He grumbled in the cave, with only a few sea turtles as his audience. Alas, last night's meal was too salty, and now there's no water to drink. The cave was left with just a bunch of bananas. Oh no, the fire is out. Yu Tianming hurriedly pushed aside the embers, carefully searching for any remaining sparks. Thankfully, there is still a small piece of wood smoldering at the core, and it's quite hot. He quickly gathered some splinters to reignite the fire. At that moment, Yin Xiaoxiao returned, but with an additional item in her hand. In a huff, she tossed it to him. "I just picked this up from the water surface." "What is it?" "I don't know. I didn't look." "Didn't you say to collect trash if you see it?" Yu Tianming glanced at the small box. Wrapped in a layer of black plastic, adorned with a few circular patterns, devoid of any text. A remarkably simple design. The crucial aspect was that it hadn't taken on water, allowing it to float. However, when he unwrapped it and took a look, he gasped, "Is this a gift from the heavens?" Chapter 30. The little sister sends a token of affection. Yu Tianming's startled reaction piqued Yin Xiaoxiao's curiosity. While washing her feet by the shore, she had noticed this object drifting by, and upon inspecting it, she felt assured that it was dry inside, prompting her to retrieve it. Yet, as she examined it closely once more, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Bah! This lecherous man dares to call a gift. What nonsense! This is clearly a tool for nefarious deeds. The key was that Yu Tianming, the shameless fellow, produced from within a smaller package. Thin and approximately 4 centimeters square, decorated with a multitude of colorful circles. Below, a subtle inscription read, "Safety with me, always by your side." Look at this. What do you think it is? Yu Tianming waved the small package before Yin Xiaoxiao. I don't know. Maybe it's a rubber band. But my hair is already short. I don't need this anymore, so just throw it away. Yin Xiaoxiao felt a surge of regret for having picked up this item. Although still a girl, and having never used such things, she instantly recognized what it was. What would happen in Yu Tianming's hands? Could it lead to anything good? No wonder he claimed it was a gift from the heavens. This is the essence of manhood. Utterly shameless. Throw it away? What a waste. This thing has great utility. As soon as Yu Tianming heard this, he immediately opposed it, adding, "Just think about it. We are stranded on this desolate island with no sanitary conditions. If this continues, something unfortunate will surely happen. With this, however, everything would be different. It would be much safer. Yu Tianming, are you ever going to stop? Have you been plotting this from the very beginning? Oh, I see now. Were you merely pretending before? Waiting for this moment? Wanting something while shirking responsibility? Am I right? I despise you. You lecherous scoundrel. You shameless wretch." Yin Xiaoxiao raged, her fury leaving Yu Tianming bewildered. Is this really necessary? It's just a box of disposable gloves. How does this involve me? He retorted, perplexed. Are you still sulking? I'm furious. Gloves? Disposable gloves? Yin Xiaoxiao quickly snatched a packaging bag, tore it open, and indeed found it contained disposable gloves. Of course, what else could it be? Yin Xiaoxiao was momentarily speechless. Oh heavens! Grant me a crevice in the earth to hide in. This is mortifying. Or let me drown in the sea. Who is packaging like this? It clearly is. Oh, I understand. Yu Tianming finally grasped the situation. Be quiet. No more of that. If you do, I will lose my temper. As a young lady, Yin Xiaoxiao immediately thought of rubber bands upon seeing such packaging. In contrast, Yu Tianming had not considered it that way. His thoughts were decidedly less wholesome. He stifled a laugh, realizing how impure her thoughts were. In broad daylight, she dared to entertain such notions, stirring feelings within him as well. Honestly, if there were a box of rubber bands, it might indeed come in handy in the future, he mused, and to his surprise, he felt his cheeks flush. Quickly, tend to your feet. They are waiting impatiently. Yin Xiaoxiao chided, her face flushed with embarrassment. Hey, look at her urgency. Did you see that? He is even talking to the sea turtles. Get lost. Go fix your feet. Came another irritated retort. Come on, brothers. Follow me to the seaside. Today, your brother Ming is in a good mood. After fixing your feet, I'll give you all a nice scrub. A complete service. Let us go. Surprisingly, the sea turtles recognized Yu Tianming and followed him as he moved. It seemed that the professional foot care expert was indeed living up to his reputation. Sitting on a large rock by the sea, Yu Tianming felt inexplicably elated, his hands never ceasing their work as he hummed a little tune. Oh, my little sister, you sent your beloved to the seaside. May I inquire how long my brother Ming will be gone? Will he return? It all depends on the sea turtles. Don't worry, little sister. Brother Ming will roast barnacles for you. He creatively adapted the classic tune, Oh My Little Sister, Sends Her Beloved, performing it with a flair that gave a comedic twist to the original. However, paired with his smug demeanor, it transformed into a lively duet reminiscent of a folk performance. Yin Xiaoxiao, listening to his lamentable singing, nearly erupted in frustration. With no outlet for her anger, she could only hurl firewood into the flames, sending sparks flying as the wood scattered. And then he began to sing again. Do not be anxious, little sister. Your brother shall return soon. May I inquire how many sea turtles remain? Quite a few, as it appears, and there are also numerous barnacles. You can rest assured. Feel free to indulge in your breakfast. I may lack a knife, but with even a stick in hand, I would surely make you pay. The torturous melody persisted for a full half-hour, allowing Yu Tianming to gather a considerable amount of barnacles. With a filled bottle in hand, he cast a knowing glance at a nearby sea turtle. Just as he was relishing his triumph, a loud shout echoed. "You brat, who permitted you to eat? I toiled to help you, and you dare take both food and spoils." The turtle swiftly turned and disappeared into the ocean. "Just wait a moment. Food will arrive shortly. These turtles are rather unreliable." Yu Tianming hurriedly continued his endeavors. "Stay put. I'm not hungry." Yin Xiaoxiao's irritated voice drifted from the cave. Surprisingly, Yu Tianming refrained from retorting and remained silent, as if bewitched, rising to fixate on the woods beside the cave, even drooling slightly. Chapter 031. The struggle with the wild boar. Heaven truly treats me well. Yu Tianming chuckled foolishly. "What do you see?" In the face of unusual circumstances, Yin Xiaoxiao pondered. Could it be another box? Surely it wouldn't be that this time. "Do not move. Just stand still while I procure a sizable pig's trotter for you to taste." Yu Tianming cautiously approached the woods, fearful of scaring away the wild boar. Yin Xiaoxiao also noticed the peculiar sounds outside the cave, grunting not far from her. It seemed there truly was a pig. However, she recalled how Yu Tianming had once gnawed on her foot as if it were a pig's trotter. But this was not the time for disputes. She could only simmer in silent frustration. The wild boar was not particularly large, appearing to weigh around 60 to 70 pounds, with tusks barely the length of a finger. Clearly, it was still a juvenile. It was precisely because of this immaturity that Yu Tianming entertained the thought of hunting it. Had it been an adult boar, he would have fled long ago. As the saying goes, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. In the realm of the forest, the wild boar stands at the forefront. Unprepared hunters have no choice but to retreat in disarray when confronted by one. Moreover, wild boars are social creatures. A pack charging forth would instill fear in anyone. Yu Tianming gradually prepared to approach the boar, his dagger itching to strike. However, a considerable distance still separated them, and he observed that the boar seemed particularly fascinated by something on the ground. The creature was busy rooting around with its snout. As he edged closer, he realized that the boar was foraging for barnacle shells scattered on the ground, shells that Yin Xiaoxiao had just discarded from the cave. "Ah, this pig has quite the appetite. It knows how delectable cooked food can be." This thought echoed in his mind, sounding remarkably like a jab at Yin Xiaoxiao. Nevertheless, he shrugged it off. After all, her eating habits were not so different from those of a pig. The wild boar was particularly fixated on the uniquely fragrant barnacle shells. It wasn't until Yu Tianming was a mere 5 or 6 meters away that it abruptly lifted its head. Its small eyes widened in astonishment, and it let out a bellow, seemingly threatening Yu Tianming. "Little pig, be good, don't move. I have something delicious for you," Yu Tianming said, tossing a few barnacles in its direction. Startled, the wild boar dashed a few meters away, yet Yu Tianming refrained from approaching further, allowing the boar to relax slightly. Cautiously, it ambled closer to the barnacles, sniffing the air, but upon detecting an odd scent, it began to dig at them with its hooves. "Oh, are you picky? Not eating the raw ones? You won't survive on that," Yu Tianming murmured. "Xiao, throw the barnacle shells from the cave and lure it towards the sea." Yin Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, exasperated by his antics. However, she thought that if they could indeed feast on pork, it would be splendid. After all, barnacles were not filling. After a while, their flavor was unremarkable compared to the savory allure of pork. Yin Xiaoxiao scooped a large handful of empty shells from the ground and forcefully tossed them out of the cave. Yu Tianming, observing her efforts, couldn't help but curse under his breath. "Did you eat so much last night that you spent all your energy sleeping?" The barnacles scattered like petals in the wind, strewn haphazardly just a few meters from the cave entrance. At such a distance, the wild boar could easily dash back into the woods, thwarting their efforts. Yu Tianming slowly retreated, granting the boar some space while preparing to cut off its escape route back to the forest. The wild boar seemed particularly fond of the roasted barnacles, making its way towards the scattered shells. It sampled one here and another there, moving further away from the edge of the woods. Observing the boar's path, Yu Tianming realized that if he did not act soon, it would lick its way through and undoubtedly flee. He stealthily circled to the blind spot of the boar's vision, refraining from further chatter, and with a powerful push off the ground, he sprinted towards it. As he closed the distance, he leaped high, plunging his dagger forward with force. Despite its gluttony, the wild boar was surprisingly agile. Just as the dagger was about to strike, it swiftly kicked back with its hind hooves, striking the blade. The boar's strength was formidable, and Yu Tianming lost his grip, sending the dagger flying. Provoked by this stimulus, the wild boar became ferocious, turning to charge at Yu Tianming with its tusks. If it managed to gore him, he might not die, but serious injury was inevitable. Drawing from his ample fighting experience, Yu Tianming reacted swiftly, grasping the boar's tusks with both hands. The boar was no pushover. Its powerful muscles engaged, and they became entangled in a fierce struggle. On the beach, the two rolled about, sand flying into the air. Yin Xiao, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of anxiety. "Be careful," she finally managed to exclaim after holding her breath. Not to mention a wild boar, she typically avoided even domestic pigs, and now she was utterly flustered. Goodness, this girl really is only good for eating? Completely useless in a crisis. As Yu Tianming grappled with the wild boar, he shouted in frustration, "Find a stone to hit it. A stick will do. Damn it. You beast, how dare you stomp on my thigh? You bastard, I will surely end your life today." Seizing an opportunity, Yu Tianming managed to flip the boar onto its back, clinging tightly to its tusks while his legs squeezed its belly in an attempt to control the beast. The wild boar was extraordinarily strong, rolling incessantly on the sandy beach, trying to throw him off. Yin Xiao glanced around the cave, searching for something suitable to aid him. But the stones were all near the fire, too hot to handle. The only feasible option was a dog stick, which she quickly retrieved before dashing out of the cave. However, the chaotic struggle between the man and the boar on the beach made it nearly impossible for her to intervene. "Don't move. What if I stab you?" Yin Xiao exclaimed anxiously. "Of course I'm not moving. It's the pig that's moving. Hurry up. I'm running out of strength." Yu Tianming was even more anxious. Having underestimated the wild boar, a muscular man weighing 180 pounds found himself unable to restrain a 60 to 70-pound wild boar. Flustered by his urgency, Yin Xiao felt at a loss. In a moment of desperation, she finally saw an opening, closed her eyes, and plunged the stick down with all her might. "Ah! Ah!" Both Yu Tianming and the wild boar cried out simultaneously. "Could you aim better? You stabbed my backside." Yin Xiao opened her eyes to find the tip of the dog stick just grazing Yu Tianming's rear before it plunged directly into the boar's behind. Before she could utter another word, the wild boar went into a frenzy. It suddenly unleashed a tremendous force, shaking its body violently and flinging Yu Tianming aside effortlessly. Then, turning its gaze upon Yin Xiao, its fierce eyes locked onto her. With a rapid charge, it barreled towards her. Paralyzed by fear, Yin Xiao stood frozen, trembling and unable to move. As the boar approached, her legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed onto the ground. The strong limbs of the wild boar kicked up a cloud of sand on the beach, its short tusks poised to pierce her body. Chapter 032. Where did the boar go? With the tusks merely half a meter from Yin Xiao, the consequences of a direct hit were too horrific to contemplate. Terrified, she closed her eyes, resigned to her fate, her last thought being, "Yu Tianming, you bastard, why did you have to crave pig trotters?" At that critical moment, the wild boar let out a heart-wrenching scream. Suddenly, Yin Xiao felt as though she had been struck by a massive stone, her body being forcefully shoved sideways by more than a foot. Though the pain was excruciating, she could only manage a few muffled groans. After a moment of silence, feeling the absence of movement around her, she dared to open her eyes, discovering herself covered in blood. Yu Tianming, just a meter away, was too exhausted to rise. Clutching the bloody dog stick in his hand, panting heavily with lingering fear. Where did the wild boar go? Yin Xiao frantically scanned her surroundings, noticing a trail of foul-smelling blood on the sand, with no sign of the boar remaining. "I say, sister, could you perhaps show some concern for me? The boar has long since fled." Yu Tianming was in a state of utter frustration. Were it not for his timely intervention with the dog-beating stick, the wild boar would have continued its assault, and it was merely a flick of its rear that spared him from severe injury. Now that he was safe, the first thing she asked was where the boar had gone. How on earth was he to know where the creature had fled? "I'm so sorry." Yin Xiao suddenly remembered that it was Yu Tianming who had saved her, and she recalled that she had inadvertently jabbed him in the rear. "Are you all right?" she inquired. "Of course I'm not fine. Hurry and check, it's excruciating." He couldn't believe she was asking such a redundant question. His backside felt ablaze. How could he possibly be unscathed? In the heat of the moment, He hadn't registered the pain, but now that he relaxed, it felt as though he had been grievously injured. Feeling a pang of guilt, Yin Xiaoxiao approached him, who was still sprawled on the ground, grimacing in pain. "Oh no, you're bleeding," she exclaimed in alarm. A significant stain of blood marred the back of Yu Tianming's underwear, spreading ominously. "Oh no, this is terrible. My innocence has been compromised." He thought he had calculated everything, only to find that while one brother ahead remained single, the one behind him had lost his virginity in a most unexpected manner. "What should we do?" she fretted, staring at the blood in panic. She wanted to examine his wound, but felt both fearful and embarrassed. This was truly poetic justice. The same guy who had once teased her about a snake bite on her rear now found himself in dire straits. "Stop dawdling. Quickly check if it's serious." "Oh, it hurts so much. Endure a little longer. I'll take a look." After all, she bore some responsibility for what had transpired. With 2 fingers, she gingerly lifted the edge of his underwear for a fleeting glance, only to recoil at the sight of blood. Oh, the sudden retraction of the fabric caused him to yelp in agony. "What's the verdict? Will my backside survive?" "I didn't see it clearly," Yin Xiaoxiao said apologetically. "Are you messing with me? Don't rush me. Let me take another look." Seeing Yu Tianming's mix of urgency and irritation, she set aside her embarrassment. Furrowing her brow and, with a sorrowful expression, she carefully pulled down his underwear. His rear was covered in blood, with a prominent gash running from the base of his spine downward. Thank goodness, she sighed in relief. It appeared that the damage was not severe, merely a scraped layer of skin. Had it been just a tad more off-target, not only would his dignity be compromised, but they might as well have become sisters in misfortune. "Have you seen enough? Are you planning to get your money's worth out of this?" Yu Tianming noticed her unwavering gaze fixated on his backside, and the discomfort of the situation was palpable. Her attention was drawn back to him by his remark, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "It should be fine, just a little scraped skin," she stammered. "Oh, you scared me. I thought the worst had happened. Listen, next time, please aim more accurately." After missing out on the pig trotters, the entire piece of hindquarters fell off. "Hindquarters?" Yin Xiaoxiao was puzzled. "It means pig's backside. How uncultured can you be? Quick, fetch me some seawater to disinfect." Yin Xiaoxiao burst into laughter at the imagery of a pig's rear. Indeed, he resembled a robust hog. With the thrilling escapade of capturing the pig concluded, Yin Xiaoxiao relaxed, begrudgingly taking her bottle to the sea to fetch water. Yu Tianming lay exposed on the beach, still in high spirits, surveying his surroundings. He too was eager to discover the whereabouts of the wild boar, but instead, he encountered another sight on the beach that incited his ire. "Where were you scoundrels when I was battling it out? Now you show yourselves," he shouted, directing his fury at a group of sea turtles. The turtles, however, were innocent bystanders, having remained motionless throughout the ordeal, akin to spectators. If they could communicate, they would have exclaimed, "Are you blind? Do you think we could outrun or confront a wild boar with our appearance?" "Attention, the seawater is coming," Yin Xiaoxiao announced, returning with the water. As she gazed at Yu Tianming's backside, she internally muttered, "How shameless. Are you sunbathing your rear?" Yet, despite her annoyance, she felt a sense of obligation to tend to him, as it was indeed her handiwork. A wave of icy seawater cascaded over Yu Tianming, prompting a cry reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. "Ah, it hurts. You're a grown man. Can't you endure a bit?" "Endure? Why don't you give it a try? Let me poke you and see if it hurts." "Go to hell." Yin Xiaoxiao immediately associated his words with unpleasant thoughts. In a hasty motion, she poured the entire contents of the bottle over his backside, eliciting another blood-curdling scream that echoed along the shore. After several rounds of this ordeal, they finally washed away the bloodstains. A shallow groove of crimson remained, still oozing. "That should suffice. Put your clothes on," Yin Xiaoxiao said curtly. "Put on what? While the sun is shining, I might as well let the UV rays sterilize it. The sooner it scabs over, the better." Yu Tianming intended to remain sprawled until the bleeding ceased, having indeed exhausted himself from the earlier commotion. Yin Xiaoxiao, feeling exasperated, turned to head back to the cave. However, upon glancing at her own body, which was covered in bloodstains, likely remnants from the wild boar, she sighed. Casting a glance at Yu Tianming, who lay feigning death, she remarked, "I'm going to wash over there. Stay put. Do not come over, understood?" Yu Tianming did not respond, but waved his hand, signaling her to hurry along and not obstruct his sunbathing. After walking a short distance, she found a large rock that could shield her from any prying eyes. allowing her to finally relax. Chapter 033. The wild boar king seeks revenge. Having gone 3 days without a bath, she was enveloped in a mixture of sweat and seawater, nearly crusted with salt. Now, compounded with the pungent odor of wild boar blood, it was simply intolerable. Fortunately, the contestant who had been gnawing on pig trotters was now immobilized, allowing Yin Xiaoxiao to relax, albeit with some reluctance. She placed her clothing on a nearby rock and began to wash herself, stirring up splashes of water with earnest intent. The gentle sea breeze wafted through the air. The sun hung low in the sky, and the occasional calls of seagulls punctuated the scene. The beauty of her bathing in this idyllic setting painted a picture of unparalleled perfection. Occasionally peeking from behind the rocks, she noticed that Yu Tianming remained sprawled there, basking in the sun, which allowed her to wash with greater confidence. At least he had the sense not to sneak over. Otherwise, she would have certainly given him a piece of her mind. However, recalling a moment when she had checked her wounds and glimpsed something she shouldn't have, her cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment. As she reminisced, she continued to cleanse herself. About 10 minutes later, just as Yin Xiaoxiao was nearing the end of her washing, that troublesome fellow began to stir again. Yin Xiaoxiao? Where are you? Yin Xiaoxiao? Yu Qianming's voice carried an unusual tone. You lecherous wolf. Thinking of sneaking a peek? Not a chance. Yin Xiaoxiao chose to ignore him. Yin Xiaoxiao. Yu Tianming resorted to shouting, yet still received no response. Damn it. Suddenly, an angry roar erupted from him, and without knowing how, he appeared atop the large rock, splashing through the water. A shrill scream escaped Yin Xiaoxiao as she panicked and quickly crouched down, submerging herself as much as possible, leaving only her exquisite back exposed. What are you doing here? You shameless scoundrel. Turn around this instant. Yin Xiaoxiao urged, her urgency matching his. He caught a fleeting glimpse of the stunning view beneath the water, but swiftly dismissed those thoughts and sternly declared, Stop yelling. Get up here. The wild boar is back for revenge. Yin Xiaoxiao, still bewildered by the unfolding situation, focused solely on shielding her modesty while hurling invectives at Yu Tianming. Oh my, you troublesome woman, he grumbled, feeling a sharp pain in his backside, but disregarding it as he leaped into the water, seizing Yin Xiaoxiao and dashing towards the rock. Put me down, you insatiable lecher. I knew you had ulterior motives. Were it not for Yu Qianming's considerable strength, she might have managed to escape his grasp. He bellowed, Stop shouting and look at the situation. Finally, sensing his urgency, Yin Xiaoxiao lowered her gaze. Not far off, a colossal wild boar stood, its massive tusks measuring nearly a foot long and weighing at least 500 pounds. It was almost 2 meters long, robust, and powerful, relentlessly rooting through the ground, snorting heavily through its flared nostrils. Following behind were several smaller wild boars, one of which was the injured one that had previously fled. What is happening? Panic set in for Yin Xiaoxiao. If a juvenile wild boar had already caused them enough trouble, now there were 5, 1 large and 4 small, beneath the rocks. What were they to do? Well, that was hardly surprising. After all, you poked the rear of its offspring, and now it had returned with its entire family for retribution. Yu Tianming quietly rejoiced, thankful that his rear was still sore, preventing him from drifting into slumber. Had he succumbed to sleep, he would surely have been gored to death by the wild boar by now. The moment he spotted the beast darting from the thicket, his instincts kicked in. Clearly, it was seeking a confrontation, and his years of experience in brawling came into play, paving the way for the ensuing scene. Fortunately, the rocky outcrop was quite tall, devoid of any ascension on the side facing the coast, while the other 3 sides were submerged in seawater. Yu Tianming remained blissfully unaware that Yin Xiaoxiao was bathing just behind it, drawn to this particular rock for its suitability. When I thrust at it, it was an attempt to save you. What we do now? You ask me? Who should I inquire? Perhaps you ought to apologize to the pig and see if it grants you forgiveness. For the moment, Yu Tianming felt secure and began to jest. However, a glance downward revealed Yin Xiaoxiao, still bare. He chuckled, thinking they were now even, each having glimpsed the other. Shut up. Yin Xiaoxiao was on the verge of tears. With the sun shining brightly, squatting on the rock exposed her entirely. Wrapping her arms around her shoulders, she attempted to reach for her clothes with her feet, but to no avail. Come on, it's not a big deal. Yu Tianming, not wishing to take advantage of her predicament, stepped forward and retrieved her garments, tossing them her way. Oh, this angle seems rather advantageous. offering an unobstructed view. Yet, upon witnessing the distress on Yin Xiaoxiao's face, he quickly reined in his playful thoughts. Yin Xiaoxiao hastily donned her clothing, finally managing to stand with a shudder. However, the enormous wild boar had no intention of letting them off the hook. With heavy steps and labored breaths, it approached the outcrop. The distinctive, pungent odor emanating from the beast was now palpable. The rock towered over 2 meters, its surface smooth as silk. After circling for a time, the boar failed to find a suitable ascent. After several attempts, it still could not reach them. What we do now? Yin Xiaoxiao quivered. What else can we do? We wait. Once it has vented its frustration, it should retreat, right? Yu Tianming himself was not entirely convinced, but no better plan presented itself. The massive boar, unable to reach them, turned to scour the surroundings and soon discovered their dwelling. With a powerful thrust of its hooves, it surged forward with astonishing speed, dashing into the cave in the blink of an eye, wreaking havoc. What is it doing? Yin Xiaoxiao inquired. Causant destruction, obviously. Don't you understand? It can't reach us, so it's merely seeking an outlet for its rage. Yu Tianming rolled his eyes, bemused by her ignorance. Our fire! Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed in alarm. The wild boar merely tossed its head, sending stones flying near the fire pit, and the already modest flames quickly scattered, rising in wisps of smoke, destined to extinguish shortly. Our bananas! Another cry of anguish escaped her lips. One of the smaller wild boars had devoured the entire bunch of fresh green bananas, leaving not a single one behind. Well, those things aren't worth much, so what is there to lament? Yu Tianming had just reprimanded Yin Xiaoxiao when he suddenly exclaimed, Damn it! My gloves! You bunch of bastards! Why aren't you choking on your own mischief? A wild boar had devoured a disposable glove tainted with barnacle juice, leaving Yu Tianming feeling quite distressed. Well, these items aren't particularly valuable. What is there to be upset about? They're of no use anyway, Yin Xiaoxiao retorted, returning his words with equal fervor. Chapter 34. Reinforcing the shelter and preparing to hunt wild boars, a perfectly fine cave had been utterly ravaged by a pack of wild boars, leaving the two standing anxiously on the rocks, helplessly watching the chaos unfold. After wreaking havoc, the boars, lacking a suitable outlet for their energy, suddenly noticed a few sea turtles lounging by the shore. In an unexpected encounter between these two disparate species, the wild boars, led by their largest member, charged madly towards the turtles. The turtles, bewildered by the onslaught, thought, This has nothing to do with us. Yet, upon seeing the boars charging, they desperately attempted to swim back to the ocean. However, their speed was grossly inadequate. The boars swiftly approached, flipping the turtles over one by one. Fortunately, their hard shells protected them from injury. Though they were left upside down, their shells scattered about, a rather endearing sight. See, this is the consequence of being untrustworthy. Let them watch the show, and now look what has happened. Yu Tianming remarked. Enough with the chatter. We need to think of a solution. Yin Xiaoxiao sometimes appreciated his naturally optimistic demeanor, but at other times found it rather tiresome. After wreaking havoc, the boars finally seemed to have vented their frustrations. The largest boar let out a grunt, indicating it was time to depart with its young. Before leaving, it cast a fierce glare at the two, its eyes brimming with a warning. Hey, you're getting cocky. If it weren't for my injury, I could easily take you down, Yu Tianming retorted. Stop talking. Let them leave, Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, feeling increasingly vexed. At that moment, the boar, which had initially turned to leave, suddenly let out a deep, thunderous roar. As if provoked, it charged wildly towards the two, violently ramming its head against the rocks. Standing atop, they could feel the ground tremble beneath them. See? Why provoke it? It was clearly about to leave, Yin Xiaoxiao cried, clutching Yu Tianming's arm in fright, her complaints tumbling forth. This has nothing to do with me. It doesn't understand human speech. Yu Tianming was equally bewildered. However, he quickly discerned the issue. Oh look, that boar is dead. Yin Xiaoxiao glanced up, and indeed, the injured boar lay on the ground, blood oozing from its wound. The earlier commotion and the recent fracas had exacerbated its internal injuries, causing its wound to rupture. Finally, they understood the cause of the boar's frenzy, yet it continued to ram its head against the rocks. Fortunately, the rocky outcrop was sturdy enough. Had it been a tree, it would have surely succumbed long ago. The incessant thuds echoed through the air, accompanied by the foul odor emanating from the wild boar's mouth, as the stones trembled incessantly. "All right, let us see how long you can keep this up. It would be best if you managed to knock yourself out. Tonight, I shall feast upon your succulent trotters." Yu Tianming, undeterred, felt no fear. The wild boar could not ascend, so what was there to worry about? Moreover, he was cradling Yin Xiaoxiao, a delightful circumstance indeed. With each collision of the boar, Yin Xiaoxiao gasped in astonishment, prompting Yu Tianming to utter a few sardonic remarks, mocking the creature. This continued until the boar exhausted its strength, incapable of harming the duo. From their vantage point atop the rocky outcrop, they observed that one of the boar's tusks had shattered, and several bloodstains marred its scalp. It was evident that it was driven by a fierce desire for vengeance, its anger palpable after the loss of its young. Yin Xiaoxiao, however, felt a twinge of guilt, pondering that if she had not intervened, such a situation might have been avoided. Surely, a peaceful coexistence would have been far preferable. Yu Tianming, on the other hand, did not share this sentiment. To him, all of this was merely sustenance. Were it not for Yin Xiaoxiao's restraint, he would have long since dined on dolphins and sea turtles, instead of expending such effort to capture a wild boar. "Hey, what are you doing? Leave that behind." Panic surged through Yu Tianming as he observed the wild boar, weary yet determined, retreating into the forest while dragging the lifeless body of its young. It seemed unwilling to leave anything behind. "Oh well, let it go," Yin Xiaoxiao sighed, still chastising herself. "You speak so lightly. Do you think it's easy to find food in this wretched place?" Yu Tianming, watching the delectable trotters slip away, was distraught. "What else can we do?" He stammered, at a loss for words. He dared not leap down to snatch food from the jaws of the wild boar. It would be tantamount to courting death. "Wait, I have an idea," Yu Tianming exclaimed, slapping his thigh, his excitement palpable. "What idea?" Yin Xiaoxiao was skeptical, doubting their chances against the boar. "Don't they prefer cooked barnacles? I can set a trap and lure the young boar over. You still want to provoke them?" Yin Xiaoxiao was nearly in panic, having secured a temporary refuge. She was not keen on antagonizing the wild boars daily. "Just wait and savor the aroma of roasted trotters," he urged. Once the wild boars had retreated into the distance, tranquility returned to the vicinity of the woods. Ignoring Yin Xiaoxiao's protests, Yu Tianming leaped down. Though his behind ached, the temptation of his hunger outweighed the discomfort. He scoured the seaside, moving any large stones he could find back to the cave's entrance. "What are you doing? Setting up a stone formation?" Yin Xiaoxiao, feeling safe enough to approach, inquired. "This is no mere formation. These stones are meant to block the entrance. If my plan fails, we will be forced to flee from these creatures," he explained. Yin Xiaoxiao was taken aback. She had not anticipated that he could think ahead with such precision. She joined him in collecting stones, albeit smaller ones, which might prove useful in constructing their shelter. If the cave could be fortified with a wall, she would feel more secure while sleeping at night. A massive stone lay beneath, with smaller stones wedged into the crevices to provide reinforcement. Fortunately, this beach was abundant with stones. Had it been solely sand, they would have faced dire consequences. The mouth of the cave was modest in size, constructed from 3 layers of stone, over 1 meter thick and nearly 2 meters high, revealing its initial form. Only at the outermost edge was there a narrow gap, sufficient for 2 individuals to pass sideways. The task was complete. Yu Tianming was the primary laborer, although he was utterly exhausted and panting. He gazed upon his creation with profound satisfaction. Yin Xiaoxiao felt an urge to weep. Despite the discomfort of this cramped cave, it was, after all, their only refuge. For 3 days, Yu Tianming had single-handedly ensured her survival. Despite their quarrels and moments of shame, it was clear that she could not manage without him. "Yu Tianming, thank you." Yin Xiaoxiao expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "What is the point of that? Hurry and tend to the sea turtles, collect barnacles, and I'll rekindle the fire," he replied, shattering the pleasant atmosphere with his bluntness. Chapter 035. Trouble while collecting firewood for Yu Tianming. Kindling a fire had become second nature. Seizing the opportunity before the wood burned completely, thick smoke once again billowed from the cave. "All right, I'll handle this. You go gather more firewood for roasting the barnacles," he instructed. The turtles were still flipped onto their backs, and Yin Xiaoxiao couldn't manage them alone. This time, she refrained from arguing and obediently ventured to the edge of the woods to collect firewood. However, the sight of wild boar bloodstains on the beach sent a shiver down her spine. With a faint sigh, she thought, I'm sorry, but we're doing this to survive. As she picked up twigs and branches along the forest's edge, her lips were parched. Since morning, she hadn't had a single drop of water, especially after the harrowing experience they had just endured. Unbeknownst to her, she had wandered quite far. Glancing back, she could still see the cave, with wisps of smoke rising gently, yet unease settled in her heart. Encountering a wild beast would surely terrify her. It was best to return swiftly. Clutching a bundle of twigs and branches, she prepared to head back. However, as she turned, a sudden rustling in the bushes startled her. As if something had scurried past. Fear seized her. She abandoned the firewood and bolted towards the shore, exclaiming in panic. Could it be a snake? How terrifying! The notion that even collecting firewood posed a threat made her resolve to stay indoors in the future. Tianming, that fool. Hasn't he heard my cries? Why hasn't he come? Trembling, she cautiously made her way towards the cave, her eyes fixed on the source of the sound, dreading the emergence of a snake. Tianming had warned her never to run from a snake. Instead, she should face it and retreat slowly. That was precisely what she endeavored to do. A series of hissing sounds echoed again. Yin Xiaoxiao shivered, paralyzed with fear. Surely, she was being targeted by a snake? She dared not call out for Tianming, fearing it might provoke the unseen creature lurking in the grass. One could only call out with a quavering voice, striving to maintain a semblance of calm. The distance to the cave was at least 100 meters. If Tianming could hear her, it would indeed be a miracle. Master Yu was deeply engrossed in his pedicure, murmuring to the sea turtles, "Tell me, is this woman utterly inept at everything? Is she insatiable when it comes to food? It takes her an eternity just to gather firewood. If it weren't for her beauty, I would have long since flown solo." The sea turtles remained speechless. What do you think? Once we get out of here, I shall marry a flight attendant. Wouldn't that be quite impressive? You all better prepare your gifts. The sea turtles fell into collective silence. Meanwhile, back with Yin Xiaoxiao, that eerie sound continued to echo, leaving her trembling in terror, utterly immobilized. Despite the several meters separating them, the frightening noise seemed to resonate right beside her. Suddenly, the sound intensified, and the grass at the edges began to rustle. It's over. The snake is about to emerge. Tianming, come save me. At this moment, Yin Xiaoxiao could think of nothing else. Whether her cries would provoke the serpent was beyond her contemplation. In a burst of speed, she dashed towards the cave. Did someone just call my name? Master Yu paused momentarily, only to quickly realize, crap, Yin Xiaoxiao is in trouble. He brandished his dagger and sprinted towards the source of the voice, fervently praying. Please don't let her die. If she does, I'll be left with nothing. Damn it. It must be the wild boar seeking revenge. Just wait. I won't rest until I've dealt with you all. The distance was merely 100 meters, with several large boulders and a bend obstructing his view of Yin Xiaoxiao's position. Yet, her piercing screams continued to reverberate through the air. I'm coming. Hold on. Tianming shouted, trying to bolster Yin Xiaoxiao's courage. His backside throbbed, but saving her took precedence. The sand was soft. A tumble would be inconsequential. Tianming was nearly frantic, disregarding everything but the singular goal of reaching Yin Xiaoxiao. Finally rounding the bend, he spotted her crouched atop a rock, still vocally pleading for his help. Tianming, hurry and save me. Yet, upon surveying the vicinity, he found no beast present. Was she experiencing a fit? Had she lost her mind? At least he could now breathe easier as he approached, panting heavily. He hadn't eaten anything since morning, laboring tirelessly. How could he not be exhausted? What on earth is happening? Young lady, you nearly frightened me to death. There, over there, can't you see it? Yin Xiaoxiao finally found her anchor, leaping behind Tianming and pointing animatedly at the sandy shore. What? Initially, Tianming was at a loss. Upon closer inspection, he finally discerned the source of her terror and shook his head in resignation. Goodness, isn't that just a centipede? It's merely a bit larger. It doesn't eat people. What is there to fear? But indeed, such a massive centipede could terrify anyone, especially a girl. It appeared to be a full 40 centimeters in length, perfectly round, with a glossy black shell and 2 rows of densely packed short legs, incessantly wriggling as they crawled toward this direction. Enough of this daily commotion, always startling me. Tianming, exuding an air of exasperation, approached without a hint of fear, and firmly picked up a stone, bringing it down with force. The plump body of the centipede burst forth with fluid, while its exposed head and tail continued to writhe. All right, it's over now. Let us head back. Even gathering firewood can lead to trouble. I'm truly at my wit's end. However, as Yu Tianming bent down to collect firewood, he suddenly caught sight of something at the edge of the grass, which deeply captivated his attention. Grasping a twig, he began to stir through the underbrush. What are you doing now? Yin Xiao, eager to return, wished to linger not a moment longer. What do you think? I'm here to sustain you. Look at this treasure. Come quickly. Yu Tianming exclaimed with the excitement of a treasure hunter. With him present, Yin Xiao mustered her courage and approached. Upon seeing it, she immediately began to salivate. Is this blueberry? She inquired, gazing at the clusters of purple-black fruit dangling from the low branches. Each bush was modest in height, obscured by the thicket. Had it not been for Yu Tianming's keen eye, they would have surely missed it. Blueberry? This is raspberry, also known as mountain berry. Look at you, salivating like a cultureless person. In my childhood, during summer, these grew abundantly across the hills. Haven't you ever tasted them? Yu Tianming chuckled inwardly at Yin Xiao's eager expression and the 3 centimeters of drool. Yin Xiao, parched and yearning for a taste of this fruit, could scarcely contain herself. This girl had a remarkable quality. Upon seeing food, she forgot all fear. Chapter 036. The secrets beneath the raspberry thicket. This vast expanse of raspberries stretched before them, boasting at least 20 to 30 bushes, each adorned with 100 or so berries. The branches, taller than a person, were set against a backdrop of green leaves, rendering the fresh fruit enticingly vibrant. How sweet! Yin Xiao exclaimed with genuine admiration. Yu Tianming, reluctant to indulge himself first, gathered a handful and offered it to her. The sight of her delight, with her lips curling upward, was truly enchanting. Her name, Xiao, suited her perfectly. Yu Tianming felt his heart flutter at the sight. The purple-black raspberries, a delightful blend of sweetness and tartness, burst with flavor in his mouth, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Displeased with Yu Tianming's slow pace in picking, Yin Xiao pushed aside the undergrowth and took matters into her own hands, her hands and lips smudged with raspberry juice. Meanwhile, Yu Tianming was not idle, shoveling handfuls of raspberries into his mouth, quenching the thirst that had been building since he had last had a satisfying drink at the pond yesterday afternoon. Did you often eat this kind of fruit when you were young? How fortunate you must have been. I've never tasted anything like this. It's simply divine. Yin Xiao chatted as she munched, refusing to pause. It's clear you grew up in the city. You don't even recognize this. Before I turned 6, I lived in the countryside with my grandmother, where they were plentiful at the foot of the mountain. We could never eat them all. At that moment, I was poised to continue my boastful narrative when, inexplicably, Yu Tianming seemed to lose interest, abruptly halting mid-sentence. What happened then? Speak up. Yin Xiao inquired while munching away. It's nothing. Just eat. Yu Tianming responded, his mood evidently dampened, his hand ceasing its motion of picking raspberries. Oh, this fellow is acting a bit oddly, Yin Xiao mused. Though she was indeed a foodie, she was not naive. Observing Yu Tianming's demeanor, she immediately sensed something amiss. He surely had more to disclose. With her large, expressive eyes darting about, she pressed on. You've shared your heroic tales from childhood, yet you've never mentioned your mother. This was a pertinent observation. Yu Tianming was never one to keep silent, often regaling Yin Xiao with snippets of his life. Having mentioned his father several times, but never his mother. I don't wish to talk about it, he replied, abandoning the raspberries and retreating to the beach, where he sat in a dejected silence. Such a mood was unprecedented for Yu Tianming, further piquing Yin Xiao's curiosity. She proceeded to gather a generous handful of raspberries before joining him on the sand, sitting side by side. Here, have some, she offered, extending the fruit towards him. Yu Tianming, as if struck by some unseen force, kept his head bowed, sighing silently. How about I share my story instead? Let us exchange tales, she proposed. Yet, Yu Tianming remained unresponsive, still staring downward. Not feeling offended, Yin Xiao began to recount her own experiences. There are many things from my childhood that I scarcely remember, but I do recall being quite happy then, with my parents constantly by my side. Our family was reasonably well off, and I lived without a care. However, everything changed once I entered elementary school. My parents became consumed by their business, leaving me at a boarding school all alone. I I was merely 6.5 years old, and I hardly knew how to navigate that first year. I have always had a fear of the dark, a phobia that originated during that time. Every night, when the dormitory lights went out, I was engulfed by terror, longing for my parents and yearning to return home. Eventually, my roommates grew weary of my fears, claiming I disturbed their sleep. The teachers then assigned me a single room, but that only amplified my dread. Often, I would cry throughout the night, only falling asleep once exhaustion overtook me. Initially, I could return home every weekend, but that too changed as my parents grew busier, often only coming to collect me once a month. I even pleaded with them to transfer me to a regular school, assuring them I could manage on my own. Yet they consistently refused. I came to believe that, in their eyes, money held more importance than I did. Each time I returned home, their only inquiry revolved around whether I needed money. Eventually, as I matured, I lost the desire to return home. During holidays, I either stayed alone at school or traveled extensively until I completed university. Yin Xiaoxiao spoke slowly, discreetly wiping away her tears from a vantage point that Yu Tianming did not notice. She then immediately donned a cheerful facade and declared, "Now it's your turn." Hearing her recount, Yu Tianming felt a pang of empathy, realizing that beneath Yin Xiaoxiao's carefree exterior lay a depth of experience he had not anticipated. However, at least she still has parents who care for her. Yet, Yu Tianming lets out a bitter laugh. "Sigh, my trivial matters are hardly worth mentioning." He rises promptly and ventures into the thicket to gather the ripe raspberries, aware that if left on the ground, they would soon rot. "You are being unreasonable. We agreed to exchange," Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, hopping in frustration. Having bared her heart, she felt deceived by his actions. "I never consented to an exchange. That was your own volition," Yu Tianming replied, relishing the sight of her vexation. She was both angry and distressed, yet found herself powerless against his demeanor. "You, fine. I was initially prepared to say a few harsh words, but upon noticing the redness in your eyes, evidently, you had just wept, I could not bring myself to continue." "Oomph. Just you wait. I will extract your secrets eventually. With your intellect, do you truly believe you can outwit me?" With their minds occupied by their own thoughts, they indulged in a hearty meal, quenching their thirst significantly. Before departing, they harvested a considerable amount of ripe fruit, leaving behind the unripe and partially ripe ones for another occasion. "What are you doing with that?" Yin Xiaoxiao asked, grinning at Yu Tianming's actions. He had found a stick and was poking at a wriggling centipede. "What do you think? I'm trying to catch some birds. Did you not see the seabirds in the sky? It would be perfect if I could catch a few. Weren't you aiming to catch a wild boar?" Yin Xiaoxiao inquired. Puzzled. "Of course, but is it that easy to catch a wild boar? What if I fail? I need to consider other options. With your appetite, those barnacles won't last until tomorrow," Yu Tianming lamented, feeling quite disheartened by her insatiable hunger. 2/3 of the freshly picked raspberries had already vanished in her mouth, as if she intended to satiate herself entirely. Yet a question arose. With such an appetite, where did all that meat go? Yu Tianming's mind drifted back to the delightful scene behind the rocks, musing that perhaps certain attributes had their reasons for flourishing. Holding the centipede's corpse and a bundle of firewood, he found himself repeatedly savoring the thought. So large, so delightful. Yin Xiaoxiao presumed he was still lost in his earlier gloom, thus refrained from contradicting him. Had she known his true thoughts, she would have likely berated him once more. Yu Tianming was precisely that kind of person. His emotions arrived swiftly and departed even quicker, embodying the essence of an optimist. Chapter 037. Yin Xiaoxiao's family background. Tonghai City, one of the 4 major metropolises in the country, is colloquially referred to by netizens as one of the 4 demon cities. Towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic define the landscape. And since the tumultuous years of war, it has stood as an economic hub. A skyscraper constructed along the river offers a panoramic view of the entire city, with a vast sea just beyond, showcasing its advantageous geographical position. The headquarters of Jinmao Group is located within this building, and working there is a dream for countless laborers. In the smoke-filled presidential office on the top floor, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit stands before the floor-to-ceiling windows, seemingly oblivious as the ash on his cigarette has burned down significantly. President Yin, an administrative assistant, gently knocked on the door. Yin Xinghua abruptly turned around, ash falling onto his clothing, disregarding it entirely. He asked with great urgency, his words tumbling forth in rapid succession. "What news?" Has there been any word about Xiao Xiao? His assistant, observing Yin's haggard visage, felt a profound sense of concern. What had once been a head of dark hair now bore the marks of several days. Streaked with white, Yin had not slept for 2 days, and, after years of abstaining from smoking, he had succumbed once more to the habit. The assistant shook his head gently. There is still no word from the official rescue team, but rest assured, Mr. Yin, our team is stationed there around the clock. The moment we receive any news about Xiao Xiao, we will inform you immediately. Stationed there? What good is that? What about the private rescue team I asked you to contact? What is the status? Yin Xinghua sank heavily into the sofa, disappointment weighing him down. We have reached out to all domestic teams, and only 2 are willing to venture into that maritime region. They will be ready to depart the day after tomorrow. As for the international professional rescue teams, we are still in communication, and results should be forthcoming shortly. The day after tomorrow? Hurry and push them. I am willing to spare no expense. Yin Xinghua bellowed, startling his assistant, who quickly nodded in agreement and hurriedly exited to make arrangements. The office was thick with smoke as Yin extinguished his cigarette only to ignite another immediately. 3 days had elapsed without a single word. He could not fathom Xiao Xiao's condition. You must not come to harm. You are my only daughter. As long as you return alive, I will never pressure you again. Alone in his remorse, Yin regretted ever pressuring Yin Xiao Xiao to marry hastily. Had he not done so, she would not have pursued a career as a flight attendant, and this calamity might have been averted. As the wealthiest man in Tonghai City and among the top 5 on the national wealth list, Yin Xinghua found himself engulfed in deep self-reproach. Another knock reverberated through the office. Do not bother me. Handle it yourself. Yin roared without even glancing toward the door. Uncle, it's me. A young, refined man stepped into the office. Ah, Jiahao, you've arrived. Please have a seat. Upon recognizing Lin Jiahao, Yin's tone softened considerably. Lin Jiahao initially frowned at the overwhelming stench of smoke before continuing, Uncle, regarding Xiao Xiao, please do not be overly anxious. Good fortune favors the virtuous. I believe she will return safely. Yin let out a bitter laugh. Not anxious? How can one not be? You cannot possibly understand the heart of a parent. Xiao Xiao has never faced hardship. Even if she were fortunate enough to land on some deserted island, how would she survive? 3 days had passed without a whisper of news. The official rescue team had mobilized immediately, scouring the area of the accident. Not a single clue had emerged, not even trace. What did this signify? Either the plane had sunk into the depths of the sea, with no survivors, or it had veered off course, lost to the world. However, as a father, he refused to accept this grim reality. He would not hesitate to exchange all his wealth for Yin Xiao Xiao as safe return. Who was Lin Jiahao? He hailed from an affluent family, the second son of the Lin clan, and was among the many suitors vying for Yin Xiao Xiao's affection. The sole distinction lies in his genuine affection for Yin Xiao Xiao. The Lin family predominantly operates within monopolistic industries and wields considerable influence in both political and military spheres. Yin Xinghua's remarkable success over the course of merely a decade and a half can be attributed, in no small part, to the formidable support of the Lin family. Lin Jiahao, possessing striking good looks, speaks with grace and eloquence, and is well educated with broad insights. Yin Xinghua once held this prospective son-in-law in high regard, even endeavoring to foster a union between him and Yin Xiao Xiao. However, fate took an unexpected turn when Yin Xiao Xiao, in a fit of rebellion, left home to become a flight attendant. Lin Jiahao sighed softly. Uncle, I have contacted the most professional rescue team from the United States. They have just arrived at the airport. What? That is splendid news. Let us hasten their departure. How much will it cost? Just name your price. I shall not bargain. Hearing this, Yin Xinghua stood up, his anxiety dissipating as this was the best news he had received in the past 3 days. Uncle, I can manage this amount. You need not worry. Due to the considerable distance to the incident site, he had specifically requested a transoceanic cargo tanker from the family, dedicated solely to the rescue mission. However, preparations for supplies and equipment were still necessary, and they could set sail by tomorrow morning at the latest. Thank you, Ahao. Your thoughtfulness is truly appreciated. Yin Xinghua expressed with immense gratitude. Among the various enterprises of the Lin family, the transoceanic tanker was merely one facet. Yet the willingness to divert it for a rescue operation clearly demonstrated Lin Jiahao's earnest desire to assist. Just as Yin Xinghua surmised, Lin Jiahao had indeed exhausted all means to persuade his family. He would personally shoulder all expenses related to the tanker and the rescue team, yet he bore no regrets. As it was for Yin Xiao. Meanwhile, our focus shifts back to an unnamed island in the South Pacific. Hey, could you hurry up a bit? I'm nearly finished over here, Yin Xiao exclaimed, relishing a barnacle and a raspberry with each bite. Poor Yu Tianming, on the other hand, was still laboring away, tending to the sea turtles. Damn it, I'm working my fingers to the bone, yet I can't even satisfy your appetite. My stomach is grumbling, and you haven't offered me a morsel. He grumbled internally, yearning to complete his task and send the turtles off. Otherwise, wherever he went, these colossal creatures would follow him leisurely. Just a moment ago, while he sought a discreet spot to relieve himself, a massive turtle head suddenly emerged beside the rock, startling him to the point of losing his urge. Why don't you share more of your stories? If I'm in a good mood, I might just feed you, Yin Xiao teased, smacking her lips playfully. Not interested. I'll soon finish my work. I prefer to take care of myself and ensure my own sustenance without your assistance. He retorted, Huh, do you think you can fool me? I'm sharper than a monkey. With the sun high overhead, Yu Tianming, drenched in sweat, finally completed his task. Collapsing onto the beach, he sighed, What a grueling experience. Thankfully, there's compensation. Otherwise, it would all have been for naught. After accounting for what Yin Xiao had consumed, he had managed to collect a dozen or so fully filled plastic bottles, each brimming with seawater, in which the barnacles were nurtured. Ah, it has been 3 days. Do you think the rescue team has given up? Having satisfied her hunger, Yin Xiao began to ponder this dilemma once more. What if they had taken a wrong turn? We have long strayed from our intended course. It is uncertain how long they can endure, just as it is unclear how much longer we can hold on. With a sigh, she noticed that he had fallen asleep. How could he be so carefree? After speaking at length, Yin Xiao found herself without an audience, which only added to her frustration. Chapter 038. A green ring on his head, Yu Tianming had enjoyed a delightful afternoon nap. However, the incessant buzzing of flies in the vicinity became intolerable, prompting him to rise. Yet, as he looked around, he found no sign of Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao? Where are you? He called out. This girl had a penchant for wandering off alone. If something were to happen, it would fall upon him to rescue her. Just as he grumbled in dissatisfaction, an object came hurtling from the side, striking him squarely in the back. Who dares? He shouted, drawing his weapon, ready to fight. But upon lowering his gaze, he was taken aback to find a mere ring. At that moment, Yin Xiao emerged from the cave, beaming at him. Quick, put on the grass hat and let me see if it suits you, she exclaimed, as she approached wearing a brilliantly colored floral grass ring. Oh, it's you. Yu Tianming sighed in relief. However, looking down at the grass ring on the ground, he was utterly perplexed. Is this what you call a grass hat? Whereas the top? This is clearly just a ring. Moreover, the grass ring was so poorly woven that it was on the verge of falling apart. What was most irksome, however, was the fact that the ring atop her head was adorned with vibrant colors and numerous bright flowers, while the one on the ground was simply a patch of green grass. You don't like it? She pouted. I worked hard for an entire hour to make this. Seeing her disappointment, he felt a surge of regret. Although he wanted to express his discontent, he knew he could not refuse a gift from her. Of course I like it, he replied, forcing a smile despite the bitterness rising within him. Ah, it fits perfectly. It complements your demeanor splendidly. When you work under the sun, it will shield you from the heat. You must wear it always. Yin Xiao beamed with pride in her creation. A wave of indignation washed over Yu Tianming as he struggled to maintain a smile. What are you up to now? Aren't you going to say something nice about it? As she turned to leave, he quickly interjected, You truly are talented. This gift has sweetened my heart. Now, that is more like it. She giggled. Whether it was truly sweet or merely sour was a sentiment known only to Yu Tianming. He then returned to the cave, retrieving a large seashell. What are you off to do now? She queried. Catching birds. Eating barnacles every day has left me craving something more substantial. This fare hardly satisfies hunger, he replied. Indeed, he was correct. While barnacles could fill one's stomach momentarily, it would not be long before hunger returned. In this manner, the barnacles in their jars would soon be depleted, especially with Yin Xiao, the foodie, around. Yu Tianming discovered a somewhat open stretch of beach and skillfully excavated a substantial sandpit using a large seashell. He then procured a flat stone from the shoreline, perfectly sized to cover the pit, and propped it up with a branch, successfully completing the preliminary preparations. With his verdant straw hat shielding him from the sun, he decided to remove his cushion hoodie. He meticulously sliced it into strips, binding them together to fashion a rather unsightly rope. Do you need assistance? Yin Xiao, intrigued by his fervent efforts, approached. I made it clear that I will handle the labor while you focus on eating. So please refrain from complicating matters, Yu Tianming replied, wary of this young lady's involvement, fearing she would scare away any birds he managed to catch. Who do you think you are to dismiss me? She retorted defiantly. Yu Tianming placed half of a long-deceased centipede into the pit and the other half beside it, deliberately scattering a few roasted barnacles and raspberries around the perimeter. He then tied one end of the makeshift rope to the branch and carefully covered it with sand. Now, all that remained was to patiently await a catch. Occasionally, a few seabirds would glide through the sky, some white, others black, varying in size. Concealed behind a rock by the shoreline, Yu Tianming intently observed the stone slab. Yin Xiao, watching his expert technique, mused to herself, clearly, you must have stolen your fair share of chickens in your youth. After several minutes, a white seabird finally showed interest in the food laid out. It swooped down onto the beach, snatched a barnacle, and promptly took flight. Yu Tianming sighed from behind the rock. Shortly thereafter, a black bird landed, this time claiming a raspberry before soaring away. This pattern continued with 4 or 5 seabirds, all executing similar tactics. What's going on? Yu Tianming pondered. They grab one and leave, switching out like it's a game. Just as he was contemplating this phenomenon, he discerned the source of the disturbance. Yin Xiao, not far from the stone slab, was fixated on the scene as well. How unfortunate for you, he exclaimed. With you watching, how can they possibly linger? Yin Xiao, if you have nothing to do, you ought to return to the cave. Your presence here will only frighten the birds away. Yu Tianming was already irked, and he spoke rather bluntly. You think I will leave just because you say so? I won't. Yin Xiao, rather than retreating to the cave, squatted down beside Yu Tianming. What are you doing? He asked. Watching you catch birds. Surely, that's permissible? Yin Xiao was not merely being mischievous. She was genuinely interested in the endeavor. Having never experienced such an adventure before, she was determined not to miss out. Yu Tianming, too exasperated to argue further, decided to focus on the task at hand. With no one else around the stone slab, the two of them quietly crouched behind the rock, motionless in their watch. At last, a magnificent frigate bird, characterized by its black wings and white belly, descended. Initially, it devoured the nearby barnacles, gradually inching closer to the stone slab. The half-centipede piqued the frigate bird's interest, and it swiftly snatched it up with its long, pointed beak, devouring it in mere moments. Seemingly content with the flavor, the bird flapped its wings a few times. In the pit lay half of its body, and the frigate bird cautiously extended its long beak towards it. Just as its head was about to enter, a sudden sound erupted beside Yu Tianming, a prolonged fart. Startled, the frigate bird prepared to flee. In that instant, Yu Tianming had no time for expletives and swiftly pulled the rope. The slate stone lodged perfectly in the bird's beak, causing it to flap its wings vigorously in an attempt to extricate itself. Observing the situation, Yu Tianming dashed forward, pressing down on the bird just as it was about to break free. The frigate bird's wings flailed like oversized fans, creating a flurry of air. With quick reflexes, Yu Tianming drew a dagger from beside his foot and drove it into the creature. A gasp escaped Yin Xiao's lips, as this was her first encounter with such a gruesome scene. Stop screaming, it's already dead, Yu Tianming exclaimed as he thrust the dagger several more times, finally silencing the bird's struggles. He stood up, panting, blood splattered across his body, and his fierce expression terrified Yin Xiao. Did you really just kill it? She asked, gazing at the corpse, still shaken by the brutality of his actions. If we don't kill it for food, we might as well save it for the new year, he replied, having resolved that in future encounters with animals, he must strike first. Otherwise, if this lady were to suddenly show mercy, his efforts would be in vain. Chapter 39. Raspberry roasted chicken. Who just farted? Yu Tianming finally had the chance to inquire, realizing that had it not been for his quick reflexes, the frigate bird would have escaped. Yin Xiao lowered her head in embarrassment. I didn't mean to. I just couldn't hold it in. The barnacles paired with raspberries did a number on my stomach. I'm sorry. Yu Tianming slapped his forehead. Why did I end up with you? You're useless in everything and insatiable when it comes to food. Fruits and seafood together? You're just asking for a stomachache. I'm speechless with you. Hurry up and find a spot to clean yourself out. We're waiting for the barbecue. With her apology, Yu Tianming felt less inclined to scold her. Yin Xiaoxiao, looking pitiful, walked away to deal with her discomfort. Always complaining, Yu Tianming muttered as he sat beside the bird's carcass, preparing to clean up. The frigate bird's wingspan exceeded 2 meters, but surprisingly, there was not much meat on it. He weighed it and found it to be only about 4 to 5 kilograms. After removing the feathers and bones, there might be 3 kilograms of meat. Without boiling water, processing the feathers was challenging. He grew weary of the task and began to tear the feathers away with his hands. However, he deliberately left the long feathers from the wings intact, collecting several that were undamaged and inserting them into his green grass hat. He did not wish to wear something green every day, and now it looked significantly better. After inspecting it for a moment, he donned it atop his head. From behind, it indeed gave off an impression of an Indian warrior. Having gone days without proper clothing, Yu Tianming had also tanned considerably. He stripped the bird of its plumage, severed its head, and discarded the wings, realizing there was truly no meat to be found there. Only a trunk remained, eviscerated and repeatedly cleansed in the sea. What transpired? Yin Xiaoxiao finally returned, her brow furrowing at the sight of the scattered entrails and bloodstains. You certainly know how to time your appearances, don't you? Absent during labor, yet present when it's time to feast. Go gather some firewood. Yu Tianming replied with irritation. Fine, I shall go. Always creating a fuss. If you have something to say, just say it all at once. However, the thought of soon enjoying roasted chicken, no, roasted bird, quickened her pace. Upon returning to the cave with the firewood, she was greeted by a fragrant aroma before even stepping inside. To her delight, Yu Tianming was skewering the roasted bird with a wild boar tusk, reveling in his culinary triumph. The seabird was glistening with fat, the oil dripping onto the fire, producing a sizzling sound and wafting an enticing scent. This was nothing short of authentic roasted chicken. At the cave entrance, a loud gulp echoed, startling Yu Tianming. Hey, doesn't it smell delightful? He brandished the roasted bird, beaming with pride. Oh, it smells divine. Let me have a taste. Yin Xiaoxiao was salivating, all prior reluctance swept away. Not quite done yet. Let cook a bit longer. Yin Xiaoxiao tossed aside the firewood and squatted eagerly by the flames, her gaze fixed on the roasted bird, unblinking. After merely half a minute, is it ready yet? Not yet. Another half-minute passed. Can we eat it now? Still not ready. Yu Tianming found her eagerness amusing. She seemed more attached to the food than to her own father. It was nearly done. He merely wished to tease Yin Xiaoxiao, whose drooling visage was utterly endearing. Here, take a whiff. Yu Tianming waved the roasted bird in front of her. The aroma wafted into Yin Xiaoxiao's nostrils, nearly intoxicating her. She took several deep breaths, afraid to miss even a hint of the meat's fragrance. I want to eat. Just one last step. He crushed raspberries, mixing the pulp and juice, evenly sprinkling it over the surface. Placing it over the fire, the scent of the fruit mingled with the roasted meat, filling every corner of the cave with an irresistible fragrance. Here, a drumstick for you. Yu Tianming removed the leg and handed it to Yin Xiaoxiao. She snatched it eagerly, not caring about the heat, and took a bite. Ah, the girl couldn't help but moan in delight. After 3 days without meat, this bite felt heavenly. Is it delicious? Mmm. Yin Xiaoxiao couldn't respond, too preoccupied with the scalding morsel, unwilling to spit out. I've heard that in the South, they have lychee roasted goose. How does my raspberry roasted chicken compare? She could hardly focus on speaking. Eating was of utmost importance. Watching Yin Xiaoxiao devour the food with grease dripping from her mouth, Yu Tianming felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He then tore off another leg and began to eat heartily. These past few days, he had exerted the most effort while consuming the least. Barnacles were not forgiving of hunger. Although the roasted chicken lacked some seasonings, it was still remarkably delicious. Yin Xiaoxiao was far from ladylike, finishing one leg in a few bites and eagerly eyeing the remaining portions. Yu Tianming deftly sliced the roasted chicken with a dagger, placing the succulent pieces into a large shell as the two indulged ravenously. To his surprise, he discovered barnacles nestled within. Yin Xiaoxiao, engrossed in her feast, only now realized that the roasted bird harbored these delicacies. This was the true essence, as all the rich flavors had been absorbed by the barnacle meat. Let me sample my creation, she exclaimed, popping a couple in her mouth, her eyes widening in delight as she nodded vigorously. Absolutely splendid. If I manage to catch a wild boar, I could prepare something even more exquisite for you. Observing her contentment filled Yu Tianming with joy as well. In such an environment, to savor a delightful roasted meal was indeed a stroke of fortune. You are such a contradictory girl, he remarked, relishing the feast more than anyone, yet displaying such cruelty when it comes to the hunt. The delectable roasted chicken vanished in no time, consumed entirely by the two. Yin Xiaoxiao spared no drop of the rich juices clinging to the shell, using barnacle meat to savor every bit. With a rather unbecoming gesture, she patted her full belly, exclaiming her satisfaction. Approximately 2.5 pounds of roasted bird had found its way into her stomach, along with a generous portion of barnacles. Overcome with fullness, she lay back on the ground, still licking the remnants of oil from her lips. Yu Tianming, having grown accustomed to her behavior, rose to clear away the leftover bones, disposing of them thoughtfully. However, he did not return to her side, but chose instead to sit by the sea, lost in thought. Today had been fortunate. He had caught a large bird, something as rare as the colossal centipede. Yet, he pondered what tomorrow and the days after might hold, uncertainty gnawing at him. As for capturing a wild boar, he lacked confidence. He needed to devise a strategy. One could not simply consume until nothing remained. The issue of water also loomed large. The scant raspberries would not sustain them for long, and he must seek out a reliable source. Fortunately, Yin Xiaoxiao's presence kept his spirits up, igniting within him a desire to perform and provide. He shuddered to think of how he would fare alone on this isolated island. Finding food might prove easier solo, yet prolonged solitude could drive one to madness. What are you thinking about? Yin Xiaoxiao suddenly appeared behind him. I was contemplating roasted pig's trotters, Yu Tianming replied casually. You are insufferable, Yin Xiaoxiao playfully chided, taking a seat beside him. So I desire pig's trotters. Is that a crime? Who told you to eat so heartily? He muttered inwardly. You dare bring that up, suggesting ulterior motives? She silently cursed. Chapter 040. A pod of whales appears on the horizon. The sumptuous feast had left them both thoroughly sated. As dusk approached, the two finally set aside their concerns about food for the moment. They sat quietly by the shore, relishing the cool evening breeze. For considerable time, silence enveloped them as they gazed at the undulating sea. What is that? Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the water. A massive column of water erupted several meters away, illuminated brilliantly by the setting sun. Moments later, a large dark shadow emerged from the depths, accompanied by a deep, resonant exhalation. Loch Ness Monster, Yu Tianming remarked dryly, his interest waning. That is a whale. Given the considerable size, it is likely a humpback whale or a sperm whale, isn't it? Yin Xiaoxiao stood up excitedly, calling out loudly towards the whale. Hey, hey, hey. Ha ha ha. Her joyous laughter was incessant, much to the chagrin of Yu Tianming. This girl must be out of her mind. Do I not recognize a whale? Whales cannot be consumed in the ocean. What is there to be so excited about? Yin Xiaoxiao waved fervently towards the whale, hopping about like a carefree child. The whale lifted its massive tail fin and forcefully struck the water surface, sending a spray of water flying far and creating ripples across the once tranquil sea. Look over there. How beautiful. Yin Xiaoxiao remained enthralled by the stunning view before her. Yu Tianming, seated and unmoving, muttered to himself, beautiful? What a load of nonsense. This is just a case of gluttony. I work hard to provide for you, and you're just frolicking about. Do you think this is a 5-day island vacation? Can't you be a bit more sensible? Wow, there are several more over there. Quick, look. Suddenly, several enormous creatures emerged from the water in the diagonal front. Among them, the largest whale exceeded 10 meters in length. It leapt out of the water, flipping its body to reveal its white belly before crashing heavily back into the sea. The other whales seemed stimulated by this act and soon followed suit. In an instant, 7 or 8 massive whales churned the water into countless splashes, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. The first whale that had appeared continued to swim nearby, showing no signs of action. The remaining whales rolled about, sending up columns of water and waves in a rhythmic dance, as though one were witnessing a splendid fountain display. Occasionally, the whales emitted melodious and deep calls that sent delightful shivers down one's spine. It was uncertain which whale initiated the clash, but suddenly, 2 enormous heads collided violently on the surface. The others, not wanting to be outdone, joined the fray. Their massive bodies stirred the waters as they crashed into one another. What are they doing? Are they fighting? Yin Xiaoxiao asked, her eyes wide with innocence. Fighting? Not at all. These fellows are courting. Whoever wins gets the female. Don't you understand? Yu Tianming sighed, feeling utterly fatigued. Must I explain the intricacies of courting to you? How do you know that one is female? Yin Xiaoxiao challenged. Is that even a question? Can't you see? Only that big fellow is leisurely swimming. It's merely observing the selection of a mate. Yu Tianming discerned the situation immediately. Having witnessed similar spectacles in his rural childhood, where dog fights and pig brawls were all about that one trivial concern. Oh, I see. So it turns out that being a woman has its perks. Yin Xiaoxiao nodded in understanding, much to Yu Tianming's annoyance. Indeed, you women are only concerned with eating and never lend hand. In the outside world, men toil day in and day out to earn a living, and if their earnings dwindle, they face contempt upon returning home. Being a man is truly difficult. Yu Tianming reflected on his own recent experiences, feeling quite empathetic. The grand courtship display continued to unfold on the sea, lasting for more than half an hour. At last, the largest whale emerged victorious, flaunting its immense physique as it circled around the mother whale. Wow, look, that whale has triumphed. The excited voice continued to broadcast the event live for Yu Tianming. The defeated male whales could only swim away in dejection, occasionally spouting water jets, seemingly expressing their disappointment and sorrow. Witnessing this scene, Yin Xiaoxiao's mood shifted rapidly as she sympathetically remarked, "Those whales are so pitiful. They won to be single forever, will they? If you feel so sorry for them, why not marry one?" Yu Tianming could hardly tolerate her juvenile sentimentality. In one breath, she praised the winner, and in the next, lamented the plight of the others. Do you have any principles or bottom lines? The victorious whale released a deep, sonorous roar, proudly slapping the water's surface. Then, accompanied by its newly won mate, both disappeared beneath the waves. Huh, why did they leave? Well, they are preparing for their nuptials. Would you still want a live broadcast? Puffed. What's the big deal? Such scenes abound in the animal kingdom. Oh, so you're a closet fan of such affairs? Fine, I won't bother you any longer. Watch if you wish. The sea soon returned to tranquility. The moon ascended once more, casting shimmering reflections upon the water as the waves cascaded beautifully. Have you ever considered what we would do if we were forever trapped here? After satisfying her hunger, Yin Xiaoxiao found her thoughts drifting homeward, her mood plummeting, leaving Yu Tianming somewhat bewildered. Just moments ago, she had been exuberant, and now she was sorrowful, weeping softly. What else can we do? We must survive, he replied. This only deepened Yin Xiaoxiao's despondency as she rested her head on her knees, quietly saddened. Initially, Yu Tianming had hoped for rescue, but 3 days had passed with no sign of help. The responsiveness of the relevant authorities back home was reassuring. They would surely mobilize at the first sign of trouble. However, if help had not yet arrived, it could only mean one thing. The plane had strayed too far off course, and the search and rescue teams might be unable to locate this island. Yet, the very thought of survival began to weigh heavily on Yu Tianming's mind. Food was a concern, but fresh water was an even greater issue. He and Yin Xiaoxiao had been exploring the coastline for 2 days, feeling they had only traversed a small portion of the vast island. They had discovered a clear spring at the entrance of a cave occupied by a giant lizard. But beyond that, there was no other source of water. The few raspberries they found could barely quench their thirst, and their supply would be exhausted within a couple of days. What a headache! Truly a headache. Moreover, within just 2 days, they had encountered 2 large creatures, the giant lizard and a wild boar king. Who knew what other ferocious beasts lurked deeper within the dense woods? Thus, Yu Tianming's tone reflected his uncertainty. Damn it. Well, since we're in this predicament, let us face life and death with indifference. If we must, let us fight. With newfound resolve, his eyes brightened as he exclaimed, I get it now. Chapter 41. The dispute arises over food. What do you know? Yin Xiaoxiao was startled by his sudden outburst. I understand now. Animals possess a territorial instinct, especially these colossal creatures. That is hardly a revelation. I already knew that without you saying it. Yin Xiaoxiao shook her head in disbelief. So you pondered this for a long time just to arrive at such a conclusion? Allow me to enlighten you. In the various novels I have read, dragons, phoenixes, and cheilants, as well as white tigers, each occupy their own mountain peaks. Oh, Yin Xiaoxiao thought. So you came to this realization through literature? How could you be so dense? Upon noticing Yin Xiaoxiao's disdainful gaze, Yu Tianming grew displeased. Since these magnificent beings hunt on their territories, we could act as spies, instigating a conflict between them and reaping the benefits. Yu Tianming felt quite pleased with this sudden insight. You might have a point, but how do we go about it? Yin Xiaoxiao pondered, finding herself at a loss for solutions. Just watch me, Yu Tianming grinned confidently. Very well, Yin Xiaoxiao sighed softly. You indeed have a plethora of misguided ideas. I shall await your demonstration. Without delay, Yu Tianming hurried back to the cave, leaving Yin Xiaoxiao alone by the seaside to admire the scenic beauty. Laughter occasionally echoed from the cave, and Yin Xiaoxiao cast a scornful glance in that direction, thinking to herself how tasteless he was. Is it not better for two people to engage in conversation at such a time? Could this not wait until tomorrow? She contemplated this, yet Yu Tianming was resolute. He emptied all the gooseneck barnacles from the bottle, placing them on the stones by the fire to roast. It was not until the aroma of the grilled meat wafted towards Yin Xiaoxiao that her curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to return. The moment she entered the cave, Yin Xiaoxiao exploded in outrage. Have you lost your mind? Why did you roast them all? Were they not meant to be saved for later? Don't concern yourself. I have my own plans. Yu Tianming waved his hand dismissively. Even if Yin Xiaoxiao wished to salvage the barnacles, it was already too late. Several empty bottles lay on the ground, none remaining. All had been placed by the fire. What on earth are you doing? Are we not living our lives? Yin Xiaoxiao gazed forlornly at the scattered, empty bottles, her heart aching. I tell you, since wild boars relish this delicacy, let them indulge to their heart's content. Once they defecate, my plan will succeed. Yin Xiaoxiao grimaced, struggling to comprehend. Think about it. How do animals discern their territories? By scent. Do you understand, sister? Oh, Yin Xiaoxiao suddenly grasped it. This fellow possesses some cleverness after all. Quite impressive. However, she quickly recalled another matter and blurted out, but what if the wild boar does not come? What? Yu Tianming was momentarily taken aback. I seem to have overlooked that aspect. 1,000 points of frustration struck Yin Xiaoxiao's heart. What kind of person initiates a plan without thorough consideration? No amount of wealth could withstand your folly. Yin Xiaoxiao was furious, heedlessly crouching down and seizing a barnacle to smash it. What are you doing? Yu Tianming was caught off guard. What do you think I'm doing? I intend to consume all of this to prevent you from wasting it. With that, she began stuffing her mouth. No, this is meant for the pigs. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianming became anxious. Although his plan had its flaws, without those barnacles, they would be utterly finished. The sea turtles had long since returned home, making it impossible to find more barnacles. Yu Tianming lunged forward, gripping Yin Xiaoxiao's hand tightly to prevent her from harming the barnacles. Yin Xiaoxiao, equally frustrated, argued that consuming them was far better than letting them go to waste. Unable to withstand Yu Tianming's strength, she opened her mouth and bit down. Oh my, are you a dog? Yu Tianming did not expect Yin Xiaoxiao to be so fierce, leaving 2 clear bite marks on his forearm. I refuse to listen. I will eat. Yin Xiaoxiao, driven by hunger, relentlessly stuffed barnacles into her mouth. Fearful of the days ahead without food, Yu Tianming, infuriated, felt the urge to strike her, grinding his teeth in frustration. Yin Xiaoxiao, can you not be reasonable? Even if the plan is imperfect, we must at least try. With just these few barnacles, how many meals can we have? I don't care. I won't listen. She swallowed mouthfuls without pause. Damn it. Yu Tianming felt as though his heart was being squeezed. He could neither hit her nor scold her, leaving him in a state of utter turmoil. Finally, he decided to avert his gaze and stepped out of the cave. Eat, eat, eat. You'll choke. Truly. Large-chested, but brainless, Yu Tianming, always thorough in his actions, heated all the barnacles. This meant that regardless of how much Yin Xiaoxiao could eat, there would be no food left for tomorrow. He longed to abandon it all. His heart was weary. Yet, with only 2 people on this desolate island, where could he possibly go? Sitting by the sea, brooding in silence, he soon heard weeping from the cave. Crying, what the hell? Yu Tianming found women's tears most bothersome. But in his current state of agitation, he did not wish to engage with Yin Xiaoxiao. Alone by the fire, she ate while crying. She recognized that her actions were wrong, yet the panic brought on by hunger left her feeling lost. With no clear direction for the days ahead, she could only attempt to fill her belly. However, She was also concerned about Yu Tianming going hungry, so she gathered the remaining barnacles. After all, they would last until tomorrow, so she might as well let Yu Tianming eat well. But when she stepped out of the cave to apologize, there was no sign of Yu Tianming outside. Yu Tianming? Yu Tianming. Panic set in for Yin Xiaoxiao. Has he abandoned me? How could you be so petty? I was kind enough to leave food for you. Yu Tianming. Her sharp cries echoed far, yet the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness. The only response being the sound of the waves. That bastard really left. Outside, it was pitch black. The trees and distant mountains formed only a dark silhouette. Trembling with fear, Yin Xiaoxiao took a few steps but dared not proceed further. No matter how she called out, Yu Tianming seemed to have vanished without a trace. Leaving no echo, with a heavy heart, she could only return to the cave, sitting despondently by the fire. It was only at this moment that she realized, without Yu Tianming, she lacked even the courage to survive. Sitting by the fire, with no food or drink, how long could she endure? In 3 or 4 days, she would surely perish from hunger and thirst. The mere thought of this made her incessantly curse Yu Tianming's heartlessness in her mind. She also berated herself for being so impulsive as to drive him away. Just as she was silently grieving, the massive stone blocking the cave entrance suddenly shook violently, producing a jarring sound. Startled, Yin Xiaoxiao jumped to her feet. Before she could discern what it was, the stone wall was once again struck by a heavy object. Through the flickering firelight, she peered through the crevice at the entrance, only to be petrified into a state of paralysis on the ground. Chapter 42. The celestial being descends. The wild boar king had returned. Though it had but one tusk remaining, it remained fearsome, relentlessly battering the stone wall with its head. Fortunately, the stone wall constructed by Yu Tianming was thick enough to prevent immediate danger. However, given the way the stones were trembling, it seemed only a matter of time before it would collapse. Moreover, a smaller wild boar was rummaging around the edge of the stone crevice, emitting incessant grunts. This was the passageway meant for their entry and exit, which had now become the small boar's point of breach. Yin Xiaoxiao could even smell the foul stench emanating from its mouth. Without a second thought, she grabbed anything within reach and hurled it at the boar's head. The creature, in pain, became even more frenzied, opening its rancid mouth and twisting its body while fiercely digging with its front hooves. Yin Xiaoxiao was on the brink of madness. Trapped alone in the cave, if the stone wall were to collapse, her demise would be inevitable. Yu Tianming, where are you? Please come back. She increasingly felt how crucial Yu Tianming truly was. Yet he was gone. In a panic, she seized the dog stick and began to jab wildly at the crevice. The boar was remarkably agile, evading her thrusts effortlessly. It seized the opportunity to bite the stick, wrenching it from her grasp. What else was there? In her frantic search, she found nothing but empty bottles and the stones surrounding the fire. Everything else was devoid. Stones. Yes, stones. She removed her clothing, wrapped her hands, and with great effort, lifted a stone, intending to hurl it. However, the stone was scorching hot. As soon as she lifted it, she cried out in pain. Survival instinct overtook her, and she disregarded the heat, pushing the stone little by little to block the crevice. As the boar's snout met the heated stone, it emitted a cacophony of shrieks. Yet this only incited the beast's primal rage, and its subsequent attacks grew more violent. At this rate, the stone wall would not hold for long. Yin Xiaoxiao had done all she could. She could only helplessly curl up in the innermost part of the cave, trembling and weeping uncontrollably. Each impact from the wild boar king sent tremors through the stone wall, eliciting several anguished cries from her. Small chunks of stone had already begun to fall from the wall, and it was only a matter of time before it would surely collapse. At that moment, a piercing whistle echoed from outside the cave, followed by a thunderous shout from Yu Tianming. Come at me if you dare. He cast aside his burdens and swiftly dashed toward the cave's entrance. Bending down, he seized several stones and hurled them with precision, striking the formidable figure of the wild boar king. The creature, upon recognizing its adversary, charged forward with renewed vigor. Yu Tianming quickly scrambled atop a large boulder, calling out, Xiaoxiao, are you all right? His voice resonated like a celestial beacon, pulling Yin Xiaoxiao back from the brink of despair. Where have you been, Yu Tianming? Hurry and rescue me. A voice filled with panic echoed from within the cave. Reassured that Yin Xiaoxiao was safe, Yu Tianming felt a momentary relief. Yet, the wild boar king remained beneath him, showing no intention of retreating. This time, the boar had wised up, Instead of charging the boulder, it circled the area, snorting ominously. Its massive hooves dug into the sandy pit, a display of pent-up fury. The smaller wild boars, responding to their leader's call, gathered around, leaving Yu Tianming with no escape route. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaoxiao, confident that she was temporarily safe, peeked out and saw Yu Tianming standing alone, confronting the horde of wild boars. "What should we do now? What can I possibly do?" she asked anxiously. Yu Tianming found himself in a perilous predicament, striving to save himself. "Just stay put and don't create more trouble," he retorted, aware that he had no viable options left. The wild boars were not as sluggish as the giant lizards. Escape was futile, leaving him to hope for the creatures to disperse on their own. However, the standoff persisted for over half an hour, with no sign of the boars retreating. This was untenable. The tide would soon arise. Although the boulder was high enough to keep the boars at bay, being submerged by the ocean would mean Yu Tianming would have to endure a night in the frigid waters. He could not bear the thought of succumbing to the cold. While he had not devised a brilliant plan, he refused to surrender. Scanning his surroundings, he conceived a rather unconventional idea. He called out loudly, "Are there any barnacles left in the cave? Throw them out and cast them far." In her panic, Yin Xiaoxiao reacted without hesitation. She gathered a handful of roasted barnacles and, with great effort, climbed to the top of the rocky wall. A significant gap had been left by the boar's earlier foraging. Once atop, she aimed in another direction and exerted all her strength, launching them into the air. Oh my, was that even 5 meters? Yu Tianming's heart sank upon witnessing the barnacles fall short. His intention was for Yin Xiaoxiao to lure the wild boars away, allowing him to slip back into the cave. As long as he was present to block the stone wall, the boars would eventually vacate. Fortunately, the barnacles did manage to attract a few younger boars, leaving only the wild boar king, who continued to glare menacingly at Yu Tianming. "Keep going. Don't stop. Hurry up. We're running out of barnacles." In a desperate bid for survival, Yu Tianming resolved to take a bold gamble. Within the cave, numerous barnacles remained, and Yin Xiaoxiao was so distressed that she wept. Throwing her tears and snot aside, Yu Tianming sensed that waiting any longer was futile. These barnacles could hardly withstand the onslaught of several wild boars feasting together. He climbed into the water behind the rocks and emerged with several large stones, returning to the reef. "Curse you! Are you determined to fight me to the death?" he declared, raising a stone high above his head and bringing it down forcefully upon the wild boar king. The beast merely sidestepped slightly, evading the blow. "Try again. I refuse to believe this." He hurled stone after stone, and finally one struck its mark, hitting the wild boar king squarely. The creature let out a piercing squeal of agony, leaping far from the impact. This was the opportunity Yu Tianming had been waiting for. He leapt onto the sandy shore, disregarding the peril behind him, and sprinted towards the cave. The wild boar king, regaining its composure, charged at him with its formidable tusks. Just as Yu Tianming was about to reach the entrance, the beast was upon him, its tusks nearly grazing his rear, threatening imminent death. Suddenly, he noticed a sharp dog stick lying within reach. Without a moment's deliberation, he seized it and thrust it backward with all his might. Chapter 43. A fight to the death with the wild boar king. The wild boar king let out a horrific cry. The pointed end of the stick had pierced the corner of its mouth. However, it was not a deep enough wound to be fatal. The boar violently shook its head, sending Yu Tianming soaring into the air, still gripping the other end of the stick. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, the boar propelled him directly into the stone wall at the entrance of the cave. The tremendous force of the impact left Yu Tianming disoriented, as if 10 heavyweight champions had simultaneously struck him. Dizziness clouded his mind, and he barely registered the intense pain in his back. His hands instinctively loosened their grip. If he fell outside the cave, the wild boar would surely gore him to death. Yin Xiaoxiao, who had been crouched atop the stone wall, suddenly gasped and reached out. She managed to grasp the few remaining strands of Yu Tianming's hair, causing him immense pain, but also jolting him back to awareness. He could only utter a curse. "Damn it!" before hastily gripping the crevices of the stone wall, scrambling to ascend. At that moment, the wild boar king's assault struck again, the wall shaking with a resounding thud. "Damn it, hurry inside," Yu Tianming urged, pushing Yin Xiaoxiao forward as he too scrambled back into the cave. What the hell? That was utterly thrilling. The entire ordeal, though lasting no more than 30 seconds, was fraught with peril. Any misstep could have led to certain doom. Why can't you stay put? Why are you running around? Yin Xiaoxiao cried, tears still in her eyes as they found temporary safety. Running around? If you hadn't consumed the barnacles, would I have needed to fetch bananas? Yu Tianming was also filled with frustration. Bananas? Yin Xiaoxiao did not comprehend his meaning. Bang! Bang bang! The heavy thuds continued. Yu Tianming pressed his back firmly against the stone wall and said, I just realized that the wild boar must have devoured that bunch of bananas earlier, which indicates they enjoy this treat, prompting it to return for more. Bang! Bang bang! The impacts persisted. Oh, Yin Xiaoxiao finally understood, and with deep remorse, she said, I'm sorry, I should not have doubted you. The current situation outside was clear. Yu Tianming was indeed correct. It was precisely because all the barnacles were roasted at once that it attracted the wild boar. All right, I have no further words. Yu Tianming expressed his impatience. He had genuinely considered abandoning the situation, but quickly dismissed the thought. Two individuals supporting each other was far better than one suffering in solitude. Although Yin Xiaoxiao often irritated him, he could not bear to watch her starve. Thus, he had just contemplated using bananas to lure the wild boar again, only to be taken aback by how swiftly the boar had arrived. So what now? The wild boar refuses to leave, which does not align with our plan. Yu Tianming only sought the wild boar as droppings, yet the wild boar seemed intent on taking his life. The helpless expression on Yin Xiaoxiao's face left Yu Tianming feeling utterly powerless. Let me think, he said. Listening to the sounds outside, they appeared to have diminished slightly. But peering through the crevice, the wild boar remained stationed at the cave's entrance. Are there any barnacles left? Yu Tianming inquired. Yes, Yin Xiaoxiao replied, handing him a handful. Taking the barnacles, Yu Tianming scattered them along the narrow opening through which they had entered. Don't ask, just watch. He insisted, unwilling to explain. Aware of her fault, Yin Xiaoxiao fell silent. Yu Tianming picked up a half of the wild boar king's tusk found in the cave, focusing intently on the crevice. This time, he was not disappointed. Soon, a small wild boar was lured by the enticing aroma. After devouring the outermost barnacles, it began to root around for more inside. When it reached the innermost barnacles, it found them out of reach. The wild boar opened its mouth wide, extending its tongue, desperate to reach the barnacles. Yu Tianming cursed inwardly. You're going to fight to the end, huh? I'll take you down. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust the sharp tusk directly into the wild boar's mouth. The wild boar let out a painful cry and struggled to break free. Yu Tianming, having been bullied for so long, was seething with rage. Ignoring his own safety, he thrust the tusk deeper into the wild boar's mouth with renewed force. His body was nearly being pulled out of the cave, yet he refused to let go. Gripping the tusk tightly, he twisted and turned, determined to bring the wild boar to its end. The wild boar king, sensing the struggle, intensified its efforts against the stone wall. Finally, just as Yu Tianming was about to be dragged out of the cave, the wild boar, in its last moments of defiance, collapsed. Panting heavily, Yu Tianming, with no time to rest, quickly seized the tusk of the wild boar and wedged the creature into the crevice. The previous wild boar had met its end when the wild boar king dragged it away. This time, it absolutely cannot happen again. This food was acquired at the cost of life. The wild boar king, gripping the hind leg of a wild boar, pulled it several times, only to be firmly held back by Yu Tianming. As it became evident that the boar could not be retrieved, a stalemate ensued. After a brief moment, inexplicably, the wild boar king suddenly let out a howl and took the lead in fleeing. The other wild boars, upon witnessing this, hastily followed suit, swiftly vanishing into the thicket. Exhausted, Yu Tianming collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, only to discover that the cave floor was unexpectedly damp. What is going on? Who has wet their pants? With this thought, he cast a suspicious glance at Yin Xiaoxiao's legs. Indeed, her pants were wet. Had she truly been frightened to the point of losing control? Yin Xiaoxiao, equally startled, failed to notice his lewd expression. Finally, they had departed. Thank heavens. Yin Xiaoxiao patted her chest, appearing still shaken. What are you staring at? She finally reacted, hastily squeezing her legs together. Did you wet your pants? Yu Tianming smirked mischievously. You are the one who wet your pants. Yin Xiaoxiao retorted immediately. However, her hand resting on her pants did feel quite damp. Could it be that she had indeed wet herself without realizing? Tentatively, she sniffed her hand, but there was no odor. You're talking nonsense. It wasn't me. Yin Xiaoxiao felt a wave of shame wash over her at this action, her face flushing crimson. I know it wasn't you. Yu Tianming, too, discerned the situation. The water on the ground had originated from outside. He promptly rose to investigate, and indeed, the rising tide had nearly reached the cave entrance. It seemed the wild boars had been frightened away by the surge. You need to gather your things quickly. The seawater is about to flood in. Yu Tianming urged anxiously, beginning to move stones himself. He intended to stack stones to elevate the fire pit. The outside world had already succumbed to darkness, and the seawater encircled them. It was too late to seek a more suitable refuge. Yu Tianming glanced at his watch. It was already past 8. Based on the experiences of the previous nights, the tide should recede shortly. However, this cave was relatively elevated, so it should not become submerged. At worst, they could stand on the stones and wait for the tide to withdraw. Chapter 044. I have a wonderful sister. As the first wave of seawater breached the cave floor, the two could only stand in the muddy water. The fire pit had been raised on stones and was temporarily safe from submersion. Yet, the frigid seawater seeped through, chilling them to the core. We won't drown, will we? As the water gradually rose above their ankles, Yin Xiaoxiao began to worry. Don't fret. Just hold on a little longer. The tide should be receding soon. Yu Tianming kept a close watch on his watch, relying on past experiences to gauge the situation, though uncertainty loomed in his mind. If it became dire, they would have no choice but to venture outside. However, the waves outside were substantial, and with the darkness enveloping them, any unforeseen mishap would be impossible to assess. As the water crept up to their knees, the fire finally extinguished. Instantly, thick smoke surged into the cave, causing both of them to cough incessantly. Just as Yu Tianming was about to abandon the cave, he finally noticed that the water level of the sea was receding. It's all right. The tide is going out, he reassured. But our fire has gone out. Yin Xiaoxiao, who feared the dark, whimpered. It's fine. We managed just like this on our first night. Tomorrow morning, I will start a fire, Yu Tianming said, gently patting her head to comfort her. Yin Xiaoxiao felt a tumult of emotions. Fear of the dark mingled with guilt. Had she not acted recklessly, perhaps none of this would have happened. If only she had scattered the barnacles at the edge of the forest earlier, the wild boars would have left after eating their fill. They could have prepared better for the rising tide and avoided being plunged into this darkness. I'm sorry, truly sorry, came her muffled apologies through the shadows. Enough of that. Let us just get through this together. It's inevitable that there will be some bumps along the way, Yu Tianming replied, feeling his heart soften. It can't all be like my mother, who... He abruptly stopped, nearly letting something slip. What is wrong with your mother? Yin Xiaoxiao asked. Her curiosity piqued about Yu Tianming's past. Oh, it's nothing of great significance. It's just a bit embarrassing to share. If you're willing to listen, I can tell you, Yu Tianming said, deciding to open up since it was just the two of them in this secluded place. Who knows how long they would have to live together. He gathered a few stones to fashion a makeshift bench, and they sat side by side as he began recounting his past. Actually, I have no memory of my mother. To be precise, I have never seen her, he said with a bitter smile. Most of what I know comes from my grandmother. My childhood was spent in the village with her. My father would only appear during the new year, bringing new clothes and a few pounds of fruit candies. According to my grandmother, my mother ran away 2 months after I was born, seemingly dissatisfied with our family's poverty. My father was deeply affected by this and left for the city to work, while I stayed with my grandmother in the countryside. When I was 5, my grandmother passed away, and I returned to the city with my father. That was when I discovered he had remarried, bought a house, and even had a younger sister. My stepmother was never kind to me. She either beat or scolded me, while my father was often busy with his business, coming home drunk. So, aside from my grandmother, no one cared for me. To them, I was simply an unwanted burden. You know what happened next? I got into trouble at school and was eventually expelled. Thereafter, I wandered about aimlessly in society. But let me clarify. I absolutely do not engage in any heinous acts, he said, with a hint of humor. Yin Xiaoxiao had been listening intently, her heart heavy with sympathy. Upon hearing his last words, she couldn't help but laugh, though she did believe him. With your foolish demeanor, it's hard to imagine you as a wrongdoer. So, does that mean you want to have the chance to inherit your family's estate? Yin Xiaoxiao's radiant smile sought to tease him, aiming to bring him a moment of joy. However, her intentions were not entirely selfless. She held no interest in the modest wealth of the couple. She frequently engaged in the trade of antiques. having endured her fair share of losses, yet managed to sustain herself without reliance on others. Attendants spoke with considerable pride. Since childhood, he had resolved to rely on his own efforts to amass wealth. Determined to demonstrate to his biological father and stepmother that he could thrive independently. Then why do you still reside in your father's bathhouse? Are you foolish? They disdain me and offer me no financial support. So why not take advantage of the situation? I have no obligation to pay. Everyone there knows me. What could they possibly do? You are impressive, Oxio remarked, recognizing the rarity of such a carefree mindset. She then probed further. What about your sister? Is she unkind to you as well? Attendants scratched his head in embarrassment. Not at all. My half-sister possesses a commendable character. Sometimes I question whether she is truly their biological child. Ever since she was little, she has clung to me, secretly providing me with treats. Yet, I am no less generous. Whenever she faced bullying at school, I was always there to defend her, and they would whisper of her fearsome brother. As I grew older and encountered deceit in my antique dealings, it was my sister who, with various excuses, managed to extract money from my father to assist me. So, your sister treats you quite well. What is her name? Once we are outside, I must meet her. Perhaps we could become good friends. A tinge of envy washed over Oxio for the sister she had never met, fortunate to have such a protective brother. Oh, her name is Yen. True to her name, her voice is melodious, akin to that of a lark. She is tall, just slightly shorter than me, and exceptionally beautiful. Whoever marries her better not dare to mistreat her. I would not hesitate to deal with him. The mere thought of his beloved sister ignited Attendants' enthusiasm. Unaccountably, Oxio felt a pang of jealousy towards Yen. Ah, how I wish I had a brother like you, who wouldn't want to be cherished and protected every day. Yet, the thought of her own parents cast a shadow of disappointment over her heart. It seemed that her circumstances, leading her to share this fate with Attendants, were not without reason. Both were navigating through life's hardships. I must insist, once we are out of here, you must meet my sister. She is truly wonderful. Attendants continued excitedly. Oxio offered a wry smile within her heart, contemplating the possibility that they might never meet. Chapter 045. The first attempt at cured meat, Attendants had always been hesitant to share his past, fearing that Oxio might look down upon him. Growing up in the countryside without a proper education, he had managed to carve out a modest existence through hard work, yet this did little to alleviate his feelings of inadequacy. Nonetheless, he had come to terms with his situation. What was there to be ashamed of? Deep down, he occasionally harbored feelings for Oxio, yet he lacked the confidence to truly pursue a relationship with her. No matter how one perceives Yen Xiao, she undeniably embodies the essence of a wealthy heiress, while he, devoid of any background or savings, lacks even a single house to his name. The meager earnings from trading antiques have long been squandered. The night air was frigid, yet the chill that enveloped Tianming's heart was far more penetrating. Even though Yen Xiao was sound asleep, relying solely on her own strength, he felt no warmth whatsoever. When Yen Xiao awoke once more, Tianming had already departed from the cave. He was on the beach, wielding a dagger as he meticulously dissected a wild boar. The ocean's waves from the previous night had served a beneficial purpose, cleansing the foul stench both inside and outside the creature. Look here, a hefty pig's trotter. You are in for a treat, my dear sister. Tianming had long since shaken off the melancholy of the previous night, brandishing a leg of pork brimming with tendons. His excitement palpable. Surprisingly, Yen Xiao did not erupt in cheers. Instead, she gazed at him with a twinge of sympathy. Having learned of his past, she now perceived him as somewhat foolish, adorably so. Although Tianming had spoken simply the night before, she sensed there were many matters he preferred to keep unspoken. This further affirmed that he was an independent and resilient man. Let me assist you, she offered, despite her aversion to the sanguinary task at hand, wishing to contribute in some manner. No, I can manage on my own. If you're truly at a loss for something to do, stick to the usual. Gather some firewood, he replied cheerfully, firmly refusing her help. All right then, I shall wait, she said, unexpectedly bestowing upon him a gentle smile. This was a rarity, as she often complained when asked to help. Just don't start shouting again. I'm quite busy here and have no time to rescue you. Tianming's just disrupted the pleasant atmosphere. You are truly insufferable. Yin Xiaoxiao playfully chided, yet she was still quite happy to fetch firewood. Upon her return, she found that all the wild boar meat had been expertly divided according to its various parts. Here, have some raspberries. You must be thirsty, she said, offering him the freshly picked fruit. There are hardly any ripe ones left. Make do with these red berries. Having tasted the tartness of the red raspberries herself, she had thoughtfully reserved the few purple-black ones for him. Yu Tianming, however, paid little heed to such details, shoving a handful into his mouth, reveling in the sweet and sour flavor that was refreshing. The task of butchering had indeed exhausted him, leaving him drenched in sweat. He instinctively presumed that, given Yin Xiaoxiao's penchant for food, she must have eaten her fill before returning. All right, now to prepare the fire. It is a pity about this pigskin. I've punctured it with holes all over. Otherwise, it could have been fashioned into a fine coat, he lamented, making his way back to the cave. Yin Xiaoxiao glanced down and indeed confirmed that the black pigskin was marred with blood and flesh, riddled with holes. However, the thought of draping such a thing over oneself was simply repugnant, setting aside the matter of taste. The sight of that robust black bristle from the wild boar was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Perhaps it was best to let it be. As Yin Xiaoxiao shuddered at the mere thought of it, Yu Tianming had become increasingly adept at kindling a fire. Within the span of an hour, the nascent flames had illuminated the cave. Today, I shall present you with a novel culinary experience, so wait and see, he declared mysteriously as he exited the cave, soon returning with a large bundle of broad leaves. What is this? Yin Xiaoxiao queried, unaccustomed to such rustic living. Just wait until you see how it makes your mouth water, Yu Tianming chuckled. You are truly annoying. He began by retrieving several long branches, selecting the sturdiest ones, and wedging their ends into the cave walls. One by one, he hung various strips and chunks of meat upon them. After untying a frayed rope, he secured the ribs, thigh meat, and bone, nodding in satisfaction before shifting the fire beneath the branches. Let the show commence, he exclaimed, adding ample firewood to the flames and tossing in the collected leaves. In an instant, the damp foliage met the glowing embers, releasing thick plumes of smoke that were suffocating. Within mere seconds, both of them were compelled to exit the cave. Wiping the ash from her face, Yin Xiaoxiao shook her head. Is this your grand performance? Yu Tianming offered an apologetic smile. It's my first attempt. You see, I lacked experience. I saw it on television. How could I have known it would produce such a volume of smoke? He had intended to attempt smoking the meat, but had mismanaged the process. Once the initial billows of smoke subsided, a delightful aroma of meat wafted through the cave. Yin Xiaoxiao inhaled deeply, praising, "Wow, your skills are quite impressive. It smells divine." Of course. Who do you think we are? He boasted, but before he could finish, a sudden flare of brilliant flames erupted within the cave. Oh no, the fire's too fierce. Yu Tianming, disregarding the stifling smoke, rushed back inside. The flames had risen over a foot high, and the wild boar meat was dripping with fat, sending sizzling sparks flying in every direction. Blast it, I forgot a crucial step. He hurriedly searched and found a large shell in the corner, cradling it to catch the dripping fat. His eyes stung from the smoke, and he felt the heat searing his skin. Why are you so foolish? Yin Xiaoxiao peered in, noticing his prolonged absence. That's all precious fat. We cannot let it go to waste. Yu Tianming lamented, recalling the considerable amount wasted before he had entered. I'll find something to prop it up. I can't stand your carelessness. Yin Xiaoxiao gathered some sturdy branches and fiddled for a while, yet could not support the heavy shell. Just tie a rope around the middle. That will secure it, she suggested. Oh, right, of course. With Yu Tianming's prompt. She hurriedly tied several branches together with a rope. After much effort, a somewhat crooked support structure was finally assembled. Why are you catching that fat? It smells too pungent. Until she emerged from the cave, Yin Xiaoxiao dared not take a deep breath, for the odor of wild boar fat was overwhelmingly pungent. What are we doing? Making torches? You fool. Chapter 46. The preparation of the torch plan. Torches? It was only then that Yin Xiaoxiao awoke from her stupor. However, we aren't going out night. What do we need torches for? Are you afraid I might get up to use the restroom in the dark? The only reason Yin Xiaoxiao could think of was this. As she had previously been accompanied by Yu Tianming during her nighttime excursions to the bathroom. Although his presence brought a sense of security, it was still quite embarrassing. In this light, Yu Tianming seemed quite considerate. As Yin Xiaoxiao pondered this, Her heart blossomed with joy, and her gaze softened towards Yu Tianming. Come on, even for a restroom visit, do we need such extravagant items? Do you think this is a flashlight that can have its batteries changed at will? His words brought Yin Xiaoxiao back to reality, reminding her that he remained as indifferent as ever. Oomph. She muttered under her breath, continuing her inquiry. Then what is it used for? Well, it's useful. You'll understand later, Yu Tianming replied, choosing not to elaborate further, as he was concocting a significant plan. Now was not the time to divulge details, fearing it would alarm Yin Xiaoxiao. Yet he knew her assistance was essential for its success. Fine. If you choose not to share, so be it. So mysterious, Yin Xiaoxiao thought to herself, feeling as though she was merely a burden in Yu Tianming's eyes. Unable to offer any help despite his repeated rescues over the past few days. Had it not been for him saving her at least 8 times? She wondered if anyone had been dispatched from her father's side to rescue her, pondering when this life of uncertainty would come to an end. As she was lost in her thoughts, Yu Tianming emerged from the cave, carrying a shell brimming with grease. The nauseating, fishy odor assaulted her senses, and she pinched her nose, grimacing in disgust from a distance. Yu Tianming had gathered several sturdy branches, each easily grasped by one hand, and cut them in a half-meter lengths, patiently awaiting the grease to solidify. He beckoned to Yin Xiaoxiao from a short distance. Come here, it's your turn to shine now. What? Did you not say you didn't need my help? Yin Xiaoxiao complained, though she still approached, pinching her nose. This is an opportunity for you to showcase your skills. Now, take off your pants, Yu Tianming said with a mischievous grin, his gaze akin to that of a wolf eyeing a little lamb. You, how shameless. Just because we have a bit of food, you start thinking about such ridiculous things. As she spoke, Yin Xiaoxiao picked up a stick from the ground, ready to strike Yu Tianming. What are you thinking every day? Do I need rags to make torches? Rags? I don't have any. What will I wear if I lose my pants? Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, not wanting to wander around in just her underwear, feeling embarrassed at the thought. However, it seemed she had forgotten that these pants originally belonged to Yu Tianming, and she had been rescued without any pants on. All right, I want to take everything. I'll just help you make them into cropped pants, he reassured her. I have nothing left to wear. Surely you don't expect me to remove my underwear to make torches? In truth, Yu Tianming harbored a thought. My friend has truly disrobed. Do you dare to gaze? However, it seemed he had forgotten that someone had indeed laid eyes upon him yesterday, though he remained oblivious to this fact. Fine then, you must leave me at least half of it, he urged. All right, enough of this. Hasten to undress and get on with it. You're being rather tedious. With these words, Yu Tianming turned his face away, refusing to look at her. It was then that Yin Xiaoxiao, feeling shy, began to remove her trousers, tossing them onto his head before darting behind the rocks, fearful of being exposed and taken advantage of. Humph, as if I haven't seen anything before. I have no idea who it is that cuddles with me every night. Yu Tianming mumbled under his breath, quickly silencing himself, for he did not wish to let the evening's tantalizing escapade be revealed, lest he be deprived of future pleasures. After retrieving the trousers, he examined them for a while, gesturing with them before commencing to cut with a knife, slicing piece by piece. Fortunately, the blade was exceptionally sharp, making the task remarkably effortless. Within moments, he had transformed the fabric into 6 or 7 strips, which he proceeded to soak in the congealing grease. Are you done yet? Can I have my trousers back? Yin Xiaoxiao's anxious voice echoed from behind the rocks. She feared that Yu Tianming might not keep his word and would use up all the fabric, leaving her in a predicament. Her urgency only reignited his mischievous intent. The trousers, already lengthy, had enough material remaining after alteration to fashion a pair of capris for her. Yet, with a smirk, he deliberately cut them much shorter. Here, take them. He tossed the trousers atop the rocks. Yin Xiaoxiao cautiously emerged, retrieving the trousers only to exclaim, Yu Tianming, you naughty rascal. Are these even wearable? Upon inspection, she discovered that the long trousers had been transformed into a pair of revealing hot pants, with several holes that exposed her underwear. What's wrong? It's still something to wear. I had no idea making a torch required so much fabric, Yu Tianming chuckled, feigning innocence. It seems I may need more of your clothing. He suppressed his laughter, eager to witness Yin Xiaoxiao's mortified appearance upon her return. You must be dreaming, Yin Xiaoxiao retorted through gritted teeth, her face a portrait of indignation. She unleashed every insult she could conjure in her mind toward Yu Tianming. You scoundrel. taking advantage of this moment to leave me without clothes. I want to fall for it. With her trousers in such a state, further cursing was futile. She stepped out from behind the rocks, pouting and glaring, her expression a mixture of anger and beauty that was undeniably captivating. Yu Tianming had intended to enjoy her displeasure, but upon catching a glimpse, he found himself entranced. Yin Xiaoxiao, dressed in his oversized clothing, barely concealed the hot pants beneath its hem. Her fair legs exposed as she walked along the beach. She had always exuded the charm of a lovely, obedient girl with her round, cherubic face and a rosy complexion that made her especially adorable when she smiled. However, she suddenly transformed her appearance, resembling a fiery and charming young woman, exuding a unique allure. It was as if she had just risen from slumber, clad only in her partner's shirt, strolling along the beach. The sea breeze gently caressed her, causing the loose shirt to sway gracefully, and the scenery before her was breathtakingly beautiful. What are you staring at? ISNT you're doing? Yin Xiaoxiao gazed at Yu Tianming, whose infatuated expression made her cheeks flush crimson. Though she felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation, she could not quite detest the way Yu Tianming looked at her. Perhaps it was because his gaze was filled solely with admiration and endless fascination. Unlike other men who either regarded her with lewdness or merely saw her as a vessel of wealth, she could not fully comprehend this feeling. All she knew was that it was not unpleasant. Yet, as she attempted to speak, he remained in a daze, which pushed Yin Xiaoxiao to her limits. She scooped up a handful of sand and tossed it at him. Only then did Yu Tianming snap back to reality. It's truly beautiful, he seemed to reminisce. Of course, Yin Xiaoxiao shot him an annoyed glance, though inwardly, she relished the attention. However, the moment was abruptly disrupted when Yu Tianming exclaimed, "Oh no, my oil has gotten sand in it. You're making a mess." He discovered that the oil within the shell was now tainted with a layer of sand, causing him great distress. Yin Xiaoxiao felt an urge to choke him, thinking, this fool, how could he be so oblivious? I could just kick him to death. Chapter 047. The plan interrupted by a blow, an extra for 2 readers. Yin Xiaoxiao fumed internally while Yu Tianming frantically cleaned the oil, ignoring her. Thank goodness it's just a bit of sand. If it were completely mixed up, my torch would be ruined. His focus remained on the precious oil, while Yin Xiaoxiao had already retreated into the cave. The smoke within the cave gradually lessened, and the wild boar meat, now devoid of oil, began to emanate a tantalizing aroma. Yin Xiaoxiao, eyeing the meat hanging from a branch, could not suppress a swallow. She cautiously glanced outside the cave. Seeing no sign of Yu Tianming, she stealthily plucked a small piece of meat. Taking a whiff, she found it utterly delightful. The fragrance, mingled with the scent of wood, carried a smoky barbecue essence that seemed even more flavorful than the roasted bird. The meat was perfectly balanced in texture, with little moisture and fat remaining. And just one whiff ignited her appetite. She tentatively took a bite, savoring the rich meat flavor. The gluttonous foodie could not help but emit a satisfied moan. Her anger forgotten, she devoured the piece in just a few bites. At that moment, a triumphant voice called from the cave entrance. "Delicious, ISNT it? How is my cooking?" It's absolutely wonderful," she mumbled, her mouth stuffed with meat, struggling to articulate her praise for Yu Tianming's culinary skills. However, she quickly realized that she could not possibly compliment that scoundrel, and with a stern expression, she shook her head repeatedly, attempting to refute him, though her mouth was too full, nearly choking her. He chuckled, "If it's delicious, then it's delicious. No need to exaggerate. ISNT that pig enough for you?" Yu Tianming observed her contradictory yet endearing demeanor, momentarily lost in thought. Yin Xiaoxiao struggled to swallow the succulent meat in her mouth before retorting, "Delicious? Not all. I was merely checking if it was cooked." Then, the culinary enthusiast shamelessly licked the grease around her lips, revealing her dishonesty. "All right, take your time eating. Do try to consume a bit more. Fill your stomach, as we have an important task ahead." Yu Tianming left the cave to return to the beach, where he began to wrap strips of cloth to fashion torches. An important task? Yin Xiaoxiao was baffled. What could be more significant? With so much meat, there was enough to sustain both her and Yu Tianming for several days. Moreover, with his remarkable bird-catching skills, starvation was not a concern. Never mind, she thought. I'll focus on satisfying my hunger first. Yu Tianming did not disturb her enjoyment of the meat and diligently crafted the torches, fearing that revealing his plan might dampen her appetite. To be honest, He himself had little confidence in the strategy. Yet, circumstances had led them here, and there was no turning back. Finally, 6 torches were completed. After meticulously checking them multiple times to ensure the oilcloth was secure, he felt a slight sense of relief. He took 1 torch and entered the cave, only to find Yin Xiaoxiao still voraciously eating, clearly in high spirits. However, once she noticed Yu Qianming's presence, she quickly concealed her gluttonous display, adopting a more ladle-like manner. Yu Tianming smiled faintly, but said nothing. He moved to the fire pit, rekindled the flames, and began testing the torch. Unfortunately, the situation did not appear promising. He frowned, observing the torch that had already caught fire. It took longer than expected to ignite. Furthermore, the wild boar fat seemed to burn too quickly, producing a small flame, unfavorable for his plan. Yu Tianming furrowed his brow, fixating on the rapidly burning torch. Glancing at his watch, he estimated the ignition took about 20 seconds, with a burn time of merely 5 minutes. With 5 torches remaining, they would only afford him about half an hour at most. Doubt clouded his mind, and he wore a troubled expression. What's the point of this? It extinguishes in no time, wasting my pants, Yin Xiaoxiao mocked, gnawing on a rib. In her eyes, with food and shelter secured, clothing should not be squandered. Oomph. Now I have bare legs. I'll end up sunburned. Surprisingly, Yu Tianming did not retort, but simply shook his head in disappointment and exited the cave. He sat beside a few torches, lost in thought, uncertain of what to do next. Oh, something's up. Yin Xiaoxiao, intrigued, emerged from the cave while continuing to munch on her rib. Here, have some too. She handed a rib to Yu Tianming, who seemed lost in thought, oblivious to her presence. Hey, are you still waiting for me to feed you? Yin Xiaoxiao's tone grew more insistent. If it weren't for my concern that you might starve from working so hard, I wouldn't bother with you at all. A long sigh escaped Yu Tianming's lips. He felt a headache coming on. Who are you planning to take on? Yin Xiaoxiao gasped in shock. The implications of his words struck her profoundly. With only the 2 of them present, was he truly contemplating something forceful? It seemed all men were the same. Once satisfied, they began to entertain such depraved thoughts. The phrase being well-fed leads to lewd desires flooded her mind, along with various unsavory expressions. Terrified, she abandoned the rib and began to scour the area for something to defend herself. A rock, a stick, anything would do, as long as she could thwart this lecherous wolf. But what if she couldn't overpower him? Would she lose her virtue so easily? What would she do then? The prospect of suicide was equally daunting. Countless thoughts spiraled chaotically in her mind, leaving her in a state of panic. Perhaps she should strike first, while he was still dazed, and knock him unconscious. With that determination, she stealthily picked up a sturdy branch and crept forward. Yu Tianming remained preoccupied with his plans, oblivious to Yin Xiaoxiao's fearful demeanor, muttering to himself. It seemed he really needed to remove her clothing, just as he resolved to call out to her. He was suddenly struck by a heavy stick. What are you doing? He exclaimed. Ouch! Are you trying to kill me? The blow landed squarely on his head, leaving a painful bump. Yin Xiaoxiao gasped in disbelief, seeing that he had not fainted, and quickly jumped back, nervously watching his next move. What is wrong with you? Why didn't you use such force when hunting wild boars? Why are you so eager to hit me? Yu Tianming was on the verge of losing his temper, rubbing the painful bump on his head. Who told you to take off my clothes? That word is too embarrassing to say outright. She faltered, then asserted, I won't let you succeed. Don't even think about it. Yin Xiaoxiao was equally startled, her words tumbling out in a jumble. What the heck? What have I done to you? Yu Tianming was stunned. That giant lizard is what I want to kill, and you're trying to stop me? Have you lost all sense of humanity? He felt utterly wronged, wanting to hunt the giant lizard, while she, a glutton, stood in his way. Is it so easy to gather food and drink? Chapter 048. The plan to trap the giant lizard, huh? Giant lizard? Yin Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Of course. I'm not after you. Yu Tianming shouted in frustration. I thought you really meant. Yin Xiaoxiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, realizing she had misjudged him. I'm sorry. Let me see if you're hurt. She approached with a worried expression. Get away. You're driving me crazy. This was the first time Yu Tianming had cursed at her, and he felt like she might truly drive him mad. Each passing day, I find myself utterly useless, merely adding to the chaos. Perhaps one day, if she dreams a troubling dream, she might be driven to rise and harm herself in frustration. Yin Xiaoxiao, who trails closely behind me, is like a ticking time bomb. I was wrong. Please don't scold me, she implores, her lips glistening with oil. Pouting as tears cascade down her cheeks. Yu Tianming initially believed that the 5 torches would burn out far too swiftly, casually remarking about needing Yin Xiaoxiao's clothes. Who could have anticipated that it would result in such a backlash? Anyone in his position would feel irate, observing that Yu Tianming showed no signs of forgiving her. Yin Xiaoxiao's sobs grew louder. Ignoring her, Yu Tianming sulked alone by the seaside, rubbing the bump on his head, feeling utterly dejected. Yin Xiaoxiao wept for quite some time, and the absence of his comforting presence felt markedly different from before. Was he truly prepared to abandon her? A sense of despair began to creep into her heart. Though I may have erred, I have offered my apologies. Why didn't you communicate clearly? How could I have misunderstood otherwise? Yu Tianming, she called out, her voice laced with grievance, yet he did not even turn to acknowledge her. Fine, then I shall leave and cease to be a burden to you. We shall each live our separate lives from now on. With a heavy heart, she trudged towards the cave, glancing back at Yu Tianming several times, but he remained indifferent, leading her to a complete sense of resignation. Inside the cave, sounds of rustling accompanied by muffled sobs echoed. Yu Tianming sighed inwardly, questioning why fate had entwined him with her. If only my sister were here, she would surely fare better than this. Yet, there was a tinge of sympathy for her plight. Lacking parental affection, she shared a similar fate with me. What could he do but console himself? Gradually, his irritation subsided, and he finally stood up. However, as he turned around, he was met with a scene that sent him into fits of laughter. There was Yin Xiaoxiao, wielding a dog-beating stick adorned with several pieces of roasted wild boar meat, meandering along the beach. What was this situation? Running away with pork? Sister, you certainly know how to have fun. You even remembered to bring food. Seeing this comically pitiable sight, Yu Tianming's anger dissipated, and he quickened his pace to follow her silently. Yin Xiaoxiao ambled for what felt like an eternity, barely covering 20 meters. Naturally, she wished for Yu Tianming to follow her, but having resolved to leave home, she felt the need to maintain her pride. What do you want? I only took a little bit of pork. Are you trying to take it back? Yu Tianming, suppressing a smile, nodded solemnly. I also contributed to the pig's demise. I even saved you. Is it really necessary to be so ruthless? In truth, Yin Xiaoxiao intended to take all the pork, but, fearing a beating, only selected some roasted pieces to carry away. Yu Tianming nodded. The performance continued. You heartless one, I can hardly find anything to eat. What is wrong with taking a bit of your pork? Do you want to watch me starve? I will return it all to you. Yin Xiaoxiao was overwhelmed with anger and frustration, impulsively throwing the roasted pork at Yu Tianming before collapsing to the ground in tears. With no food of her own and no place to stay, the prospect of survival seemed bleak, weighing heavily on her heart. Ah, this is too much. Yu Tianming, cradling a pile of roasted meat, felt a twinge of guilt. All right, I was merely jesting. With you being such a lively person, how could I possibly discard you? Here, have a piece of roasted meat. Smile for me. I cherish your laughter. He teased her with a piece of meat, treating her like a cherished pet. I want to eat. Yin Xiaoxiao retorted defiantly. Really? Then I shall take my leave. Do as you wish. Just remember to return home after you've cried your fill. We have significant matters to attend to. As Yu Tianming turned to leave, Yin Xiaoxiao suddenly lunged at him, wrapping her arms around his waist, weeping as she implored. Please don't go. I promise I won't misbehave again. Ha ha ha. You are truly sent by the heavens to torment me. He chuckled. Enough now. Your eyes are so swollen, they rival a wild boar. Yu Tianming despised seeing women cry, especially one as beautiful and dear as Yin Xiaoxiao. Are you no longer angry? She asked timidly. Angry? Infuriated beyond measure. What else can I do? Beat you up? He replied tersely. I'm misunderstood. After all, you didn't clarify your words. I fear that if I told you beforehand, you would lose your appetite for the meat, he explained. Yu Tianming constantly contemplated how the two could survive, unlike Yin Xiaoxiao, who seemed blissfully unconcerned. She merely hoped for salvation, but survival necessitated perseverance. Then tell me now. Fine. With a slight sigh, Yu Tianming guided her to sit on a nearby rock and handed her some roasted meat. They conversed as they ate, but after only a few sentences, Yin Xiaoxiao was taken aback. What? You truly intend to hunt the giant lizard? Last time, you nearly lost your life. I cannot agree. This is a venture towards death. Panic spread across her face at the thought. There's no choice. If we wish to endure longer, we must possess the means to survive, Yu Tianming replied, reluctant to provoke the giant lizard, but feeling cornered. We have food now and a place to rest, but we lack water. It hasn't rained for several days. And those few raspberry fruits won't last until tomorrow. But this is far too dangerous. I can manage with fewer raspberries. Let us endure a few more days and think of another solution, shall we? Yin Xiaoxiao was particularly fearful of anything happening to Yu Tianming. For if he were to fall, she would truly be left alone. Yu Tianming let out a bitter laugh. Please, don't try to dissuade me. I've finally made my decision. I cannot waver now. This area has only one pond for water. What other options do we have? The notion of entering the woods had been dismissed from the outset. They were genuinely too frightened to venture in. Not to mention the wild boars lurking nearby. It was the unknown that was most terrifying. While provoking the giant lizard was fraught with peril, at least there were strategies to confront it, offering a glimmer of hope. Do you wish to take my clothes to make more torches? I can strip them off for you right now. Without a second thought, Yin Xiaoxiao began to remove her garments. In order to survive, Yu Tianming was willing to take great risks and provoke the giant lizard. How could he still care about modesty and dignity? Was he no longer human? He extended his hand to stop her, thinking it was futile to fret over the firewood. It mattered little whether he had more or fewer torches. He would find a way himself. Uncertain whether he would return alive, he questioned the need for her clothing. Moreover, there was a significant flaw in his plan that he had yet to resolve. He could only hope for divine intervention. Let us go back. I must eat my fill before we set out. Yu Tianming forced a smile, uncertain of whether he would face death or survival. Chapter 049. The General's Expedition. The atmosphere within the cave was peculiar. Yu Tianming spoke cheerfully, meticulously detailing every aspect. Yin Xiaoxiao sat quietly, tears streaming down her face, listening intently. Remember, this fire must not be extinguished. Before you sleep at night, be sure to place the thickest logs atop it. That way, when morning comes, there will still be embers to ignite. The meat needs to be smoked regularly to keep it dry and prevent it from spoiling. This should suffice for 7 or 8 days. There are still plenty of bananas on the banana tree. Check them often and pick them as soon as they ripen. Don't save any. Consume them all, for they cannot be stored. Conserve the raspberry fruits, and if they run out, you may resort to the leaves, preferably those that have been nibbled by insects, indicating they're non-toxic. Oh, and the rest of the coconut tree. How could I forget? However, coconuts take a while to mature, so you may need to wait. Do not eat them raw, or it will upset your stomach. When climbing trees, be extremely cautious. It's best to secure yourself with a rope to avoid falling. Additionally, the stone wall must be reinforced regularly. Fill the cracks with leaves and grass. If the tide rises, climb atop the stone wall. It should prevent the cave from flooding. I will bring back some leaves and grass shortly to make your sleeping arrangements more comfortable. Yu Tianming patiently went through every detail with great care, repetitively ensuring Yin Xiaoxiao would remember. Yet, she appeared far from attentive, her face a portrait of sorrow, tears flowing as she wept uncontrollably. Please don't go, she implored, feeling as though Yu Tianming were merely arranging his final instructions before embarking on a death mission. We had agreed. Let us not change our minds. He responded with a bright smile, embodying a sunny disposition. After over 20 years of independent living, no matter the challenges faced, he had never bowed to life. And this time would be no exception. Surveying the cave one last time to confirm he had nothing more to address, he stepped outside. Shortly after, he returned, cradling large bundles of firewood and grass. This process repeated several times until a corner of the cave was piled high, at which point he dusted off his hands with satisfaction. Upon exiting the cave, he took the small twigs he had prepared earlier, binding them densely around his calves and arms to serve as makeshift armor. He picked up the tattered wild boar hide, which reeked terribly, and rather than washing it in seawater, he draped it over his back, knowing he needed the scent to lure the giant lizard. Then she fastened her belt around her waist and tucked 5 torches into it. Where's the hat you gave me? Yu Tianming exclaimed, searching left and right. Right here, Yin Xiaoxiao replied, emerging swiftly from the cave, clutching the feather-adorned green hat. Yu Tianming intended to take it from her, but Yin Xiaoxiao insisted on placing it on his head herself. Tears streamed silently down her face as she meticulously adjusted his attire, anxious not to overlook any detail. How do I look in this military garb? Does it evoke the image of the great Xianyu? Yu Tianming asked, beaming with pride as he brandished a 2-meter-long stick. Clad in his imposing military uniform, though the appearance was rather unrefined and odorous in Yin Xiaoxiao's eyes, he was the epitome of a valiant general. She nodded slightly, speechless, uncertain of what to say. Remember what I told you. If things go awry, it's all right, but you must ensure your safety. Understand? Yu Qianming's plan harbored a significant flaw. Yin Xiaoxiao was tasked with luring out the wild boar king, yet there existed a possibility that the beast would not appear, which would inevitably lead to Yu Qianming's demise at the jaws of the giant lizard. Yin Xiaoxiao was acutely aware of the dangers surrounding this expedition, fully cognizant of the potential for fatality. In truth, Yu Tianming had withheld from her that if the wild boar king did not emerge, even if he successfully evaded the initial pursuit of the giant lizard, he would still face certain death. Thus, he had long since steeled himself for the worst. He turned back towards the cave, emerging with a half-burnt chunk of wood. With a hearty laugh, he addressed Yin Xiaoxiao, "Fair maiden, I leave the home front in your capable hands. Await my triumphant return." With that, he strode away without looking back. Yin Xiaoxiao gazed at his receding figure. Her throat constricted as if a lump had lodged there, rendering her momentarily voiceless. It was akin to a new bride watching her husband depart for battle, her heart heavy with reluctance, yet powerless to intervene. Just as Yu Qianming's silhouette was about to vanish around a bend, she finally broke into uncontrollable sobs, crying out, "Yu Tianming, you must return alive. Don't leave me all alone." Yu Tianming's figure hesitated for a moment, but he did not turn back. Instead, he called out joyously, "The young lady's gift has reached the seaside. Pray tell, my dear brother, will you return? I want to say, don't rush." His boisterous voice gradually faded into the distance, until it was no longer audible. Yin Xiaoxiao, with tears brimming in her eyes, fixed her gaze on the horizon of the beach for an extended period, yet that figure never reappeared. Wiping her tear-stained cheeks, she steeled herself for the tasks ahead. She needed to lure out the wild boar king, ensuring it could not depart prematurely, while also signaling to Yu Tianming. Armed with the small pieces of pork he had prepared in advance and all the remaining barnacles, she exited the cave, despite her lingering fear of entering the woods. Her concern for Yu Tianming's safety outweighed her trepidation. Gritting her teeth, she bravely ventured into the nearby forest. Yu Tianming had instructed her to proceed only about 10 meters, placing the food on the ground to entice the wild boar. However, Yin Xiaoxiao ventured forth for over 50 meters before she began to set the bait. Her feet had been pricked by thorns and coarse grass multiple times, yet at this moment, such discomfort was of little consequence. At a distance of 50 meters, she scattered various types of food. When the bait proved insufficient, she returned to the cave to gather more, having decided to gamble everything. With Yu Qianming's survival in question, her own prospects were equally bleak. Retaining the food served no purpose. Originally intended to last 7 to 8 days, she had squandered a significant portion. After completing this task, she settled quietly upon the rocks, awaiting the arrival of the wild boars. "Ah, my dear brothers are all here? Grow strong, won't you? Don't let me down." As Yu Tianming passed by 2 coconut trees, he muttered to himself. His heart was fraught with anxiety, and he could only alleviate his tension through such idle chatter. "Ah, big brother, still single, are we? Why not take a stroll instead of lingering by the banana trees all day? Doesn't tea that wear you out?" The green lizard perched upon the banana tree remained undisturbed by this uninvited guest, not even glancing in his direction. Over an hour had passed since his departure, and not far ahead lay the clearing where he had first made fire, marking the entrance to the giant lizard's lair. Yu Tianming deliberately slowed his pace, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. Should the giant lizard be foraging outside, he would find himself in dire straits. Concealed behind a tree, he scrutinized the area and detected no movement. Only then did he cautiously approach the grand cave. The crystal-clear pond remained, and upon confirming the area was safe, Yu Tianming indulged in a hearty drink. After all, if one were to perish, they might as well do so with a full stomach. Chapter 050. A confrontation with the giant lizard. This mission entailed luring the giant lizard towards the wild boar king. Unlike the previous occasion, when he had fled into the sea, only to be fortuitously rescued by a sea turtle. This time, even if the sea turtles were to return and attempt to assist him, he would have to drive them away. The circumstances had changed. Here lay the only source of fresh water, and he had to proceed, no matter the trepidation. Picking up a stone, he hurled it into the cave. The sound of the stone striking the ground echoed within the cavern for a long while. After a considerable wait, there was still no sign of the giant lizard. He repeated the action, yet still no result. Is that rascal asleep and unable to hear, or is he simply not home? Doubt began to creep in. The former would be a relief, but the latter would render his journey futile. However, having come this far, retreat was not an option. To resolve the water issue once and for all, he needed to eliminate the giant lizard. Otherwise, he would have to sneak in for water, which would inevitably lead to trouble down the line. With this thought, he distanced himself from the cave entrance and, igniting a half-burnt piece of wood until it glowed a fiery red, finally lit a torch. Animals fear fire, and this knowledge was his greatest advantage on this venture. With the torch now ablaze, he had no choice but to press on. He had tested this type of torch before. It could burn for a maximum of 5 minutes. Taking a deep breath, Yu Tianming cautiously stepped into the cave. Within mere meters, darkness enveloped him completely. The flickering light of the torch illuminated only a few meters ahead, compelling him to tread carefully. The ground was littered with droppings, and the deeper he ventured, the more pungent the stench became. Fortunately, a series of chilly gusts of wind occasionally swept through, providing a meager reprieve from the nauseating odor. Yu Tianming glanced back at the entrance, which now appeared as a small, bright opening. He estimated he had delved over 30 meters into the cave. Wait, something was amiss. The last time he had entered, he had only gone about 10 or 8 meters before encountering the giant lizard. Today, having traveled so far without a trace of the creature, he pondered whether it was truly absent from its lair. Was it possible he had come all this way for nothing? Should he venture further or retreat and return another time? Doubt crept into his mind. The cave ahead seemed interminable, its destination unknown. If he pressed too deeply and provoked the giant lizard, he would have no time to escape. Just as he hesitated, the torch in his hand flickered ominously, signaling it was about to extinguish. In a hurry, he pulled out a second torch and ignited it swiftly. Utilizing the final moments of the first torch's flame, Yu Tianming hurled it forward, much like a flare, where it spun and soared for nearly 17 or 18 meters before extinguishing upon hitting the ground. Yet, it was this fleeting light that astonished him, causing him to stifle a gasp. Rather than spotting the giant lizard, he was taken aback by the sight of countless bats clinging to the rocky ceiling of the cave ahead. Each bat was surprisingly large, their bodies the size of 3 or 4 adult fists, a stark contrast to the diminutive creatures found outside. His startled exclamation failed to disturb the swarm. But just as the torch hit the ground, the cave erupted with the sound of myriad wings beating. Oh no, EM exposed. Yu Tianming had no time to ponder further, for the bats had sensed the intruder. He spun around and, mustering all his strength, bolted toward the cave's entrance. Images of terrifying, blood-sucking bats from television flooded his mind, sending shivers down his spine. The 30-meter distance vanished in an instant, and the swarm of bats was nearly upon him. Just as he was about to reach the exit, a familiar figure leisurely blocked his path. The giant lizard. Good grief. You returned just in time. What a perfect coordination. Yu Tianming barely had time to utter a curse before he abruptly halted in the muddy, slippery cave, stepping directly into a pile of excrement, nearly sliding into the giant lizard's maw. In his frantic struggle to regain his footing, he lost track of his dog-beating stick. Fortunately, the giant lizard did not attack immediately, simply standing at the entrance, seemingly lost in thought. Yu Tianming had no interest in speculating what the creature was contemplating. He swiftly scrambled to his feet and dashed deeper into the cave. The bats had now arrived, flapping their leathery wings and opening their mouths as they charged towards him. Yu Tianming waved his torch vigorously, determined to keep the bats at bay. He could clearly see the teeth within the bat's mouth, thin and sharp. A single bite would result in a gaping wound. Run. He thought only of escaping. At that moment, the giant lizard blocking the cave entrance finally reacted, momentarily perplexed by the wild boar hide draped over Yu Tianming's body. This unfamiliar humanoid emanated the scent of the boar king, a fact intolerable to the giant lizard. How dared invade my territory? The lizard propelled itself forward with its powerful limbs, charging at the fleeing Yu Tianming with alarming speed. Oh no, this time I am truly done for. Yu Tianming managed only a fleeting glance back, his heart racing in terror. The giant lizard was accelerating, and in mere seconds, it would catch up to him. Run. Every second counts. Surrounding him were bats, and hot on his trail was the relentless giant lizard. The situation appeared undeniably fatal. The lizard's linear acceleration was formidable. Within moments, it was nearly upon him. In a moment of desperation, Yu Tianming hurled his torch backwards, momentarily slowing the giant lizard's advance. It worked. Seizing the opportunity, he drew another torch from behind and ignited it anew. Now, with both hands raised in defense, Yu Tianming brandished the flames, warding off the bats while remaining vigilant against the lizard's pursuit. The giant lizard hesitated for a mere 2 seconds, intimidated by the torch, before resuming its chase. Come on, come closer. Let me show you the taste of roasted tongue. Yu Tianming remained acutely aware of the danger behind him, noticing the giant lizard's gaping maw. He wielded the torch like a spear, thrusting it towards the cavernous mouth. The lizard merely tilted its head, effortlessly evading the torch's strike, and lunged forward once more. Yu Tianming seized the moment to leap back, colliding with the stone wall. The jagged rocks caused a sharp pain in his back. Fortunately, the thick hide of the wild boar protected him from injury, but the pain momentarily hindered his movements. Ignoring the pain, he swung the torch vigorously to prevent the lizard from closing in. Just then, a searing pain shot through his left forearm. What the hell? He turned to see a bat had bitten down hard on his arm. Blood trickled from the wound, and the scent of his blood seemed to incite the swarm of bats, who descended upon him without hesitation. Chapter 051. The Grim Reaper approaches. Yu Tianming had to fend off both the giant lizard and the ravenous bats. No matter how he swung the torch, the bat remained stubbornly attached to his arm. At this point, he could no longer afford to concern himself with the creature gnawing at his flesh. The pain from a wound made him grimace in agony. What the hell? He found himself at a loss for words. The giant lizard, wary of the torch, circled Yu Tianming, hesitating to attack. However, the proximity was already too close for Yu Tianming to accelerate his escape once more. The light at the cave's entrance had long since faded from view, and Yu Tianming was oblivious to how deep he had ventured into the darkness. All around him was an impenetrable blackness, punctuated only by the flapping of bats, occasionally emitting their piercing cries. The tongue of a giant lizard incessantly flicked toward him, poised to strike at any moment. Its tough, resilient hide rendered it impervious to the bat's assaults, and it would occasionally snap its jaws to devour a few, treating them as mere appetizers before a grand feast. It was only Yu Tianming who remained the shared target of both creatures. The flickering torch hastened the dripping of oil, and the light began to wane. What was he to do? His plans had unraveled, leaving him no chance to enact any contingency. There was scarcely time to light a new torch, with both hands already occupied. Finally, in his moment of panic and hesitation, the torch in his left hand extinguished, plunging him into a sudden darkness. Now, he was forced to confront the giant lizard with one hand holding the torch, for this formidable beast posed the greatest threat. With the distraction of the torch diminished, the bats launched their attacks with renewed ferocity. Fortunately, he had bound numerous branches around his arms and legs as makeshift armor, which mitigated some of the onslaught. Yet, many areas remained exposed. Bats clung to his thighs, neck, and upper arms, inflicting countless wounds that caused him to jump and writhe in agony, though to no avail. With little time to spare, Yu Tianming swiftly withdrew a new torch and ignited it. He brandished 2 torches once more. However, the bats that had already latched onto him acted like tiny leeches, voraciously siphoning his blood. The multitude of wounds caused blood to flow down his arms and thighs, pooling on the ground below. In that moment, Yu Tianming resembled a figure drenched in blood, still fighting for survival. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he stumbled, nearly collapsing. In a desperate bid to awaken his senses, he bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to reality. He swung his arms once more to fend off the giant lizard's potential ambush. It's over. He could not discern whether it was the excessive blood loss or the bat's venom affecting him, but he felt certain that his demise was imminent. He would be drained dry by the swarm without the lizard even needing to intervene. The dizziness continued to encroach upon his mind, rendering his thoughts sluggish. Damn it! If they wished to devour him, they would have to contend with his consent. Faced with an inescapable fate, Yu Tianming steeled himself for a final effort. Clenching one torch between his teeth, he withdrew the last remaining one, igniting all 3 at once. Seizing upon the fleeting clarity, he hurled one torch at the giant lizard. As the lizard dodged, Yu Tianming summoned all his strength and surged forward. Come on. If you have the prowess, chase me down. If you catch me, then so be it. I'll consider it my fate today. He had no idea how far he could run, but his singular desire was to survive. He was uncertain how long the torches would last, yet even an extra minute would be a boon. Alas, the darkness and chaos led him astray, and he found himself moving away from the path he had originally taken. A disorienting dizziness assailed his mind, yet he could hardly afford the luxury of contemplation. All he desired was to run ceaselessly. The primal instinct for survival unleashed within him a remarkable potential, enabling him to match the pace of the formidable giant lizard, once far behind. He had lost track of how far he had fled. The cave offered but a singular path, twisting left and right with numerous bends. These treacherous corners hindered the creature's acceleration, although this latent potential proved advantageous. The relentless bats clinging to him showed no mercy, voraciously draining his blood. On several occasions, in his frantic attempt to navigate the turns, Yu Tianming collided forcefully with the jagged rocks, only able to halt his momentum by crashing into them. Yet, there was a silver lining. Several bats, caught between the stones and his immense weight, fell to the ground. He registered this fortunate occurrence, but had no time to revel in it, as the multitude of bats behind him continued their relentless onslaught. The singular theme of this moment was the desperate act of running. How far had he traveled? Where was the cave entrance? With fewer bats now clinging to him and the rate of blood loss beginning to slow, he finally had a moment to ponder this dilemma. How foolish of me. I've run in the wrong direction. If this leads to a dead end, all my efforts will be in vain. As he hesitated, a torch extinguished once more. Only one remained, and from the flickering flame's demeanor, it was evident it too would soon be consumed. No matter. If death awaits, so be it. I shall run first. The countless experiences of being besieged surged forth. When danger loomed, the only course was to flee, without overthinking. The giant lizard trailed him closely, its remarkable patience preventing it from rushing. The blood that dripped onto the ground served as a clear guide. The prey would eventually succumb. Yet, Yu Tianming's pace began to falter. Excessive blood loss and fatigue weighed heavily upon him. He gasped for breath, but the instinct to survive compelled him onward. The overwhelming dizziness returned. His tongue had been bitten to the point of bleeding, rendering that tactic ineffective. In a moment of grim resolve, he seized the torch and seared the bats clinging to his arm. With a piercing cry, the sound echoed through the cavern, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh filling the air, utterly repugnant. With the pain of the burn shocking him back to clarity, Yu Tianming summoned his courage once more, charging into the unknown ahead. He had not kept count of how many times he had been attacked by the bats. His focus remained solely on the giant lizard, ever wary of its strikes. However, human endurance is finite, and he could feel his strength waning. His body was now a canvas for the bats, densely coated, and with each drop of blood lost, he bore an increasingly burdensome weight. The giant lizard lurked just behind, poised to strike the moment the last flicker of flame extinguished. A sense of resignation washed over Yu Tianming, a bitter thought surfacing. Is failure inevitable? Yet, what would he do? Fine then, if death is to come, let it be so. At least Yin Xiaoxiao might live a little longer, and he hoped she would await the rescue team. After her escape, would she remember him? He recalled how harshly he had scolded her. Surely she wouldn't hold a grudge? In a fleeting moment, a torrent of chaotic thoughts surged within him. He let out a derisive chuckle, followed by a bitter curse, declaring that even in death, he would drag them down with him. Gritting his teeth, he charged headlong into the dark stone wall ahead, seeking to take as many bats as possible with him before his demise as a form of retribution. Chapter 052. A Glimmer of Hope. Bang. Thud. A stone at the corner shattered upon impact, inflicting immense pain that jolted him back to a semblance of awareness. His body crumpled to the ground, where several mangled bats lay scattered, their dark, fleshy wings fluttering helplessly. In a frenzy, he hurled his torch into the corner behind him, creating a barrier against the advancing giant lizard. With a fierce determination, he began to tear at the bats clinging to him. You want me dead? I'll take you with me. Exhausted from running, he resolved to fight fiercely for his life. Fueled by hatred, he grasped the bats tightly. Disregarding the flesh he was tearing from his own body, crushing them one by one. In a matter of mere seconds, he managed to rip away 7 or 8 bats, flinging them towards the approaching lizard. The creature, thwarted by the 2 torches, eagerly accepted the bats as they were tossed its way, devouring them with relish. Fine. In these final moments, let us play this game together, for we are both destined for death. Observing the situation, Yu Tianming relentlessly crushed and tossed more bats. In that instant, an unusual balance formed between him and the giant lizard. It awaited its next meal while he exacted his vengeance. However, this fortunate turn was short-lived. As the torches quickly extinguished, the giant lizard, losing interest in the bats, extended its toothy maw from around the corner. Damn it, I'm finally facing my end. Come on, let us have one last round. Drawing his dagger, Yu Tianming steadied himself against the wall, preparing for a final struggle. Yet, something felt amiss. Despite the extinguished torch, he could still see the beast. Realizing this, he turned and was suddenly exhilarated by the sight before him. No way. An exit. Though the exit was not yet visible, the stone wall ahead was becoming increasingly discernible, indicating that salvation was near. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength, surging forward with astonishing speed, driven by the fervent desire for life. An opening. An opening. Indeed, it was an exit. As he rounded the small bend, his vision opened up to reveal a vast cavern. A bright opening stood just 20 meters away, wide enough to accommodate several trucks simultaneously. With sunlight streaming through, he could even smell the salt of the sea, invigorating his spirit once more. At that moment, the giant lizard and the swarm of bats emerged through the narrow crevice in the stone wall. The bats flew wildly, instantly darkening the cavern's ceiling with their countless numbers, sending a chill down his spine. Yu Tianming, unfazed by the surrounding chaos, understood that survival was paramount. As he dashed outside, the prospect of living on lingered. The colossal lizard, eyeing its impending meal, hastened towards him. Within the cavern, rugged stones and an uneven floor presented significant challenges. Each step he took was a painful reminder, leaving trails of blood in his wake. Yet, this adversity bore a silver lining, for the lizard's climbing prowess was limited, forcing it to navigate around the boulders and slowing its pursuit. Yu Tianming adeptly leaped from stone to stone, evading the giant creature until he finally reached the cave's mouth. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his pent-up fury before accelerating towards the outside world. The landscape before him was a stark contrast to the coastal scene he had left behind. The beach, pristine and smooth, was devoid of stones, covered entirely in golden sands. Flanking the shore, clusters of coconut trees dotted the landscape, while vibrant, unknown fruits, red, green, white, and black, hung tantalizingly from branches, stirring his appetite. However, there was no time for indulgence, as 2 waves of enemies relentlessly pursued him. The first wave of bats descended upon him, and on this expansive beach, he could barely make a few strides before they were upon him. Just as the ominous mass of black bats loomed overhead, a cacophony of shrieks erupted behind him. Suddenly, from the cliff above the cave's entrance, a multitude of enormous black birds burst forth, their wingspan reaching 2 meters. These avian giants, upon taking flight, charged headlong into the swarm of bats. The bats, sensing a formidable threat, scattered in disarray. Yet, their speed paled in comparison to that of the giant birds, which swiftly caught up to them. Each time the black birds swooped down, their joyous cries echoed as they captured one bat after another. Even those unfortunate bats that fell to the ground would scarcely have a moment to recover before being snatched up by the diving giants. Meanwhile, the colossal lizard emerged from the cave, arriving at the scene of chaos. In the midst of the tumultuous skirmish between the bats and the giant birds, Yu Tianming found himself at the center of the battleground, inadvertently keeping the lizard at bay. Intrigued by the spectacle, the lizard patiently awaited its chance. Whenever a giant bird circled low in pursuit of a bat, it would seize the opportunity to snap one up with its powerful jaws. Yu Tianming observed in disbelief as the lizard consumed 3 or 4 of the giant birds, seemingly unsatisfied. Fortunately, the ensuing melee granted him a moment of respite. He covered his head and dashed forward. When he turned back, he saw that the flock of black birds had decimated the bat swarm, leaving only a few stragglers to retreat into the cave. The enormous lizard remained on the ground, gazing up at the circling birds with an expression of lingering hunger. Yu Tianming concealed himself behind a grand tree, soon noticing that the giant lizard had lowered its head, sniffing the blood trail, and was preparing to approach. Damn it! Are you still not done? He swiftly turned and fled from the edge of the forest, seeking refuge in a blind spot, before plunging into the sea. This time, you scoundrel, you must be unable to track me. Drawing from his previous encounter with the creature, he dared not provoke the giant lizard any further. Swimming forward in the shallow waters, he swam until exhaustion overtook him, finally reaching the shore and leaning against a coconut tree, panting heavily. What a narrow escape. He had initially hoped to lure the giant lizard back, but then remembered Yuan Xiao is still waiting for me at home. If I do not return, she will certainly think I am dead. But how could he possibly return? Enduring the pain and fatigue coursing through his body, he scanned his surroundings. The direction he had come from was obstructed by a towering cliff. On one side lay the vast ocean, while the other was thick with foliage. To return through the woods? Forget it. There could be more wild beasts lurking, and that would be courting death. He concluded that the only way was to swim around the imposing cliff. With this thought, he felt a slight sense of relief, preparing to rest, regain his strength, and tend his wounds before continuing. However, a casual glance at the ocean's surface made his eyes widen in shock. He immediately let out a curse. Damn! This exclamation held two meanings. First, there were indeed sharks in the water, and second, who had attacked him from behind. Then he blacked out. Chapter 053. Discovery of the aircraft wreckage. Sister Man. It seems he is about to awaken. Bai Xiaobing remarked with a slight frown. Her voice tinged with surprise as she observed Yu Tianming. You have used all the first aid kits on him. What will we do if something happens to us? A melodious voice interjected, revealing Ni Man's evident discontent. We cannot simply stand by and do nothing. And besides, we know this person. Bai Xiaobing sensed that Ni Man was overly anxious. He even asked Yuan Xiao for a phone number on the plane, grinning like a fool. He saw that too. And given his disheveled attire, he hardly seems like a good person. Why should we save him? Ni Man cast a disdainful glance at the still unconscious Yu Tianming. More hands mean more strength. Who knows how long the rescue team will take? What if they do not arrive? Bai Xiaobing attempted to continue the argument. Be quiet. There is no way they won T-Com. The rescue team will definitely arrive. My boyfriend is waiting for me to return and marry him. He will come to save me. Ni Man interrupted Bai Xiaobing, unwilling to let anyone shatter her hope for rescue. After all her hard work, she had finally established a relationship with a wealthy heir. How could she allow it to end so abruptly? A beautiful and affluent life awaited her, and she would not permit such a scenario to unfold. I do not find your boyfriend to be reliable, Bai Xiaobing retorted softly. Yuan Xiao had privately confided in Bai Xiaobing that Ni Man's boyfriend frequently sent her messages, laden with a rather ambiguous tone. All of this transpired under the premise that Ni Man and her boyfriend had already established a romantic relationship. However, due to their shared work environment, such sentiments remained unspoken. Furthermore, Ni Man's assertive demeanor, being the head attendant of the flight crew, often resulted in her appearing rather fierce, earning her the nickname Ni Big Mouth among her peers. Enough. I shall not argue with you. Once this person regains consciousness, we must hasten his departure. We have no surplus provisions to offer him. And just look at his disheveled state, resembling a wild man. I have no desire to associate with someone like him. Ni Man cast a fierce glare at the unconscious Yu Tianming, her disdain extending to Bai Xiaobing, who had been meddling. He is gravely injured, and it was I who rendered him unconscious. How can you expect him to leave? Bai Xiaobing, who had long harbored a dislike for Ni Man, could no longer contain her frustration at Ni Man's callous behavior, her voice inadvertently rising in volume. Fine. If you wish for him to stay, then let us part ways entirely. We shall divide the remaining supplies. You may take him wherever you please, and I shall not interfere. Do not impede my wait for rescue. Before Bai Xiaobing could respond, Ni Man had already moved to the front of the cabin, emptying out various supplies from the aircraft and symbolically portioning some to Bai Xiaobing. This half is yours. If you wish to share it with him, that is your choice. The rest belongs to me, and we shall go our separate ways. With that, she hastily piled all the supplies into the cockpit and locked the door with a heavy clang. Bai Xiaobing gazed at the scattered food and bottled water on the floor, seething with anger. This is hardly a fair division. You have left me with no more than a third. Nimam, come out. If we are to share, it must be equally. I'm sorry, but if you insist on keeping him, then these provisions, along with the cockpit, shall remain exclusively ours. Ni Man's scornful voice drifted from within. Bai Xiaobing was genuinely taken aback, her colleague of over 2 years, who had just 4 days prior shared warmth and encouragement, now exhibited such heartlessness. To demand that she take this man with her, while retaining the majority of the supplies, was utterly inhumane. Having endured an man's arrogance for far too long, Bai Xiaobing's emotions finally erupted. She began to search frantically for something useful to pry open the cockpit door. I advise you to abandon this futile endeavor. The cockpit door of this aircraft model is bomb-proof, impervious even to terrorists. What makes you think you can open it? Nimang, overhearing the commotion from within, could not resist taunting her adversary. Frustrated, Bai Xiaobing threw down the object in her hand, feeling utterly defeated. Man was correct. Even with professional tools, opening that door was an impossible task, and she had only a seat armrest at her disposal. At that moment, Yu Tianming let out a pained groan, startling Bai Xiaobing. You're awake? Splendid. I was worried you might never regain consciousness. Bai Xiaobing gently supported Yu Tianming, who was attempting to struggle to his feet. However, the excruciating pain coursing through his body compelled him to recline once more. Where am I? Have I been rescued? Although Yu Tianming's tone was weak, a hint of excitement permeated his words. Bai Xiaobing offered an awkward smile, expressing her hope for his salvation, yet lamenting the contrary. What is happening then? Struggling to move his neck, which was bound by numerous bandages, Yu Tianming found it laborious to turn his head. His gaze fell upon an intact cabin, and the flight attendant before him appeared impeccably dressed, utterly incongruous with the notion of being stranded on a deserted island. Could this truly be a dream? Yet the wounds on his body felt achingly real. Perceiving the confusion in his eyes, Bai Xiaobing gestured behind him, saying, "Let me help you up, you'll understand." Yu Tianming's injuries were not severe, primarily due to excessive blood loss, rendering him weak. With Bai Xiaobing's assistance, he finally managed to rise from the aisle of the cabin, laboriously taking a seat beside him. A glance around revealed the truth. Less than 2 meters away, the airplane's fuselage lay shattered, wires and metal sheets exposed and twisted in a chaotic tangle. They had indeed discovered the wreckage of the aircraft. Disheartened, Yu Tianming leaned back against the chair, letting out a long sigh. "Oh, right. I was attacked before this. Did you see the assailant? Are there others here?" The memories of his unconscious state began to resurface. "No, it's just me and an man here. When we found you, you were already unconscious, and there were several coconuts nearby. It seems you were knocked out by one of them," Bai Xiaobing explained. Coconuts? Yu Tianming had not noticed the situation behind him and only recalled feeling a heavy blow. In hindsight, that possibility seemed plausible. Bai Xiaobing, relieved that he did not express doubt, felt at ease. In truth, she had been in the nearby woods when Yu Tianming crawled ashore. Having initially been frightened by his wild appearance, which was marred by injuries and blood, she had refrained from making any noise, waiting until a shark had diverted his attention before quietly striking him. It was indeed unfortunate for Yu Tianming. Had he not been at his limit, he would not have fainted at all. Bai Xiaobing's assertion that it was a coconut that had struck him was preferable to admitting her own involvement. Chapter 054. An man and Bai Xiaobing. "Oh, by the way, I still don't know your name." "Thank you for saving me." Yu Tianming smiled gratefully at Bai Xiaobing, who suddenly felt a bit bashful. "My name is Bai Xiaobing, and I am a flight attendant on this flight. The one inside is an man, just like me." The mere thought of the heartless man made Bai Xiaobing uncomfortable. Inside, Yu Tianming glanced in the direction of the cockpit. He was seated just a few steps away from it in the first-class seat. "Let's not dwell on her for now. How did you survive?" Bai Xiaobing preferred to avoid the subject of an man. "Oh, Yin Xiaoxiao is still waiting for me." Yu Tianming struggled to rise again, only to collapse back into his seat, utterly exhausted. "Yin Xiaoxiao?" Bai Xiaobing gasped. "Xiaoxiao is still alive? Where's she?" "Alas, it is a long story." Yu Tianming was about to recount his experiences when suddenly, an man's voice emerged from the cockpit. "Have you finished your conversation? Since you're awake, make a decision quickly. Will you leave together or stay behind?" Yu Tianming was somewhat bewildered, not fully grasping the implication. Bai Xiaobing, aware that the inquiry was directed at her, scoffed. "This aircraft is not yours. We can remain seated here, can't we? If you possess such prowess, then stay in the cockpit and do not emerge." "What is happening?" Yu Tianming weakly inquired. "That woman inside wanted to allow me to rescue you and even threatened to toss us off the plane. Look, she has holed herself up in the cockpit with her provisions," Bai Xiaobing retorted disdainfully. "Oh? Am I causing you trouble?" Perhaps I should leave. Xiao Xiao is still waiting for me. Yu Tianming struggled to rise, his expression reflecting immense pain. Sit down. What heroics are you attempting? In your current state? How far can you possibly go? Tell me where Xiao Xiao is. Bai Xiaobing, embodying a strong-willed demeanor, firmly pressed him back into his seat. Xiao Xiao Shi. Yu Tianming glanced out the shattered window, the glass now a web of cracks, and the sky outside had turned pitch black. Inside the cabin, only a few emergency lights remained illuminated, casting an unusually bright glow. Xiao Xiao must be crying now, right? She fears the dark, after my prolonged absence. She must think I am dead. With a sorrowful expression, Yu Tianming briefly recounted the tribulations he and Xiao Xiao faced. Though he spoke succinctly, Bai Xiaobing was nonetheless profoundly shocked. Leaving aside everything else, just Yu Tianming's solitary challenge against the giant lizard in the cave was enough to earn her utmost admiration. So, Xiao Xiao should be safe for the time being. Do not fret. The most pressing task now is for you to recover. Once you regain your strength, I will accompany you back to find Xiao Xiao, Bai Xiaobing reassured him. She shared a close bond with Yin Xiao Xiao due to Xiao Xiao's amiable and uncompetitive nature, making her endearing to all, except for the one hiding inside, Enai Deze, who seemed overly protective of her wealthy boyfriend, fearing others would steal him away. After all, Xiao Xiao's beauty and charm outshone her own. What about you two? How have you fared these past 4 days? Yu Tianming inquired, his curiosity piqued. He was perplexed. He and Xiao Xiao had been living a primitive existence, yet Bai Xiaobing appeared immaculate, her attire pristine and her hair impeccably groomed. She hardly seemed to have endured hardship. We have been somewhat more fortunate than you and Xiao Xiao, Bai Xiaobing replied with a wry smile, beginning to explain her circumstances. When the plane crashed, she had been seated next to Yin Xiao Xiao. Perhaps by chance, her seatbelt had remained fastened, enduring until the aircraft disintegrated and plummeted into the sea, from which she was propelled onto the beach along with a fragment of the plane's nose. She vividly recalled Xiao Xiao's frantic shouts beside her, while first-class passengers were continuously ejected until Xiao Xiao was also cast out of the cabin. Afterward, she lost consciousness, awakening to find the cockpit door ajar, the captain having completed his final emergency landing task, ultimately succumbing within the cockpit. She was discovered in the restroom alongside Ni Man and the co-pilot, both in disarray and evidently having engaged in impropriety. It was the co-pilot who shielded Ni Man with his own body, allowing her to escape a dire fate, albeit at the cost of his own life. The cockpit still contained a decent supply of food and beverages, which had sustained them thus far. At this juncture, Bai Xiaobing snorted derisively, gesturing toward the scattered wrappers and bottles on the floor. Behold, this is the ration that Ni Man allocated for the two of us, while she selfishly claimed the lion's share. With that, Bai Xiaobing uncapped a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Yu Tianming. You must be parched. Drink up. Indeed, Yu Tianming felt an overwhelming thirst, quietly expressing his gratitude before tilting his head back and gulping down the entire bottle in one go. Have some more food. Let us strive to recover swiftly. We must go rescue Xiao Xiao. I have little desire to remain in the company of this insufferable woman. Just as Bai Xiaobing finished speaking, Ni Man's voice pierced through. Who are you calling insufferable? It seems you are plotting a rebellion. Once we return, I shall write a report to have you expelled from this aviation team, so you can fly your domestic routes. Do you see that? Bai Xiaobing replied with a nonchalant smile. Even at this moment, she still thinks of leveraging her authority to intimidate others. If it weren't for the lucrative international flight bonuses, I would have long since ceased tolerating this woman. Yu Tianming mentally assessed the situation. The flight attendant, Ni Man, appeared resolute in her intent to hold fast on the airplane, having taken the majority of the food and water. Conversely, Bai Xiaobing seemed of decent character, not only having saved him, but also willing to return for Yin Xiao Xiao. As for Yin Xiao Xiao, all he could do was hope that fate would favor her, that she would persist for a few days without straying, awaiting his return. So what shall we do now? Yu Tianming felt awkward occupying someone else's territory. You need to focus on healing. At least for the next few days, you won't starve or die of thirst. As long as you recover, we will go rescue Xiao Xiao. The three of us will survive together. I refuse to believe that living beings can be brought to their demise by mere discomfort. Bai Xiaobing was quite agreeable, reminiscent of his sister, Yu Lingyin, straightforward, carefree, and optimistic in the face of adversity. Unbeknownst to him, he began to take an interest in this woman named Bai Xiaobing. Bai Xiaobing, though forthright, had her own schemes. Having endured N.I. man's domineering behavior for days, she was fed up with having to let her choose first from their limited supplies. Had she not feared retaliation upon their return, she would have long since put an end to it. 4 days had passed without a whisper from the rescue team. What did this signify? It might require an extended search and rescue effort, or perhaps they would never be found at all. The meager provisions on the plane could last at most another 10 days, after which survival on a deserted island alongside an I-Man. Was that not a jest? Did they have a death wish? Fortunately, Yu Tianming had appeared. As long as he was truthful, following this man was a beacon of hope for survival. Yin Xiaoxiao serves as a vivid example of a typical foodie, utterly incapable in various aspects. Rumors abound that she secured her position as a flight attendant through familial connections, entirely bypassing the rigorous selection and training processes, leaving her devoid of any experience. However, Bai Xiaobing remains unfazed by such gossip. After all, Yin Xiaoxiao possesses a delightful personality and an endearing charm, offending no one and perpetually wearing a cheerful smile. The veracity of those rumors matters little in the grand scheme of survival. Chapter 055. Yin Xiaoxiao is on the brink of madness. How can there still be electricity here? Yu Tianming gazed at Bai Xiaobing in bewilderment. In this place, there is sustenance, drink, and even electricity, with accommodations readily available. This was rather infuriating. In stark contrast, his own existence alongside Yin Xiaoxiao felt utterly dismal. Oh, you mean that? Bai Xiaobing responded with a wry smile. The front cabin is equipped with an independent power system. The batteries likely remain intact, hence their functionality. However, they won't last for many days. To Yu Tianming, the emergency lights appeared exceptionally bright, yet Bai Xiaobing perceived that their luminosity had significantly diminished since their initial activation. Since there is electricity, can the communication devices in the cockpit still function? A sudden realization illuminated Yu Tianming's expression, igniting a spark of excitement. Yet he quickly discerned the answer from Bai Xiaobing's look of disappointment. Bai Xiaobing's resigned laughter echoed with a tinge of sorrow. We have attempted numerous calls every day. The radio equipment has shown no response at all. It feels as though we are ensconced in a forgotten corner of the world, with no one aware of our whereabouts. The black box. Aren't there black boxes on every aircraft? I've heard that these devices have previously aided in locating crash planes, Yu Tianming mused. Though uncertainty clouded his thoughts, as he vaguely recalled having heard such reports before. Black box? We have no idea where it is. The installation location of the black box on commercial airliners is classified, known only to high-ranking officials. Who knows if it was cast into the depths of the ocean? Furthermore, even if the black box's location could be determined, what would be the use? The cockpit is equipped with radio communications and satellite phones, none of which are functional. What hope could one place in the black box? Bai Xiaobing, as a professional flight attendant, possessed far greater knowledge than the inexperienced Yin Xiaoxiao. It was precisely this expertise that extinguished the last flicker of hope for rescue. Yu Tianming sighed deeply, enveloped in profound disappointment. So we are truly trapped on this island. In the brief span of 4 days, Yu Tianming had endured an array of harrowing experiences. The discovery of the aircraft wreckage turned out to be a fleeting moment of false hope. Do not dwell on it too much. The priority now is to recover. Xiaoxiao is waiting for us on the other end of the island. Bai Xiaobing, having navigated through her initial despair, now approached the situation with a sense of acceptance. Indeed, Xiaoxiao is still waiting for me. She fears the darkness, Yu Tianming replied, tilting his head to gaze out at the enveloping blackness, his thoughts drifting back to Yin Xiaoxiao. Meanwhile, back with Yin Xiaoxiao, the flames within the cave danced exuberantly, casting warmth within the confines of the already modest space. Before departing, Yu Tianming amassed a considerable pile of firewood within the cave, concerned that Yin Xiaoxiao might encounter peril while venturing out alone to gather more. Yin Xiaoxiao curled up deep inside the cavern, occasionally emitting muffled sobs. She had lost track of how many times she had cried, her eyes swollen and crimson. She was unaware of how long Yu Tianming had been gone. It felt as though she had waited from dawn until dusk. This time, Yin Xiaoxiao demonstrated remarkable obedience, meticulously executing the task of luring the wild boar king, far exceeding expectations by utilizing a significant amount of roasted meat. According to their agreement, once she had drawn the wild boar king out, she concealed herself atop a towering rock, determined to ensure the beast would not escape until Yu Tianming returned. Perched alone on the massive boulder, Clutching fragments of roasted meat, she eagerly awaited the arrival of the wild boar king, all the while yearning for the sight of Yu Tianming rounding the corner at the end of the beach. Unfortunately, neither desire was fulfilled. The wild boar king did not appear, nor did Yu Tianming return. As her anxious anticipation mounted, the sun dipped below the horizon. She harbored a profound fear of the dark. Yet an even greater dread lingered within her, the thought that Yu Tianming might return and find her absent from the rock, leaving him disappointed. Thus, even as night enveloped the surroundings, she stubbornly remained on the boulder, hoping to hear his voice echoing from the beach's edge. Even if he were to scold her for not managing the task adequately, she would welcome it. Countless moments of hopeful waiting culminated in profound disappointment. Eventually, the tide surged, compelling Yin Xiaoxiao to relinquish her post on the rock and return to the cave. She deliberately stoked the fire, adding ample firewood to ensure it blazed brightly. In case Yu Tianming returned, she wanted him to easily locate the cave. Yet would he truly come back? Had he met with misfortune? Yin Xiaoxiao incessantly questioned herself, firmly believing that as long as Yu Tianming was alive, he would never abandon her. However, the more resolute her belief became, the more uncertain she felt. Perhaps something truly had happened to him. Before his departure, Yu Tianming had meticulously arranged everything he could. Reflecting upon it now, that insufferable fellow clearly harbored the notion that he might not return. Yu Tianming, you foolish man, why must you seek out danger? Could you not have simply stayed home? What am I to do alone now? Yin Xiaoxiao stared vacantly at the fire, her thoughts a turbulent whirlpool. Suddenly, a sound, the rustling of grass underfoot, pierced the stillness of the night. Yu Tianming, is that you? Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, rushing out of the cave. The rustling continued from a diagonal direction. Yu Tianming, do not frighten me. If you have returned, please come forth. Yin Xiaoxiao's voice trembled with apprehension. After all, the last time Yu Tianming had narrowly escaped danger, it was through such startling tactics. Yet this time, the sound drew nearer, as if it were merely 5 or 6 meters from the cave's entrance. Yet the darkness obscured her vision entirely. Was the wild boar approaching? Yin Eonseoxio, upon contemplating the dire situation, hastily retreated into the cave. Trembling, she clutched a fragment of the tusk, her legs quaking uncontrollably as she guarded the narrow opening. The chilling sound persisted, lingering at a distance of 5 or 6 meters, not encroaching further. Hurry and eat. Once finished, flee. Yet, she found herself torn, unable to abandon her post. Yin Xiaoxiao fervently prayed for the disquieting noise to cease, though her conflicting emotions plagued her. The eerie sound continued to hover nearby for what felt like an eternity. Iti namane, iam 30 feet. Will you come back? She sobbed, steadfastly watching over the cave's entrance. Typically, it was Ytnm who rescued her, but on this occasion, she could only rely on her own fortitude. It was still early in the night, with at least 8 or 9 hours remaining until dawn. If the wild boars were to attack, she harbored no confidence in her ability to withstand them. She was uncertain how long the stone walls would hold, but she knew that if this continued, she would surely lose her sanity. Chapter 056. NMN is an industrial product this night was destined to be sleepless. Yin Xiaoxiao, filled with trepidation, guarded the cave entrance throughout the night, and the ominous sound only dissipated as dawn approached. When the first rays of sunlight illuminated the cave's mouth, she finally succumbed to a deep, weary slumber. Meanwhile, in another part of the cabin, Ytnm, beset by pain, was also unable to find rest. His mind consumed with worry for Yin Xiaoxiao. In a state of twilight, he dozed intermittently, plagued by nightmares of Yin Xiaoxiao being bitten by snakes, chased by wild boars, or crying from hunger. When Ytnm awoke again, it was already past 10 in the morning. He noticed a small blanket draped over him, and White Shibi was absent from her chair, having seemingly vanished. Just as he prepared to rise, the door to the cockpit swung open unexpectedly, and Mn, a stranger to him, finally made her appearance. Yet, upon seeing Ytnm staring at her in bewilderment, she promptly locked the door again, and Mn perceived his gaze lingering, almost unintentionally, upon her chest, and muttered under her breath, "Country bumpkin, a toad wishing to eat swan meat." Mn had intended to take advantage of Ytnm's slumber and White Shibi's absence to discreetly step out. However, upon realizing Ytnm was awake, she abandoned that notion. What if he chose to sneak in and steal her food and drink while she was away? The cockpit door's electronic lock had long since malfunctioned, leaving her reliant on manually locking it from the inside, a crucial means of safeguarding herself. Yet, urgency was overwhelming. What to do? She fumed inwardly, cursing Ing for his interference in her previously comfortable existence. Now, not only did she have to share her provisions, but her own living conditions had become inconvenient. In desperation, she resorted to using an empty bottle to address her personal needs, then tossed it out through the small window of the cockpit. Ing, seated in his chair, witnessed her disdainful expression in vivid detail. He recognized that look all too well. It was one of contempt and disdain directed at him. Oomph, what a nuisance. The number of people who despise me has increased. Who do you think you are? Muttered Yu Tianming quietly. An I-man's appearance was not without its merits. Yet Yu Tianming found her looks particularly displeasing. Her angular face resembled that of a serpentine creature, clearly a product of industrial design. The swell of her chest surpassed that of Yin Xiao, and it went without saying that it was undoubtedly artificial. His beloved Xiao, however, was purely natural. As Yu Tianming continued his soliloquy, Bai Xiaobing returned. She climbed up the severed section of the aircraft with some effort and cheerfully inquired, "What is wrong with Xiao? What do you mean by purely natural?" "Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all." Yu Tianming quickly masked his embarrassment. "I meant that Xiao and I have been consuming only pure, unpolluted food these past few days. Come eat this, comrade in recovery. This too is purely natural." Bai Xiaobing, not taking much note of his demeanor, offered him a bounty of fresh fruits. "What are these?" Yu Tianming asked, puzzled as he gazed at the vividly colored fruits, not recognizing a single one and hesitating to take a bite. "Rest assured, all of these are edible." Bai Xiaobing smiled gently, sensing his confusion. Yu Tianming frowned, holding the oddly shaped fruits, genuinely unsure about eating them. "Ha ha! You, who dare to provoke a giant lizard, are afraid of poisonous fruit." Bai Xiaobing's laughter was particularly hearty, complemented by her practical short hair and tidy flight attendant uniform, offering a unique charm. Yu Tianming felt somewhat exposed, as if his thoughts had been laid bare. "All right, let me introduce you to them," Bai Xiaobing said with a resigned smile. "This light green one is called Ludo fruit, with a fragrant orange-red interior rich in nutrients." With that, Bai Xiaobing skillfully split the Ludo fruit open, revealing its aromatic flesh, which indeed smelled enticing. This dark green one is known as Fiua fruit or Fijian fruit. It has a taste reminiscent of guava, but is packed with protein, greatly beneficial to you. "Here, let me help you cut it." Without hesitation, Bai Xiaobing drew out Yu Tianming's dagger from his ankle, using it to slice open the Fijian fruit. What a generous girl. Before Yu Tianming could voice his thoughts, she had already taken the initiative. "This pink one is quite remarkable, known as Aki fruit. It tastes superb but must be consumed in moderation, as it is indeed toxic." As she spoke, Bai Xiaobing broke open the pink Aki fruit, revealing creamy yellow flesh with large black seeds. "Well, if it's poisonous, I'll pass." Yu Tianming grimaced at the thought. "So it really is toxic?" "Yes, unripe Aki fruit is absolutely inedible. It could be fatal. However, this one, being cracked open, has very low toxicity. After consuming it, you might experience slight drowsiness, which is beneficial given your current condition. You seem to have a restless night, which is quite detrimental to your recovery." Bai Xiaobing had tended to Yu Tianming several times the previous night, aware of his poor sleep, and had specifically harvested the Aki fruit in hopes of aiding his recovery. "How do you know so much? Did you read it somewhere?" Yu Tianming had been holding on to this question for quite some time, and finally had the chance to ask. "Oh, it's nothing extraordinary." Bai Xiaobing smiled gently and continued. "I originally graduated from a nursing school, but I did not wish to become a nurse. The work is too arduous and leaves no time for leisure. Hence, I decided to become a flight attendant." "Do you also study fruit identification at nursing school?" Yu Tianming hesitantly inquired, still pondering whether the programs at nursing schools were truly that robust. Should they not focus on nursing knowledge instead? "Why are you in such a rush?" "I have yet to finish." Bai Xiaobing shot him a speechless glance. "Quickly eat the fruit. As you consume, I shall speak, and we can accomplish both simultaneously." Bai Xiaobing exhibited a boyish demeanor, noticing Yu Tianming's injury, which made it difficult for him to use his hands. She directly began to feed him fruit. Yu Tianming had never experienced such treatment before and felt a bit embarrassed. I can manage on my own, he insisted. Hey, you're being dramatic. If we were in a hospital, you would have to listen to me. Hurry up and eat. Don't use your hands. Otherwise, your wound might start bleeding again. Bai Xiaobing held the fruit up to Yu Tianming's lips, and he reluctantly opened his mouth and took a bite. Wow, this is truly sweet, Yu Tianming exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. He thought to himself, if Yin Xiaoxiao were present, she would undoubtedly be drooling. As Bai Xiaobing saw him enjoying the fruit, she began to share her own story. After I became a flight attendant, I first operated domestic flights before transitioning to international routes. On one occasion, I encountered a man whose scholarly demeanor captivated me deeply, and we smoothly began dating. The knowledge of fruit identification I possess was imparted to me by him, as he is a botanist. Now what do you understand? Bai Xiaobing spoke candidly about her romantic experiences without any reservations. Chapter 057. The Independent by Xiaobing after listening. Yu Tianming nodded, his mouth full of sweet fruit, and remarked, Wow, your boyfriend is truly impressive, and you are quite remarkable as well. Does that mean that as long as you are around, we can identify all kinds of edible things in the future? Yu Tianming held a great admiration for knowledgeable individuals, as he felt woefully lacking in that regard. Not so exaggerated. Bai Xiaobing blushed at the praise. I'm not particularly interested in plants. I merely listen to him occasionally talk about which fruits are good to eat and how to consume them. After hearing it enough times, I memorized it. Oh, where's your boyfriend now? If there was an incident with the plane, he must be terribly anxious, Yu Tianming asked while eating. Bai Xiaobing's mood suddenly darkened at the question. We broke up a long time ago. Huh, such a wonderful person. Why would you break up? Yu Tianming inquired. Our relationship was indeed strong, but he is American, and he hoped that after marriage, I would move to America with him, resign from my job, and focus on taking care of the household. As Bai Xiaobing reminisced about the past, a look of regret appeared on her face. Moving to America? That sounds wonderful. The man provides while the woman manages the home, which is perfectly normal. A man should earn a living to support the family, and the wife should be beautiful and charming. Yu Tianming failed to grasp Bai Xiaobing's sentiments. Wow, I didn't realize your boyfriend was a foreigner, he exclaimed. TCH, your thinking is so outdated. What era are we in, still adhering to the notion of men providing and women managing the home? Bai Xiaobing rolled her eyes, expressing her disapproval of his views. I have no desire to become a mere housewife. I yearn to travel the world. Ideally, I would prefer not to have children, lest they impede the quality of my life. Such a notion is perilous. If everyone thought as you do, humanity would inevitably face extinction. Yu Tianming's mindset was inherently traditional, making it difficult for him to embrace such avant-garde ideas. Oh, come now. Many people share this sentiment. I am not alone in my thoughts. Let's eat, Bai Xiaobing declared, unwilling to prolong the discussion. She had always believed in taking charge of her own life. Nevertheless, after their conversation, they gained considerable insight into one another, fostering a deeper connection. Particularly, Master Yu relished Bai Xiaobing's attentive care, which was a delightful experience. Furthermore, as an international flight attendant, Bai Xiaobing was undeniably beautiful. Her cheerful disposition easily endeared her to others. This fellow, oblivious to his surroundings, began comparing Yin Xiaoxiao and Bai Xiaobing. In terms of appearance, both women were exceptionally attractive, each possessing unique strengths that rendered them equally matched. Yin Xiaoxiao had an adorable round face, her laughter revealing two charming dimples, and her large, fluttering eyes were enchanting. Bai Xiaobing, with her oval face, elegantly arched brows, long lashes, and flawless, rosy skin complemented by delicate red lips, was equally captivating. As for physique, Master Yu found Yin Xiaoxiao slightly more appealing. She bore a hint of baby fat, naturally curvaceous without appearing overweight, just perfectly proportioned. In contrast, Bai Xiaobing was somewhat leaner, her measurements not as ample as Yin Xiaoxiao's. Lost in thought, he momentarily glanced at her chest. As for the artificially created Ni man, she was not even worthy of comparison. Setting aside her looks and figure, Yu Tianming held disdain for her character. Were you pondering? Eat up. Bai Xiaobing noticed Yu Tianming lost in a daze, neglecting the fruit she had brought to his lips. Oh, it's nothing. He quickly snapped back to reality, relieved that she had not caught him stealing a glance at her awkwardly. He hastily changed the subject. I was just wondering about that flight attendant inside. Is she planning to go solo indefinitely? Pay her no mind. Such a person is truly contemptible. Once you're able to move, We should find Xiao Xiao and let her enjoy her time here alone. The mere mention of N.I. Man ignited by Xiaobing's irritation. Setting aside her previous displays of arrogance at work, her current selfishness in such dire circumstances was appalling. Shouldn't they unite to weather this crisis? Hey, if you all are heading toward danger, count me out. I'll remain here waiting for rescue. Just don't die on me prematurely. I want to inform the rescue team to look for you. N.I. Man's shrill voice echoed from the cockpit. The aircraft was not particularly large, and she heard every word exchanged between the two outside. I actually hope you leave sooner rather than later, preferably never to return. The food and water will sustain me for many days, and with all that fruit outside, let us see who survives the longest. It seems she has forgotten that it was Bai Xiaobing who introduced her to the edible fruits. Without Bai Xiaobing, she wouldn't dare to eat anything at all. What is wrong with her? If it weren't for his current limited mobility, Yu Tianming would have loved to kick down the door. What on earth is going on? How can such a person exist? Is her brain filled with nonsense? Enough about her. Discussing her is beneath me, Bai Xiaobing said with disdain. She still vividly recalls the scene of opening the bathroom door. To describe the disarray as merely unkempt would be an understatement. At that moment, the pants of the co-pilot were around his ankles, leaning over N.I. Man, whose lower half was also completely exposed. Clearly, the two were engaged in an inappropriate act in the bathroom, and let us not forget that N.I. Man has a boyfriend. Moreover, N.I. Man herself claimed to be engaged to that wealthy heir, flaunting a magnificent diamond ring before everyone. N.I. Man has leveraged her physical assets to entangle herself with various men, and her reputation within the airline is well known. Yet, some individuals are drawn to such behavior. Otherwise, how could N.I. Man have become the lead flight attendant? Bai Xiaobing, mark my words. Once we return, you better transfer to another flight. N.I. Man retorted sharply upon hearing Bai Xiaobing's mockery. What's the big deal? You think too highly of yourself. Besides, whether we can return is still uncertain. Don't come begging me later. Bai Xiaobing is no pushover either. Fine, let us see who ends up laughing last. After this exchange, silence enveloped the room. In truth, N.I. Man herself felt uncertain, but at least resources were still somewhat adequate, so she need not worry for the time being. As for whether they could await the rescue team, that was a matter for later. She certainly would not deprive herself. This deserted island is vast, and the sounds of various wild beasts echo at night. Venture out for food and water? N.I. Man does not wish to live like a primitive person. She has worked tirelessly, even resorting to unscrupulous means to ascend the social ladder, all in pursuit of becoming someone of significance. As long as she can wait for the rescue team, her life can return to normal. The wealthy heir's fiancé is still waiting for her. She cannot perish here. Chapter 058. How on earth can we return? Outside, the two were unaware of N.I. Man's thoughts and had their own plans for the future. Do you know about that cave I visited? Yu Tianming inquired. Yes, but I haven't entered. I've only seen it from a distance. What is the matter? Bai Xiaobing replied. Were those blackbirds? They chased away the bats. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to escape. Oh, you mean those? They are black-backed albatrosses, among the largest seabirds. They must nest on the cliffs above the cave. It seems this is their breeding habitat, Bai Xiaobing casually mentioned, sharing yet another piece of knowledge. You understand this too? Did your boyfriend tell you? Yu Tianming felt Bai Xiaobing knew too much. To correct you, it's my ex-boyfriend. Bai Xiaobing sighed softly in exasperation and continued, explaining that as a botanist, it was not surprising for him to traverse the world and encounter various animals. Each time he returned from his excursions, he regaled me with tales of his adventures, embellishing them so extravagantly that, after hearing them repeatedly, I naturally memorized some details. So that was the case. Yu Tianming furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. He was not pondering Bai Xiaobing's matters, but rather considering how to return to rescue Yin Xiao Xiao. It now appeared that he would have to traverse that cave once more to get back. However, the giant lizard and the bats within posed a considerable headache. It seemed that the albatross could deal with the swarm of bats. Thus, he needed to devise a method to lure them out again. As for the giant lizard, Yu Tianming found himself at a complete loss. As he continued to think, he unexpectedly dozed off, indicating that the effects of the special fruit had begun to take hold. The haphazard armor he had previously worn had long since disappeared. Bai Xiaobing discarded it outside the aircraft while bandaging him, as the stench of the wild boar hide was unbearable. Now, apart from the bandages, all that remained on Yu Tianming was a single pair of undergarments. Bai Xiaobing gently covered him with a small blanket, and finding herself with nothing else to do, she began to scrutinize Yu Tianming closely. While he could not be termed handsome, his features were distinctly chiseled, with thick brows and large eyes, presenting a well-formed visage. His muscular physique exuded a certain masculinity. However, his hair was rather disheveled, with uneven lengths and patches of baldness. Bai Xiaobing couldn't help but chuckle softly, already aware that this disarray was a result of his attempts to kindle a fire. If one were to judge solely by physique, Yu Tianming could certainly rival her ex-boyfriend. Of course, there was a significant disparity in appearance. Her former partner had brown hair, blue eyes, and a prominent hooked nose, while this fellow sported a receding hairline. Yet, the thought of the delicate Yin Xiaoxiao being accompanied by such a character seemed fortuitous indeed. Unlike her own plight, where, although she had narrowly escaped death without sustaining any injuries, she had drawn the misfortune of being entangled with someone like an I-man. The sun had risen high in the sky. Yin Xiaoxiao curled her legs as she sat on a large rock, gazing towards the horizon where the beach met the sea. The strange noises from the previous night had frightened her into sleeplessness, and it was only at dawn that she finally succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, she discovered that the fire in the cave had extinguished. After struggling for a considerable time, she was unable to rekindle the flames. Alone and helpless, she sat on the rock, reminiscing about Yu Tianming's many virtues. Yu Tianming's prolonged absence shattered any remaining hopes she harbored. He must have encountered some misfortune. Could he have already fallen victim to the giant lizard? The more she pondered, the sadder she became, and in her helplessness, tears streamed down her cheeks. After weeping for quite some time and feeling parched, she resolved to rise and gather raspberries. Now, the only source of water left was those raspberries. When Yu Tianming departed, he advised her to conserve her consumption, but she could no longer endure and thus ventured out to collect them. However, when she approached the raspberry bushes, she was taken aback. Where had all the raspberries gone? The raspberry thicket remained, yet the once plentiful green and partially red raspberries had vanished without a trace. What was to be done? Yin Xiaoxiao felt a surge of panic. The water supply had run dry. What could she do? Frantically, she pushed aside the underbrush, meticulously searching the ground. Could it be that the raspberries had ripened and fallen overnight? Alas, her hopes were dashed. How could they have matured so swiftly? Scattered on the ground were a few nibbled green raspberries, already swarming with ants. The rest had mysteriously disappeared. Had they been devoured by wild boars? Were they seeking revenge against her? Were they truly that clever? Yin Xiaoxiao recalled the strange occurrences of the previous night, when fear had paralyzed her, leaving her uncertain if it had been wild boars or some other creature lurking nearby. Dew. Yes, Yu Tianming had mentioned that dew could be consumed. Parched and desperate, Yin Xiaoxiao idly shook a nearby tree trunk. But where was even a single drop of dew? It was already noon. Yu Tianming had cautioned her that to drink dew, one must rise early. Before she could gather any dew, a number of caterpillars suddenly fell from the branches. One landed directly on her neck. Yin Xiaoxiao let out a terrified scream. She began to frantically swat at her body, but as soon as her hand made contact with the caterpillar, she was pricked by its bristles, letting out a strange cry of pain. At last, she managed to dislodge the caterpillar, but upon inspecting her palm, she was horrified to find a large, inflamed patch with several prominent bristles embedded in it. A sharp pain radiated from her palm as she sobbed, painstakingly extracting the bristles one by one. She then dashed to the beach, no longer daring to venture into the woods. It was too terrifying. Even caterpillars tormented her. Feeling wronged, she licked her lips, but the overwhelming sense of fear subdued her thirst, and she resolved to return home. There was still plenty of jerky in the cave, yet she had no appetite whatsoever. Gazing at the fragrant meat, she began to long for the days when Yu Tianming was by her side. Although their time together had been brief, upon reflection, she realized how wonderful he truly was. Every time she misunderstood him, he never bore ill will. Whenever she caused him trouble, he always sought alternative solutions. Lost in thought, regret washed over her. If she had given him her clothes to fashion a torch, perhaps he would have made it back alive. Why had she cared so much for that tattered garment, sacrificing Yu Tianming's life in vain? She was unbearably selfish. Her tears had long run dry, and her swollen, reddened eyes began to ache. Yet, an even more intense pain emanated from her palm, and when she glanced at it, she was horrified. Her entire right hand was swollen and red, resembling a pig's trotter, puffed up alarmingly. She attempted to move her fingers, only to feel a chilling realization. It was finished. She had lost sensation. My hand. The sea. Yu Tianming had said that seawater could serve as a disinfectant. Yin Xiaoxiao hastily raced to the shore, scrubbing her swollen right hand repeatedly. But how could it be effective when the poison had already infiltrated her bloodstream? In just a brief moment, the visibly swollen area had begun to spread from her wrist to her forearm. What has happened to me? In a state of utter disarray, Yin Xiaoxiao epitomized confusion and anxiety. She hastily rose to her feet, intending to return to the cave. However, her bare foot struck a sharp stone, eliciting a cry of pain, and she lost her balance, falling backward, her head striking a nearby rock. Chapter 059. The Tomboy. Meanwhile, Yu Tianming lay leisurely in the shade of a tree, relishing the tropical fruits personally peeled by the beautiful Bai Xiaobing. Having spent an extended period in the confines of the airplane, he felt stifled and insisted on taking a stroll outside. Bai Xiaobing, unable to withstand his stubbornness, assisted him in his endeavor. One must commend Yu Tianming's robust constitution. Despite being bitten by a swarm of bats the previous day, his complexion had markedly improved. Coupled with the emergency medications available on the plane and the assortment of nutritious fruits Bai Xiaobing had procured, he was reaping the benefits. Yet, the multitude of wounds on his body made walking painful, as each step risked aggravating his injuries, causing him to grimace in discomfort. Before long, some of the larger wounds began to ooze blood. It was unfortunate that the bandages on the plane were limited, and Yu Tianming's injuries were numerous, forming a web of wounds across his body. Bai Xiaobing could only apply the bandages to the more severe areas, leaving the smaller bites to heal on their own. I wonder how Xiao Xiao is faring. Yu Tianming pondered for much of the day on how to navigate the cave guarded by the giant lizard. Yet he remained at a loss. He shared his thoughts with Bai Xiaobing, who could only offer words of comfort. Do not fret. Xiao Xiao has sufficient food and drink to last her 7 or 8 days. We will surely devise a plan. Alas, I acted too impulsively, provoking the giant lizard without forethought. Otherwise, I would not have left her alone. Yu Tianming felt a deep sense of guilt. The waters in this region were inhabited by sharks. Swimming back was certainly not an option. Build a boat? The mere thought made him shake his head. Without even an axe, how could he fell trees? With his small dagger, could he possibly carve wood? By the time a vessel was constructed, Yin Xiaoxiao would have perished from hunger. The mere idea of Yin Xiaoxiao alone in that cave filled him with agitation. His brow furrowed in concern, and he sighed deeply. If only his physical condition permitted it, he would surely dash back to rescue her. With no feasible solutions at hand, he resolved to abandon his worries. Since he had managed to survive the journey here, he would attempt once more to push forward. Yet, as he glanced at the small wounds beginning to scab and the areas that continued to bleed, he felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Bai Xiaobing, observing Yu Tianming's distress, felt a surge of emotion and a hint of confusion. Could it be that he had developed feelings for Yin Xiaoxiao? Why else would he be so frantic and determined? Unbeknownst to her, Bai Xiaobing began to feel a twinge of jealousy toward Yin Xiaoxiao. Indeed, Yin Xiaoxiao was fortunate. Her family must be quite affluent, and many men were enamored with her. The airline's flight attendants, pilots, and ground staff all beamed with smiles upon encountering Yin Xiaoxiao. Now, there is also Yu Tianming, who is willing to risk everything for her. Despite his meticulous care for Yu Tianming, his thoughts are entirely consumed by Yin Xiaoxiao. Reflecting on this, Bai Xiaobing, in a fit of pique, shoved some fruit toward Yu Tianming and stormed off. Hey, where are you going? Yu Tianming finally reacted. I need to relieve myself. Bai Xiaobing retorted indignantly, striding into the depths of the woods. Only someone like Bai Xiaobing, with her tomboyish demeanor, could so boldly declare her need to urinate with such conviction and force. Had it been Yin Xiaoxiao, she would have been blushing with embarrassment by now. Make sure to go far enough away so as not to spoil my appetite for the fruit, he quipped. Get lost. Bai Xiaobing shot back, annoyed. After a day and a half of interaction, Yu Tianming had relaxed considerably. In his eyes, Bai Xiaobing was simply a man in spirit. They were brothers, after all. There was no need to dwell on trivialities. He regarded Bai Xiaobing in this light. Once she was out of his sight, Bai Xiaobing angrily squatted down. She herself was perplexed by her emotions. Ordinarily, she wasn't the type to be infatuated, so why was she feeling jealous? The idea of stealing someone else's boyfriend was utterly foreign to her. Perhaps it was Yu Tianming's personality that reminded her of her ex-boyfriend. This was the only consolation she could muster. Back then, she and her boyfriend had reached a stage of discussing marriage. But a significant disagreement regarding their future led to their breakup, with neither willing to compromise. In the years since, Bai Xiaobing had not sought another relationship. Each time a suitor emerged, she couldn't help but compare them to her ex, ultimately concluding that they fell short. Encountering someone like Yu Tianming in such a peculiar setting, whose temperament so closely mirrored that of her former partner, unexpectedly stirred her once calm heart. Meanwhile, Yu Tianming remained at the edge of the woods, serenely enjoying his fruit while resting with eyes closed. Though he felt anxious, Bai Xiaobing was correct. He needed to allow his injury to heal before he could go anywhere. To disembark from the plane, he would require assistance. It was unfortunate that the aircraft was so elevated, lacking a proper boarding ramp, and relying instead on a makeshift ladder constructed from a jumble of debris and dilapidated seats. The emergency inflatable slide had long since vanished. Just then, a sudden exclamation echoed from the woods. "Ah, what is that?" Bai Xiaobing's shout startled Yu Tianming, causing a piece of fruit lodged in his throat. He struggled to breathe, desperately pounding his chest, but to no avail. Bai Xiaobing's cries persisted. "Damn it!" Fearing for her safety, Yu Tianming disregarded the obstruction in his throat, laboriously pushing himself upright and sprinting toward the source of the sound. It was merely a distance of 30 or so meters. Yet it felt to him as though he were traversing 1,000 miles, burdened by pain throughout his body and discomfort in his throat. Yu Tianming pondered within himself. "It seems I'm destined to be a busybody, always tending to others wherever I go. Complaints aside, I must muster my spirit to rescue those in need." Grabbing a nearby branch to serve as a makeshift cane, he unsteadily made his way into the woods. By the time he arrived, the situation had already reached its conclusion. He beheld Bai Xiaobing, fiercely stomping her feet in her leather shoes upon the ground. The earth bore a large puddle of viscous pus, alongside a caterpillar flattened beyond recognition. Alas, this unfortunate creature had provoked none other than the enraged Bai Xiaobing. Its demise was utterly complete. Goodness, this woman is remarkably fierce. Yu Tianming barely had time to entertain this thought. Bai Xiaobing, in a fit of rage, continued her relentless stomping until the sound of Yu Tianming snapping a branch caught her attention, prompting her to turn. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beauty before?" She barked, her tone menacing, as she naturally adjusted her flight attendant skirt that had risen to her waist. "A what? Are you rendered speechless by my words?" Bai Xiaobing realized that Yu Tianming's gaze was fixated on her thigh, and suddenly understood that her skirt had been hiked up. In her fury directed at the caterpillar, she had forgotten to fix her attire. Admittedly, Yu Tianming had cast a glance, but that was not the crux of the matter. He found himself at a loss for words, his mouth agape, repeatedly gesturing towards his throat in a futile attempt to communicate. "What is the matter? If you want fruit, go get it yourself. I'm not serving you." "Oh dear." Yu Tianming felt a surge of urgency, thinking, "Dear sister, I acknowledge that your figure is both fair and curvaceous, and that black lace underwear is quite appealing, but I truly lack the mood for such distractions at this moment." Chapter 060. To what extent can one be selfish? Yu Tianming's expression was one of confusion and distress, desperate to speak, but unable to find his voice. Bai Xiaobing finally noticed something amiss with him. "What's wrong? Is your throat hoarse?" Yu Tianming vigorously shook his head, pointing again at his open mouth. "Oh, I see. You must have something stuck," Bai Xiaobing exclaimed. She approached him from behind, wrapping her arms around him, her thumb pressing against the soft area just below his sternum, applying pressure rhythmically. "Hey, hey, hey," with a sudden release. Puff. Finally, he exhaled in relief, the obstruction expelled far away. "Look at you, how pitiful. Can't even eat without choking. Who is competing with you?" Bai Xiaobing clapped her hands dismissively. "I must say, sister, you possess quite a bit of strength." "My chest is throbbing now." Yu Tianming grimaced in pain. "Of course, if I lack strength, how could I be a nurse? Haven't you seen those injured patients on television struggling? They all rely on nurses to hold them down," Bai Xiaobing retorted, cracking her knuckles as she spoke. "Goodness," Yu Tianming mused. "It's a shame for such beauty to embody such a masculine demeanor." Yet, regrettable as it may be, she had saved him twice already. This truly exemplified the cycle of cause and effect. While he had played the hero in front of Yan Xiaoxiao, here he was, a docile little lamb at the mercy of Bai Xiaobing. "Can you even walk? Do you need me to assist you?" Bai Xiaobing, outwardly boisterous and seemingly tomboyish, was nonetheless quite preoccupied with the recent incident of her accidental exposure, though she masked her discomfort with an air of nonchalance. "Never mind. I shall be self-reliant and do not require your assistance," she declared, even as Yu Tianming, characterized by a fearless disposition, found himself slightly intimidated by her presence. The fellow, limping and grunting with every step, insisted on making his own way back. Observing his struggle, Bai Xiaobing couldn't help but find amusement in his plight. Pride often led to unnecessary suffering, so she decided to leave him to his own devices and strode ahead with a light step, quickly exiting the woods, leaving behind the arduous journey of Master Yu. However, before Yu Tianming could make his way out of the thicket, he was startled by Bai Xiaobing's sharp exclamation, "An eye man. You wretched creature, what do you intend to do?" This unexpected turn of events left him with a throbbing headache. On one side, Yin Xiaoxiao frequently startled him with her cries, prompting hasty responses, and now, Bai Xiaobing's outbursts were causing him to hasten his pace, risking further strain on his wounds. Upon finally emerging from the trees, he grasped the situation. An eye man stood at the broken edge of the plain, laboriously clearing away a makeshift ladder constructed from various debris. She struggled to drag discarded seats into the cabin, while Bai Xiaobing was already attempting to climb the ladder, but it was too late to stop An Eye Man. With a disconcerting smile, An Eye Man's face twitched as she declared, "If you all enjoy being outside so much, then stay there. Everything on this plane now belongs to me." An Eye Man, this is tantamount to indirect murder. Aren't you afraid of facing legal repercussions upon your return? Bai Xiaobing was seething, astonished by An Eye Man's selfishness. The scant provisions of food and water that had been allocated to Bai Xiaobing still lay within the aircraft. Punishment? Huh, it seems you've uttered quite the jest. Niman luoged triumphantly. Even if I can return, it is only I who shall endure until the end. As for you, relinquish any hope of returning. Accept your fate. You are utterly shameless. You are nothing but a wretched scoundrel. This was the most venomous curse Bai Xiaobing could conceive. Curse me all you wish. Once you are all dead, I shall be the only one left, living joyously. The rescue team will eventually find me, and by then, who will care about your corpses? An Eye Man felt no remorse for her decision. The food supplies originally meant for two were now solely hers, allowing her to endure longer. 20 days. That should suffice until the rescue team arrives. Bai Xiaobing prepared to unleash a tirade, but was halted by Yu Tianming's plea. Enough. Do not stoop to her level. If she believes she is safer alone, then let her remain in her delusion. Why are you still defending her? Our food and water remain on the plane. Why should she monopolize them? Bai Xiaobing's eyes widened in fury, reaching the peak of her indignation. She was about to continue her protest, but Yu Tianming shook his head in pain, indicating his suffering. What is it? Have you strained your injury again? You should sit down immediately. Bai Xiaobing quickly supported Yu Tianming, leaning him against a pile of discarded debris. We can survive without those things. As long as I recover swiftly, I will hunt, and you will identify plants. Together, we shall not perish from hunger. Bai Xiaobing understood this truth well and did not overly worry about survival. Yet she was genuinely incensed by An Eye Man's behavior. Yu Tianming waved his hand, truly unwilling to continue the debate. Given Master Yu's customary temperament, could he remain unperturbed? Certainly not. However, Yu Tianming had his own thoughts. Under the low eaves, one must bow their head, especially now that he was injured and immobile. Deep down, he had already cursed An Eye Man's ancestors for generations. Damn it. So you wish to play this game with me? Fine. Just wait until I recover, and we shall see who has the last laugh. A mere buzz cut. Did she truly believe I was powerless against her? Yu Tianming was hardly a pushover. He had even concocted plans for how to retaliate against An Eye Man. He merely needed to heal and bring Yin Xiaoxiao over, and he would ensure An Eye Man was dealt with appropriately. His extensive experience in street confrontations had endowed Yu Tianming with a resilient character. Yet he also knew when to endure. His consistent approach was to fight if he could win, flee if he could not, and concede if escape was impossible. After all, life is paramount. An Eye Man observed as the two finally relinquished their intention to re-enter the cockpit, allowing her to boldly gather the scattered provisions within and transport them into her designated cockpit, securely locking the door behind her. This act was not initially part of her plan. She had thought that by allocating fewer resources to Bai Xiaobing, she would surely relent and apologize. However, Bai Xiaobing's steadfast nature had thwarted An Eye Man's expectations. Initially, Yu Tianming's injuries seemed dire. In such conditions, he should not endure for long. If only he were to perish soon, Bai Xiaobing would inevitably return to rescue her. To her astonishment, just a day later, Yu Tianming was already able to walk slowly on his own. His remarkable resilience further frustrated N.I. Man's calculations. Later, upon eavesdropping on a conversation between Yu Tianming and Bai Xiaobing, she realized that one was adept at hunting while the other could identify plants. Together, they were quite capable of surviving. Adding Yin Xiao into the mix, they would undoubtedly endure far longer than she could alone. If a rescue team were to arrive, all her previous actions would be exposed, particularly her affair with the co-pilot, which had been witnessed by Bai Xiaobing. How could she maintain her dignity, marry a wealthy heir, or continue her career as a flight attendant? This series of concerns ultimately compelled her to make the most ruthless decision. One way or another, if they all perished here, the rescue team would only discover her, rendering everything perfect. Even if they managed to stave off starvation temporarily, they would still have to return to save Yin Xiao. It would be best if they met their demise at the jaws of a lizard. N.I. Man incessantly unleashed various malevolent curses within her mind. Chapter 061. Two grays, what shall we do now? Bai Xiaobing looked helplessly at Yu Tianming beside her. The aircraft's lower cabin was unsuitable for an overnight stay. During high tide, it would be submerged. It has already been 4 or 5 days. Have you not surveyed the vicinity? Are there no suitable caves? Yu Tianming retorted. Bai Xiaobing managed a bitter smile, admitting they had not ventured far. The most distant point they reached was the large cave where he had arrived, and lacking any further paths, they had given up. Moreover, there was ample food and drink available on the plane, allowing for a safe overnight stay. So why embark on an expedition? Just as Bai Xiaobing stated, she and N.I. Man had refrained from wandering far these past few days. One concern was the potential danger of straying too far. Should the rescue team arrive, they might not be found, and that would be a grave oversight. Another worry was the possibility of other survivors discovering the airplane supplies in their absence and taking everything, which would spell disaster. Of course, this apprehension was raised by N.I. Man, and Bai Xiaobing initially agreed, as N.I. Man was her colleague, while the character of the others remained uncertain. Little did she expect N.I. Man to engage in such heartless actions. Yu Tianming glanced around. The grove opposite appeared significantly more lush than the area they had previously occupied. Though they could gather a fair amount of fruit without delving too deeply, the thick foliage also signified greater dangers. Perhaps it was best not to venture further. Please assist me to my feet. Let's explore another direction. We must find a place to spend the night, he said, struggling to rise, his body racked with pain. His ability to refrain from vocalizing his agony was a testament to his remarkable endurance. I wonder when the rescue team will locate us, Bai Xiaobing sighed, supporting Yu Tianming until he was upright. The two began walking along the beach in search of an alternative route. N.I. Man remained quietly in the cockpit, only exhaling in relief when the two had walked far enough away. She feared they might damage the aircraft, and whether she could maintain her hold on the cockpit was uncertain. Bai Xiaobing helped Yu Tianming walk 100 meters, and soon the wreckage of the plane was no longer in sight. After wandering for quite some time, aside from some fruit, they had found nothing. However, 2 large piles of stones at the edge of the grove stood out conspicuously. These would serve as their makeshift graves. Bai Xiaobing cast a glance, her mood dampened. The diligent captain and the co-pilot, who had dallied with N.I. Man, now lay beneath the stone heap. They ought to be grateful. At least their bodies were not left to rot in the wilderness as fodder for beasts. Yu Tianming, feeling weary, sat beside one of the stone piles. He had no qualms about the dead. Once a person passes, they're merely a lump of decaying flesh, so why fear them? He recalled Bai Xiaobing mentioning the considerable effort it took to move the 2 men from the cockpit. Moreover, N.I. Man had even suggested tossing them directly into the sea. Bai Xiaobing could not fathom the mindset of someone like N.I. Man. During the calamity, the captain had steadfastly remained at his post, making every effort for a safe landing. Without the captain, the plane would have long since sunk into the ocean. Could Bai Xiaobing and N.I. Man have remained unharmed? Shouldn't the captain have a grave of his own? If a rescue team arrives in the future, they should bring back his remains, for he is a hero. Furthermore, the co-pilot, despite his unsavory entanglement with N.I. Man, valiantly shielded her with his body in the dire moments of the disaster, saving her life. Now, to cast his body into the sea, is that an act of humanity? Bai Xiaobing, resolute in her stance, could never commit such an act. Alone, she dragged the body and moved stones to create a temporary grave for them. Alas, what a pity, Yu Tianming lamented as he patted the mound of stones, appearing quite regretful. Indeed, it is a loss. Captain Zhao was a good man, kind-hearted, humble, and courteous to everyone. He was well-liked by all. The memories of their time together filled Bai Xiaobing with sorrow. Yet, it seemed she had misunderstood Yu Tianming. He quickly added, nearly causing Bai Xiaobing to choke on her emotions. I meant, what a shame for their clothes. If only they were left for me. I wouldn't have to go around bare. You insufferable person. Bai Xiaobing was so enraged she stuttered, unsure how to respond. How could one speak so callously? They are deceased, and you are still fixated on their clothing. Calm down, calm down. After all, they are gone. It wouldn't be too unreasonable for me to take a piece of clothing. Fine, if you can stoop so low, you go ahead. I can't be bothered with you anymore. Bai Xiaobing, in her fury, stood up and hurled the fruits she was holding at Yu Tianming. Can't you change your ways? Speak properly instead of resorting to violence. Oh dear, that hurts like the devil, Yu Tianming whined, while Bai Xiaobing did not look back and continued on her path. He glanced at the stone pile beside him, tapped his head, pondered for a moment, and ultimately decided against it. Never mind, they've been buried for several days. They might already be decomposing. I might as well remain bare. Trembling, he stood up, using a long branch for support, and hurried to catch up with Bai Xiaobing. She walked briskly, and with his injuries, he struggled to keep pace. In no time, Bai Xiaobing had vanished from his sight. This tomboy is even more impulsive than I am. I can't fathom what her boyfriend sees in her. Nevertheless, she is not unappealing. It's just her temperament. Yu Tianming continued to trudge along, muttering to himself. Just as he was about to contemplate that image of black lace once more, a sudden shriek pierced the air ahead. What on earth? Is something wrong? Why are you running so fast? As if I could keep up. Oh, I'm just a laboring soul. I must hurry to the scene. He gritted his teeth against the pain and forced himself to quicken his pace. What is happening? If it's too dire, just run back. Yu Tianming shouted as he increased his speed, but regrettably, Bai Xiaobing had fallen silent after her initial cry. This is bad. Something truly has gone awry. Ignoring the pain, he pushed through, his legs straining as he began to sprint. As he rounded the small bend ahead, his heart finally settled upon seeing Bai Xiaobing crouched beside a large tree, safe and sound. Sister Bai, must we always be so dramatic? Is this a common trait among flight attendants? Yu Tianming thought of Yan Xiao, recalling how her various exclamations had prompted his hasty rush to the scene. Bai Xiaobing remained silent, yet as she turned, her eyes appeared red, glistening with unshed tears on the verge of spilling. No. I'm truly averse to seeing women cry. What is the matter? I didn't truly tear the captain's uniform off. Bai Xiaobing's mood did not lighten with his apology. Gradually rising, she pointed to the ground, her voice heavy with anguish as she lamented, I am truly cursed. Why didn't I take a few more steps that day? Otherwise, this person would surely still be alive. Person? What person? Chapter 62. Death settles debts with a new grave at that moment. Yu Tianming noticed a leg protruding from behind the very tree where Bai Xiaobing had lingered. The body was obscured by the tree, rendering it invisible to him. As he approached for a closer look, he grimaced, Goodness, he is already dead. Why mourn? The deceased man leaned against the tree, his head tilted, pallor evident on his face. Most strikingly, he was missing a leg, the other leg having been severed at the knee for reasons unknown. A belt was tied above the knee, indicating a desperate attempt at self-rescue. However, the wound was gruesome, flesh torn and exposed, with broken bones starkly visible, beginning to blacken and rot, a sight that provoked revulsion. Scattered around were several smashed coconuts, suggesting the man had relied on them for support for a time. The time of death was no more than 12 hours prior. Had he ventured a few steps further that day, when he buried the captain, he would have discovered this man and perhaps prevented his demise. Bai Xiaobing, having studied at a medical school, was not afraid of the dead, yet she felt a profound guilt, perhaps a natural disposition of those who practice medicine. Well, you possess vast knowledge. I cannot refute that. But death is simply a part of fate. Why burden yourself with such weight? Do you not tire of it? Yu Tianming felt little concern for the unfamiliar corpse. Just as with Captain Zhao, whom he respected for his integrity, his primary interest lay in the man's clothing. With a sigh, Bai Xiaobing chose not to comment further. Her character was one of taking and letting go. Yet the loss of a living soul due to a mere moment of misconnection stirred her compassion. Yu Tianming, seemingly indifferent, stepped closer, his eyes drawn to the clothing. However, as he crouched down, ready to remove the garments, he gasped, "Hey, what a coincidence! So it's you, you rascal. Truly, karma is relentless. Yu Tianming, if you continue to show such disrespect to the deceased, we shall part ways." Bai Xiaobing watched in disbelief as he prepared to undress the man, feeling conflicted. After all, they were on a deserted island, and items useful to the living should take precedence. Yet she could not accept how Yu Tianming referred to the dead. Goodness, I neglected to mention that this individual was seated right next to me. When the aircraft encountered trouble, I am uncertain as to how it transpired. But this fellow inexplicably absconded with my beloved Rolex. Upon regaining consciousness, I discovered that I was left with nothing but a wretched electronic watch. Such character warrants a scathing remark, does it not? Yet, Yu Tianming appeared displeased, his expression one of disdain. Bai Xiaobing, unaware of the underlying circumstances, seemed to soften slightly in her demeanor. "Enough, enough. Please fetch your clothes. We must depart. I have no desire to linger here," she urged, realizing her earlier misjudgment. Bai Xiaobing sought a reason to step aside and await Yu Tianming. He scrutinized the deceased once more, not particularly concerned with appearance, but rather assessing his physique. Nodding in approval. "Very well. You have, in fact, done a commendable deed. This attire fits me as if it were tailored specifically for me, though regrettably, one shoe is missing." Yu Tianming stripped the unfortunate sole of his garments and the lone shoe, comparing them to his own size, feeling quite satisfied. "Abaidaji, might I trouble you to take these clothes into the sea and rinse them? This foul odor does not align with my image." "You still care for your image? When I dragged you back that day, your skin was reeking beyond belief. Had I not helped you scrub it clean, you would have been fermenting by now," Bai Xiaobing retorted, her irritation evident. Yet her actions were swift as she took the garments to the shore and began to wash them with meticulous care. It seems that those who have once served as nurses possess a certain fastidiousness. Bai Xiaobing commenced scrubbing with great diligence. Suddenly, she discovered a hard object within the pocket of the shirt. Upon retrieving it, she gasped in astonishment. A military ID? He was a soldier. She hurried back to present it to Yu Tianming. "Look what I found." Yu Tianming was preoccupied admiring the lone leather shoe adorning his foot, quite pleased with himself. He glanced at the item Bai Xiaobing offered, momentarily taken aback. "Ah, it appears this brother was indeed in the military. My sincerest apologies, good sir. My prior comments were rather excessive. I retract them." Yu Tianming earnestly apologized to the deceased, feeling that his earlier words were unwarranted. He held military personnel in high regard and felt he had acted somewhat thoughtlessly. Alas, it is a pity. Having been submerged for too long, the writing has become illegible, and I cannot discern his name. Bai Xiaobing flipped through the ID, yielding no fruitful results. It bore only a photograph of a youthful, resolute soldier, evoking a sense of admiration within her. "Permit me." Yu Tianming extended his hand to receive the identification, examined it, and gently placed it back in the deceased's grasp. "Brother, to share a flight with you is a testament to our fateful connection. You took my Rolex, and I have claimed your clothing. We are even." Rising, he stepped aside and began searching the area intently. "What are you seeking?" Bai Xiaobing inquired. "While I might disregard others, I cannot do the same for a soldier. I intend to ensure he receives a proper burial," Yu Tianming responded. "I shall assist you." His declaration significantly enhanced Bai Xiaobing's regard for him. It appears that this individual is not entirely devoid of merit. Aside from his commendable courage in risking his life for Yin Xiaoxiao, he possesses a heartfelt respect for soldiers. "Oh, why do I find myself thinking of Yin Xiaoxiao again? I wonder how she is faring." Unbeknownst to her, each time Yu Tianming exhibits certain commendable traits, her thoughts inevitably drift to Yin Xiaoxiao. The waves crash against the rocks, while a few seabirds circle in the sky. Yin Xiaoxiao slowly opens her eyes, surveying her surroundings with a look of bewilderment. Ah, that sigh encapsulates a multitude of helplessness. Having been unconscious for several hours, she is finally awakened. Fortune seems to be on her side, as this stretch of beach has not been visited by wild beasts, and the wild boar king has seemingly vanished. Otherwise, she would have perished long ago. A sharp pain radiates from the back of her head, causing her to furrow her brow. As she reaches back, she finds that the blood has long been washed away by the sea, leaving only a painful wound. A glance around reveals an overwhelming sense of loss. In her dreams, She envisioned Yu Tianming steadfastly by her side. She also dreamt of her father, with his stern demeanor and eyes brimming with concern. Among those who appeared in her dreams was Lin Jiahao, the one she despises, who incessantly buzzes in her ear. The chasm between dreams and reality finally brings her to a stark awareness of her circumstances. Her stomach grumbles, prompting her to rise and head towards the cave. However, upon casting a glance inside, a chill runs down her spine. Where's my roasted meat? She lowers her gaze, scanning the small cave, which hardly requires searching. The roasted meat that once hung from the branches has mysteriously vanished, leaving behind only a few bare twigs still lodged above the cave. That roasted meat was her last glimmer of hope, and now it is gone. Could someone have been here? Or was it taken by a wild beast? Yin Xiaoxiao exits the cave, her eyes darting around. On the nearby beach, aside from her own footprints, there are no signs of anyone else having been here. Yet, could it be that a beast has passed through? Was it the wild boar king? Why did it not attack me? This should not be. After much contemplation, she arrives at no conclusion, helplessly collapsing at the cave's entrance, staring longingly in the direction Yu Tianming departed. Yu Tianming, have you truly perished? Why do you not return? Chapter 063. A new place to spend the night, gazing at the newly formed grave crafted from stones and leaves. Yu Tianming nods slightly. He solemnly offers an imperfect military salute to the grave, saying, "Farewell, brother. If we manage to escape, I will certainly bring you back. You're not a soldier. Why offer a military salute?" Bai Xiaobing is perplexed by his actions. It is not that I fear embarrassment. Yu Tianming forces a bitter smile. Recalling an incident where he was cornered by a group of enemies while dining at a restaurant. There were 7 or 8 of them, and he was alone. Yet, he did not cower, managing to take down 3 of them. What are the others? Bai Xiaobing chuckles, understanding his predicament and teasing him. The remaining ones, of course, proceeded to beat me up, Yu Tianming admits, feeling somewhat sheepish. You certainly have a knack for pinpointing the critical moments, don't you? It is not that we are incapable. Rather, the restaurant is rather small, and the entrance is obstructed, preventing my escape. Yu Tianming still sought to justify himself, saying, "Get to the point." Bai Xiaobing shot him a glare. Over the past day and a half, she had discerned Yu Tianming's character and was unwilling to grant him further opportunity to boast. Otherwise, once he opened his mouth, he would meander endlessly, failing to arrive at the crux of the matter. Yu Tianming, feeling the awkwardness, finally articulated the essence of the situation. There was another customer in the restaurant at the time who, unable to tolerate their bullying, swiftly took action, incapacitating their adversaries with remarkable efficiency. I was utterly astonished and, with heartfelt gratitude, insisted on treating him to a meal. Yu Tianming spoke animatedly, embellishing his tale with flowery language, which earned him another eye roll from Bai Xiaobing. "Can you please stop rambling?" Bai Xiaobing interrupted him directly. You have no sense of romance at all," Yu Tianming retorted, visibly displeased. In contrast, he mused, "Our Xiao Xiao is quite delightful. She listens quietly to everything I say. Aside from occasionally hitting me, which she needs to correct, she has no other faults." I offered to treat him to a meal, but he refused. When I tried to leave, he prevented me. Then he called the police, and it was only at the station that I discovered he was a soldier, home on leave. After that, he vanished. Yu Tianming let out a frustrated hum, expressing his discontent. This time, his words were concise and clear. As Bai Xiaobing was not an attentive listener, and Yu Tianming had lost the desire to embellish further. "So, you were saved by a soldier. Well, I suppose you have a conscience," Bai Xiaobing nodded slightly. "Let's go. We still need to find a place to sleep." Yu Tianming, wearing a single leather shoe, walked awkwardly, resembling a limping figure, which elicited a round of laughter from Bai Xiaobing. The hour had passed 4 in the afternoon, and within 2 hours, darkness would descend. The two had traversed a considerable distance without finding a suitable place to spend the night. They walked to the end of the beach, where a cliff jutted out into the sea, blocking their path. "Hey, what kind of place is this? There are cliffs everywhere. It's as if we're being forced into the woods," Yu Tianming complained, standing before the abrupt boulder. Bai Xiaobing, having grown weary from their long trek, pressed on, unwilling to halt despite Yu Tianming, the injured party, not calling for a break. Yu Tianming's health appeared to improve, and Bai Xiaobing noted that he was walking increasingly faster. It seemed he would recover significantly within a couple of days. His injuries were merely superficial. The marks left by the bat's teeth had mostly scabbed over. The wounds on his thigh and neck were more pronounced, resulting from his own reckless pulling and tearing at the bat. He felt little concern for these. In the course of his life, injuries had become routine. Now, standing before the towering cliff, he looked around helplessly. Gazing upward, the steep stone wall loomed above, rugged and jagged, soaring over 100 meters high. Indeed, there seems to be no suitable place. Crossing over is impossible unless one were to detour through the woods or swim across the sea. Above, a flock of white seabirds circles endlessly, some soaring down from the surface of the ocean toward this very spot. How unfortunate! Yu Tianming, disheartened, sits upon the ground. Enduring pain to reach this point has been no small feat. Suddenly, a splash. As he reaches up to touch his head, fury ignites within him. How dare they bully me? It appears that misfortune has yet to exhaust itself. A small clump of fresh bird droppings lands squarely atop his head, prompting him to rise and hurl a stone skyward. Alas, he fails to strike the seabirds. Instead, the stone ricochets off the rocky wall, sending a cacophony of bird calls into the air. Several seabirds erupt from their nests, scanning for the assailant. What? Their nests above? As Yu Tianming follows the birds with his gaze, a spark of realization ignites within him, akin to discovering treasure. Come over here. He beckons to Bai Xiaobing, who is also feeling quite vexed after wandering without finding a proper place to rest for the night. What is it? She inquires. Up there, bird nests. Yu Tianming gestures toward the rock face, his brows twitching with excitement. And what of it? Can you fly up there? Bai Xiaobing retorts. Well aware that Yu Tianming must be hungry, she herself feels the pangs of hunger after subsisting on little more than fruit along their journey. Look over there. Yu Tianming points to a section of the rocky wall near the edge of the woods. Bai Xiaobing tilts her head to examine the area, frowning in confusion. We can climb up there. We could spend the night on this cliff, and perhaps even find some bird eggs to eat. From his vantage point, Yu Tianming notes that a narrow gap exists between the trees and the rock face, revealing a scattering of enormous stones that lean against the wall, obstructing their path. It appears that years of wind, sun, and rain have eroded the rock face, causing these stones to tumble down. They now form a steep and chaotic slope leading up to the cliff summit. Is that feasible? Bai Xiaobing has now grasped the situation. The incline is steep, littered with sharp stones. A fall would surely result in injury. Whether feasible or not, we must proceed. We cannot spend the night in the woods. Look at the ground. It is saturated, indicating that high tide would submerge this area. Yu Tianming casually digs his foot into the sand, revealing a thin layer of dry sand above a moist base. Very well, Bai Xiaobing concedes, recognizing the lack of alternatives. She silently curses the selfish man, reflecting on how her actions have led them to such dire straits. Go over there and collect some large leaves to shield us from the wind. I suspect it will be quite chilly atop the cliff tonight. I will scout ahead. Be careful, Yu Tianming asserts, drawing from several days of wilderness survival experience to consider their predicament thoroughly. Acting on impulse, Yu Tianming was a man of action, and without waiting for Bai Xiaobing to say a word, he commenced his attempt to scale the rocky outcrop. The stones were scattered haphazardly, presenting significant challenges for his ascent. Be careful, Bai Xiaobing called from below, her heart racing as she observed him climb. Fortunately, this fellow possessed decent agility, and after considerable effort, he finally reached the summit. As he stood atop the cliff and gazed sideways, an incredulous exclamation escaped his lips. Chapter 64. The stone statue and the rock house, what on earth is this? Yu Tianming shouted. Due to the height of the cliff, Bai Xiaobing could not discern his words, nor could she see the spectacle that captivated him. She merely noted his sudden outcry, followed by a moment of stunned silence. Yu Tianming, Bai Xiaobing shouted from below, but he did not hear her. Having taken a few steps away from the cliff's edge, her voice was muffled by the stone walls. Yu Tianming? Bai Xiaobing was perplexed by the silence. Despite her relentless calls, there was no response from above. Growing anxious, she decided to climb the rocky terrain herself, leaving behind the fruits she had gathered along the way. Employing both hands and feet, she toiled away, only to realize a dilemma. Clad in her flight attendant's uniform, ascending the mountain was an impossible feat. How could she climb with such restricted movement? Cursing under her breath at Yu Tianming for not waiting, she called out to him again, but still received no reply. Was he in trouble? The thought sent waves of anxiety through her. It had been too long without a sign of him. Something must have gone awry. Glancing down at her uniform, she steeled herself, gritting her teeth in determination. Finding a sharp shard of rock, she forcefully cut into the fabric of her skirt. In just a few strokes, a gash appeared along the hem. With a powerful tug, she ripped the fabric, creating a long slit that extended to her waist. Now unencumbered by her skirt, Baishabing was finally able to utilize her hands and feet to scale the rocky face. However, the absence of protective clothing left her fair thighs marred with cuts from the jagged stones. Clenching her teeth, she remained silent, resolutely climbing higher. As she neared the summit, just a few meters away, her little heels slipped suddenly. She gasped. Her body began to slide down the rocky incline, but in a moment of desperation, she grasped a protruding stone, halting her descent. Unfortunately, her position was precarious, teetering near a nearly vertical face of rock, with only one foot precariously perched on a ledge. With one hand gripping the stone above, her body was pressed against the rock. She strained to maneuver back onto the sloped surface, but her efforts were in vain. "Yu Tianming, where are you? Hurry up!" Baishabing cried out with all her might. This time, she finally heard a response. He was coming. Soon, Yu Tianming cautiously peered out, only to be horrified by what he saw. "What are you in such a rush for? I said I would scout the way first. Enough chatter. Hurry up and save me." Baishabing was currently safe, but precariously clinging to the side of the rock. How could her mood be anything but dire? "Just hold on." Yu Tianming, pressing against the colossal stone, slowly made his way down. This steep slope was manageable to ascend, yet descending made his heart race with trepidation. At last, he reached Baishabing's side, extending his large hand to grasp hers and pulling her up with a sudden force. Despite her weight of just over 100 pounds, he flung her onto him, and she landed heavily against him. "Ouch, that hurts," Yu Tianming yelped, quickly positioning his body beneath her to cushion her fall and prevent her from being harmed by the rock. Baishabing hastily got up, crouching to the side. That impact had been jarring, and he bore the brunt of it. "Where have you been? Are you all right?" she asked, a mix of concern and annoyance in her voice. "Oh," Yu Tianming groaned, rubbing his chest, finally sitting up with a grimace. "I didn't know you had armor on. It felt like I was struck by a rock." Hearing this, Baishabing was momentarily taken aback before her face flushed crimson. They had just collided, her chest meeting his almost too close for comfort. "That's a steel underwire." She snapped back at him. "A steel underwire? For protection?" Yu Tianming was bewildered. He had never encountered such a marvel in women's lingerie. Had he known about the underwire, he might have asked Yin Xiao for hers, perhaps even using it for fishing instead of provoking wild boars. "Are you an idiot? Do you really not know this?" Baishabing was left speechless by his ignorance. "Don't you have a girlfriend? Haven't you seen women's lingerie yet?" She felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of asking such a personal question. Could it be that this guy was still a virgin? In his 20s? That seemed implausible. The thought flickered through her mind, and she scrutinized him with a peculiar gaze, as if she had stumbled upon a strange creature that piqued her interest. "Forget it. I can't be bothered to discuss this any longer. Let us move on. There's a significant discovery ahead." Yu Tianming waved his hand dismissively, frowning and rubbing his chest, unwilling to continue the conversation. "What major discovery?" Baishabing inquired, her curiosity piqued. "You'll find out when we get there." Leading the way, Yu Tianming found the next several meters of ascent to be quite manageable. However, he couldn't shake the thought of the steel underwire. What was its purpose? Where was it placed? Though he had dated several girls, none of those relationships had lasted long enough for him to delve into such intimate discussions about life and philosophy. Thus, he truly was inexperienced in that regard. When they finally reached the summit of the cliff, the sight before Baishabing left her utterly astounded. Standing below, she had been unable to see this vantage point, but now the sudden appearance of the massive structure was truly breathtaking. A colossal stone, measuring 7 to 8 meters in height and elongated in shape, stood precariously at the edge of the cliff. Simple and rustic lines outline a half-length portrait of a woman, facing the mountains with her hands raised towards the heavens. On the opposite side stands a statue of a man, gazing at the sea, equally lifting his hands high. A massive stone, intricately carved on both sides, showcases these two figures in a harmonious union. Could there be others living here? Might we find a way to escape? Baishabing, astonished, took a moment before voicing her thoughts. Yu Tianming sighed, urging her not to dwell too much on it and to come see what lay ahead. He then turned her around, pointing straight ahead. Just a few meters away, at the edge of the forest, stood a stone house. Wow, a house, how wonderful! Bai Xiaobing exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy, only to feel a chilling breeze between her legs, prompting her to awkwardly cover her skirt with her hands. Hey, what happened to your skirt? Yu Tianming finally noticed the situation. Although Bai Xiaobing was desperately tugging at her skirt, the slit had risen to her waist, exposing her fair thighs through the gap. This is all your fault, she retorted, pulling at her skirt as she made her way toward the stone house. The dwelling was small, approximately 10 square meters, and completely empty inside. The entrance bore remnants of decayed wood, so subtle that one could easily overlook it. Now, do you understand? Yu Qianming's voice came from behind her. Even if there were inhabitants here, they must have belonged to an ancient era. Look at the thickness of the moss on these stone walls. It's enough to prepare a dish. Chapter 065. An accidental earthquake. Bai Xiaobing noted this as well. It was clear that the place had long been abandoned. Despite a wave of disappointment, she felt relieved to have found shelter from the wind and rain. The stone floor was laid with smooth stones, and several weeds were valiantly sprouting through the crevices. In the center of the floor was a depression, likely used by former inhabitants for making fire. If only we had some wood for a fire, it would be perfect, Bai Xiaobing mused, leaning against the stone wall, feeling the cold seeping through, causing her to shiver involuntarily. That is simple enough. Let us gather firewood. I'm quite skilled at this, Yu Tianming declared. Sensing his moment to shine had finally arrived after a streak of misfortune, coupled with the presence of this strong-willed woman. He had often found himself on the receiving end of her care, and her occasional shouts had wounded his pride as a man. All right, you can start a fire. Wait here. Bai Xiaobing suddenly recalled Yu Tianming's previous experiences, having momentarily forgotten this detail. She dashed out of the stone house, brimming with excitement. Yu Tianming had previously ascended the cliff to examine the statues in the stone house, which had delayed him. As he gazed at the narrow stone structure before him, he recalled the cozy little cave from earlier and thought of Yin Xiaoxiao. I wonder how she's faring. She must be terrified alone. Outside the cave, darkness had enveloped the land, save for a sliver of moonlight. The cold, pitch-black cave was somewhere Yin Xiaoxiao would not dare to stay alone. She curled her body, resting against the stone wall above, the tide having already soaked the cave floor, leaving her with nowhere to stand. She hadn't eaten all day and was famished. She had once ventured far in the direction where Yu Tianming had departed. However, as she passed by the coconut trees, she nearly broke down. The immature coconuts that had once hung from the branches were now gone, leaving the trees bare and desolate, provoking tears of despair. As fate would have it, Yin Xiaoxiao sat beneath the coconut trees, weeping for a long while. The roasted meat was gone, the coconuts were gone. Without food or drink, how could she possibly survive? Clinging to a sliver of hope, she decided to check on the banana trees. Thankfully, they were still there, yet all of them were unripe, devoid of a single cluster ready for harvest. She could not afford to be choosy any longer, plucking a bunch and peeling the skin to shove them in her mouth. Driven by insatiable hunger, the unripe bananas were tough and unpalatable, yet she persevered, forcing herself to consume 4 or 5 of them. She initially intended to press on in search of Yu Tianming, wondering if he might be injured or unconscious somewhere. However, she hesitated, knowing that beyond lay the territory of the giant lizard. After much deliberation, she reluctantly returned to the cave. Unfortunately, it was not long before her stomach rebelled once more. With nothing in her empty belly, she found herself unable to move, suffering through repeated bouts until there was nothing left to expel. Exhausted, she finally trudged back to the cave. Nightfall came swiftly, and the tide arrived as anticipated. She could only curl up in the crevice above the stone wall, weeping softly. The flames rising from the central hearth illuminated the small stone room with a warm, bright glow. The two sat around the fire, enjoying the fresh fruits they had foraged. Oh, about that little path I mentioned earlier, should we venture in to take a look? I would appreciate your thoughts, Bai Xiaobing questioned, seated atop the soft grass, munching as she spoke. This was not the first time Bai Xiaobing had asked, yet Yu Tianming appeared hesitant. The little path she referred to lay at the edge of the woods, which Yu Tianming had also investigated. This path, obscured among the dense underbrush, meandered into the unknown mountains. It was clear that people had once inhabited this area, evidenced by the presence of such a large stone statue, indicating a considerable indigenous population. A route leading to the cliff was not surprising. Yet, Yu Tianming remained silent, preoccupied with concerns for Yin Xiao. Entering the mountains along this path would likely yield rewards, but who could say how much time it would consume? Would Yin Xiao be able to endure alone for that long? Yu Tianming dared not take the gamble. He had to return. Let us fetch Xiao first. Then we can explore the mountains, he decided, feeling increasingly anxious about finding a way to conquer the giant lizard. If all else failed, he would have to risk traversing through the forest, circumventing the small mountain that separated them. Bai Xiaobing, witnessing his unwavering determination, felt a flicker of admiration intertwined with jealousy. Had Yu Tianming fallen for Yin Xiao? Why else would he be so desperately intent on returning to save her? She sincerely hoped for Yin Xiao's rescue, yet a part of her wished that Yu Tianming would not take any risks. A man of his caliber was indeed rare. The narrow stone house had no windows, only a slim doorway. The fire blazed fiercely, causing Yu Tianming to feel a tightness in his chest, prompting him to step outside. It was now night, and the seagulls in the sky had long returned to their nests, settling on the cliffside. Pairs of them affectionately rubbed their feathers against one another. Yu Tianming sat at the edge of the cliff, leaning against a massive rock, gazing at the tumultuous sea illuminated by the moonlight, lost in thought. Bai Xiaobing, observing his expression, felt a pang of sympathy and decided to step out of the stone house to engage him in conversation. However, at that moment, she was suddenly overwhelmed by a dizzying sensation, as if the stone house were swaying. Bai Xiaobing shook her head vigorously. Was it due to her low blood sugar from not eating today? Just as she began to ponder this, a more violent shaking reverberated from the ground beneath her. This was bad. An earthquake. She finally comprehended the situation. Yu Tianming could only shout 2 words before the stone house began to shake violently. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of stone grinding against stone, she lost her balance and fell, her head striking the stone wall heavily. Damn! Yu Tianming, perched on the cliff, felt the intense tremors as well. He quickly clutched the massive rock beside him, narrowly avoiding a fall into the abyss. Bai Xiaobing, he called out, but there was no response from within the stone house. This was Yu Tianming's first experience of an earthquake. The relentless shaking made it nearly impossible for him to think clearly. The violent tremors persisted. He shouted Bai Xiaobing's name multiple times, but she seemed to have vanished without a trace. This was dire. She must be in trouble. Being so close, it was inconceivable that she wouldn't hear him. Ignoring the violent shaking, Yu Tianming pushed off the ground with force, lunging forward to distance himself from the cliff's edge. He then crawled and rolled toward the stone house, praying fervently. The distance of over 20 meters felt excruciatingly difficult, every inch a struggle. The house was constructed entirely of massive stones, each weighing several hundred pounds. If it collapsed, Bai Xiaobing inside would undoubtedly perish. Just as he anxiously reached the entrance of the stone house, the shaking finally ceased. He stood up and hurried inside. Chapter 066, The Collapse of the Stone House and Discovery of the Tunnel. Yu Tianming let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the stone house had withstood the earthquake's test, and Bai Xiaobing lay quietly on the ground, showing no visible injuries. Bai Xiaobing, he cradled her in his arms, shaking her gently. Bai Xiaobing groaned in pain, finally awakening. What happened to me? She felt an excruciating pain at the back of her head and recalled that she had just struck the stone wall. Touching her head, she was relieved to find no blood, only a swelling. Oh, you nearly frightened me to death. I thought you had perished, Yu Tianming exhaled, finally allowing the tension in his nerves to dissipate as he leaned against the wall. The young woman, Bai Xiaobing, who had been cradled in his arms, inadvertently collapsed against him. Ignoring his blunt choice of words, she quickly stood up, distancing herself from him. The position they had just shared was rather intimate. Illuminated by the flickering firelight, her delicate face flushed a rosy hue, and she felt a warmth enveloping her cheeks. Was that an earthquake? Can such a cursed place even experience tremors? Yu Tianming queried, still shaken. His inquiry jolted Bai Xiaobing back to reality, awakening her from her muddled thoughts. This is bad. We must hurry outside. There may be aftershocks. However, by the time Bai Xiaobing realized this, it was too late. The second wave of aftershocks indeed arrived as anticipated, causing another violent tremor. Just as Bai Xiaobing regained her senses, her head still spinning, the ground beneath her once again became unstable, sending her tumbling to the floor. For heaven's sake, is this never-ending? Yu Tianming could only grumble internally as he swiftly reached out, pulling the falling Bai Xiaobing back toward him. We must get out. It's dangerous here. Bai Xiaobing, in her panic, didn't forget to caution Yu Tianming. No one could ascertain whether the stone structure could withstand the tremors. Exiting was undoubtedly the safest choice. The two of them scrambled to cling to the edges of the wall in their frantic attempt to escape. But just as they reached the doorway, poised to step outside, the ground lurched violently, followed by a deafening crack. Crack! What the? Yu Tianming shouted as he felt the stones beneath him give way, sending him plummeting downwards. Bai Xiaobing gasped in alarm, desperately seeking to grasp onto something stable. Alas! The entire floor of the stone house had vanished. Her fingers barely grazed the doorframe, but before she could steady herself, the stone wall collapsed. They tumbled through the darkness, rolling and colliding without any sense of time, feeling as if the very world was spinning, their heads dizzy and throbbing. Yu Tianming cried out in agony. The first shout was a result of his body crashing onto the stones, while the second was caused by Bai Xiaobing, who had fallen heavily onto him. What happened to you? He asked, supporting her. Yet, this time, Bai Xiaobing remained unresponsive. What is this? Yu Tianming felt warmth in his hands and looked down, horrified. Blood. You're injured? Wake up. Still, Bai Xiaobing showed no sign of awareness. In a frenzy, Yu Tianming grabbed a piece of burning wood from the remnants of their fire, which had tumbled down with them. Utilizing the dim light, he glimpsed a gash about the length of his thumb at the back of her head. He disregarded his own pain and hastily reached for his dagger. Thankfully, it remained sheathed. He tore off a portion of his clothing, measuring it against her injury before cutting it into strips, improvising a makeshift bandage to wrap around Bai Xiaobing's wound. After this frantic endeavor, she remained utterly unresponsive. Yu Tianming was utterly clueless about emergency care, and anxiety gripped him. Pinching the philtrum? The thought crossed his mind, and he acted upon it without hesitation. He pressed down hard on Bai Xiaobing's philtrum, but after a long while, he relinquished hope. There were no signs of her awakening. Damn it. This was truly a stroke of misfortune. He cursed under his breath before checking Bai Xiaobing's pulse. Fortunately, it was strong. She should be able to regain consciousness, right? He was not entirely confident in his assessment, but the fact that she was still alive was the best news he could hope for. As he looked up, the darkness enveloped him, obscuring the height of the space above. Grasping a burning piece of wood, he laboriously climbed the pile of rubble, finally gaining a clear view. 2 meters overhead, there was an opening. It seemed that he and Bai Xiaobing had slipped out through there. However, climbing back up was impossible, as the stones that had collapsed above had completely sealed the way out. The massive stones used to construct the stone house were exceedingly heavy. Even if he could reach them, he lacked the confidence to move them aside. Damn it! Yu Tianming gritted his teeth, cursing softly. It was truly a case of misfortune compounding. Having found a place to rest for the night, he encountered an earthquake and now found himself trapped in this deep pit. Oh heavens, will you not let me live? Death would be a mercy at this point. It seemed he had not experienced a single day of peace since arriving on this island. He picked up a stone and hurled it in frustration. The sound echoed back, startling him. Echo. He hesitated, feeling the protruding stone wall as he took a few tentative steps forward. The light from the firewood was limited, barely illuminating the area. It was clear that a passage lay ahead. What astonished him most was that this passage was evidently not a natural formation. Visible on the side walls were distinct marks, unmistakably made by tools. Had someone once dwelled here? Perhaps there was a way out. The thought reignited hope within Yu Tianming. He dreaded the idea of being trapped here with Bai Xiaobing, preferring to meet his end in the plane crash than to endure such a torment. Bai Xiaobing, hold on. I will get you out. Muttering to himself, he hoisted Bai Xiaobing onto his back, one hand supporting her while the other clutched the remaining half of the firewood. Taking careful steps forward. The passageway was dark and exceptionally damp, with puddles in some areas and the stone walls clammy to the touch. He stumbled forward, deeply aware that this corridor had no turns. The path stretched straight ahead, though its destination remained unknown. He did not count the steps he took, as carrying Bai Xiaobing made it difficult to move swiftly. It felt as though he was traversing an endless road, one that would never conclude. The flame on the firewood had extinguished, leaving only a small ember of charcoal providing the last flicker of light. Exhaustion overtook Yu Tianming, forcing him to set Bai Xiaobing down for a moment's rest. However, the sight before him plunged him into despair. The passage narrowed increasingly, and there was no path left. Chapter 67. A series of shocks. With a helpless smile, Yu Tianming let out a few bitter chuckles. Gently laying Bai Xiaobing on the ground, he sank down beside her, allowing her to rest her head upon his lap. What a farcical situation. He glanced around, shaking his head in resignation. Heavens, you seem to take delight in my suffering. Curse it, Yu Tianming exclaimed, his voice rising in frustration. Having been granted hope only to face such an outcome, it appeared that death was imminent. Perhaps his loud lamentations stirred by Xiaobing from her stupor as she emitted a painful groan. Are you awake? He quickly leaned down to assess her condition. Yet, aside from that single sound, she remained unconscious. Thank goodness. The mere act of vocalizing indicated that the situation was not dire. Now, with an unconscious companion by his side and trapped within this cavern, Yu Tianming found himself utterly at a loss. What should he do? Should he retrace his steps, attempting to escape through the original opening? The likelihood of that seemed bleak. Not only was he burdened by Xiaobing, but even alone, such a possibility was minuscule. No, he could not succumb to despair. Xiaobing had once lived a life of tranquility, and his presence had disrupted her wait for rescue. Now, with her in a state of unconsciousness, he was resolute. He would not abandon her. Inspired by her soft groan, he propped Xiaobing against the wall, rose to his feet, and began to explore his surroundings. The crimson embers of the charcoal were on the verge of extinguishing, and he wished to make the most of the fleeting moments to seek an escape route. Since this was a man-made cavern, it must have an exit. Surely they hadn't just descended from the stone house. That would be absurd. Having come to this realization, Yu Tianming was convinced that there must be an exit. He carefully felt along the nearby stone walls, scrutinizing every minute detail for any signs of a way out. However, as he ventured further, disappointment washed over him. It turned out to be a dead end. How could that be? Frustrated, he kicked the stone wall with a fierce intensity. To his astonishment, his impulsive kick caused part of the wall to collapse. Was it the strength of his foot, or the resilience of his shoe? Bewildered, he found himself facing a small opening just wide enough for a person to crawl through, shrouded in darkness. Cautiously, he leaned forward, peering inside and calling out hello. The echoes of his voice returned clearly to his ears. My goodness, it's quite spacious in here. Drawing on his previous experience of navigating through caves and battling giant lizards, he hesitated before entering directly. After waiting in silence for a while, it appeared there were no predators lurking within. Resolutely, Yu Tianming began to crawl through the small opening to investigate. Xiaobing was relatively safe where she was, and with only this solitary passage for ingress and egress, he could swiftly retreat should any unforeseen danger arise, safeguarding the entrance. Once again, he stoked the charcoal until it glowed a bright red. Casting his gaze around, he noticed a scattering of dried grass on the ground, yielding softly and stickily underfoot, long since decayed into an unrecognizable state. As he contemplated feeling his way along the stone wall to navigate the terrain, a sudden faint rustling sound caught his attention. Water? Following the sound, he made his way through the uneven ground. Is this the exit? Not far ahead, he stumbled upon a narrow new passage. With a hand resting on the wall, he cautiously ventured forward, only to suddenly touch something. What is this? Utilizing the last vestige of light, he glanced at it and was overwhelmed with joy. By heavens! Finally a proper torch. A robust torch was lodged within a crevice of the stone wall. He swiftly extracted it and ignited it with the charcoal. With a whoosh, a brilliant flame erupted, illuminating the surroundings with astonishing clarity. Oh, Yu Tianming exhaled deeply. After enduring the darkness for so long, the sight of fire was a heartwarming relief. He could finally see everything around him. Ahead lay a passage. The source of the water sounds emanating from that direction. However, when he turned to look back, he nearly dropped the torch in fright. What in the world? The expansive cavern was littered with shapeless skeletons. A glance revealed at least 200 to 300 of them, stark white and forming a chilling tableau. Stay calm, stay calm. I'm not afraid of the dead, so why fear a few rotten skeletons? Yu Tianming steadied his nerves before re-entering the vast cave. After a thorough inspection, he found little of interest. The garments of the skeletons had long since rotted away, rendering their identities unrecognizable, and filth and muck were strewn everywhere. Goodness, who could be so inhumane? Yu Tianming spotted a small skeleton, clearly of a child's stature. What kind of cursed place is this? He turned to survey another passage nearby, where several pieces of wood had not yet fully decomposed, alongside a thick, rusted iron chain. Oh, could this possibly be a prison? It seemed those collapsed. Decaying logs were once upright, Considering this, it indeed could be a prison. Yuishiming did not rush to exit. He circled the area to ensure there was no danger before feeling reassured. However, he noticed something peculiar. The area he had just kicked down contained the highest concentration of skeletons, while other places only had a few clustered together. Yet this spot held as many as 7 or 8 skeletons. What were they doing? All part of the same family. Yuishiming attempted to shift the stones and clear away the skeletons, finally grasping the situation. They were attempting to dig a tunnel to stage a prison break. Beneath the skeletons, amidst the decaying dried grass, he discovered a few rusty knives and a finely crafted axe. The wooden handle of the axe had long since rotted away, but the head, composed of an unknown metal, remained in excellent condition, still quite sharp. On the side of the axe, there was an inscription of elegant letters. Yet Yu Tianming could not recognize a single character. Well, he initially assessed that this was not English. He was familiar with the 26 letters of the English alphabet. Nevertheless, with the axe in hand, his ambition was rekindled. If he could merely find a suitable handle for the axe, it would become a formidable weapon. In encounters with wild beasts, he could at least hold his ground for a few rounds, rather than relying solely on flight. He secured the axe at his waist and cautiously made his way through the cave, carefully bringing Bai Xiaobing along. Chapter 068. Continuous surprises. After finding a comfortable spot for Bai Xiaobing to lie down, Yu Tianming resumed his exploration of the passage. The corridor was not particularly long, measuring only a dozen meters, and to his delight, he discovered several torches. He left one torch embedded in the stone wall to illuminate Bai Xiaobing while securing the others to his belt. His excitement grew when he spotted 2 large iron basins hanging on the wall. This was truly an unexpected treasure. He plunged a torch into one of the basins, and it instantaneously ignited into a roaring flame. The 2 enormous oil lamps, filled to the brim with a mysterious oil, produced flames that soared over half a meter high. Suddenly, the surroundings were illuminated. As Yu Tianming surveyed the area, he was once again astounded. This was a somewhat smaller cave, yet it spanned a good 30 to 40 square meters. Along the walls, various shelves were laden with an array of items. Iron pots, basins, hooks, and harpoons were scattered everywhere in a dazzling display. Yu Tianming could hardly believe his eyes. Could everything have come so easily? If only he had possessed such items earlier, he would not have had to endure such hardships. The rock walls were embedded with iron rings, likely remnants of where items once hung. Scattered throughout were boxes of varying sizes and shapes, each encased in iron and secured with padlocks. Hey, this design is quite unique, Yu Tianming mused, examining a padlock for some time. Aside from recognizing it as a lock, he felt no other familiarity since he had never encountered such a mechanism before. Had locks in ancient times looked like this? Ah, right, it must be a lock from the ancient West. Finally, he pieced it together. With such a sturdy lock. There must be treasures within, right? Yu Tianming began to anticipate the contents of the boxes, looking around for something suitable. Finding nothing, he drew out the axe, extinguished the torch, and used it as a makeshift handle. He struck the ground forcefully several times before nodding in satisfaction. Then, he turned his attention to the padlock and swung down with force. Sparks flew, and the sound was sharp. Quite sturdy. The padlock had become misshapen, but had not yet broken. Yu Tianming wielded the axe, delivering a barrage of strikes, and with a decisive snap, the padlock fell to the ground. You dare to challenge me, yet you must be several centuries old, still pretending to be youthful. Yu Tianming even had the mood to mock the padlock. However, when he opened the box, disappointment washed over him instantly. What on earth is this? It's dark and resembles a dung ball. He reached out and picked up a clump of the black substance, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. To his surprise, it was rather pungent, a sharp, unpleasant odor that assaulted his senses. Be careful, that's gunpowder. A weak voice suddenly emerged from behind Yu Tianming, startling him so much that the clump nearly slipped from his grasp. I must say, dear sister, a simple greeting upon waking would have spared me a fright, he remarked, noticing Bai Xiaobing leaning against the wall of the passage, peering at the gunpowder in his hand. You were banging so loudly and seemed so pleased. Did you expect me to call out to you? Bai Xiaobing's complexion appeared somewhat pale as she steadied herself against the wall and sank onto the nearest box. Upon awakening, she had been greeted by a cacophony of sounds from another direction, accompanied by Yu Tianming's mutterings. Fortunately, she had overlooked the scattered skeletons. Otherwise, A scream would have surely escaped her lips. How do you feel now? Yu Tianming inquired with genuine concern. My head is still a bit dizzy and painful. Otherwise, I feel fine, Bai Xiaobing replied, frowning. That's good to hear. As long as you're awake, everything else can be managed, he reassured her. Where exactly are we? She asked, gazing around the cave in confusion. It's a long story. Let us discuss it later. In short, I've been battling through obstacles, displaying great prowess, and forging ahead. Could you simplify that a bit? Bai Xiaobing's headache intensified as she listened to his elaborate descriptions. You really know how to suck the joy out of things, don't you? I've saved you, and you can't even let me bask in my glory. Yu Tianming retorted. We fell down, traversed a tunnel, and ended up here. Simple enough, right? He felt a touch of frustration. First, put that gunpowder back. Carrying it like that is too dangerous with an open flame nearby. Bai Xiaobing was now fully alert, her thoughts clear as she urged him to be cautious. Oh, right. Yu Tianming carefully returned the gunpowder to the box, gently securing the lid. I was reckless just now, he reflected, recalling the moment he had smashed the lock with a shudder of fear. A box of gunpowder ignited by a spark would have turned him into a barbecue in an instant. How did you know it was gunpowder? You didn't even look closely, he asked, perplexed. Bai Xiaobing shook her head in disbelief. Did you not see the large letters on the box? What? Yu Tianming turned back to glance at the box. Indeed, there was a row of large English letters etched into the side, which he had noticed but had not comprehended. To him, those letters, when combined, were utterly meaningless. Furthermore, he was under the impression that gunpowder did not resemble this substance. Seeing his bewilderment, Bai Xiaobing explained, this is likely gunpowder from 2 or 3 centuries ago. The warships and pirates that once roamed the seas utilized this type of gunpowder to fire their cannons. How do you know all of this? Yu Tianming muttered, feeling as though Bai Xiaobing's awakening had robbed him of his opportunity to shine. By learning more, naturally, one becomes knowledgeable. Bai Xiaobing was left speechless. What she considered common knowledge appeared profoundly intricate to Yu Tianming. Never mind. Could you assist me in deciphering what is inscribed on this box? Yu Tianming inquired, pointing to the crate beneath Bai Xiaobing. Oh, a gun? Bai Xiaobing's eyes sparkled upon reading it. A gun? How thrilling. I've never fired one before. Step aside quickly. With this in hand, wouldn't I be unstoppable? Those giant lizards and wild boars wouldn't stand a chance. Yu Tianming felt a surge of joy. Today's discoveries were indeed remarkable. Every essential for daily life was accounted for. And now even weapons had conveniently presented themselves. It seemed fortune was finally favoring him. With a few decisive strikes, he severed the padlock and opened the box, only to be met with dismay. What on earth? It's merely a rusty barrel. Inside lay a collection of antiquated firearms, various lengths, all in a state of decay. Without exception, the wooden components had rotted away, leaving only a handful of corroded barrels. The design resembled the oldest type of firearm, the kind that required a fuse to ignite. Chapter 069. The pirates lair well then, it seems we'll have to manually confront the beasts. Frustrated, Yu Tianming shut the box, feeling disheartened by the blind box that yielded nothing of value. The gunpowder was damp, the weapons decayed. Couldn't fate provide something worthwhile? I'll scout ahead for an exit. Stay here and don't wander off. Oh, and there are a bunch of skeletons inside, so keep your distance to avoid any screams that might distract me. Disheartened, Yu Tianming lost interest in the other unopened boxes, prioritizing the search for an escape. Watching him vanish into the tunnel, Bai Xiaobing began to survey her surroundings. There were indeed plenty of items that could be of use if taken outside. More skeletons? Having worked as a nurse, she was hardly intimidated by such remnants. However, her curiosity was piqued. She steadied herself against the wall and ventured back into the cavern to investigate for clues. Yu Tianming brandished a torch, making his way through the tunnel. The sound of rushing water grew increasingly pronounced until he reached the tunnel's end and peered outside. A wave of bittersweet emotion washed over him. Before him cascaded a colossal waterfall, surging down from above. The mist was overwhelming, even from several meters away. He could feel the droplets splashing against his face. He recalled the perilous struggles he had endured for mere drops of water, nearly perishing at the jaws of a giant lizard. Yet now, here was a magnificent waterfall, evoking tears of gratitude. Oh heavens! Why not have bestowed this waterfall upon me sooner? The tunnel concluded at a sheer cliff, beneath which lay an unfathomable abyss. Judging by the sound of the waterfall, it seemed there might be a vast pool below. However, it was too dark to ascertain how high above the ground they were. This indicated that he and Bai Xiaobing were trapped in a cave halfway up the mountain. Wait a minute. Yu Tianming furrowed his brow. How did those who lived here before ascend? Climb? That seems exceedingly perilous. The mountains within his field of vision extended downward at a right angle, presenting no place to set foot. Moreover, there was a waterfall continuously eroding the stones, with many areas covered in moss, undoubtedly perilously slippery. After pondering for quite some time, without arriving at a solution, he decided to wait until dawn to devise a plan. Yu Tianming turned back to the cave, only to hear the sound of weeping emanating from within. Why is it that everyone has this same ailment, crying for no reason? Yu Tianming, already in a foul mood, felt even more irritable upon hearing Bai Xiaobing's sobs. Following the sound, he discovered Bai Xiaobing crouched before several skeletons, still sobbing. Sister, these individuals have been dead for countless years, and you do not even know them. Is it necessary to grieve so deeply? Yu Tianming complained. Did you not see these inscriptions? They were captured by pirates and left here to starve to death. It's truly tragic. Bai Xiaobing pointed to the various inscriptions on the stone wall, tears streaming down her face. Pirates? Are you suggesting this is a pirate stronghold? Yu Tianming's eyes brightened. He had no intention of examining the inscriptions further and turned back to the front of the cave. Hey, brothers, let us be a bit more helpful this time. Our future prosperity relies entirely on you. Yu Tianming fixated on several unopened chests, grinning foolishly. Since this was indeed a pirate hideout, it surely contained treasures. The mere thought made his hand, gripping the axe, tremble with excitement. He randomly selected a chest, inspected its side for any indication of gunpowder, and then struck it down with a forceful blow. When he opened the chest with an exhilarated heart, he was utterly astounded by what lay before him. Treasure. There truly was treasure. The dazzling glimmer of gold felt surreal. A chest brimming with gold coins. How much could this possibly be worth? Yu Tianming stuttered in his speech, completely overwhelmed. The large chest, nearly 2 meters long and 1 meter high, was filled to the brim with gold coins. Nervously swallowing, Yu Tianming picked up a shiny gold coin and bit down on it with fervor. Pure. A faint imprint of his teeth was clearly marked upon its surface. Ha! We've struck it rich. Sister, come here. We are wealthy. Yu Tianming shouted jubilantly as he dashed toward the back cave, scattering coins in front of Bai Xiaobing. Look, it's gold. A chest full of gold. His eyes sparkled with madness, and he was beside himself with glee. Bai Xiaobing merely paused in surprise before offering a wry smile to temper his excitement. In this environment, what good are gold coins? Can they procure food? Or will they help us escape? Yu Tianming abruptly halted his jubilant antics, realizing the validity of her statement. It seems you have a point. He scratched his head. But what if we manage to escape? These coins might just come in handy then. Let me tell you, once we get out, I'll purchase this island, and we'll split everything within it down the middle. How's that sound? Yu Tianming continued to dream of a bright future. Well, let us just focus on getting out first, Bai Xiaobing replied. These easily obtainable riches only brought Bai Xiaobing a fleeting sense of astonishment, hardly a true shock. Due to the information left on the stone wall, she was already aware of certain circumstances. Many among these individuals had set sail to various corners of the world, only to encounter pirates, leaving them stripped of both wealth and dignity. The women were confined aboard the ship, subjected to arduous labor and humiliation, while the men were imprisoned here to restrain the women, preventing their escape. They were provided with minimal sustenance, just enough to keep them alive. Each time the pirates returned, they would invariably capture more people. These captives, unwilling to accept their grim fate, resolved to excavate an escape route. Year after year, day after day they toiled, unaware of how long it had taken and how many lives had perished. Regrettably, despite their relentless digging, they had yet to breach the stone wall behind them. They were rather unfortunate, as they were merely a few dozen meters away from reaching the stone cottage below. Yu Tianming understood that these gold coins would not be of immediate use, yet he could not suppress his excitement. Just a handful of these coins could elevate one to millionaire status. This was an entire chest filled with gold coins. What fortune that must represent? Billionaire? No. I believe it could rival the wealthiest of the wealthy. With a heart full of exhilaration, Yu Tianming continued to pry open the chest. Another chest was soon opened, and Yu Tianming first closed his eyes and took a deep breath before suddenly opening them wide. Oh my goodness! My heart! He exclaimed. Heavenly Father, you are so kind to me. I thank you. I promise I will never curse you again." His excitement was unavoidable. The contents of the chest sparkled in a myriad of colors, dazzling his eyes. Chapter 070. A complete fortune, an exquisitely beautiful pearl necklace, glimmering ruby rings, a translucent emerald bracelet, a pure gold pocket watch encrusted with diamonds, and an array of amethyst, black amber, sapphire, emerald, spinel, garnet, dambarite, and topaz, many of which he could not even name, yet they were undeniably stunning. These colorful gemstones were either set within vibrantly exotic and ostentatious jewelry or casually strewn and piled within the chest. In contrast, the diamonds, large and small, reflecting a spectrum of colors, appeared almost like refused next to these magnificent ornaments, failing to pique his interest. Yu Tianming stood there utterly dumbfounded, gazing at the chest, rendered speechless. The value of the gold coins alone was immeasurable. One could only wonder how much the jewels in this chest could be worth. 100 billion? A trillion? As his mind buzzed, a cascade of numbers flooded his thoughts, and he struggled to keep count. Having dabbled in antiques before, albeit at a novice level, he could discern the quality of these treasures at a glance. They were all exceptional. Moreover, these were the spoils left by pirates. Surely, they could not have seized counterfeit treasures. How absurd that would be. Wow. It was not until Bai Xiaobing let out an exaggerated exclamation that Yu Tianming was jolted from his stupor. Good heavens! How is there so much? As Bai Xiaobing beheld the chest overflowing with jewels, her heart began to race uncontrollably. For jewelry, it seems that women possess an innate inability to resist. Beside them, the chest filled with gold coins was indeed valuable, but to Bai Xiaobing, it merely felt like a heap of yellow metal. She sensed that the pain from her injuries had vanished, and she eagerly rushed over to sit beside Yu Tianming in front of the chest. Yu Tianming could only chuckle foolishly at Bai Xiaobing's enthusiasm. The impact was overwhelming, rendering comprehension nearly impossible. Bai Xiaobing pulled out a necklace adorned with numerous small diamonds, and the ruby pendant was as large as a quail's egg, radiating a captivating brilliance under the flickering light. "You look magnificent wearing this," Yu Tianming remarked, genuinely admiring the sight of Bai Xiaobing donning the necklace. Bai Xiaobing, already a striking beauty in her own right, a quintessential Eastern beauty, was further enhanced by the jewelry, exuding an exotic nobility. "Humph, do you think I wouldn't look good without it?" Bai Xiaobing shot him an unimpressed glare. "Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Here, try this." Yu Tianming presented a beautifully crafted golden tiara with intricate filigree and gently placed it upon Bai Xiaobing's head. "Perfect," she exclaimed. "Are you referring to me or the tiara?" "Both are perfect." "Humph, such flattery." Yu Tianming was entranced. Bai Xiaobing's slender figure, paired with the tiara, instantly gave her the aura of a beauty pageant winner. After relishing Yu Tianming's ardent gaze for a moment, Bai Xiaobing let out a long sigh. She tossed the tiara and necklace back into the chest and leaned against the side, her expression darkening. "What use is it to discover these treasures? We do not even know if we can survive this ordeal. Don't be so anxious. It's only been a few days. If we hold on, I believe rescue will come," Yu Tianming responded, the sight of the treasures instilling a sense of confidence within him. "We must survive. With so much wealth, I could spend 10 lifetimes without exhausting it. If we were to perish here, it would be such a tragic injustice." "You seem rather optimistic. I suspect you are rather attached to these treasures," Bai Xiaobing remarked, noticing the peculiar gleam in Yu Tianming's eyes, instantly understanding his thoughts. "What is wrong with that? It's human nature. Besides, these are spoils taken by pirates. If fate has bestowed them upon us, I assent this a stroke of fortune, a form of divine justice. I believe that since we have encountered this, it signifies that our lives are not meant to end here. Just think about it. The giant lizard did not consume me. We survived the earthquake, and the collapse did not crush us. What else could we not endure?" At this moment, Yu Tianming was filled with a fervor, his words infused with an uplifting spirit. "Very well, since we have come this far, let's take it one step at a time," Bai Xiaobing thought, burdened by an immense sense of loss, yet unwilling to dampen Yu Tianming's spirits. "By the way, I assent their water over there. I'll go fetch some. Since there's a fire here, we can heat it up." Bai Xiaobing casually picked up a rusted iron pot, wrinkling her brow in dismay. This hefty cooking vessel was encrusted with a thick layer of grease, suggesting it had once been frequently used for meat. Fortunately, this layer of fat had served as a protective barrier, leaving only a few spots marred by rust. Glancing around, she realized there was nothing available to clean the pot. "Don't look at me. I'm down to just half a pair of pants," she said. Yu Tianming, noticing Bai Xiaobing's gaze directed at his trousers, understood her implication. "You want to use my pants to scrub the pot? Could you not be so cruel? What else is there?" Bai Xiaobing regarded him with mischievous intent. "I wouldn't use your pants. Would you prefer I use my skirt? I think you'd be better off without any clothes at all." "Wait a moment, I have an idea." Yu Tianming hurried over to a chest, rummaging through it with great haste. Soon, he tossed a pile of various gemstones, none too sharp-edged, onto the ground. "Use this." "This?" Bai Xiaobing chuckled softly. "You certainly have a unique way of selecting. You'd rather use gemstones to scrub a pot than sacrifice your trousers. You truly are something." "All right then." Bai Xiaobing nodded, picking up the gemstones and tossing them into the pot before stepping out of the corridor. Surprisingly, the hardness of the gems proved to be quite effective for scrubbing, although they were somewhat rough to handle. As she cleaned the pot, she peeked outside. Ah, indeed, there's no way forward. Before long, she had scrubbed the rust from the iron pot and filled it with water from a nearby stone wall before returning. However, upon entering the cave, she discovered Yu Tianming adorned in a dazzling array of jewelry. 3 thick gemstone necklaces hung around his neck. A solid gold crown sat atop his head, and his fingers sparkled with rings of various colors as he admired himself with great satisfaction. "What do you think? Do I look like a king now?" Yu Tianming grinned widely, his entire form gleaming with opulence. "I think you resemble a pirate captain. Step aside." Bai Xiaobing playfully kicked at him. You just don't appreciate beauty." Yu Tianming pouted. Bai Xiaobing moved aside, retrieving several gun barrels over a meter long, and using an iron chain to bind them together to create a makeshift stand. She then placed a pot of clean water over the fire. It was unclear what kind of grease was in the oil basin below, but it seemed remarkably resilient to burning. It had already been ablaze for at least an hour with little visible consumption of the fat. Chapter 071. The Golden Skull with no one to showcase his treasures to. Yu Tianming soon grew bored of admiring his own jewels. His eyes wandered around the cave until they landed on a chest tucked away in a corner. There were 5 chests in total, containing gunpowder, firearms, gold coins, and jewelry, with this final one awaiting Yu Tianming's exploration. "Hey, what do you think is inside?" he asked, tapping the last chest, which echoed hollowly in response. "It doesn't really matter. It's probably nothing special. Whatever it is, as long as it's not food, I have no interest," she replied dismissively. However, even if there is food, it seems to be centuries past its expiration date. After the initial ecstasy, Bai Xiaobing has long regained her composure. The coins and jewels, if merely a few were to be taken out, would be worth their weight in gold, enough for a lifetime of indulgence. Now, even if a chest filled with jewels were to appear before Bai Xiaobing, she would remain indifferent. "I sense there must be a surprise within." Yu Tianming examined the chest intently. Although there were echoes within, it remained quite heavy and did not budge when he pushed it. Moreover, the shape of this chest was distinctly different from the previous 4. Those chests, albeit large, adhered to conventional designs. This particular chest, while similar in length to the others, stood only half as tall. A tap on its surface revealed that it was not made of iron, but rather wood. The fact that it has withstood the test of time for centuries without a hint of decay speaks volumes about its worth. Just the chest itself could be valued at a fortune. With that thought, Yu Tianming's excitement surged once more. Cautiously wielding an axe, he began to pry open the lock, determined not to damage the chest, as that would indeed be a shame. After an arduous half-hour of effort, the lock finally fell away. "Aren't you even going to take a look?" Yu Tianming extended the invitation once more. "Not interested. You can play by yourself," Bai Xiaobing retorted sulkily. Her stomach growled, yet he remained focused on this treasure chest. How carefree he was. Yu Tianming's attention was solely on the chest as he slowly lifted the lid, peering inside, and was immediately struck dumb with astonishment. As the lid fell back, it naturally struck the stone wall, startling Bai Xiaobing. "What? Is there not enough inside? Are you unimpressed?" Seeing Yu Tianming's foolish expression, she approached him. A quick glance revealed her own surprise, her brow furrowing slightly. Inside the chest, which measured over a meter in length, there were no jewels, no coins. Only a pure golden skeleton lay within, pristine and gleaming. Every detail was as one would expect, save for its relatively diminutive stature. Beside the golden skeleton, resting quietly against the side of the chest, was a staff. The staff, resembling gold yet not quite, shimmered brilliantly, adorned with intricate patterns and an ancient design. Particularly striking was the top of the staff, which was embedded with a pink gemstone the size of a baby's fist, radiating a mesmerizing brilliance. Wow, now this is the ultimate treasure, Yu Tianming exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging at the sight of the pink gemstone. I must calculate its worth. Rubbing his fingers together, he began to estimate the price. Gems are valued by carat, with 1 carat equating to 0.2 grams. Oh my goodness! Yu Tianming suddenly shouted. What is wrong with you? Why are you shouting? Bai Xiaobing jumped at his outburst, fearing the skeleton had come to life. Do you have any idea how much this is worth? Yu Tianming asked with a silly grin. What do I care about its worth? Bai Xiaobing responded, exasperated. You truly do not understand. Let me tell you, the largest natural diamond in the world is only about 4,000 carats, and the largest sapphire just over 1,000 carats. Moreover, what remains from the original ore is minimal after cutting. This polished pink gemstone weighs at least 5,000 carats and is entirely pure. It has already been shaped. Do you comprehend its worth? Yu Qianming's expertise finally found its application, and with each word he uttered, his heartbeat quickened, nearly bursting forth from his throat. I see. It is indeed exceedingly valuable. Bai Xiaobing nodded in agreement, wishing to spare this fellow from an endless monologue. The engagement ring her boyfriend gifted her, costing over 200,000, was merely around 2 carats, right? Calculating it thus, my goodness. Bai Xiaobing finally grasped the immense value of this pink gemstone. How many zeros? Let me count. So many billions. Bai Xiaobing exclaimed, feeling her mathematical skills were lacking. What do you mean billions? Look at your lack of education. Yu Tianming shot her a glance. This is truly a priceless treasure. Gemstones are not valued solely by their weight. As weight increases, purity and color quality elevate, leading to exponential price increases. The scrap that was cut from this gemstone could make us millionaires. How much do you think this is worth? The more Yu Tianming spoke, the more animated he became, almost wanting to embrace this gemstone for a lifetime. Oh, as Bai Xiaobing followed his line of thought, she found herself unable to compute, and soon realized Yu Tianming's demeanor had shifted. What are you doing? Bai Xiaobing noticed Yu Tianming was attempting to bite it. Had he lost his sanity in his exuberance? What are you doing? Get it off. Other things can be forsaken, but this gemstone must be taken. But rest assured, those who see it shall share in it. You, me, and Xiao Xiao. We shall divide it equally when we leave. After speaking, Yu Tianming resumed his endeavor to bite, attempting to detach the clasp. He was reluctant to use tools, fearing scratches. With his professional knowledge, he understood gemstones possess remarkable hardness, making it difficult for ordinary metals to inflict damage, yet he hesitated. Bai Xiaobing could only watch in bemusement as he attempted to pry the gemstone. You, my goodness, though a bit avaricious, possess decent character and understand the principle of sharing among those who witness. To share equally with me and Xiao Xiao, you are indeed a loyal and righteous individual. Bai Xiaobing gazed at Yu Tianming, momentarily entranced. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, sighing inwardly. After all, he fancied Xiao Xiao, so why should she entertain any illusions? With a hint of melancholy, Bai Xiaobing averted her gaze and began examining the golden skeleton. The golden skeleton was approximately 3 to 1, 4 meters long, comfortably nestled in the box. She scrutinized it closely and reached in a touch. Wait, something feels off. Yu Tianming, come look. What is it? Em Busu. Chapter 072. The situation is peculiar. This is not crafted from pure gold. It is a genuine skeleton wrapped in a layer of gold powder. Look, Bai Xiaobing raised her palm, revealing her hand dusted with golden powder. I don't care if it's gold. I never intended to take it with me. Yu Tianming cast a fleeting glance and quickly lost interest, returning to his study of the gemstones. This skull is quite peculiar. Bai Xiaobing murmured to herself as she examined it with keen attention. Yu Tianming was engrossed in his work, observing the teeth. It was evident that the individual was an adult, and from the pelvic region, it could be determined that this was a female. Could it be? Yu Tianming remained preoccupied, offering only casual responses. I understand now. This must be a native inhabitant of the island, short in stature, perhaps even lingering from a matriarchal society. Yu Tianming, I am speaking to you. Bai Xiaobing exclaimed after a lengthy examination, but he remained oblivious, deeply focused on the gemstones. What does it matter what era they belong to? They're extinct now. My attention is solely on this gemstone. After much effort, Yu Tianming found himself frustrated, resorting to prying it loose with the blade of his axe. However, after another prolonged attempt, it remained steadfast. What on earth? This is absurd. Even titanium alloy should yield. Panting heavily, he turned to Bai Xiaobing. What did you just say? These people were from a matriarchal society? With this staff and its hardness, do you truly believe primitive people could have crafted it? Bai Xiaobing held firm in her knowledge of her former expertise. Yet the material of this staff is undeniably strange. Not to mention the clasp securing the gemstone, which is exceptionally tough. Damn it, if worst comes to worst, I'll just take this staff with me. It serves well as a hiking pole. Finally conceding, Yu Tianming relinquished his efforts, the gemstone still gleaming atop the staff. The staff measured just over a meter, and the gemstone at its peak fit comfortably in hand, while the other end tapered to a sharp point with 6 smooth facets, approximately the length of a finger, exuding a menacing sharpness. It indeed conformed to the specifications of a hiking staff. All right, the treasure hunt has concluded. We shall await dawn to find our way out. This excursion has yielded considerable rewards. He laughed heartily, clutching the staff with satisfaction as he leaned against the wall. However, while Yu Tianming remained carefree, Bai Xiaobing was mired in contemplation over the perplexing questions that lingered. This place had once served as a haven for pirates, perhaps not the sole location, but undoubtedly significant. The mere presence of these invaluable treasures attested to its importance. That golden skull must have belonged to someone of high status, perhaps a chieftain or a pharaoh. The gold dust that clung to the bones had clearly seeped into them, indicative of extensive application after death. So, was it the pirates who discovered this place and slaughtered them all? Or had these people already perished, with the pirates merely coveting the treasures? Yet aside from the golden skull and the staff, no other artifacts have been uncovered. Even if the skull were immensely valuable, it would hardly equate to a fraction of the worth of the staff. Given the pirates' nature, why would they leave the skull here, displayed alongside the other treasures? Yu Tianming, what do you think the pirates were thinking? Bai Xiaobing pondered for a long time, yet found no answer. She softly inquired, only to turn around and discover that Yu Tianming had already succumbed to a deep slumber. He slept soundly, a blissful smile gracing his lips as he cradled the staff in his arms, exuding an aura of tranquility. Bai Xiaobing sighed in exasperation. This fellow was remarkably carefree. Whether they would manage to escape remained uncertain, yet he had fallen asleep so quickly. Observing him, it was clear he intended to bring the staff along. Even if a rescue team were to arrive, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to return and claim these treasures. However, the thought that this man would share the wealth with her and Xiao made Bai Xiaobing chuckle inwardly. Watching Yu Tianming sleep so foolishly was oddly endearing. After a long day, Bai Xiaobing felt fatigued, although her stomach protested with hunger. The rhythmic sounds of Yu Tianming's snoring soon lulled her into a deep sleep beside the fire pit. When Yu Tianming awoke, Bai Xiaobing had already begun her bustling activities, moving in and out of the cave. What do you need? He asked, rubbing his sleepy eyes, perplexed by her fervor. With excitement illuminating her face, Bai Xiaobing exclaimed, I've found the way out. Come with me. Without hesitation, she dashed into the passage. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianming's sleepiness vanished, and he quickly followed in her wake. Outside, daylight had fully emerged. Glancing at his watch, Yu Tianming noted it was already past 10 o'clock. The cave entrance halfway up the mountain was now clearly visible, revealing a magnificent waterfall cascading down, its powerful torrents crashing into the pool and scattered rocks below. From their vantage point, the ground appeared to be over 100 meters below. The pirates had indeed chosen an excellent hiding place for their treasure behind the waterfall. Where's the path? Yu Tianming asked, bewildered. Over there. Look. Bai Xiaobing, having risen early, scanned her surroundings and finally spotted the route leading to the cave. As Yu Tianming turned to follow her pointed finger, he noticed a protruding rock about 5 or 6 meters from the cave entrance. What do you mean? It's just a rock. How do we get past that? He questioned, still confused. Bai Xiaobing smiled mysteriously, picked up an object, and tossed it towards the rock. What the heck? Are you out of your mind? Yu Tianming exclaimed, alarmed. The entrance was still littered with the small gems Bai Xiaobing had used to scrub pots the previous night, and the object she had thrown was indeed one of those gems. Shoo, listen. Bai Xiaobing quickly urged him to be silent. She thought to herself, What is the point of lamenting over a worthless stone when there's a whole chest of them in the cave? Besides, she had already tossed several out earlier to scout the way. Yu Tianming felt a pang of regret, but complied and silenced himself, straining to listen. However, the roar of the waterfall drowned out any other sounds. Didn't he hear anything? He lamented, casting a sorrowful glance at the scattered gems on the ground. How did you not hear that? I'll throw more for you to listen, Bai Xiaobing declared, reaching for another gem. No, no, no. I beg you. Just tell me what you need directly. Let us not waste things, all right? Yu Tianming hastily pushed all the gems on the ground aside, shielding them behind him. Goodness gracious! At this rate of your extravagant squandering, even if there were mine in the family, it wouldn't suffice. Chapter 073. In my eyes. You are a brother observing Yu Tianming's heartache over the treasures. Bai Xiaobing found it somewhat amusing. However, she refrained from teasing him further, for their escape was of paramount importance. That stone was evidently a step. When something was thrown against it, a rolling sound echoed, indicating a path leading down the mountain lay just beyond that stone. Bai Xiaobing had been studying it all morning, and seeing Yu Tianming still fast asleep, she chose not to awaken him, considering he was injured and needed ample rest. So you've already thrown more than one, haven't you? Yu Tianming's features contorted in dismay, exclaiming in disbelief at such extravagance. Bai Xiaobing was a loss for words. This focus seems rather misplaced, doesn't it? I am speaking of an escape route, yet you are lamenting over worthless stones? Do you truly wish to leave, or not? Xiao Xiao is still waiting for us. Which do you deem more significant, Xiao Xiao or this treasure? Both are important. Both are important. Yu Tianming, chastised, felt somewhat embarrassed and mumbled his response. All right, I have found the way out. Now we just need to devise a means to construct a few stepping platforms. I was just searching for materials. Bai Xiaobing shot him a glare. The opening beneath their feet was a considerable 5 to 6 meters from the protruding stone, with no means to climb either up or down. Yu Tianming also noticed the peculiarities on the rock wall, where a series of clearly man-made notches were evident, likely used to secure the stepping platforms. It seemed that pirates had once traversed this way, utilizing platforms, yet after such a long time, they must have deteriorated. The two returned to the cave, rummaging through everything in search of suitable materials. To bridge the 5 to 6 meter gap, at least 5 or 6 proper items were needed. However, after searching for a long time, they found only 2 suitable items, a harpoon and the staff that Yu Tianming held. What now? Bai Xiaobing was equally perplexed. They had discovered the route, but found themselves unable to proceed. Attempting to jump across was out of the question. The stone steps on the opposite side were covered in moss, and a slip would undoubtedly lead to disaster. Below the waterfall, jagged rocks jutted out, making the prospect of leaping into the pool untenable. As Yu Tianming glanced around in frustration, a sudden spark of inspiration lit up his eyes. Eureka! He opened the box and extracted several leg bones from the golden skeleton. How about using these? Bai Xiaobing glanced at them, nodding slightly. They were indeed suitable, albeit somewhat sacrilegious to the deceased. Yet, practicality took precedence. There was no time for such concerns now. Yu Tianming took the leg bones back to the cave entrance and forcefully inserted them into the closest crevice. They fit perfectly. Done. With his spirits lifted, Yu Tianming returned to the cave, extinguished the fire, gathered all usable items, and prepared to exit the mountain. Ha ha ha. Within the cavern, numerous relics remained, proving advantageous for their future survival. The two began to prepare their belongings for departure. Come, lend me a hand with this, Yu Ishaming called to Bai Xiaobing, gesturing towards 2 large chests. To set them down here, what else do you intend to do? Bai Xiaobing questioned, somewhat perplexed. This cave is sufficiently concealed. Do we really need to change locations? Better safe than sorry. We should stow everything in the hidden passage behind us. That is the safest place. Aside from these corpses, no one will know. Bai Xiaobing deemed his caution excessive, yet it did not consume much time. With considerable effort, they managed to drag the chests into the rear of the cave. The small opening in the stone wall through which they had entered still stood there. Yu Ishaming tossed all the gold coins into the opening, followed by an assortment of gemstones and jewelry. Then, exhibiting remarkable patience, he collected all the stones to carefully block the small entrance. Unsatisfied, he scraped off some moss from other areas, sealing the crevices. Finally, satisfied with his handiwork, he clapped his hands together, declaring, "That should suffice. no one should discover this place. Turning to Bai Xiaobing with a solemn expression, he said earnestly, "This location is known only to the two of us. It must remain a secret." Bai Xiaobing furrowed her brow in confusion. "What do you mean? Do we not agree to share this with three?" Realization dawned upon her, and her gaze towards Yu Yixinming shifted, laced with a hint of doubt and trepidation. What was he planning? As they were on the verge of leaving, was he intending to claim it all for himself? Enough of this. You women tend to overthink. Am I that kind of person? Yu Yixinming quickly grasped her concern, interpreting it as a fear that he might be tempted by greed and resort to eliminating witnesses. Yet, Bai Xiaobing also wished to dismiss such thoughts, though Yu Yixinming's demeanor was undeniably grave. What I mean is, provided we are safe and have secured our escape, we may return for the treasure. Until then, not even Yin Xiaoxiao should be informed of this location. Why? Are you worried she might take it all? Yu Yixinming shook his head vigorously, eager to clarify. Not at all. Xiaoxiao is wonderful, but she tends to be rather talkative, sharing everything. In just a few days of knowing her, she has divulged a plethora of her past. She is too trusting. This treasure belongs to the three of us. I, Yu Yixinming, swear to the heavens, I harbor no ulterior motives. However, I fear that if she were to let slip any information prematurely, someone else might seize the opportunity. Have you not heard? Telling a secret to a woman is akin to announcing it to the world. The thought of such a grand treasure falling into the hands of others filled Yu Yixinming with dread. But I'm also a woman. Are you not concerned that, Bai Xiaobing might feel she can trust you? That sentiment is rather pleasant. No, no, no. To me, you're like a brother. Yu Yixinming nonchalantly replied, internally adding, yes, a brother in lace. I'll kick you to death. Bai Xiaobing was in high spirits until she heard Yu Tianming's response, which infuriated her to the point of raising her foot to kick him. However, she quickly lowered her leg, realizing that her slit dress extended to her waist, and lifting her leg would reveal far too much. It was utterly exasperating. How could he treat her like a brother? What flaw did she possess? She had both figure and beauty. Bai Xiaobing was panting with rage, but upon reflection, it seemed that there was some truth to his perspective. Dressed in this revealing outfit, she had spent an entire day and night with Yu Tianming. No matter how cautious one might be, there would inevitably be moments of exposure. Yet, when she recalled the way Yu Tianming looked at her, aside from the occasional peculiar glance, he genuinely did not seem to regard her as a woman. This realization wounded Bai Xiaobing deeply. Chapter 074. The end of the waterway. I am ready here. Shall we depart soon? Yu Tianming called out, prompting Bai Xiaobing to return. Still mired in frustration, her gaze towards him was distinctly askew, a blend of anger and disappointment. Conversely, Yu Tianming seemed unfazed, treating the matter as trivial. He meticulously dragged the box back to its original position and scattered a few of the smallest gems around the corners. In the event that someone stumbled upon this place, they would assume the treasure had vanished. These little tokens would serve as their interest. What do you think, my friend? Clever, right? It's how it's done in the movies. Always leave a thread for future encounters. As Yu Tianming began to boast again, Bai Xiaobing remained silent, casting him a cold glance before turning to exit. Hey, I said, why aren't you helping carry something? You're leaving empty-handed. Yu Tianming had already shouldered everything useful from the cave, yet there were still numerous items scattered about. I'm a girl. I shouldn't be doing such labor, Bai Xiaobing retorted icily. Hey, you've been a man for over 20 years, and now that you're a woman, you know how to pick your moments. Yu Tianming grumbled, but his complaints did not elicit any assistance from Bai Xiaobing. In truth, it was Yu Tianming's frugality that drove him to want to take everything. Bai Xiaobing glanced at the scattered items, feeling that aside from a pot, nothing else seemed particularly useful. In her current irritated state, she outright refused to help. As the two emerged from the cave again, Yu Tianming struggled under the weight of a large black pot, chains wrapped around him, while clutching several leg and shin bones, along with a harpoon and a staff. Grimacing in exertion, he had left behind all other jewels, save for the staff and the 10 rings upon his fingers. We are not going out to flaunt our wealth. What do you need all those rings for? Bai Xiaobing asked, exasperated as she accepted a few of the bone sticks. You don't understand, do you? Wearing these is like having a tiger's claw. Look at this large diamond, so sharp. In the face of danger, one punch could incapacitate an opponent. Yu Tianming proudly displayed the diamond ring on his middle finger. Suit yourself, Bai Xiaobing replied, her mood now entirely soured. She stepped onto the bone ladder ahead and leaned against the protruding stones of the wall. Immediately following, they placed the bone rods in succession, swiftly traversing the 5 or 6 meters. They say she's a girl, but she has more courage than I do. Yu Tianming muttered as he observed Bai Xiaobing successfully to make her way across. What did you say? Oh, nothing, just singing your praises. It surely wasn't anything good. Yu Tianming followed closely behind, and the two stood upon a protruding stone step, finally able to discern the passageway behind them. It turned out that the rear was also a cavern, with a narrow, winding path formed by a pile of jagged stones that descended into the depths. After a height of 100 or 200 meters, they soon reached the ground. Ah, what a relief. I feel rejuvenated, Yu Tianming exclaimed, releasing the pin-up frustration within. Although the past couple of days have been quite arduous, the immense treasure made it all worthwhile. Now that they had emerged successfully, what was there to fear about achieving great things? Oh, but there was still Yin Xiaoxiao to consider. Yu Tianming finally recalled this matter. The impact of the treasure had overwhelmed him, causing a temporary lapse in his thoughts. Let us go find Xiaoxiao, he said, though burdened by the weight of his possessions. His spirits were soaring. First, they would reunite with Xiaoxiao, then they could await the rescue team. They now had water, food was no longer a concern, and he was accompanied by 2 beautiful women. Life was quite pleasant. One was the gentle and lovely Xiaoxiao, and the other was his companion, Bing Bing. I say, Bing Bing, what did you call me? Bai Xiaobing felt a chill run down her spine. Isn't that a more affectionate way to address me? It sounds more feminine. Yu Tianming pondered for a moment before making this decision. All right, just call me by my name. I can't handle this form of address. What's the matter? Bai Xiaobing felt conflicted. While the address was indeed endearing, she couldn't quite tolerate it. So where do we go from here? Yu Tianming asked, a bit embarrassed. Looking around, all he could see were mountains and dense forests, with no path in sight to locate Yin Xiaoxiao. Oh, come on, just follow the waterway. It's safer. And you mentioned that spring. It might just be downstream from this waterfall, Bai Xiaobing replied with resignation. Right, that makes sense. Let us hurry. Yu Tianming was eager to return. The thought of Yin Xiaoxiao being alone for 3 days was surely distressing for her. The sun hung high in the sky as the two walked along the edge of the pond beneath the waterfall, making their way across the rocky terrain. The pond was crystal clear, spanning about an acre, with rushing waters flowing continuously down the riverbed. They walked along the bank for about 10 minutes, navigating around a towering pile of stones, until they arrived at another small sandy beach beside a lake. This place was eerily quiet. Unlike the rocky area above, this little beach was not shaded by towering trees, leaving it exposed to the blazing sun. Fortunately, the surrounding clear waters and dense foliage provided a respite from the sun's direct rays. Despite the heat, the temperature remained pleasant, and one did not feel overwhelmed by the warmth. However, as Yu Tianming surveyed his surroundings, a chill enveloped his heart. Where had all the water gone? The riverbed? The small lake formed by the cascading waterfall, spanning half the size of a football field, appeared devoid of any visible outlets. The torrents above relentlessly poured into this diminutive lake. Its water level showed no signs of rising, nor were there any tributaries diverging from it. It seemed that there must be an underground waterway beneath the lake bed. The spring they had encountered earlier was likely one of its branches. Bai Xiaobing sighed softly, realizing that relying on the river to find Yin Xiaoxiao was an impractical endeavor. What now? Since following Bai Xiaobing, Yu Tianming had come to respect her opinions entirely. Had he been beside Yin Xiaoxiao, he would have confidently taken charge. They could only proceed eastward, hoping not to stray too far off course. Bai Xiaobing was also at a loss. What feasible plan could they devise now? The dense forest was the last place Yu Tianming wished to enter. Yet he had no choice but to steel himself and venture inside. This is for your protection, he said, handing over his precious staff to Bai Xiaobing while drawing the axe from his waist. Within the forest, one could never predict what might lurk in the shadows. Thus caution was paramount. Chapter 075. Encountering the forest python on the return journey, towering trees stretched skyward, their branches obscuring the sun. Having walked barely 20 meters within, the light dimmed significantly. Numerous climbing plants coiled around the massive trunks, cascading down from the branches above. The ground was overgrown with weeds, various shrubs standing waist-high, and towering ferns obstructing their path. Yu Tianming wore only one shoe, each step eliciting painful cries. At this rate, his feet would surely suffer before they could escape. Leaning against a large tree, he grimaced as he pulled out thorns from his skin. I was careless, Just wait a moment, Bai Xiaobing said as she scanned her surroundings. Gathering ample broad, thick leaves. Can you weave grass sandals? Yu Tianming marveled at her capabilities. Weave? I am no Liu Bei, she retorted with a hint of annoyance. I'll find something to wrap your feet. Yu Tianming felt a twinge of frustration. That line was usually his to deliver. Lift your foot. He was barked at again. Bai Xiaobing measured the leaves against his foot, then commanded, hand me the dagger. Bewildered, Yu Tianming passed her the dagger. To his astonishment, Bai Xiaobing made several swift cuts on her skirt, tearing it away with a sharp rip. What was once a knee-length dress was now transformed into a short skirt. Before Yu Tianming could process this change, she had already cut the fabric into several strips. Using her fair thighs as a base, she layered the strips, mixing them with the damp earth and kneading them repeatedly until they conformed into ropes about the thickness of her fingers. Wow, your skills are quite impressive, Yu Tianming observed in increasing amazement. How could Bai Xiaobing excel at everything? That's enough. Bind these ropes and leaves around your feet. They should suffice to carry you out of the woods. Bai Xiaobing rose to her feet, casually adjusting the remnants of her dress. Yu Tianming was truly taken aback. The current Bai Xiaobing was astonishingly alluring, especially in that short, revealing skirt, reminiscent of the enchanting dancer, Shiranui Mai, albeit with a less exaggerated figure. Have you had your fill of staring? If so, hurry up. I have no intention of spending the night in this forest. Bai Xiaobing noticed Yu Tianming's gaze fixated on her, feigning indignation while secretly reveling in the attention. Oof. You claimed I wasn't a woman. Now, do you see clearly? A wave of confusion washed over Bai Xiaobing as she pondered her own thoughts. Yu Tianming, recovering from his awkward gaze, lowered his head to begin binding leaves. It seems that Bai Xiaobing truly possesses a masculine disposition. Had it been Yin Xiaoxiao under my scrutiny, she would have already retaliated. He compared the two in his mind, muttering to himself as he quickly fashioned a pair of makeshift sandals. Oh, by the way, if we come across any edible fruits, do remind me. Let us bring some back for Xiaoxiao. He tested the feel of the ground beneath him, finding it remarkably satisfactory. Bai Xiaobing replied coldly. You spend all day talking about Xiaoxiao, yet I haven't heard a single compliment for all I've done. With that thought, her expression grew even chillier, embodying the essence of an ice queen. Unfortunately, the oblivious Yu Tianming failed to appreciate her demeanor. The two cautiously navigated through the dense forest, oddly encountering no wild beasts along the way, which allowed Yu Tianming's anxious heart to settle somewhat. Not only that, but they had also managed to gather a fair amount of wild fruits, though Bai Xiaobing was cautious about tasting any unfamiliar varieties. Nonetheless, their bounty was considerable. Could it be that hardship leads to sweet rewards? Yu Tianming mused as he savored the exceptionally sweet fruits. At this pace, they would reach the seaside in less than an hour, provided they did not stray too far, and soon reunite with Yin Xiaoxiao. How about it, beautiful Ice Bing? Are you ready to move on? Yu Tianming cheerfully addressed the frosty beauty beside him. Let us go if we're going. No need for all this chatter. Bai Xiaobing had remained largely silent throughout their journey, only urging Yu Tianming to gather fruits whenever they encountered them. Yu Tianming was puzzled as to why Bai Xiaobing had turned so cold. Where was her femininity? Was it his fault? Just as they prepared to rise, a sudden rustling erupted from the nearby thicket. The grass and bushes within sight began to sway irregularly, and even the nearby trees trembled subtly. Before either could react, several small creatures darted out from the underbrush, zipping past them without a glance. Were those rabbits and wild chickens? Yu Tianming stared in disbelief at the animals that rushed by, his eyes widening suddenly. Oh no, I was careless. Something big is behind us, he shouted urgently, scrambling up a tree. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. The commotion was so great that it was evident the approaching entity was formidable. Bai Xiaobing was taken aback and quickly reacted. However, just as she stepped forward, her body spun around as Yu Tianming swiftly pulled her aside. Hurry, climb up. With little time for elaboration, Yu Tianming was already aware of the distant roars of animals. Normally carefree, Bai Xiaobing felt a twinge of panic in this moment. She attempted to push off the ground repeatedly, but found herself unable to ascend. Get on my shoulders. In a state of urgency, Yu Tianming crouched down, hoisting Bai Xiaobing's legs onto his shoulders with sudden force. Unprepared for such an unexpected, peculiar, and somewhat embarrassing maneuver, Bai Xiaobing was momentarily flustered. She could only grasp Yu Tianming's head, striving to press her body against the tree bark while clinging tightly to a small crevice in the trunk. Don't just stand there. Climb up. Yu Tianming, with Bai Xiaobing atop him, continued to ascend, his feet scrabbling against the rough tree bark. Oh, Bai Xiaobing finally realized her position. Seated atop his head, her thoughts in disarray. A bit higher, quickly, Yu Tianming urged, scrambling up the tree with all his might, relying on Bai Xiaobing for leverage. A true test of endurance for him. Just as the growls of the beast grew nearer, they had managed to climb 7 to 8 meters off the ground, momentarily safe. Suddenly, the bushes parted violently, revealing a colossal creature. A python? Yu Tianming's eyes widened in disbelief as his heart raced. It was over. This was the king of the forest, and climbing would offer no refuge. This creature could easily ascend as well. It's a green anaconda, Bai Xiaobing stammered, nearly losing her grip and falling from the tree in her fright. Does it matter what it is at this point? The massive anaconda measured 7 to 8 meters in length, with scales the size of a bowl, its stout body comparable to Yu Tianming's waist. Climb higher. We must try. Yu Tianming felt his legs quaking with fear. There was no escape, and this was a path that led to certain doom. Jumping down? Running away? That would be tantamount to seeking death. In the dense forest, who could outrun a giant python? The two continued to ascend, albeit slowly, as anxiety gripped them. Their limbs trembling and unresponsive. They silently prayed, "May the anaconda not see us. May the anaconda not see us. Oh, great python, please move along. There are tastier morsels ahead." Chapter 76. An unexpected reunion on the verge of losing their composure. The two managed to evade the anaconda's notice, for its enemies had already closed in behind. Even high up in the tree, they could feel the trunk trembling as a massive black figure charged out of the underbrush. What a coincidence, Yu Tianming thought, marveling at how small the world seemed. It was none other than the wild boar king, with its fiery red eyes and nostrils flaring. It stirred the nearby foliage with its breath. The wild boar king angrily dug its front hooves into the ground, a clear signal that it was preparing to attack. The python, seemingly provoked by the relentless pursuit of the wild boar king, raised its massive head high, its powerful tail trailing behind, striking the ground with fervor. The two onlookers in the tree did not have to wait long. Within mere seconds, the battle was about to commence. The wild boar king lowered its head, brandishing its tusks, and charged fiercely. Despite its enormous size, the python proved remarkably agile, deftly evading the boar's assault and delivering a swift strike with its tail. It appeared the python aimed to bring down the wild boar king, thereby facilitating a rapid entanglement. The weights of both creatures were comparable, each weighing around 500 to 600 pounds. However, the boar king boasted a robust physique and solid musculature. Although it staggered momentarily from the python's strike, it quickly regained its composure and charged once more. These two beasts, both monarchs of the forest, clashed violently, transforming the small clearing beneath the trees into utter chaos. Each tusked assault from the boar was deftly dodged by the python, yet it found no opportunity to fully ensnare its opponent. The underbrush erupted around them, and roars filled the air. Observing this scenario, it became evident that the confrontation would not conclude anytime soon. Perhaps you should climb higher, to the upper branches for a respite. I can scarcely hold on any longer, suggested Yu Tianming, his fear palpable as the fierce battle raged below for over 20 minutes. His grip on the tree trunk was beginning to falter, especially with a weighty companion perched atop. Bai Xiaobing, equally terrified, was frozen in place. Had it not been for Yu Tianming acting as a cushion below, she would have surely fallen. After considerable effort, they managed to ascend to the lowest branches, now more than 10 meters above the ground. They could only pray for the wild boar's victory. The thought of the python prevailing sent shivers down Yu Tianming's spine. If the python were to triumph, the outcome would undoubtedly be a lavish feast. The wild boar king paired with Yu Tianming, and a delectable beauty on the side. Bai Xiaobing had turned pale, her gaze vacant, her mind clouded, rendered incapable of coherent thought. She sat dazed on the branch, clinging tightly to the trunk. Yu Tianming understood. While jesting was one thing, he recognized that Bai Xiaobing was still a girl. The fact that she could even climb the tree was commendable. Had it been Yin Xiaoxiao, she would have collapsed long ago. For the moment, they were safe, and Yu Tianming could finally exhale with some relief. Yet he sensed a damp warmth on his head and neck. Upon inspection, he found his hand was indeed soaked. Could it be? He mused, a sudden chill racing through him. Is this from being scared? I've been thoroughly drenched. He cast an odd glance at Bai Xiaobing. Bai Xiaobing, preoccupied with the tumult below, remained oblivious to Yu Tianming's peculiar expression. His thoughts were in disarray, leaving him momentarily at a loss. He looked around, hoping to find something, anything to wipe his head with. Yet, what cloth could he possibly find? With a sigh of despair, he plucked a few leaves and began to meticulously wipe his head, his expression one of earnest determination. Just moments ago, Yu Tianming found himself engulfed in anxiety, utterly unaware of when such an event might transpire. Perched upon the tree were two individuals. One was filled with abject terror, oblivious to everything else, while the other was on the verge of tears, consumed by despair. Beneath them, two colossal beasts continued their relentless struggle, undeterred by the passage of time. 40 minutes had elapsed, yet neither had gained the upper hand. The wild boar king boasted strength and vigor, while the python thrived on endurance. How much longer would this endure? Yu Tianming murmured softly, his intention to comment on the peculiar odor emanating from himself. Yet, it seemed the beast below had heard his utterance. The python's abdomen suddenly convulsed violently. The wild boar king took note, its copper bell-like eyes now suffused with bloodshot fury. It unleashed a thunderous roar, which seemed to invigorate the strange pulsation within the python's belly, prompting it to throb repeatedly. Witnessing this, the wild boar king succumbed to madness, abandoning all defense to launch a ferocious assault on the python. This time, there was no hesitation or evasion. The wild boar king boldly thrust its formidable body into the python's striking range, determined to impale it with its tusks. Naturally, the python seized this opportunity, rapidly coiling its barrel-like body around the wild boar king, tightening its grip with each passing moment. The wild boar king, unwilling to concede, thrashed violently from side to side, biting and clawing, but to no avail. This situation is dire. Yu Tianming cast a glance downward, realizing the gravity of the predicament. Should the python emerge victorious, he and Bai Xiaobing would face dire consequences. No, this cannot happen. He sprang to his feet, snapping a few branches and hurling them downwards in a desperate attempt to assist the wild boar king. Alas, the quality of such branches was hardly of any consequence. What are you doing? Bai Xiaobing finally stirred, her terror slightly abated. We have two choices. Either we escape while we can, or we descend to aid the boar. Help! Surely you jest. We should flee. Bai Xiaobing replied with a grimace. In this critical moment, the thought of aiding the beast seemed absurd. While fleeing is undoubtedly the wisest choice, if this giant python is capable of traversing the wild boar king's territory, it suggests our camp is nearby. And we are not safe, Yu Tianming contemplated. His intentions were not purely altruistic. He was weighing the risks. Then we can simply relocate our camp. Why do we need to recklessly throw ourselves into danger? Bai Xiaobing retorted, her frustration palpable. Fine, let us retreat for now, Yu Tianming conceded, feeling a twinge of trepidation at the sight of the monstrous creatures. If the wild boar king was powerless against the python, what chance did he stand? I'll descend first. Wait for my signal before following, he declared, yearning in that moment to be a monkey, able to nimbly flee through the branches. Yet, descending now was perilous. The python had ensnared the wild boar king, and it was merely 5 meters from their perch. A swift movement could bring it crashing towards them. Hold on, brother wild boar. Just a bit longer. Yu Tianming cautiously slipped down from the blind spot of the python's gaze, peering out just enough to discover that the serpent's attention was fully fixated on the agonizingly screeching wild boar king. Only then did he beckon to Bai Xiaobing in the tree to descend. Chapter 077. Reluctantly offering assistance, Bai Xiaobing imitated Yu Tianming, wrapping her arms around the tree trunk and squeezing her legs tightly, gradually sliding down. However, at that moment, the wild boar king was constricted too tightly by the python, emitting a tortured roar. Yu Tianming, being so close, could even hear the sound of its bones fracturing, just as he shivered in response. A startled gasp from above was followed by Xiaobing's body crashing heavily onto him. Goodness! Yu Tianming barely managed to utter before quickly silencing himself. The wild boar king's anguish cry had startled Bai Xiaobing, causing her to lose her grip and plummet. Run! Yu Tianming grasped Bai Xiaobing's hand and prepared to dash into the forest. Their series of startled exclamations finally attracted the python's attention. In truth, The python had already noticed the two in the tree, but their prolonged presence had allowed it the luxury of dealing with the wild boar king without interruption. Now that these two delectable morsels intended to flee, the python was determined not to let them escape. The wild boar king was already on the verge of death, its forehooves weakly thrashing, yet its fiery eyes remained fixed in defiance at the python. The massive serpent tightened its grip once more, and the wild boar king let out one final wail, blood trickling from its mouth. With a powerful flick of its tail, it sent the wild boar king sprawling aside, and the python swiftly lunged towards Yu Tianming and Bai Xiaobing. Goodness, it intends to take us all, Yu Tianming cursed under his breath. In this overgrown forest, the two of them, pursued and panicked, found themselves lost in their escape. The python was already hot on their heels. Recognizing the impending danger, Yu Tianming pulled Bai Xiaobing around a large tree and resumed their frantic flight. The python was no sluggish monitor lizard. Its body was remarkably agile, perfectly suited to the dense terrain of the forest. With a mere twist, it quickly lunged at the two once more. Damn it, this is it. I never wanted to enter the woods, but seems I am destined to be a beast's dinner. Yu Tianming's mind raced for an escape as he held Bai Xiaobing, who was too terrified to utter a word. She relied entirely on him to guide her, her thoughts frozen in fear. The python's rancid maw was now alarmingly close, its rows of sharp teeth clearly visible. Damn it, I have to fight back. Take care of yourself. With a sudden force, Yu Tianming hurled Bai Xiaobing into the nearby underbrush. The python missed its bite and immediately became agitated. Its body swung sideways, sweeping towards Yu Tianming. Yu Tianming leapt, rolling several times on the ground just in time to evade the attack. Coincidentally, he landed on a small clearing that they had just vacated, where various supplies lay scattered nearby. Quick-witted, he snatched up a staff and instinctively used a large black pot to shield himself. Fleeing was futile. The only option left was to fight with all his might. Yet, as Yu Tianming gazed upon the colossal form of the python, despair enveloped him. Alas! Look here. I'm right here. Bang, bang, bang. Yu Tianming struck the bottom of the pot repeatedly, attempting to divert the python's attention, having noticed its intent to seek out Bai Xiaobing. The situation was dire. Every soul that could escape must do so, leaving at least one to hold the line. Who but my brother Ming could undertake such a task? He encouraged himself, anxiously fixated on the python, his hands trembling. The python, drawn by Yu Tianming's clamor, began its languid approach. Yu Tianming could almost decipher the contempt in the creature's gaze. It was a profound disdain. The disparity in their sizes was stark, and the python undoubtedly looked down upon him. The wild boar king was on the verge of becoming its meal. What did it lack of a scapegoat in the form of a human? Come on, come on. If you dare, step forward. Yu Tianming continuously provoked the python, fearing its attention would shift toward Bai Xiaobing. Brother Bing, you must run far away. This was all he could do to assist. He silently prayed, unaware that Bai Xiaobing lay in the thicket, already unconscious. Having sustained an injury to her head, the recent fall had caused her to lose consciousness once more. The python was now less than 3 meters away from Yu Tianming, who had his back against a great tree, with no retreat possible. Its 7 to 8 meter long body obstructed all avenues of escape. Occasionally, beams of sunlight filtered through the leaves, causing the scales of the python to glimmer menacingly. With the prey bereft of escape, the python's patience waned. Suddenly, it writhed and opened its cavernous mouth, lunging directly at Yu Tianming. That maw was larger than his head, capable of devouring him in mere bites. Yu Tianming raised the heavy iron pot, attempting to shield himself from the python's gaping jaws. However, with a mere flick of its tail, the pot was sent flying from his grasp, landing in the grass. In this desperate moment, with no alternatives left, Yu Tianming clutched a staff, thrusting it vigorously toward the python. By a stroke of fortune, the sharp end of the staff pierced the python's jaw. The python recoiled in pain, and despite Yu Tianming's desperate grip, the staff penetrated deeper, tearing through flesh. Just as satisfaction began to swell within him, the python's tail struck again, sending him soaring through the air, yet he stubbornly refused to relinquish the staff. As he hovered midair, the python coiled around him tightly. A crack echoed, and Yu Tianming let out a heart-wrenching scream. His ribs had shattered. With no path to survival, he resolved to fight back. Bound tightly below the chest, he clutched the staff lodged in the python's mouth, exerting all his strength to drive it downward with ferocity. The staff penetrated the python's jaw, protruding significantly. However, this minor injury was trivial for the anaconda, igniting its primal instincts. Its colossal body writhed once more, tightening around Yu Tianming, who was on the verge of asphyxiation. Gathering his resolve, Yu Tianming thrust his staff upward, lodging it firmly in the anaconda's massive jaws. The serpent gaped wide, unable to bite down on him, yet Yu Tianming found himself immobilized, with death merely a matter of time. At that moment, the previously incapacitated wild boar king, lying feebly on the ground, miraculously rose to its feet. Though gravely wounded, its bones likely fractured, it stood unsteadily, swaying precariously. After a few moments, the wild boar king regained a semblance of awareness. Comprehending the dire situation, it glanced at the anaconda's swollen belly and, summoning all its strength, let out a thunderous roar before charging at the serpent. The distance between them was a mere 4 to 5 meters. The boar's assault left the anaconda no time to react, especially with Yu Tianming relentlessly stirring his staff, causing the anaconda to thrash its head in pain. The wild boar king's enormous tusks pierced deep into the anaconda's flesh like daggers. Chapter 078. Seizing the opportunity in sickness, the anaconda could not scream, yet its massive frame convulsed violently, striking the ground, and a nearby tree trunk, thick as a bowl, snapped under the force. The more it thrashed, the greater the agony it endured, as the boar's tusks remained embedded in its body, refusing to be shaken off. The wild boar king, having executed this final strike, exhausted its remaining strength. With its tusks lodged in the anaconda, the boar's body was tossed about in tandem with the serpent's struggles, truly on the brink of death. The sole advantage was that, in its frantic bid to dislodge the wild boar king's tusks, the anaconda released Yu Tianming, allowing him to tumble into the underbrush. Yu Tianming clutched his side, groaning in pain. After merely a brief standoff of several seconds, it felt as though all his ribs were shattered, causing him excruciating distress. Yet, self-concern was not an option. The anaconda would eventually break free from the wild boar king, and this was the perfect moment. Seizing the opportunity to strike while the enemy was down was Yu Tianming's hallmark. He scanned his surroundings and finally spotted an axe. Stealthily retrieving the axe and drawing a dagger from his ankle, he awaited the right moment. The anaconda, unable to escape the boar's tusks, wrapped its body around a tree, attempting to gradually dislodge the tusk. What a perfect opportunity! Ignoring his injuries, Yu Tianming sprang from the underbrush. With a mighty leap, he brandished the axe in one hand and the dagger in the other, aiming directly for the anaconda's head. The serpent was preoccupied with freeing itself from the tusk, unaware of the imminent ambush from the small, reptilian figure. This provided Yu Tianming with an advantageous moment. The axe penetrated only partially, lodging against bone, while the dagger, exceptionally sharp, slid effortlessly into the gaps between the scales. The anaconda writhed in pain, disregarding the staff still lodged in its mouth, and lunged its head toward Yu Tianming. Yet, he was no easy target. Withdrawing the dagger, he thrust it several more times, landing 3 or 4 strikes. The colossal head of the python forcefully hurled Yu Tianming into the air, disregarding the myriad of detritus clinging to it, and charged at him with frenzied intent, determined to obliterate him on the spot. Dazed and disoriented from the impact, Yu Tianming felt his limbs weaken, and a surge of pain radiated from his ribs, rendering him incapable of evading further. Just as he braced himself for the inevitable collision with the python, which would surely result in severe injury, if not death, a figure suddenly leapt from the shadows, tackling him and shielding him with their back against the impending assault of the python. Before Yu Tianming could utter another word, the python collided with the person's back, producing a resounding thud as the large iron pot they bore was deformed from the impact. Nevertheless, this act successfully thwarted the python's attack. However, the force was so immense that Bai Xiaobing, who lay atop him, coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell silent once more. Yu Tianming observed clearly that Bai Xiaobing had used the iron pot as a barrier behind her, sacrificing her own body as a cushion. Bai Xiaobing, he cried out in desperation. The blood that had splattered across his face only heightened his urgency. Furious, he seized his axe and charged towards the python, driven by a desire for vengeance on behalf of Bai Xiaobing. Yet as he rose, he was taken aback to see the python thrashing violently on the ground, and within mere seconds, it lay still. Had he truly frightened it to death? Stunned, Yu Tianming realized he had not even struck a blow, yet the python was lifeless. He picked up a nearby stone and hurled it, only to find it unresponsive. Cautiously, he approached, noticing the dagger embedded in the python's body, blood gushing forth. Had he unwittingly struck the creature's vital spot? Although he was unaware of the python's precise weak point, the situation seemed to suggest as much. A sigh of relief escaped him. He had narrowly escaped death. With lingering trepidation, Yu Tianming returned to assess Bai Xiaobing's condition. Blood still stained her lips, yet her chest rose and fell steadily, indicating that the violent collision had merely knocked her unconscious. Confirming her temporary safety, he painfully settled beside her. Old wounds had reopened, but the most excruciating pain emanated from his ribs. The agony is unbearable, Yu Tianming lamented. Though they had evaded immediate danger, their circumstances remained grim. He was injured, and Bai Xiaobing lay unconscious. The time was now 3 in the afternoon. Spending the night in the woods could invite further peril. With 2 massive beasts lying nearby, the threat of attracting other predators loomed large. Each minute of delay added to their danger. This was not the time for rest. Struggling to rise with the support of a tree trunk, Yu Tianming surveyed his surroundings. Retrieving the large black pot, he couldn't help but smile wryly at its condition. Once a rounded vessel, it now lay flat, a testament to the python's lethal impact. Had Bai Xiaobing not shielded him with the pot, he would undoubtedly have met his demise. It seemed she had saved his life more than once. Supporting Bai Xiaobing, he gently settled her into the iron pot, and then retrieved a chain to secure the pot's handle, preparing for their departure. Alas, such a critical item had slipped his mind. Yu Tianming hastened to the side of the forest python's carcass and extracted a small dagger. This item was imperative to take along, having saved his life on several occasions. It was also conveniently portable, so he tucked it into his ankle sheath. Moreover, he could not forget his companion's staff, for their fortunes relied upon it. He gathered the staff, a torch, and an axe, placing them in Bai Xiaobing's embrace. With great effort, he began to drag the iron pot deeper into the dense forest. Along the path, numerous signs of struggle emerged, providing Yu Tianming with guidance. Since the wild boar king had pursued the forest python relentlessly, it indicated that this direction might lead back to the beach. The wild boar king and the forest python were the monarchs of this woodland, their ceaseless battles inadvertently benefiting Yu Tianming. All creatures seemed to have vanished, leaving the forest eerily silent. Apart from the rustling of the pot against the underbrush, only Yu Tianming's occasional groans of pain could be heard. What was initially expected to be a journey of merely an hour stretched into over 2. As the trees began to thin, it signified their proximity to the coastline, greatly uplifting Yu Tianming's spirits. He pressed on, quickening his pace with renewed determination. Finally, at the last moment before the sun dipped below the horizon, he beheld the long-missed ocean. A triumphant roar escaped Yu Tianming, startling flocks of birds into flight. I have finally emerged. Is there anyone else? The gentle sea breeze caressed the surface of the water, whisking away all of Yu Tianming's frustrations. Exhaling deeply, he began to survey his surroundings. Wait, isn't that the old foot massage parlor? Indeed, it was the very place where he had first tended to the sea turtle's feet, leaving a lasting impression on him. This meant he was not far from reuniting with Yin Xiaoxiao. Chapter 079. Home at last, Bai Xiaobing let out a groan and slowly opened her eyes. We're not dead, she uttered in disbelief. Wow, double happiness, Yu Tianming exclaimed, excitedly embracing Bai Xiaobing. Not only are we alive, but we've made it out. Look over there, that's the cave where I once lived. We are almost home. You're going to shake me apart, Bai Xiaobing replied, wincing in pain. Forgive me. I'm just so thrilled, Yu Tianming said, finally releasing her and helping Bai Xiaobing to her feet. However, Bai Xiaobing suddenly realized something, her face flushing crimson. She was clearly lying in the iron pot, dragged out of the jungle by Yu Tianming. That was not the crux of the matter. She had carelessly spread her legs, being towed back in such a manner. Did that mean? Bai Xiaobing quickly stood to adjust her skirt, her previously sickly pale face now ablaze with embarrassment. The short skirt, which had originally been at her hips, had now crept up, leaving her exposed. Additionally, the haphazard collection of items, the axe, the torch, and the staff, lay between her legs. Yu Tianming understood the situation, finding it somewhat amusing that such a trivial matter warranted attention. If only his companion had told him that while perched in the tree, he had inadvertently landed on his head, he might have been driven to despair. All right, enough of this. Let's hasten our return. There should still be plenty of wild boar meat in the cave, and we could indulge in a delightful feast today. The mere thought of food stirred Yu Tianming's appetite. Having subsisted on nothing but fruit since yesterday, his stomach protesting in rebellion. Shall I assist you? Yu Tianming reached out, only to have his hand swatted away by Xiaobing. I can walk by myself. Her tone was chillingly frosty. You truly underestimate me, Yu Tianming. A mere leaf to shield me would have shown some consideration. Yu Tianming was so focused on survival that he had overlooked such details. Despite having glimpsed things he ought not to have, he instinctively chose to disregard them, treating her as a brother. They were not far from the cave where Yin Xiaoxiao resided. With the burden lifted from his shoulders, Yu Tianming felt buoyant, his steps becoming lighter and gradually quickening. Oh, only a few days have passed, and the coconuts have all been picked clean. He gazed at the bare coconut trees, secretly amused. Indeed, this girl was quite the glutton. I wonder if the coconuts were ripe? I hope she hasn't suffered any stomach troubles. As he rounded the bend past the coconut trees, the cave loomed ahead. A surge of excitement coursed through him. Having been away for 3 days and nights, did she miss him? With so much meat left behind, would she have turned into a round ball from overindulgence? Xiao Xiao, Wei returned. He called out, his voice echoing as he approached. Still a distance of 20 to 30 meters from the entrance. Yet, there was no response from within the cave. Is she asleep? Or perhaps she has gone out to gather raspberries. Yu Tianming dismissed the thought, quickening his pace until he stood before the cave entrance. A single glance sent shockwaves through him. How could this be? The stone wall at the cave's mouth had collapsed into disarray, scattered stones littering the ground. The fire pit, once robust, was reduced to a few charred logs, remnants of what had been, while the branches embedded in the cave's walls remained. The smoked pork that had once hung there was entirely gone. Has Xiao moved? He murmured in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Rushing into the cave, he cast his gaze downward, and his heart plummeted further. There, on the ground, lay a pool of dark blood, appearing to have congealed long ago. Yin Xiaoxiao can hunt? This is impossible. If it was not the blood of an animal, it could only belong to Yin Xiaoxiao. Had she been injured? Xiao. He dashed out of the cave, calling frantically, though silence enveloped him. At that moment, Bai Xiaobing finally arrived at the cave, having been left behind due to Yu Tianming's hurried pace. This stretch of road was typically safe, and he had no cause for concern, especially since the wild boar king had been slain. There should be no large predators nearby. Where is Xiao? Bai Xiaobing, too, sensed that something was amiss. I am unsure. Perhaps she has already departed, Yu Tianming lamented, shaking his head despondently. Could it be that the rising tide has submerged this place, forcing Xiao to leave? Perhaps she is nearby. Let's search once more. Bai Xiaobing, observing Yu Tianming's melancholic demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy. Although Yu Tianming lacked an appreciation for her beauty, it did not diminish Bai Xiaobing's fondness for him. It cannot be. Xiao is timid and would not venture far. Once she leaves this place, where else could she go? After only a few days of acquaintance. Yu Tianming spoke with unwavering conviction, which seemed quite aligned with Yin Xiaoxiao's character. Look at the cave. There are bloodstains. I fear. Yu Tianming faltered, having gone to great lengths in hopes of finding Yin Xiaoxiao again. Yet the outcome was dishearteningly bleak. Bai Xiaobing entered the cave and discovered the bloodstains on the ground. Dipping her finger in, she sniffed it. It appeared to be human blood. With her medical background, she possessed a modicum of discernment. Could it be that Xiao has truly been attacked? However, something felt amiss. Bai Xiaobing returned to a state of calm, furrowing her brow in contemplation. Yu Tianming, Xiao should be safe. What did you say? Yu Tianming turned, his eyes reddened. This was the first time he shed tears since arriving on the island. Previously, he had managed to confront every hardship with a smile, but this time, he could no longer bear it. There was only a pool of blood, devoid of further traces or signs of a struggle, indicating it was not an animal attack. At most, Xiao might have sustained an injury. The blood's coagulated state suggested it had not been more than 5 hours since the incident. She must still be nearby. Is that true? I will go look for her right away. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianming's hope reignited. Wait for me here. Do not wander off, he instructed, sprinting along the beach. Fear gripped him, He was terrified of failing to find Yin Xiao and worried about by Xiaobing's potential recklessness. What if he could not find Xiao and inadvertently lost by Xiaobing as well? How could he continue living? Xiao. He called out with all his might. Injured as he was, the exertion of running exacerbated his wounds, causing him to cough violently, just as he prepared to pause and catch his breath. A mouthful of blood erupted from him. It seemed his rib had fractured previously, and now he was likely facing internal bleeding. Unable to assess the extent of his injuries, he endured the excruciating pain and continued to jog. Not far ahead lay the spot where he had been washed ashore. The path was nearly at an end. I cannot go on. Truly, Yu Tianming felt dizzy, a sign of impending collapse. Xiao, where are you? He helplessly gazed up at the sky, silently praying, Heaven, you have aided me countless times. I implore you to assist me once more. Yu Tianming? Chapter 080. The Reunion of Three. The cry startled Yu Tianming, causing him to leap up in surprise. It was the voice of Yin Xiao, whom he had desperately sought. He turned toward the source of the sound and beheld a figure slowly rising from the grass. Her entire body was in a disheveled state, her hair a tangled mess, her face marked with streaks of dirt and smudges, and remnants of leaves still lodged in her mouth. Yu Tianming rubbed his eyes, repeatedly confirming the identity before him. Is it you, Xiao? Indeed, it was Yin Xiao, though her current appearance was utterly tragic. Having not seen her for 3 days, he was struck by how much weight she had lost. It was almost unrecognizable. Fortunately, he instantly recognized the garment she wore. It was his own. Where have you been? You little rascal. Didn't I tell you to stay put in the cave? At that moment, Yu Tianming felt an overwhelming urge to cry. A tumultuous blend of anxiety and deep concern erupted from him. Yin Xiao had been staring blankly at him until his roar broke the spell, finally allowing her to believe that he was indeed alive. Wow! After a loud wail, she discarded the leaves in her hand and flung herself towards Yu Tianming with all her might. The impact nearly knocked him unconscious, yet he held her tightly. Why you? He stuttered, overwhelmed with emotion and unable to articulate his thoughts. Yin Xiao, once again enveloped in his embrace, felt all her pent-up emotions from the past 3 days surge forth in tears. Yu Tianming, I thought you were dead, she sobbed, managing to utter this amidst her weeping. Yu Tianming held her close, his heart aching at the sight of her looking so wild, as if she had nearly become a feral creature, resorting to eating leaves. Xiao. He attempted to loosen her grip, but she clung to him fiercely, unwilling to let go, as if releasing him would shatter the dream. Xiao, my rib is fractured. Could you please let go? I can't run away. He spoke through the pain. Huh? You're injured? I knew you must have been hurt and couldn't return. I even dreamed about it, she exclaimed in a panic, finally loosening her hold. Tears and snot mingling as she spoke. All right, I'm back now. Let us head home. Bai Xiaobing is still waiting for us. Bai Xiaobing? Sister Bingbing? Upon hearing this, Yin Xiao strained to widen her swollen eyes, which only managed to crack open a small slit. Her once bright eyes now bore the marks of her ordeal. It was no wonder Yu Tianming had failed to recognize her. Words fail me. Let us talk as we walk, he said, finally able to relax his anxious heart, though his injuries prevented him from moving vigorously. I'll support you, Yin Xiao insisted, draping his arm over her shoulder and exerting all her strength to help him walk forward. For the first time, Yu Tianming experienced such high-level treatment from Yin Xiao, aside from when she snuggled close to him at night. As they made their way back, Yin Xiao finally had the chance to recount her harrowing experiences over the past few days, leaving Yu Tianming's heart in turmoil. Despite his careful planning for her safety, fate had other designs. Food and water had run out, and the cave had been flooded. Nevertheless, all that was behind them now, his buddy was back, and brighter days were on the horizon. However, the thought of 3 individuals cohabiting evokes a twinge of awkwardness. Surely, this girl will snuggle into my arms again at night. What is Bai Xiaobing to do? Is it appropriate to merely observe silently? After all, I have been secretly indulging in my desires, and now that opportunity is lost. The danger has passed, and the person has been found. Yet Yu Tianming's mind begins to wander aimlessly once more. He is unconcerned about food and drink, but this particular matter preoccupies him entirely, his carefree demeanor returning. Yin Xiao continues her customary style, weeping as she walks. Yu Tianming offers words of comfort, though his thoughts linger on the troublesome events of the evening. Upon finally returning to the cave, Yin Xiaoxiao rushed towards Bai Xiaobing, enveloping her in an embrace, once again bursting into tears. Bai Xiaobing has always regarded Yin Xiaoxiao as a sister, and seeing her in such a pitiful state pains her heart deeply. There, Xiaoxiao, it's all over now. Things will improve. Yin Xiaoxiao wiped her tears, only to notice that Bai Xiaobing was not in a much better condition. Her flight attendant uniform was filthy, the hem barely covering her backside, and her head was wrapped in tattered cloth. I heard you all had a rough time too. We truly are unfortunate. If only we hadn't taken this flight, Yin Xiaoxiao lamented. Nevertheless, it was too late to voice such thoughts. They must endure and survive. I firmly believe that rescue will come, Bai Xiaobing asserted confidently. Yes. With Yu Qianming's return, accompanied by Bai Xiaobing, Yin Xiaoxiao felt a renewed sense of hope. Perhaps their days would not be so dismal after all. Ladies, having concluded your conversation, we should prepare for the night. Darkness approaches. Who will gather firewood? Or shall we light a fire? Yu Tianming interjected, unable to allow their chatter to continue indefinitely. I shall go. You two must be exhausted from your journey. Yin Xiaoxiao volunteered. I will accompany you, Bai Xiaobing said, taking Yin Xiaoxiao's hand as they ventured towards the edge of the forest. With the threat of the wild boar king abetted, this woodland should be safe for the time being. Yu Tianming, in his current state, could not manage to create fire by friction, so he directed the two women to complete the task. Half an hour passed without a sound. Come on, put some effort into it. Nightfall is imminent, Yu Tianming urged, while simultaneously expressing his frustrations. Be quiet, or would you prefer to do it yourself? Bai Xiaobing retorted coldly. As if I had the energy, I haven't tea eaten. Another half hour elapsed. Enough of this. I'll take over. It's nearly dark. You two go fetch some water. We need to boil a pot to clean our wounds. We must prevent any infections, Yu Tianming said impatiently, taking over the task from Bai Xiaobing. Oh, by the way, the tide should be coming in now. There might be crabs on the beach. Bai Xiaobing, take Xiaoxiao with you and catch a few crabs on your way back. Bai Xiaobing, Yin Xiaoxiao glanced at the two, sensing that something was amiss. Yu Tianming called out to himself with a smile, which was quite natural. However, the way he invoked Bai Xiaobing's name was imbued with a certain intimacy, indicating that there was more to the story. Yin Xiaoxiao indeed felt a sense of reliance on Yu Tianming, a common sentiment in such circumstances, yet it did not extend to romantic feelings. Fortunately, as night fell, Bai Xiaobing's embarrassed demeanor went unnoticed, and she merely gave Yu Tianming a symbolic kick, warning him that if he continued to address her so, she would retaliate more severely. Let us go, ignore him. He.S. just a filthy rogue. Bai Xiaobing, fuming, pulled Yin Xiaoxiao aside, picked up a large black pot, and headed towards the beach. The cave was no longer a suitable refuge, as the tide would soon inundate it. Thus, they opted for a temporary shelter at the edge of the woods. With the king of wild boars absent, there should be little danger, and they could search for a new camping site the following day. Chapter 081. A 5-star review for Sister Bing Bing as the two lovely ladies strolled along the coastline. Engaging in conversation, the darkness of the night was softened by the moonlight, and the absence of large predators in the vicinity emboldened Yin Xiaoxiao considerably. Why is that an man so heartless? We've worked together for so long, and she shows no regard for our camaraderie. It's truly despicable, Yin Xiaoxiao pouted, still seething with indignation. After hearing Bai Xiaobing and Yu Tianming's introduction, she felt a growing animosity towards an man. Let us not speak of her. Such a person surely deserves a most unfortunate fate. Bai Xiaobing, being directly affected, wished for nothing more than to hear news of an man's demise. Oh, by the way, didn't you notice what beast stole the cured meats from the cave? Bai Xiaobing, having gone 2 days without food, felt her stomach growl with hunger. Yin Xiaoxiao offered a sheepish smile. I fainted that day, and when I regained consciousness, everything was gone. However, during the past few nights, something has been rustling in the grass, terrifying me to the point where I couldn't sleep, only able to cry until dawn before daring to catch a brief nap. The recollection of her recent harrowing experiences once again darkened Yin Xiaoxiao's mood. Her previously round face had now been washed clean, revealing a noticeable loss of weight, with her chin becoming more pronounced. It's all right now. Tomorrow we'll move to the waterfall area, which is far better than here. Once Yu Tianming feels better, I will accompany him to look for food. I won't let you starve, my little glutton. Bai Xiaobing, like a caring elder sister, gently patted Yin Xiaoxiao's head. With two steadfast companions now, Yin Xiaoxiao's spirits began to lift. The two women ventured far without spotting a single crab, collecting only a few small shells, hardly enough to fill a gap between their teeth. Ah, as Yu Tianming said, this place is indeed quite barren. It's strange, just a mountain range away. There are an abundance of fruits. Bai Xiaobing reluctantly decided to turn back. Advancing further would lead them into the territory of the giant lizards, and she had no desire to provoke such creatures. Thus, she plucked a few bunches of green, hard bananas, preparing to return. Upon seeing the bananas, Yin Xiaoxiao nearly retched. Grimacing, I've eaten this stuff for 2 days and have been suffering the consequences. I can hardly walk from exhaustion, which is precisely why I need to find something else to eat. Consuming this raw delicacy in excess is undoubtedly a recipe for an upset stomach. However, once we return and roast it, its sweetness will surely delight the palate. I am aware of this, yet alas, the fire has been extinguished. By the way, what was the origin of the bloodstains we discovered in the cave? Were they a consequence of your head injury? When Yu Yishiming inquired, why did you remain silent? Bai Xiaobing suddenly recalled this matter, but upon glancing at Yin Xiaoxiao, she noticed a hint of discomfort in her expression. What is the matter? If you are injured, you must inform me. I was a nurse, and I possess the fundamental skills for treating wounds. Should an infection arise? No. Yin Xiaoxiao interjected before she could finish, her voice barely audible. I am on my period. The admission brought her a flush of embarrassment. Huh? Oh, what is there to be embarrassed about? I must emphasize that while the current environment is somewhat lacking, you must prioritize hygiene. Do you understand? Is that all? I thought you were hurt somewhere. Though I suppose it is understandable. Discussing such matters with a man is indeed quite inappropriate. Yu Yishiming had been probing relentlessly, yet Yin Xiaoxiao resolutely refused to divulge anything. Let's return and check on that fellow to see if the fire has been rekindled. The two of them ambled back to the vicinity of the cave, carrying a pot brimming with seawater. As they approached, they beheld a roaring blaze at the edge of the woods. It was unmistakably a bonfire. There lay Yu Yishiming, nonchalantly reclining beside the fire, his legs crossed, holding his precious staff as if he were roasting something. Even from a distance, the tantalizing aroma wafted towards Yin Xiaoxiao, a true food enthusiast. Wow, Yu Yishiming is truly impressive. He actually found something to eat. How astonishing. Bai Xiaobing and I wandered far and wide, yet returned empty-handed. Yu Yishiming not only tended the fire, but also hunted. This is quite remarkable. Indeed, Yu Yishiming proved to be reliable. Yin Xiaoxiao silently awarded him 5 stars in her mind. As they drew nearer, they finally discerned that Yu Yishiming was wielding his staff, upon which dangled an enormous crab, larger than a human head. Its outstretched legs measured nearly half a meter in length. Wow, that is enormous. Yin Xiaoxiao nearly dropped the pot, yearning to pounce and take a bite immediately. Hey, what do you think? ISNT, my brother Ming, incredible? I knew at once that you two would have no luck finding food. Yu Yishiming's pride was palpable, his tail almost wagging with joy. Cut out. What is so impressive about catching a robber crab? Bai Xiaobing retorted, unimpressed. A robber crab? Is it really that large? Yin Xiaoxiao asked, her curiosity piqued. As she eagerly inquired of Yu Yishiming, can we eat it? I'm so hungry. Can you guess? Yu Yishiming, in high spirits, resumed his playful teasing of Yin Xiaoxiao. Forget it. I will eat it raw, Yin Xiaoxiao declared, reaching out to seize it. Be careful, it's very hot, you gluttonous girl. Yu Yishiming did not stop her. Instead, he tore off the largest claw and handed it to Yin Xiaoxiao. She accepted it eagerly, disregarding the heat, and promptly grabbed a stone to crack it open. The steaming white crab meat was abundant. Its enticing aroma wafted through the air. How delightful! Upon seeing the food, Yin Xiaoxiao disregarded everything else and took a generous bite. This truly satisfied her, eliciting a soft moan of pleasure. Yu Tianming stood by, grinning foolishly, relishing the sight of her enjoying the meal, feeling that her enjoyment surpassed even his own. Bai Xiaobing remained silent, quietly placing the iron pot next to the fire on the stones. Observing Yu Tianming's affectionate demeanor towards Yin Xiaoxiao stirred discomfort within her as she sat on the ground. Feeling despondent, they were all together, yet he didn't even think to share a piece with her. She had contributed significantly to Yu Tianming, yet he called out, "Come on, Bing Bing, try my culinary skills." Naturally, Yu Tianming did not neglect his good friend and promptly offered her another prepared crab claw. Bai Xiaobing was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt a wave of emotion, disregarding Yu Tianming's familiar address. The most delectable part of the crab was indeed the two claws. With their tender meat melting in one's mouth, Yu Tianming was fair, dividing one claw for each lady, unwilling to indulge himself. "Thank you," Bai Xiaobing replied softly, finally accepting the claw. Having not eaten for 2 days, the succulent and sweet crab meat before her beckoned. She gently parted her lips, took a bite, and it truly melted in her mouth, an exquisite delight. Delicious, isn't it? Yu Tianming's sense of superiority as a man resurfaced. Serving the two lovely ladies filled him with immense satisfaction. It's delicious," Bai Xiaobing replied in an oddly gentle tone, eating with remarkable grace, leaving Yu Tianming slightly unaccustomed. In Chapter 82, No Comparison, No Hurt, a hefty crab claw, complete with shell and meat, weighed about a pound. Just as Bai Xiaobing took her first bite, Yin Xiaoxiao called out to Yu Tianming, "Come help me pry this crab shell open." Yin Xiaoxiao swiftly devoured one large claw, vigorously attacking the crab's plump body. "I'm coming." The feeling of being needed was invigorating, and Yu Tianming jogged over. "Step aside, let me take care of this." He grasped his tool, driving the sharp end into the hard shell of the robber crab. With a few cracking sounds, the fragrant meat was revealed. This robber crab weighed at least 10 pounds, brimming with flesh. Yin Xiaoxiao wasted no time, grabbing a large chunk of meat and, tilting her head back, devoured it in a few quick bites. Though the crab was large, once the shell was removed, there wasn't much meat left. At Yin Xiaoxiao's pace, nothing would remain. Bai Xiaobing, unable to watch any longer, frowned and said, "Xiaoxiao, leave some for Yu Tianming, don't eat it all." Yin Xiaoxiao, who always had a habit of eating this way, suddenly realized that Yu Tianming hadn't even had a bite yet. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she quickly swallowed the morsel in her mouth. Before she could say anything, Yu Tianming smiled gently and spoke first. "Go ahead, eat up, it's fine, ladies first. You two enjoy this crab. I'll have some grilled bananas." "Hey," Bai Xiaobing rolled her eyes in frustration. "I'm worried about you. You still speak on behalf of this glutton. Let it be as it may, I shall no longer concern myself with it. What remains is for you to consume." Yin Xiaoxiao offered an apologetic smile, realizing that her recent indulgence was rather unbecoming. In the past, she had only Yu Tianming to accompany her, who always left her the best morsels. Now, with the presence of Bai Xiaobing, she found herself somewhat at a loss. "Go ahead, I shall feast on grilled banana," she said. With injuries sustained, it was inadvisable to indulge in greasy fare. Yu Tianming swallowed hard, retreating to the side to pick up a banana, placing it next to the fire on a stone. Yin Xiaoxiao stole a glance at Bai Xiaobing, who was meticulously extracting the meat from the crab claws, ensuring every joint was cracked open and the flesh thoroughly consumed. Unlike her, who only selected the largest and most meaty portions, discarding the rest. She then quietly retrieved the discarded crab claw and began to gnaw at it, her large eyes glancing furtively at the meat nestled within the shell. For a time, the three of them lapsed into silence, each absorbed in their own meal, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. Bai Xiaobing could no longer contain herself. She strode over, wielding an axe, and cleaved the crab's body into several pieces. Handing the two largest portions to Yu Tianming, she insisted, "Eat this." Yu Tianming focused on roasting the banana. Paused for a moment before replying, "You both eat. I am not hungry." Yet his stomach audibly betrayed him. "Stop with the nonsense. You are injured and must replenish your strength. If you collapse, who are we to rely on?" Bai Xiaobing's eyes glistened with emotion as she picked up the crab meat and brought it to Yu Tianming's lips. "Open wide. I can manage on my own," he protested, feeling the awkwardness of being fed. "Oomph. Insisting on preserving your pride," Bai Xiaobing retorted, watching him take his first bite before returning to her own meal. Yin Xiaoxiao observed from the side, feeling a twinge of embarrassment mixed with a hint of envy. This plump robber crab was insufficient to satiate 3 appetites. The crab meat, devoured with the swiftness of a tempest, was soon gone, along with several skewers of grilled banana, leaving them only half full. Once their repast concluded, the three gathered around the fire, finally having a moment to converse. "Where did you discover this magnificent crab?" Yin Xiaoxiao inquired, still licking the banana juice from her fingers in an ungraceful manner. "Oh, is it not apparent? Who do you think our companion is? Wherever he goes, it is as if he is blessed by the heavens. With a mere sweep of his hand, food queues up to greet him, Yu Tianming boasted, pride swelling within him. Bai Xiaobing huffed, get to the point. Yu Tianming found himself momentarily at a loss for words. With your demeanor, even if you were to express concern for me, I will not extend my gratitude. You grant me not an ounce of dignity, he retorted, glancing at Yin Xiao, who listened with rapt attention, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. After a moment of internal grumbling, he continued, I had just kindled a fire and was about to gather more firewood when I heard a rustling in the underbrush. In that moment, I steel my resolve, gripping my trekking pole. Please, spare us the details, Bai Xiaobing interjected, unable to bear his lengthy narration. Just as things seemed to be improving, barely 3 seconds passed before chaos ensued once more. What predicament? Well, I happened to discover that this creature was hiding in the bushes, using its large pincers to crack open a coconut. Seizing the moment when it was distracted, I swiftly dealt with it. This should be straightforward, right? Yu Tianming remarked with a hint of defiance. Indeed, that is largely accurate, Bai Xiaobing nodded slightly. Of course, it is the truth. I am not exaggerating this time. It truly approached me, seeking its own demise. Am I right, Xiao? Absolutely. If I had heard any noise, I certainly wouldn't have dared to venture into the bushes. You are quite impressive. Yin Xiao nodded repeatedly, offering Yu Tianming her affirmation. His vanity received a small measure of solace from her words. You mentioned it was cracking coconuts? Those coconuts couldn't possibly be the ones it pilfered, could they? And what about my grilled meat? Did it steal that as well? Yin Xiao suddenly awoke with alarm, stomping on an empty crab shell in a fit of anger. How infuriating. If it weren't for this creature, I wouldn't be starving so miserably. All right, Xiao, cease this commotion. This type of crab is known as a coconut crab. Coconuts are its staple food, so it cannot be deemed theft. As for your grilled meat, I cannot say for certain. I've never heard of crabs stealing grilled meat before. Bai Xiaobing hastily interjected to calm Yin Xiao. So, does that mean there might be other animals around? Upon hearing this explanation, Yin Xiao was instantly covered in goosebumps. The mere thought of other animals possibly approaching during the night made her glance anxiously at Yu Tianming. With a carefree grin, Yu Tianming reassured her. What's there to fear? I am here. You two just sleep soundly tonight. I will keep watch. Who do you think I am? Oh, please. Don't be so reckless. You take the first half of the night, and I will take the latter half. We need to change camps tomorrow. And everyone must rest well, Bai Xiaobing retorted, silencing Yu Tianming's remaining words with a sharp glare. A man and 2 women were uncertain about how long they would need to survive in this place. Yu Tianming was undoubtedly the main support, a fact Bai Xiaobing understood well. Setting aside her slight fondness for him, it was essential for her to ensure that he remained in good health for their survival. Yet, Yin Xiao seemed to take him for granted. Chapter 083. I want to claim my territory. Fine. I can't sleep due to the pain anyway. You all go ahead and rest. Yu Tianming's ribs had been aching subtly, but he chose to speak only now, not wanting to disrupt the pleasant mood during their meal. Is it very painful? Yin Xiao moved closer, concern etched on her face. Let me take a look. Bai Xiaobing, upon hearing this, also hurried over, reaching out to gently probe his abdomen. Ouch. Be a bit gentler, please. Yu Tianming had not anticipated Bai Xiaobing's directness. She wasted no time and immediately got to work. Bear with it. Bai Xiaobing gently chided, her touch becoming significantly softer as she meticulously felt his ribs. After a while, she relaxed her brow. The bones were intact, likely just a hairline fracture. As long as he refrained from vigorous activity, he would recover quickly. Oh my, next time, please give me a heads up. You nearly sent me to the underworld with your sudden approach, Yu Tianming replied, grinning through the discomfort. Be content, for it is a stroke of fortune that the anaconda did not claim your life. You should consider yourself lucky. Always showing off, aren't you? If death were to come, it would have taken both of us. At that moment, you were my cushion. Yu Tianming, with ill intentions, rubbed his chest, seemingly recalling the intensity of their collision. Get lost. A dog cannot spit out ivory. Bai Xiaobing rolled her eyes. You shameless rogue. How dare you refer to me as a cushion? If it weren't for these 2 lumps of flesh, we might have perished together. Despite her internal curses directed at Yu Tianming, she couldn't help but reflect on the past. In the woods, she understood his good intentions in saving her, allowing her the chance to escape first. Even though she fainted upon regaining consciousness and witnessing the situation, how could she abandon Yu Tianming? Without a second thought, she grabbed the iron pot and charged forward. Now, recalling that fierce impact, she felt not only the pain in her back, but also a slight ache in her chest. Cushion? What cushion? Yin Xiao intended to delve deeper into the story, as she had not heard that part. She only knew that the two encountered a battle between an anaconda and the wild boar king, and both massive creatures perished, allowing their escape. Don't ask. Can you trust a word from this guy? Bai Xiaobing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, although the firelight masked it. Oh, Sister Bingbing, could you accompany me to the beach for a moment? Yin Xiao whispered, feeling a peculiar discomfort. Bai Xiaobing immediately understood. Let us go. I have a desire to as well. Hey, where are you two off to? Yu Tianming, enjoying his banter, found himself abandoned by his audience. Are you going to leave me to perform a solo act? You have to follow women, even when they relieve themselves? Perverse. Bai Xiaobing cursed angrily, pulling the bashful Yin Xiao along. Wow, sister, your articulation of relieving oneself is quite impressive. Yu Tianming mused as he watched the two women depart, filled with endless contemplation. He had always perceived Bai Xiaobing to possess a masculine demeanor, yet her occasional teasing was particularly amusing. Oh no, what if Xiao becomes influenced by Bai Xiaobing after spending too much time together? Surely that cannot be the case. After pondering for a while, Yu Tianming felt a slight urgency. He stood up, glanced around, and upon noticing the two beauties had wandered far, he took a few steps to relieve himself. He began to draw small circles, followed by another small circle, and then a larger one. The fellow was lost in his moment of pleasure when he suddenly heard Bai Xiaobing's booming voice, Yu Tianming, you rascal, can't you relieve yourself a bit farther away? How did you return so swiftly? Startled, Yu Tianming hurriedly adjusted his trousers. I must say, your speed is quite impressive, he remarked sheepishly, scratching his head. You're scratching your head? Oh, you've utterly disgusted Bai Xiaobing. You finish relieving yourself without washing your hands and then rub your head. Truly, you are a character. What should I do then? Yu Tianming was left bewildered by her rebuke. I can no longer tolerate you, Bai Xiaobing exclaimed, shaking her head in exasperation. It's one thing to be unclean, but you couldn't even step away to relieve yourself? This is our campsite. Yu Tianming, in truth, had not contemplated much. Yet he swiftly fabricated a reason, asserting that he was merely demarcating territory. Do you comprehend? What? Bai Xiaobing had never before heard that one could stake a claim in such a manner. Alas, it would be futile to explain. Such is the custom among our rural folk, a means to ward off wild beasts, Yu Tianming declared with unwavering conviction. Really? Bai Xiaobing found it somewhat hard to believe. Having never lived in the countryside herself, she was uncertain of its veracity. Casting a skeptical glance at him, she chose not to pursue the topic further, instead fetching the large seashell filled to the brim with boiling water before returning to the shore. That was close to revealing his true intentions. He merely wished to shirk responsibility. Yu Tianming scoffed softly. But wait. What were they doing with the hot water? Bathing? That amount of water was hardly sufficient. Should I carry the large pot over for them? At this thought, his heart began to race. Two lovely ladies bathing. No, I am a gentleman, merely delivering water. Nothing more. Yu Tianming felt his ribs no longer ached. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he strained to drag the heavy pot of hot water towards them. Goodness, this pot is far too large. Why is it so heavy? While he was laboriously dragging the iron pot, the two beauties had already finished dressing and returned. What kind of mischief are you up to? Bai Xiaobing stared for 3 seconds before managing to ask. From behind, Yu Tianming was bent over, struggling with a large pot, seemingly heading straight towards them. I intend to take a bath, is that all right? You have too many concerns. Bai Xiaobing shot him a glare. Come on, Xiao. Let us return to rest. Yu Tianming, are you capable on your own? Should I not let Sister Bingbing assist you? Yin Xiao observed Yu Tianming's laborious demeanor, feeling too shy to offer her help. What? Bai Xiaobing, this is truly astonishing. Having to maintain appearances on both sides, yet so quickly being sold out. Sister Bingbing, you have experience as a nurse. You ought to be more professional. Look at all his wounds. He surely cannot wash them himself. Yin Xiao discreetly glanced at Bai Xiaobing, who appeared to be losing her composure, and quickly continued, It's just that I'm unfamiliar with these matters. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly assist him. Very well. You are quite adept at pivoting. Bai Xiaobing, both exasperated and amused, shot a fierce glare at Yin Xiao, then turned her gaze back to Yu Tianming with a mischievous smile, asking through gritted teeth, So what is it? Do you require my assistance? Should it come to treating Yu Tianming's wounds, Bai Xiaobing would certainly not hesitate. She had seen all that needed to be seen while bandaging him on the plane. As someone trained in medicine, she was indifferent to such matters. However, now, there were those who delighted in stirring trouble, thinking they could provoke her without consequence. Chapter 084. Yu Qianming's Dilemma in Bathing. Yu Tianming shivered under Bai Xiaobing's penetrating gaze, deciding it best to relent. Very well, I can manage on my own. If Xiao Xiao were to offer assistance, I would be more than grateful. But with you, I think it prudent to decline. Failing to accomplish his task would be a greater embarrassment, and even with tears in his eyes, Yu Tianming intended to take that bath. Otherwise, his ruse would be exposed. A man laboriously dragged an iron pot to the seaside, letting out a long sigh as he faced the vast ocean. Little did I expect that even Yu Tianming would find himself compelled to bathe one day. Ah well, let us consider it a stay in a bathing city. Reminiscing about days gone by, Yu Tianming need not venture far. After all, darkness obscures vision, and a mere 20 or 30 meters suffices. Strangely enough, the scent emanating from his body seemed to be fermenting. With a cheerful disposition and a grimace, he began to cleanse himself. The wounds on his body had scabbed over multiple times, only to split open again, a relentless cycle that refused to heal, even when washed with boiled seawater. The residual salt stung painfully upon contact with the wounds. The makeshift bandages had long since become filthy and were of no use. Thus, Yu Tianming discarded them into the ocean. The injuries he had sustained over years of brawling could not compare to the afflictions he had endured these past few days. Large and small injuries adorned his body, and he gritted his teeth, striving to remain silent as he gingerly scrubbed his wounds. A wry smile escaped him. Indeed, he could use someone's assistance, for the wound on his back was beyond his reach. Turning his gaze toward the campfire, he noticed two lovely ladies sitting side by side, whispering secrets to one another. Well, a man like him was destined to toil. A little suffering for the sake of two beautiful women seemed worth it. He suppressed the urge to call out to them, diligently and painstakingly tending to each inch of his skin. Before long, Yu Tianming felt satisfied with his efforts and prepared to don his pants to return. Just then, he sensed something brush against his leg and was about to lift his foot to investigate. In an instant, an unusual tingling sensation surged through his body. Instinctively, he wanted to cry out, but his entire body began to convulse uncontrollably, every muscle trembling and unresponsive. Moments later, he collapsed onto the sandy shore. Look at that shameless fellow, still in the mood to dance. From her vantage point, Bai Xiaobing could clearly see Yu Tianming's silhouette. In the darkness, he appeared merely as a blurred shadow, quivering by the sea. Smiling, she resolved to be more vigilant. This rascal Yu Tianming always took advantage of them, didn't he? Bai Xiaobing recalled various embarrassing incidents, incessantly sharing them with Yin Xiaoxiao. Yes, this fellow is never honest. He often made me lose face and even spied on me while bathing. But now, with you here, we can keep an eye on him together. Yin Xiaoxiao also reminisced about many things, her cheeks flushing, but she quickly shifted the conversation, noting that he had it tough too, always scrambling to find food. There were times when she had misunderstood him. You wouldn't be plotting to curry favor for food, would you? Bai Xiaobing gazed at her in astonishment. Not at all. Yin Xiaoxiao bashfully lowered her head, kicking at the sand beneath her feet. It's settled. This girl must have a crush on Yu Tianming. Upon witnessing Yin Xiaoxiao's girlish demeanor, Bai Xiaobing's heart tightened. Her suspicions had proven correct. Bai Xiaobing was not one to gossip behind people's backs. She merely sought to probe Yin Xiaoxiao's thoughts, such as the nature of inexplicable impulses. Now, the outcome is finally revealed. Bai Xia's heart is filled with poignant reflections, and only she understands the essence of what is good. What a rascal! How can he lie on the ground after a mere bath? Yin Xiaoxiao cast a glance toward the beach, silently cursing, "You scoundrel, returning to cause mischief instead of behaving well, already scheming after a meal." Bai Xia suddenly felt a jolt of realization. Something is amiss. This is bad. He*s in trouble. Quickly, grab a torch and let us investigate. Bai Xia charged ahead with determination. Within a mere 20 to 30 meters, she reached him. Yu Tianming, what's wrong? She shook him vigorously, yet he showed no response. A quick check of his pulse revealed it to be strong. At that moment, Yin Xiaoxiao arrived, torch in hand. Upon seeing him, she swiftly turned around and exclaimed, "Ah, he is not wearing any clothes." At such a time, Does clothing truly matter? Hold the torch steady and illuminate the area. Bai Xia commanded urgently. Yin Xiao squinted, striving to avoid looking at Yu Tianming's body. Shine it better, Bai Xia shouted in desperation. She meticulously examined Yu Tianming for any wounds, searching for new injuries, while Yin Xiao's torch flickered erratically, failing to provide stable light. Oh, Yin Xiao resolved to hold the torch steady, aligning her movements with Bai Xia's examination as best as she could. It appeared there were no fresh injuries, nor did it seem he'd been stung by a jellyfish or bitten by a sea snake. Bai Xia, lacking professional medical training, could only make a rudimentary assessment, relying on the wilderness knowledge imparted by her ex-boyfriend. But why did he faint? He seemed fine just moments ago. Yin Xiao's face was already flushed with embarrassment, and now she felt utterly helpless and flustered. I don't know either. Let us move him closer to the fire, or he might catch a chill. Bai Xia made a decision that left Yin Xiao in a difficult position. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Noticing Yin Xiao's hesitation, Bai Xia frowned. Let us switch places. I'll lift his shoulders. Yin Xiao directly took Bai Xia's position. Can you manage? That side is heavier. Bai Xia, without overthinking, simply felt it would be better for her to handle the heavier load. I can definitely do it. Yin Xiao exerted all her strength, barely managing to lift Yu Tianming. Oh, Bai Xia finally realized that lifting Yu Tianming's legs would require confronting some rather awkward areas. This girl. Bai Xia found the situation amusing. What is the big deal? I've seen much worse during my time in nursing school. Finally, they brought Yu Tianming back to the fire. Bai Xia sought out his clothes, but alas, they were all soaked and unwearable. Gathering some branches, she stuck them into the sand, hanging his pants to dry by the fire. Poor Yu Tianming lay there, utterly exposed, while Bai Xia couldn't help but admire him repeatedly. Yin Xiao had long turned her back, utterly mortified. Bai Xia attempted to stimulate his acupoint, yet regrettably, he remained unresponsive. You, my dear friend, can even find trouble while taking a bath? I am utterly astounded. If only I had accompanied him earlier, perhaps this misfortune could have been averted. Bai Xiaobing began to feel a twinge of guilt. After all, Yu Tianming had faced life-and-death situations numerous times, bearing countless scars on his body. She chastised herself for allowing a trivial incident to provoke her into a quarrel with him. This could be seen as poetic justice. After all, who asked you to drag me back for the fire pit, leaving me exposed? I refuse to believe you would be so honest. Did you not notice? I intend to reclaim everything that is rightfully mine. Chapter 085, Self-Delusion and Self-Inflicted Suffering. Sister Bingbing. What shall we do now? Yin Xiao, too apprehensive to turn around, inquired while facing away. We shall wait for him to awaken. What else is there to do? If you are weary, you may rest first, and I shall keep watch. Bai Xiaobing's gaze lingered on Yu Tianming, clearly intent on ensuring she had her fill of him before relinquishing her vigil. Very well, it must be so. This infuriating fellow is perpetually unreliable. I shall gather some grass, and I will take over your watch in the latter half of the night. Yin Xiao shyly voiced her mild grievances before rising to collect various weeds to cushion beneath her. She even fashioned a grassy pillow for Yu Tianming, then nestled beside Bai Xiaobing. You mustn't leave my side. I dread sleeping alone these 2 nights, Yin Xiao lamented, wishing to press herself against Bai Xiaobing. All right. Sleep now. I must stay by Yu Tianming's side. Where else could I possibly go? Bai Xiaobing reassured her, and at last, Yin Xiao wrapped her arms around her shoulders and lay down. It was not that Yin Xiao felt cold, but rather her heart was still trembling with unease. Previously, she had found solace in Yu Tianming's protective presence at night, but now, with him in a state of unconsciousness and only Bai Xiaobing beside her, she felt a pervasive sense of insecurity. The tumult of the past few days weighed heavily upon her. After a hearty meal, she soon succumbed to slumber. In the pitch-black night, the campfire burned with an exceptional brightness. Bai Xiaobing occasionally rose to add firewood, careful not to stray too far. This marked her first night spent outdoors, and she was indeed frightened. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with the sea breeze rustling the leaves, prompting her to rise and investigate at every sound. Clutching her sharp staff, her palms were slick with cold sweat. No matter how bold she appeared, she remained, after all, a young woman. Time trickled by slowly, and as midnight approached, Bai Xiaobing felt her eyelids growing heavy, an overwhelming fatigue enveloping her mind. Ultimately, she could no longer resist. Her head drooped on her knees, and she fell into a deep slumber. Fortunately, there was ample firewood in the fire pit, enough to last for several hours. Yet inevitably, it would extinguish. When the final flicker of flame was extinguished, only the glowing embers remained to provide warmth. As the temperature began to drop, Yin Xiao, as was her custom, nestled closer, seeking refuge in Yu Tianming's embrace. Resting her head upon his strong, robust arm, she fell into a deeper sleep. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Xiaobing had shifted from sitting position to lying flat, seemingly drawn by the warmth of Yu Tianming's embrace. She too began to clutch his other arm as she drifted off to slumber. Yu Tianming bore a significant laceration on his shoulder, with two lovely ladies each grasping an arm, inadvertently exacerbating his injury and rousing him from his slumber with a soft moan. As he slowly opened his eyes, he attempted to sit up, only to find his arms weighed down as if shackled by heavy anchors. Just as he was about to speak, he surveyed his surroundings and promptly fell silent. Good heavens! What on earth is happening? One of them is pressing down on him? More importantly, where are my trousers? How audacious of you both to embrace me in slumber when such decorum was previously maintained. Turning his head from side to side, he noticed his clothing still dangling from a tree branch. Yin Xiao was known for her deep slumber, a fact Yu Tianming was well aware of. He gently turned her over, finally liberating his arm. This insufferable girl, despite her apparent weight loss, felt so heavy that his arm was going numb. After shaking out his arm, he turned a glance at Bai Xiaobing. Even a tomboy like her has moments of fear. Yu Tianming mused silently. Yet he proceeded cautiously to flip Bai Xiaobing over. To his surprise, Bai Xiaobing was a light sleeper. The moment his hand grazed her, her eyes flew open. Upon realizing his hand was wandering over her, she was ready to unleash a furious shout. Quick as lightning, Yu Tianming covered her mouth. Shoo, don't make a sound, he whispered urgently, leaning closer to her ear. Bai Xiaobing instinctively raised her hand to strike him, but he held her down firmly. We mustn't disturb Xiao, he continued to explain. However, Bai Xiaobing was not a mind to listen. Why was Yu Tianming pinning her down, silencing her under the guise of darkness? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she summoned all her strength and kicked out. Yu Tianming emitted a muffled groan of pain, flipping over and clutching between his legs, softly moaning in agony. I was merely trying not to disturb your slumber. Was that truly necessary? Bai Xiaobing sat up abruptly, fixing a cold stare upon him. Glancing at the peacefully sleeping Yin Xiao, she darkened her expression and asked in a low voice, "What do you intend to do?" Yu Tianming found himself unable to explain, overwhelmed by the excruciating pain inflicted by Bai Xiaobing's knee, which had struck him squarely between the legs. A sensation so intense it felt unbearable. Bai Xiaobing, still irate, was well aware of his discomfort, yet chose not to offer any solace. Observing that her own attire remained relatively intact, she grabbed Yu Tianming's trousers and tossed them at him. Having just awakened, she was still somewhat disoriented, a reflexive action on her part. As she contemplated the situation, it dawned on her that she had voluntarily sought refuge in his embrace. By that logic, even if Yu Tianming had some ulterior motives, she bore some responsibility as well. Seeing Yu Tianming still writhing in pain, Bai Xiaobing's concern began to surface. Could it be that she had truly injured him? With a mix of embarrassment and indignation, she approached him and asked, "Are you all right? Is it serious?" No. Let me take a look." Bai Xiaobing expressed her sincere apologies, fully aware of the weight behind her kick, having previously practiced Taekwondo. When Yu Tianming was unconscious, she regarded his body from a nurse's perspective, but now that he had regained consciousness, the thought of inspecting him felt utterly mortifying. Yu Tianming grimaced in pain, waving his hands repeatedly, only recovering after a prolonged moment. "I must say, sister, you truly wielded a heavy hand. It's a pity that you all struggle to get a good night's sleep, and here I am, foolishly enduring this pain." The agony he felt almost compelled him to curse. "I'm truly sorry. I was merely anxious. Do you really not want me to check?" Her words only deepened Bai Xiaobing's embarrassment. She realized how naive she had been. If Yu Tianming had desired to take advantage of her, he had ample opportunities in the past, and there was no need to wait until now, especially with Xiao right beside them. This thought brought a tinge of disappointment to her heart. "All right, you should get some rest. I wouldn't dare trouble you further. It feels as though my life hangs by a thread." Yu Tianming felt somewhat relieved from the pain, hastily dressed, and stood up in a huff, striding toward the woods. "If you need to relieve yourself, Just do so nearby. It's not safe to wander far, Bai Xiaobing said shyly. Umph. Now you show concern for me. Where was this earlier? Yu Tianming retorted angrily. What a ridiculous notion. I'm just going to gather firewood. Bai Xiaobing's cheeks flushed crimson. They spoke in hushed tones, while Yin Xiaoxiao slept soundly, oblivious to their conversation. Chapter 086. The scenery here is truly beautiful. Yu Tianming stoked the fire until it blazed brightly. Sitting alone on a stone, sulking. Being a good person is truly a daunting task. What have I done to deserve this? It was you two who forced me into this predicament. I am the victim here. He felt a sense of injustice, as he was not one to be trifled with so lightly. Bai Xiaobing sat 3 meters away from Yu Tianming, occasionally glancing at him, feeling slightly embarrassed. After mustering her courage for what felt like an eternity, she finally approached him. What happened to you earlier? You just collapsed all of a sudden. Yu Tianming had a knack for quickly dissipating his anger. After all, they were survivors of shared adversity, and he did not wish to speak harshly in front of a lady. How should I know? It felt as if I was electrocuted, and then I just blacked out. He lamented, sighing helplessly, caught between the desire to vent and the inability to do so, feeling stifled. Was it an electric eel? That seems unlikely. They rarely inhabit shallow waters. Perhaps it was an electric ray. If it were an electric eel, survival would be improbable, Bai Xiaobing pondered swiftly. I couldn't care less what it was. It's just my misfortune. I narrowly escaped electrocution, only to risk being kicked to death. Yu Tianming replied with a sarcastic edge. Bai Xiaobing, recognizing her fault, offered a sheepish smile. I've already apologized. Don't be so petty. Fine, fine. Regardless, life seems to be a relentless cycle. It's either being beaten by Xiao Xiao or by you. It seems I am destined to perish at your hands. Yu Tianming lamented inwardly. Now do get some rest. I shall keep watch, he added, urging her to sleep. Yu Tianming carried a cast-iron pot directly to the seaside, determined to boil some water, ensuring that everyone could have a sip upon waking. Although the seawater, after being boiled, lost much of its salinity, it still retained a hint of saltiness. Nonetheless, it was preferable to having no water at all. Once they relocated to the new campsite the following day, the issue of drinking water would be effortlessly resolved. Bai Xiaobing watched as Yu Tianming walked away, his figure gradually becoming a mere silhouette against the shoreline, lost in thought. In truth, he was quite a decent fellow. It was no wonder that Xiao Xiao harbored feelings for him. She had spent a night in silence, yet the sun rose as it always did. By the time the two women awoke, Yu Tianming had already prepared delicious roasted bananas. The little foodie, Yin Xiao Xiao, upon waking, was greeted by the sight of food, lifting her spirits considerably as she began to devour it without hesitation. Bai Xiaobing offered Yu Tianming a smile, tinged with apology, a silent understanding passing between them. Last night, she had kicked him, but she had intended to keep him company during the night watch, and had ended up falling asleep instead. Awakening. She found herself covered with leaves and twigs, an obvious sign that Yu Tianming had quietly prepared them to keep her warm. Now, my lovely ladies, we must deliberate on an important matter, Yu Tianming said, observing their hearty appetites, the remnants of his earlier annoyance dissipating. What a self-deprecating fellow I am. He thought to himself. Go ahead, we're all ears, as we are inclined to follow your lead, Yin Xiaoxiao replied, nodding while continuing to eat. As for her, nothing held more significance than a meal. Are you referring to the new campsite? Bai Xiaobing inquired, placing her sweet roasted banana down and gazing intently at Yu Tianming. Indeed. At last, there is someone who comprehends, he said, relieved. I want to hold that kick against you. We cannot remain here. The supplies are too scant, and there is no water source. We have 2 paths before us. One is to traverse the woods toward the waterfall area. This route appears temporarily safe, yet we are unfamiliar with the surrounding environment and cannot ascertain potential dangers. The other option is to circumvent to where Bing Bing originally was. I have observed that area, and the resources there are quite abundant. Just the variety of fruits alone could sustain us for quite some time. As for the water source, we can seek that out anew. What do you think? Yu Tianming outlined his thoughts from the previous night. Yet, he harbored a secret sentiment unvoiced. The spite he felt towards N.I. Man, the scoundrel who had initially forced him, and by Xiaobing off the plane, was not forgotten. Now that his circumstances had improved, if he could seize the plane's control head and take his revenge, it would be the epitome of perfection. Regardless, I'll follow your lead. Anything works for me, Yin Xiaoxiao replied nonchalantly, continuing to eat without pondering too deeply. After all, her survival relied entirely on Yu Tianming. As long as she didn't lose him, did it truly matter where they established the new campsite? Bai Xiaobing did not contest Yu Tianming's use of the name Bing Bing, accepting it in light of her actions from the previous night, and let it be. After a moment of contemplation regarding the camp, she finally spoke. The beach near Ni Man indeed boasted an abundance of resources. Yet we had traversed to its end and found no source of water. Furthermore, we would need to navigate through a new thicket, which I find rather perilous. That area remains the territory of the giant lizards. It seems unwise to take unnecessary risks at this time. Bai Xiaobing, recalling Ni Man's selfishness and ruthlessness, felt a deep-seated resentment. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure. Survival was paramount. With a clear path available, why venture into danger? The memory of the emerald tree python and the wild boar king they encountered on their return still lingered, leaving them apprehensive. What if other beasts emerged? Their survival remained uncertain. Yu Tianming nodded slightly, sharing the same sentiment, though a feeling of discomfort gnawed at him. While that wretched person indulged herself, the three of them were to endure hardship here. Very well, let us gather our belongings and prepare to relocate. Yu Tianming had subtly assumed the role of leader among the two lovely ladies, a position he found quite enjoyable. There was little to pack in the cave, merely a few jars and the large shell they used as a bowl. He tossed everything into the iron pot, secured the iron chain to his belt, and with a staff in one hand and an axe in the other, he resembled a beggar-turned bodyguard trailing behind the two enchanting women. They would follow the beach to the spot where they tended to the sea turtle's feet, then turn into the woods to retrace their steps. The morning sun cast a gentle light upon the sandy shore. The two captivating ladies ahead, hand in hand, chatted and laughed merrily. Yu Tianming silently followed. Burdened with various possessions, yet his spirits soared. There was no denying the splendor of the scenery before him. Yin Xiaoxiao wore the hot pants Yu Tianming had crafted for her, and her gait was lively, clearly brimming with joy. Occasionally, her petite backside peeked out from the wide pant legs, drawing Yu Tianming's gaze. However, it was Bai Xiaobing in her chic miniskirt that truly stole the show. As she walked, the sea breeze would lift her skirt, particularly with the side slits reaching her waist. She struggled to hold onto both her skirt and Yin Xiaoxiao's hand. Yet, despite this, Yu Tianming found himself thoroughly captivated. The black lace offered him a splendid view from behind, and he felt utterly blissful, not the least bit fatigued. If only every day could be like this, he mused. Even his body might struggle to endure such delights. He swallowed hard and let out a heavy breath. Chapter 087. The three traversed the thicket throughout the journey. Yu Tianming spent more than two-thirds of his time analyzing and comparing, ultimately concluding that each had their own merits. The remaining third was spent evading Bai Xiaobing's gaze, as she occasionally turned back to ensure he wasn't taking liberties. Truly unnecessary, he thought. If she had the courage, she should keep turning around to watch him. Yu Tianming smirked inwardly. Sister Bing Bing, look, that's the coconut tree. It must be that detestable crab that pilfered my coconut. Sister Bing Bing, behold. This is the very spot where we discover the dolphins. Sister Bing Bing, look at Yin Xiaoxiao's incessant chatter. She hasn't paused for a moment since we set off. Upon reaching each scenic destination, she provides Bai Xiaobing with elaborate descriptions. Initially, Bai Xiaobing would respond occasionally, but as time progressed, she could only muster a faint smile. Indeed, this girl is utterly unreliable. She divulges everything. It was prudent of Yu Tianming to prevent me from revealing the treasure's location. Bai Xiaobing had long recognized Yin Xiaoxiao's gossipy nature, but now she perceives it even more profoundly. With only two women present, she has become the sole audience. Tianming, are you weary? Shall I assist you for a while? Bai Xiaobing was on the verge of losing her patience, preferring to carry that hefty black pot rather than endure the incessant buzzing in her ears. Tianming, are you tired? Yin Xiaoxiao chimed in playfully. The manner of their address reveals Yin Xiaoxiao's greater casualness. No. I can manage on my own. You both need only to proceed with confidence. Yu Tianming shook his head vigorously, as if to dispel the very notion. What a joke. Would I relinquish such a splendid opportunity? What are you thinking? If it weren't for the scarcity of water and food, I could traverse this path for a lifetime. Do you believe me? He is quite robust. Fear not. A man capable of fending off wild boars and giant lizards can surely handle this minor inconvenience. Come, let me regale you with tales of his fellows singing, which is particularly dreadful. He. Yin Xiaoxiao, urged by Xiaobing to quicken her pace, and to Bai Xiaobing's dismay, she began imitating Yu Tianming's singing. In utter resignation, Bai Xiaobing turned away, inwardly lamenting how Yu Tianming had endured this before. This stretch of the journey was exceptionally arduous for Bai Xiaobing. Fortunately, it was not too far, and just as she was nearing the brink of madness, they finally arrived at the entrance to the forest. Wait a moment. I shall lead the way, and you two must stay close behind me. Here, each of you take one for self-defense. We are about to enter the dense woods. And Yu Tianming set aside his thoughts of admiring the scenery. This is a different time and place. As the man, it is my duty to forge ahead. Let me outline the rules. Should we encounter anything edible, gather it without hesitation. And if we face danger, you too must prioritize escape. Understood? Especially you. Xiao, do not just cry. Muster your spirit, for we cannot predict what may unfold in this forest. Yu Tianming felt compelled to reiterate, having faced peril alongside Yin Xiaoxiao and Bai Xiaobing before. As for Yin Xiaoxiao's reactions, they spoke for themselves. She would be rendered stunned, limp, and weeping, contributing little but chaos. You mock me again. How vexing. Yin Xiaoxiao scrunched her little nose in displeasure. And do not be so carefree. Do not think of yourself as invulnerable. In the face of adversity, do not recklessly forge ahead. Having chastised Yin Xiaoxiao, Yu Tianming swiftly redirected his focus to Bai Xiaobing. Bai Xiaobing stammered, rolling her eyes in irritation. Fine, you are impressive, a true man indeed. Should I applaud you? Were it not for my reckless defense, would you still be so audacious here? Nevertheless, Bai Xiaobing merely made a passing remark, choosing not to engage further. Once Yu Tianming had arranged everything, he boldly stepped into the woods. Along the stretch of beach bordered by sparse woods, the vegetation soon thickened as they ventured further. Sister Bingbing, look at this. Wow, it's so beautiful, Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, picking a few vividly colored wildflowers and adorning both herself and Bai Xiaobing with them. With two lively companions by her side, Yin Xiaoxiao's playful spirit resurfaced. She had not witnessed the harrowing life-and-death struggle between Yu Tianming and the giant lizard, and thus, she walked and played without a care in the world. Yu Tianming halted abruptly, his expression grave. Xiao, from this moment on, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from speaking. We must traverse the dense forest quietly. Oh, all right, Yin Xiaoxiao replied, pouting, then whispered to Bai Xiaobing, this guy is so full of himself. Yes, right though. I'll behave. Bai Xiaobing, already exasperated, inwardly lamented, Yu Tianming, why didn't you rescue me sooner? In the dense woods? Although the fruit was not as plentiful as on the other side of the plain, they occasionally stumbled upon some. Bai Xiaobing insisted that Yu Tianming gather them all. Unfortunately, there was hardly enough for Yin Xiaoxiao alone, as this glutton devoured everything along the way. Sister Bingbing, this is delicious. What is it? You should try some. Though the harvest was meager, Bai Xiaobing was resigned to the fact that her mouth was finally occupied. Yu Tianming paid little mind to these trivialities. He was focused on forging a path ahead, vigilant of their surroundings. Wait, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Bai Xiaobing jolted, startled. Yin Xiaoxiao, her mouth full, looked on in confusion. Yu Tianming turned back, glancing at the two women and surveying the surroundings. I can't shake the feeling that something is following us. What? Bai Xiaobing gasped in alarm. Yin Xiaoxiao, startled, spat out what was in her mouth. How could that be? I didn't hear anything. Bai Xiaobing began to scan the area anxiously. Yeah, I didn't hear anything either, Yin Xiaoxiao said as she clutched Bai Xiaobing's arm, her large eyes darting around. The sound had vanished. Yu Tianming listened intently. He had felt a peculiar sensation. As the three of them moved forward, there had consistently been an unusual sound trailing them. He had tested this repeatedly. Whenever he stopped, the sound ceased as well. This feeling was akin to a thorn in his throat, a prickling discomfort. Who wouldn't be afraid of being stalked by an unknown entity in such a sun-blocking forest? Are you imagining things? You're making a mountain out of a molehill, Yin Xiaoxiao bravely inquired, though she had been preoccupied with eating and hadn't noticed anything amiss. She glanced at Bai Xiaobing, who wore a similarly puzzled expression. Bai Xiaobing shook her head slightly. She had been too focused on keeping an eye on Yin Xiaoxiao to notice anything either. Let us quicken our pace. This feeling is unsettling, Yu Tianming urged, his heart racing. Chapter 088. A moment of terror in the dense forest. Yu Tianming was not merely relying on some sixth sense. He genuinely heard certain sounds. Occasionally, they emanated from the underbrush, at other times from the branches nearby. It is reasonable to assume that small creatures would instinctively fear humans and would not persistently emit sounds in their vicinity. As Yu Tianming set off once more, his ears were attuned to the source of that elusive sound. Yin Xiaoxiao had dismissed it entirely, while Bai Xiaobing paid slightly more attention. Don't rush ahead. There are still many fruits left to gather, Yin Xiaoxiao complained. Rather than slowing his pace, Yu Tianming quickened his steps, genuinely anxious. If he were alone, he would have dashed forward without hesitation. However, with two young women in tow, such recklessness was impractical. The sound, faint yet persistent, only served to agitate his mind. After nearly an hour of trekking, the strange sound remained elusive. Doubts began to creep in. Was he truly hearing it, or was it merely a figment of his imagination? Just as self-doubt began to overshadow him, the sight before him elicited a gasp of astonishment. Goodness! Yu Tianming nearly shouted. Could you please refrain from startling me like that? You nearly choked me, Yin Xiaoxiao retorted, still preoccupied with thoughts of the fruits they had missed. What's wrong? Bai Xiaobing sensed Yu Tianming's heightened tension. As she approached him and looked ahead, fear mirrored in her eyes. They exchanged a glance, both reflecting profound trepidation. We need to quicken our pace and leave, Yu Tianming said in a low voice, wary of provoking some unknown terror. Xiao Xiao, stop dawdling and hurry. Bai Xiaobing now believed Yu Tianming's urgency. They stood in the very clearing where the massive anaconda and the wild boar king had perished in a fierce struggle. What had once been two colossal carcasses now lay reduced to stark white bones. Their flesh mysteriously vanished, still intertwined in the poses of their final moments. What are you all doing? Yin Xiaoxiao mumbled as she approached. Initially startled by the sight of the animal remains, she quickly shrugged it off, saying, It's just a few bones. What is the big deal? We're on a deserted island, so it's no surprise to find animal remains. Enough chatter, let's move, no? We need to run. Without waiting for further dialogue, Yu Tianming took one of each girl's hands and dashed toward the edge of the woods. Slow down. I lost my flip-flop. Forget it. I'll get you a new pair later. Yu Tianming was far too preoccupied with the urgency of escaping to concern himself with Yin Xiaoxiao as footwear. Bai Xiaobing, sensing the gravity of the situation, assisted him in pulling the iron chain, wordlessly following his lead. She was genuinely frightened, unlike Yin Xiaoxiao, who seemed oblivious to the danger. The combined weight of the two colossal beasts exceeded 1,000 pounds. What could possibly have devoured them so completely overnight? Such an appetite was astonishing. If the three of them were to encounter it, would they stand a chance? This stretch of path was not lengthy, and beyond the forest lay a shimmering lake. Yu Tianming was nearly beside himself with urgency, wishing he could simply hoist Yin Xiaoxiao onto his back, for her pace was painfully slow. However, her predicament was understandable. One of her slippers had slipped off, and with each few steps, she let out a cry of discomfort. Yet, there was no time to pause. The unsettling sound that had haunted Yu Tianming was quickening its pace as well. Even Bai Xiaobing could hear it now, the persistent sound of something scraping against the tree trunks above. However, when they glanced up, there was nothing to be seen. Hurry, no time to dawdle, Yu Tianming urged as he grasped the hands of the two women, already perspiring profusely. The anxiety was palpable, and Yin Xiaoxiao found herself caught up in their trepidation. It felt as if some monstrous creature lurked nearby, poised to pounce at any moment, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Just when the trio was nearing the brink of despair, a brilliant ray of sunlight broke through, bathing them in warmth. Forward, to that little beach, Yu Tianming commanded, unwilling to halt his strides as he propelled them onward until they reached the sandy shore by the lake, where they finally came to a stop. Give me that. He seized the axe and staff, positioning the two women protectively behind him. His eyes narrowed as he focused intently on the forest's edge. The menacing sound that had followed them vanished at the tree line, merely 10 meters away. Tianming? Yin Xiaoxiao called out softly. Silence. Yu Tianming had no time to address her. They were likely on the brink of a confrontation. Retreat, up the beach, towards the waterfall. Bing Bing, you lead the way. I'll cover the rear. He spoke without turning, keeping his back to the two women. Understood, Bai Xiaobing replied, her heart still racing. As she took Yin Xiaoxiao's hand and led them upward, the three of them moved cautiously, inching closer to the pile of stones. Once they climbed over, they could trace the riverbed to the waterfall. The two girls scrambled over the uneven rocks, while Yu Tianming vigilantly guarded their rear, not daring to relax for a moment. Tianming, you should come up too, Yin Xiaoxiao called from above. At last, he swiftly ascended. Only then did his rapid heartbeat begin to slow. Whatever pursued them seemed unwilling to leave the woods, which was, in a sense, a silver lining. Yu Tianming wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The unknown was the most terrifying of all, truly capable of instilling fear. Even when faced with formidable creatures like giant lizards, wild boars, or constricting snakes, he had the courage to fight back. But this unseen beast amplified his dread. Let us move on and keep our distance from here. We need to tend to your wound. It's bleeding again, Bai Xiaobing said, concern etched on her face as she gazed at Yu Tianming's shoulder. My foot hurts so much, Yin Xiaoxiao finally confessed, lifting her foot to reveal it was covered in thorns, with blood oozing from several places. Bing Bing, you take the chains. I'll carry her, Yu Tianming said, handing the iron chains to Bai Xiaobing without further ado. He crouched down and lifted Yin Xiaoxiao onto his back. She hesitated for a moment, but then obediently settled against him. Yu Tianming's back was broad, and after running for such a long time, Yin Xiaoxiao was utterly exhausted. Resting her head on his shoulder with an expression of pure comfort, Bai Xiaobing observed Yu Tianming's struggling demeanor and felt a twinge of sympathy. It could only grasp the iron pot and follow behind. The riverbanks were strewn with pebbles, making the walk somewhat bearable. Despite his injuries and having consumed the least food, Yu Tianming was nearing his limits after such an extensive trek. Summoning his remaining strength, they finally reached the base of the waterfall. Let us rest in the cave tonight, and we shall devise other plans in the morning. He gently set Yin Xiaoxiao down and sat on a large stone, panting heavily. They still had to climb over 100 meters of rocky terrain before reaching the cave, and he truly could not endure any longer. Chapter 089. A frightening encounter with Beast Bing Bing. Could you take a look at my wounds as well? I'm bleeding here. Yin Xiaoxiao grimaced in pain while plucking the thorns from her feet. Bai Xiaobing had been too preoccupied with examining Yu Tianming's injuries to attend to Yin Xiaoxiao. My wounds are nothing serious and have lingered for quite some time. Please check on Xiaoxiao instead, Yu Tianming insisted, shaking his head, as he was far more concerned about resting than his minor injuries. Bai Xiaobing felt a surge of frustration, despite Yu Tianming's evident exhaustion. He was still thinking of Yin Xiaoxiao. If she were your girlfriend, I would have no objections, but it seems she doesn't regard you as highly, she pondered. Feeling indignant on Yu Tianming's behalf, Yin Xiaoxiao relied on him for everything, with food and water prioritized for her, while Yu Tianming willingly endured hunger without uttering a harsh word. Are you foolish? Or just plain silly? Bai Xiaobing found herself at a loss for words, mentally dubbing Yu Tianming a big fool. Yin Xiaoxiao's minor injuries paled in comparison to his. Unbeknownst to them, the joy of reuniting with Yin Xiaoxiao had gradually faded. You're fine. Just rinse in the water later. Bai Xiaobing frowned, her frustration mounting. But it hurts so much, Yin Xiaoxiao pouted, tears welling in her eyes. Tianming, should I go ahead and scout? You all can rest here. Bai Xiaobing changed her tone, deciding that if no one else would care for this big fool, she would take on that role. Yu Tianming shook his head, insisting, I should go. You all stay here. He felt it was his responsibility to lead the way, even if danger lurked, as he needed the strength to defend himself. It was unreasonable to send the women to scout ahead. Taking a deep breath, he finally stood up, glanced at the rocky path ahead, and resolutely began to climb. The distance was just over 100 meters, and despite the excruciating pain in his feet, he persevered. The golden bone staff lodged in the crevices of the stones remained, and Yu Tianming navigated cautiously, re-entering the cave. Inside, it was dim yet eerily quiet, indicating that no other beings had ventured there. He chuckled softly, realizing he had perhaps overreacted, allowing that strange sound to unsettle his nerves. With a self-deprecating remark, Yu Tianming turned to descend. There was no alternative. Those items were too heavy for him to haul alone. Should he really expect Bai Xiaobing to carry them? Moreover, he needed to gather wood for a fire. The tasks were endless. Resolving not to dwell on it further, he made his way down the mountain. It's quite safe inside. You should ascend first with Xiaoxiao. I can manage these things, he encouraged, as he approached the edge of the woods to collect some firewood. He suddenly heard an eerie sound once more. It was the chilling noise of claws scraping against the tree trunk. Startled, he looked up to see the treetops thickly layered with leaves, obscuring any view of the wild beast's south hiding place. Before he could process it, he noticed the branches above sway violently, followed by a shadowy figure darting swiftly to the side, disappearing almost instantly. "Be careful," he yelled instinctively, rushing back to grab his axe, his gaze fixed on the forest. What happened? By Xiaobing and Yin Xiaoxiao, who had been climbing the rocky path, nearly stumbled at the sound of his shout. "I saw it. Something is following us," Yu Tianming replied, his voice laced with fear. He had only glimpsed a dark shadow, its movements alarmingly swift, far too fast for his eyes to track. If it chose to ambush them in the woods, they would have no time to react. "Where?" Yin Xiaoxiao asked, her voice trembling. They had traversed this path with bated breath, finally reaching a new campsite, only to discover a beast had been trailing them. "It was just above the branches. I don't know where it has gone now," Yu Tianming admitted, anxiety creeping into his tone. "Above the branches?" Bai Xiaobing steadied herself, pondering, could it be some sort of monkey? "I have no idea. I only saw its eyes glowing green, fixated on me." Yu Tianming's heart raced, utterly terrified. "We should ascend quickly. It's too perilous here." "We can discuss this tomorrow," Bai Xiaobing suggested, equally uncertain of the creature's identity. Hastily, Yu Tianming gathered some sticks for fire-making, shouldering their belongings and nervously following behind them. Another stretch of time had slipped away, and they had accomplished nothing. Initially, he had envisioned preparing food and drink upon reaching the new campsite, and perhaps scouting for small game, having spotted numerous wild rabbits and pheasants earlier, perfect for a feast. Yet now, an unknown predator lurked at the entrance of their camp. What were they to do? Exhaustion overtook him. He decided to rest for a moment. Returning to the cave, he collapsed onto the passageway, panting heavily. Bai Xiaobing helped him sit up and then pulled Yin Xiaoxiao inside the cave. Without a fire, the interior felt oppressively dim, and the larger cavern filled with skeletal remains was shrouded in darkness, rendering everything indistinct. "Sister Bingbing, I'm a bit scared." Yin Xiaoxiao clung tightly to Bai Xiaobing's arm. The thought of being surrounded by skeletons made her legs tremble uncontrollably. "It is of no concern. I have examined this place long ago. It merely contains skeletal remains from centuries past. Please refrain from speaking further, as your words heighten my trepidation." "Tianming, please ignite the fire promptly." Yin Xiaoxiao's voice quivered with a hint of tears. Goodness, Tianming struggled to sit upright, gasping for breath as he prepared to kindle the flames. "Why don't I assist you instead? You should rest." Bai Xiaobing observed his condition with heartfelt concern. "Let be," Tianming replied with a wry smile, "with your pace. We may not even glimpse a spark before nightfall. What a pity to squander kindness." Bai Xiaobing rolled her eyes in response. Tianming had become increasingly adept at starting the fire. Within an hour, the wood beneath him began to emit wisps of smoke. He blew a few breaths onto the embers and, seizing the moment, tossed them into the oil basin. In an instant, the cave was illuminated, each corner radiating clarity. "At last, we have fire," Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, patting her chest. She understood that Tianming was exhausted, yet the darkness was pervasive, compounded by the presence of nearby skeletons, which left her unable to suppress her fear. "Is that diamonds scattered about? Why did no one take them?" She observed numerous fragments of diamonds glimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors under the firelight. With such precious gems, who would covet mere trifles? After speaking, Tianming exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Xiaobing. She understood the unspoken agreement between them. The treasures hidden within the cave were not to be disclosed. "What a waste! Allow me to collect them for you, and we shall divide them equally when we exit." Yin Xiaoxiao beamed with delight. Previously, she had heard the two discuss the origins of the gem staff, and now, discovering remnants felt akin to embarking on a treasure hunt herself, filling her with unbridled joy. However, Tianming's expression soured slightly. These diamond fragments were originally meant to mislead, and it was now awkward to voice this. He could only grin as he watched Yin Xiaoxiao eagerly pocket the shards. Chapter 090. Two rescue teams. So this is the golden skeleton you mentioned? Quickly toss it aside, or perhaps better yet, into the pond, Yin Xiaoxiao suggested upon seeing the flat box, dusted with gold powder, immediately recalling the tale of the golden skeleton. Respect for the deceased is paramount. Perhaps it is best not to discard it. "I shall move it to the back," Tianming interjected hastily. "Well then, Why not dispose of the skeletons from the cave as well? This is our temporary abode. Keeping them here feels unsettling. Yin Xiaoxiao grimaced in distaste. We certainly cannot discard them. Those skeletons are our guardians of the treasure. If they are revealed, who will bear the blame? We shall only stay one night at most. Who knows where we will venture tomorrow? Let's not complicate matters, shall we? Alas, my wound has begun to throb again. Xiaobing, please come and tend to it, Tianming signaled by Xiaobing urgently. She responded promptly, rushing over. Oh dear. It seems to be inflamed. You must not move. Lie down, and I shall fetch hot water to cleanse it. Is it inflamed? Is that serious? Yin Xiaoxiao inquired anxiously, leaning in to observe. At present, uncertainty looms. We shall first cleanse the wound before proceeding further. Oh, Yin Xiaoxiao remains oblivious to these matters, merely nodding in response. You keep an eye on him while I boil some water. Very well. At last, I have successfully diverted Yin Xiaoxiao's gaze. Concealing a small secret is indeed a formidable challenge. On the cerulean surface of the sea, a heavy-duty destroyer, displacing 10,000 tons, surges through the waves with remarkable speed. The national flag fluttering above is strikingly vivid, a deep crimson dyed in blood. Within the command chamber of the bridge, numerous soldiers bustle in and out, while many others meticulously scrutinize the satellite maps of this maritime expanse. An urgent captain hastily enters, saluting the ship's commander. Captain, we have boarded the oil tanker and inquired. They too are searching for the downed flight. Understood, the captain replies, having just received a notification from the homeland. Their objectives align with ours, for now. We shall disregard them. Focus all efforts on the surrounding waters, and if no anomalies arise, we shall promptly proceed to the next area. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to squander it. The captain casts a glance at the officer before turning his attention back to the sea, his countenance etched with concern. Yes, sir. The officer responds as he departs the command room. Old Wu, you must have faith in him. He is the finest among his peers. I am convinced that, regardless of the circumstances, he will survive and fulfill his mission. The speaker, who bears the rank of colonel like Captain Wu Wei, nevertheless maintains a tone of politeness. Let's hope so, Captain Wu Wei replies, saying little more. This state-of-the-art destroyer has been dispatched by the nation to this maritime region to undertake a search and rescue mission. For 7 consecutive days, they have yielded no results. Yet they steadfastly remain on duty, refusing to surrender hope. In truth, only Captain Wu Wei and his partner, Lu Ming, comprehend the essence of this rescue operation. Beyond the imperative to locate survivors, the primary focus is to find one particular passenger, a man named Wu Lei, who bears a significant responsibility and is also the only son of Captain Wu Wei. Simultaneously, on the opposite side of the sea, 3 nautical miles away, a 100,000-ton cargo oil tanker glides slowly across the water. The deck is devoid of the usual shipping containers, replaced instead by rows of specialized rescue equipment. Helicopters, small deep-sea submarines, echo sounders, and underwater radars are plentiful. From the captain to the crew, all bear the countenance of Eastern descent, save for a handful of bustling foreigners. These foreigners comprise the professional maritime rescue team that Lin Jiahao has enlisted from the United States. Captain, our aimless searching will yield no results. Is your information reliable? A robust Caucasian man with brown hair grumbles as he organizes various apparatuses. The other members of the rescue team gaze expectantly at their leader. Robinson, the blonde leader, casts a casual glance at the speaker, Ida. Over the years, you have accompanied me to numerous locations. Though rewards have been scant, you have lived rather comfortably. What is this? After merely a week, you have lost faith? If that is the case, you may return home, and I shall seek others to replace you. Ida offers an apologetic smile. Captain, that was not my intention. Previously, we all had clear destinations. Though it required considerable effort, at least our objectives were well defined. However, this time, we find ourselves adrift at sea, unable to locate a single place. I've had enough. Robinson shouted impatiently. No matter how long it takes, I will find that location. There lies boundless wealth, sufficient for each of you to grace the Forbes list. Robinson had reiterated this sentiment numerous times, which was precisely why the crew was willing to embark on this perilous venture once more. Hand me the phone. Robinson reached for the satellite phone and dialed Lin Jiahao's number. Oh, Lin, it's Robinson. Remarkably, he spoke fluent Chinese. What is the update? Any good news? Lin Jiahao. having endured an equally tumultuous few days, was aware of the mounting costs associated with the oil tanker. After 7 days without any news, his elders at home had begun to voice their concerns. One good news, one bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Robinson inquired with a smile. I'll lack your patience. To speak plainly, Lin Jiahao replied, visibly irritated. Robinson shrugged. The bad news is that my team is on the verge of losing their patience. However, the good news is that I have managed to pacify them. Thus, I need to clarify once more, is this search and rescue operation limited to the agreed-upon time frame of 1 month? Or, of course, you may opt to terminate the contract early, given that our fees are calculated daily. Lin Jiahao fell silent for a few seconds before responding. I don't care how long it takes. You must find her. Alive or dead, I want to see her. Until I formally notify you to conclude our agreement. You must adhere strictly to the contract. Of course, we are professionals. After all, we still need to make a living in this field. I'm merely considering your interests. Robinson replied with a mischievous grin, which did not go unnoticed by the team. I don't need you to consider my interests. Instead of wasting time, you should be searching. The busy tone echoed from the other end as Lin Jiahao, infuriated, slammed the phone down. Did you all hear that? Someone is willing to finance our treasure hunting expedition. What reservations do you still have? Robinson surveyed the team, his gaze sweeping across each face. Team member Ida had just begun to speak when Robinson's furious roar interrupted. Silence. Return to your posts immediately, or you can go back and seek out your lowly women. Robinson had little interest in engaging in repeated discussions with these individuals. His patience had already been stretched thin. Even Ida, known for her ruthless demeanor, fell silent, leaving the others cowed. They all immediately lowered their heads, sullenly organizing their gear in preparation for the next search. Robinson stood at the edge of the deck, gazing out at the vast expanse of the sea, his heart brimming with anticipation. He caressed the thin memoir tucked away in his pocket, instantly instilling him with renewed confidence. Chapter 091. Guardian of the cave entrance. As night fell, the cave was brightly lit, though the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. There was little choice, given the lack of provisions. Yu Tianming attempted to craft several rudimentary stone traps near the waterfall, hoping to catch some game for a taste, yet all efforts proved futile. Enter the forest? Yu Tianming would rather not. The terrifying shadow had yet to reveal itself, and who could fathom what creature it might be? He could only gather a handful of bright red berries from the edge of the woods. This meager bounty was hardly sufficient for Yin Xiaoxiao alone. Bing Bing Ye, I am so hungry, Yin Xiaoxiao lamented, clinging to Bai Xiaobing's arm while leaning against a large box, her voice tinged with distress. It will be better when dawn arrives. We shall surely devise a plan, Bai Xiaobing reassured, though uncertainty gnawed at her heart. She had witnessed Yu Tianming's tireless efforts and did not wish to burden him further. Damn it, what on earth was that thing that vanished in an instant? Dark as night? I pray I do not encounter it again. Once was enough. Yu Tianming's frustration simmered within him. Were it not for that ghastly entity frequently traversing the woods, could he allow 2 beautiful women to suffer from hunger? Let us not dwell on it. I suspect it might be a monkey or some rodent. At dawn, I will accompany you to investigate, he suggested. Bai Xiaobing, based on his description, surmised that this mysterious creature was small in stature, yet possessed remarkable speed, which posed a dilemma. In this desolate island, it was conceivable that it could be some lethal, unknown organism. Her greatest fear was that it possessed special abilities, such as venom. If bitten or scratched, there would be no serum available in such an environment. Had I known, I would have brought the wild boar and the python. Those hefty morsels make my mouth water at the thought. Yu Tianming sighed in regret. I shall guard the cave entrance tonight while you stay inside. If that rascal dares to approach, I'll give it a good whack, he declared with fierce determination. Despite the possibility of foraging for food, the presence of that creature lurking in the woods left him seething with anger. Below the waterfall lay a pristine pool, which he had already examined. Not even a fry was present, its clarity almost maddening. He had yet to explore the downstream lake. Perhaps tomorrow he would tempt fate there. The waterfall's torrent divided the forest, and this open space was the only option available. Changing locations would prove challenging. Thankfully, the cave held 2 oil-lit braziers. Yu Tianming moved one to guard the entrance, the waterfall's incessant roar fraying his nerves. Yet, Yu Tianming possessed a certain resilience. His spirit remained unbroken. After merely 20 minutes, Bai Xiaobing decided to join him, only to find him already slumped against the cave wall, fast asleep. Oh dear, Bai Xiaobing sighed inwardly, recognizing the burden he bore. Striving to survive with both her and Yin Xiaoxiao was no small feat had it been Yin Xiaoxiao alone by her side. She doubted they would last long. With this thought, her ire turned once more towards N.I. Man, blaming that wretched woman for their plight. Bai Xiaobing gathered some grass and leaves, gently covering Yu Tianming with them before returning to accompany Yin Xiaoxiao. To her surprise, she found Yin Xiaoxiao had also succumbed to slumber. These two truly were a perfect match. Bai Xiaobing shook her head in resignation. With nothing pressing to attend to, she decided to rest, reasoning that sleep would stave off her hunger. However, just as she settled down, she heard the faint sound of stones rolling outside the cave. There's movement. Immediately, Bai Xiaobing became alert. She hurried to the entrance of the passage and listened intently. It was certainly not a figment of her imagination. Her hearing was always remarkably acute. Gently nudging Yu Tianming, she swiftly covered his mouth before he could utter a word. Don't speak. There's something outside, she whispered in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianming also grew vigilant, yet after listening for a while, he could discern nothing but the sound of water. Nevertheless, Bai Xiaobing's expression was grave, betraying no signs of deception. Grasping his axe, Yu Tianming concealed himself within the cave, peering cautiously over the stone steps. He did not have to wait long. With a sudden crash, another stone tumbled down, its sound ringing clearly. Yu Tianming's eyes widened in terror as he glanced back at Bai Xiaobing, who was equally tense, clutching her staff and trembling all over. Her hearing was even sharper. Leaning closer, almost brushing against her, Yu Tianming whispered, "Go wake up Xiao Xiao and hide in the inner cave. If I can't hold him off, you must escape into the secret passage and seal it with stones." He had always handled such contingencies, and this time was no different. Bai Xiaobing, alarmed by his words, shook her head in protest. However, they were too close together, and in that moment, their lips accidentally brushed against one another. Both were taken aback by the unexpected encounter. Startled, Bai Xiaobing quickly took a step back to create distance. Enough of that. Quickly go inside, Yu Tianming urged, unable to savor this moment of intimacy. Waving his hands dismissively, feeling a mix of shyness and trust towards Yu Tianming, Bai Xiaobing reluctantly retreated into the cave. Watching Yu Tianming redirect his focus to the entrance, her heart raced uncontrollably. She was not typically one to indulge in romantic notions, yet she could not help but replay that fleeting moment in her mind. What was Yu Tianming feeling? Did his heart race as hers did? Indeed, Yu Tianming's heart was racing, and with an intensity that was almost overwhelming. The sound from outside grew increasingly close, and it became apparent that whatever was approaching had reached the stone steps across from them, though it had yet to reveal itself. Prepared for confrontation, he placed his hand on the nearest bone club, ready to strike as soon as the intruder appeared. No matter how formidable the entity outside might be, it would have to leap over to attack, providing Yu Tianming with the perfect opportunity to act. The sound of falling stones ceased, and after a prolonged silence, the figure on the opposite side remained concealed, as if it had vanished. Yu Tianming stood resolutely at the cave's entrance, while the two women inside awaited news with bated breath. Time felt as though it had frozen, despite Yu Tianming's growing anxiety. There was no further indication from the other side. What on earth? Had they retreated? Yu Tianming muttered softly to himself. Damn it, never mind. Let's just remove the bone staff first. He dared not venture too far and swiftly yanked down the nearest golden bone, ensuring that even if the adversary attempted to charge, there would be a gap of about 2 meters, providing ample time to react. However, just as he turned to discard the golden bone, he suddenly noticed a pair of glowing green eyes, less than a meter above him in the cave, fixated on him. What the hell? Yu Tianming exclaimed in shock, hurling the bone staff in its direction. Chapter 092. A false alarm. Oh no, they've appeared, Bai Xiaobing exclaimed, shoving the torch into Yin Xiaoxiao's hands before dashing out of the back cave with her staff. She could not allow Yu Tianming to face danger alone. Strength in numbers was essential. Yet, as she burst out of the cave, the sounds of Yu Tianming's curses and the clattering of pots and pans echoed from the front cave. Stop right there. Bing bing. Xiao Xiao. Hurry, block it. Bai Xiaobing, unsure of what was unfolding, quickened her pace. Yin Xiaoxiao, having heard the shouts, sensed that whatever was happening was not a significant threat, and thus hurried after Bai Xiaobing. Upon arriving at the scene, Bai Xiaobing found Yu Tianming in a chaotic frenzy, chasing after something. "Don't just stand there, hit it!" he shouted in frustration. Within the cave, a dark figure was leaping about, deftly evading Yu Tianming's axe. Various items were strewn across the ground. Yu Tianming was cautious not to pursue too aggressively, firmly guarding the passage leading outside. "What is that? Does it matter? That's our dinner for tonight." Bai Xiaobing had barely finished her sentence when Yu Tianming interrupted her. Before Bai Xiaobing could act, Yin Xiaoxiao arrived and gasped at the scene. The dark figure seemed to sense Yin Xiaoxiao's presence and, with a powerful leap, lunged directly at her. "Watch out! Hit it!" Yu Tianming managed to shout a warning. But faced with such an unexpected situation, Yin Xiaoxiao was paralyzed by fear. Dropping the torch in her hands, in a moment of urgency, Yu Tianming could no longer afford to guard the exit. He dashed forward and threw a punch at the dark figure. The creature landed on Yin Xiaoxiao, causing her to scream and collapse to the ground. Yu Tianming's punch missed, and he hesitated to act further, as the dark figure was now perched on Yin Xiaoxiao's shoulder, poised to strike with its claws. "Steady now, don't move," he cautioned, slowly raising his arm to attempt to dislodge the creature. However, the dark entity opened its mouth and lunged at Yu Tianming's fingers. "Damn it, this thing is troublesome. Tianming, hurry and get it off." Yin Xiaoxiao cried out, eyes shut tight. "Get it off? How am I supposed to do that? Its teeth are razor sharp. What if it hurts you?" The creature before them was diminutive, akin to a domestic cat, entirely cloaked in black. Its two elongated canines protruded outward, reminiscent of a pinky finger, as it fixed a menacing gaze upon Yu Tianming. "Bing Bing, what breed is this? Is it venomous?" Yu Tianming inquired with urgency. "How would I know? It resembles a cat, yet is not quite one. I've never encountered such a thing," Bai Xiaobing responded, her own anxiety palpable. Despite sensing that the creature posed little threat, the presence of the hostage, Yin Xiaoxiao, rendered them cautious. Yu Tianming, however, cast aside his trepidations and resolved to take action. "A bite is a bite. It's not as if its mouth is large. At worst, I'll lose a bit of flesh, but I won't perish," he thought, preparing to extend his hand towards the black feline. But just as he drew near, the scene shifted dramatically. The black cat suddenly darted and burrowed into Yin Xiaoxiao's collar. Both Yu Tianming and Bai Xiaobing stood in stunned silence, while Yin Xiaoxiao chuckled. The creature was visibly nestled beneath her clothing, its fluffy form tickling her, eliciting delightful sensations. Soon, a tiny black head emerged from the collar, baring its teeth at Yu Tianming before retreating once more. "Am I imagining things?" Yu Tianming asked, bewildered. "Oh, this little creature is quite well behaved," Yin Xiaoxiao remarked, feeling the warmth radiating from it, akin to a small furnace, as it sought a comfortable and soft spot to settle. "I say, Xiaoxiao, did you notice? That black cat has positioned its head between two soft mounds," Yu Tianming observed. "Tianming, I believe this little fellow has developed quite an attachment to Xiaoxiao," Bai Xiaobing added, regaining her composure. A wave of despair washed over Yu Tianming. After exerting so much effort, Yin Xiaoxiao effortlessly captivated the creature. What extraordinary talent! Was she naturally endowed with the ability to attract beasts? He and T even witnessed the wild boar king show her such affection. Yin Xiaoxiao continued to giggle, reaching down to lift the small creature from her attire and placing it upon her lap. This audacious newcomer even attempted to burrow back into her clothing. What a lecherous little thing! Yu Tianming cursed inwardly, yet feigned nonchalance as he moved closer. Perceiving the intent in Yu Tianming's gaze, Yin Xiaoxiao immediately became wary. "What are you planning?" This time, she did not allow the creature to burrow unaided. She swiftly tucked it back in her clothing. "Hee Xiaoxiao, I do like to discuss something with you," Yu Tianming said with a playful grin, inching closer. "Stay put. Speak your mind, but do not approach. Let me make it clear. I absolutely will not allow you to eat it." Yin Xiaoxiao replied sternly, her expression serious. "Isn't that obvious? Of course I want to eat it. Otherwise, why would I keep it around?" Yu Tianming lamented internally, glancing towards Bai Xiaobing for assistance. Unfortunately, she was lost in thought and completely ignored him. I've got it," Bai Xiaobing exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. "What have you thought of? Are we roasting it or boiling it?" Yu Tianming hastily sought to align himself with her, only to be met with a sharp retort. "What are you thinking? I meant to say, I understand why this creature is following us. It must be the one that stole the roasted meat from the cave." Bai Xiaobing declared, rolling her eyes at him. From its size and fur color, it is evident that it is still in its juvenile stage, likely seeking sustenance alongside Xiao Xiao. Sister Bing, your words are as good as futile. I ask for your assistance, you Tianming. Yin Xiao Xiao pouted her lips, already beginning to fume. Did you not hear Sister Bing say that it is still a mere child? How can you bear to harm it? Furthermore, it possesses hardly any flesh. It wouldn't even suffice for a single meal. Yu Tianming grinned as he glanced at Yin Xiao Xiao, then at Bai Xiaobing. With a deep sigh, he squatted down, resembling a lamenting soul, and cried out from the depths of his being, "What a calamity! The offspring of a wild boar. You feast more heartily than anyone else. Why do you not speak of cruelty? The worship bird might also have offspring to care for. Why is that not deemed cruel?" Observing his demeanor, Yin Xiao Xiao seemed perturbed and timidly suggested, "How about I just eat a little less from now on? Please, let us not kill it. Shall we?" Yu Tianming ignored her, and she turned to Bai Xiaobing for assistance. Bai Xiaobing's initial reaction mirrored that of Yu Tianming. Consumption seemed the most prudent choice. Yet, upon further reflection, she spoke, "Tianming, we could keep it. Such felines possess senses far more acute than ours. They can provide an early warning in times of danger." "Do not speak to me. My spirits are low," Yu Tianming replied, uninterested in her reasoning. Bai Xiaobing cast a glance at Yin Xiao Xiao, conveying the message, "I have done my best. The matter now rests with you." Yin Xiao Xiao, with an elongated tone, approached, carefully cradling the little creature beneath her clothing. "Do not call me brother. You are my ancestor." Yu Tianming, exasperated, stormed out of the cave and stood at the entrance, gazing at the waterfall outside, feeling an overwhelming sense of desolation. Chapter 093. Keeper Master Yu, will I be able to continue living like this? Yin Xiao Xiao is thoughtless, and you, Bai Xiaobing, are equally so. This cannot persist. I will either starve or be driven to madness. After much contemplation, Yu Tianming realized that it was imperative to establish some rules. In a household with countless mouths, one must take charge. At this rate, he was on the verge of becoming a keeper himself. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Today, he had to confront the situation. However, upon re-entering the cave, he nearly choked on his own despair. There was Yin Xiao Xiao, embracing that little black creature, reveling in its presence, and even Bai Xiaobing was joining in the merriment, playfully teasing it. "Oh, Bai Xiaobing, even you have succumbed. Can one not have any principles? And you little black ball, what mischief is this?" After lavishing affection on Xiao Xiao, now you want to do the same with Bing Bing? Enough. Have some decency, will you? Scoundrel. Before Yu Tianming could express his fury, Bai Xiaobing was the first to speak. "Tianming, we have come to an agreement. If you allow the little black one to stay, we will heed your wishes from now on." Yes, yes, yes. Sister Bing is right. We will follow your lead." Yin Xiao Xiao nodded vigorously, gazing at Yu Tianming with pitiful eyes. Women, truly unreliable. I'm at my wit's end. What more could he say? He had not even assumed the role of leader, yet the vote stood at 2-1. In mere moments, the little creature had acquired a name. Little Black? How absurd. Scoundrel, still trying to curry favor? On this night, Yu Tianming felt a profound sense of sorrow. Not only had a coal-black creature joined their ranks, but it also claimed another mouth that demanded sustenance. With the arrival of the little black one, two enchanting ladies took turns embracing it while they slept, leaving him yearning for warmth. He had long been accustomed to the presence of companionship by his side, but now he found himself in solitude, devoid of any opportunity for affection. The shameless and vile creature. Upon rising in the morning, he noted with surprise that the two ladies were sleeping more soundly than he was. With a lonely silhouette, he trudged out of the cave. There were 3.5 mouths waiting to be fed, and he had to venture out to seek sustenance. However, there was a silver lining. Knowing that the black creature was trailing behind him allowed him to tread more cautiously into the woods. While there were no wild chickens or rabbits, fruits were still abundant. He returned with a bountiful harvest, lighting a fire with a mix of toil and tears. Placing the fire by the pond would at least deter many wild beasts from ambushing them. The water was boiling, the fruits gathered, and he could now patiently await the two ladies to rise and partake in their meal. It was only then that Bai Xiaobing and Yin Xiao Xiao chattered down the mountain path, cradling the black creature in their arms. Food, Yu Tianming said with a hint of irritation. Wow, so many fruits. You've worked hard, Brother Ming, they exclaimed in unison, clearly impressed with his efforts. Humph. Hurry and eat. Once you're full, let me something, Yu Tianming replied with a light huff. What do you need? Bai Xiaobing queried, her curiosity piqued. Anything but the little black one. Of course, he added with a mischievous grin. Yin Xiao, stuffing her mouth with food, nodded eagerly. That. Just say it, why the hesitation? Bai Xiaobing observed his awkward demeanor, puzzled. Can one of you lend me the steel ring for a moment? Yu Tianming finally mustered the courage to ask after much deliberation. Yin Xiao was baffled by his request, while Bai Xiaobing sprayed her food far away in shock. Yu Tianming, what do you mean by that? After just one night, you're already trying to take advantage, aren't you? Bai Xiaobing lifted her foot as if to confront him, but then thought better of it. This shameless fellow was up to his usual antics again. The story of the steel ring was known only to Bai Xiaobing and Yu Tianming, while Yin Xiao remained utterly bewildered. Hold on, don't get too worked up. Since we can't catch any animals around here, I thought I might try fishing at the lake. I need a fishhook, after all. Yu Tianming had expressed himself quite delicately, yet Bai Xiaobing still misunderstood. Well, you can't be so direct about it, she retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yin Xiao, silly as ever, continued to ask, what steel ring? What fishhook? Bai Xiaobing had no choice but to lean in and whisper a few words in her ear. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiao shot a disapproving look at Yu Tianming. You're always thinking about these unsavory things. Your thoughts are unhealthy. Fine. Let us just sit here and starve, then. I'm curious to see if this little black creature will eat the fruits, Yu Tianming declared, reclining on the ground with his legs crossed. TCH, after all my efforts to think of this solution, you still have objections? He continued, eating only fruits, after all. I want to starve for 3 to 5 days. Let us see who can hold out longer. Bai Xiaobing and Yin Xiao exchanged a glance, filled with a hint of exasperation. Yu Tianming was not entirely wrong. Relying solely on fruits was unmanageable, not just for the little black creature, but for any human as well. Yet, how could Yin Xiao, who cherished the little black one dearly, bear to let go hungry? Sighing, Bai Xiaobing resolved to give in. After all, it wouldn't cost them a piece of flesh. Gritting her teeth, she asked, whose steel ring do you require? Yu Tianming turned his head with a mischievous grin. I've never tried the size. How would I know whose fits? Just take them all off. Ugh. The two women united in their disdain, yet they had to proceed with caution. Reluctantly, they turned and hid behind a tree to begin dismantling the steel rings. Wow, Sister Bing, your padding is rather thick. You little brat, shut your mouth. Bai Xiaobing, blushing with indignation, slapped her. Being so close, wouldn't Yu Tianming overhear them? After a series of rustling sounds, they finally completed the task and handed everything over to Bai Xiaobing, who presented it to Yu Tianming. Upon inspection, Yu Tianming was still dissatisfied. Why is this so thick? It needs to be refined. It's such a hassle. If you don't want it, just give it back. You're so tedious, Bai Xiaobing retorted, pulling Yin Xiao aside. I'm merely speaking the truth. This isn't a steel ring at all. It's clearly a large iron hook. Having it is better than not. Yu Tianming began to repeatedly sharpen the fishhook on a stone. Once satisfied with the sharpness, he selected some fruits to serve as bait. Preparing to test his luck by the lakeside, he muttered, what kind of fish would be foolish enough to bite such a large hook? Just as he finished speaking, a piece of fruit peel was tossed on his head. TCH, a good man doesn't quarrel with a woman. Wait until you're drooling. Equipped with all the necessary tools, Yu Tianming made his way downstream. Sister Bing, why don't we take a bath now? Yin Xiao boldly suggested. It had been several days since her last wash, and with her period arriving, she was utterly uncomfortable. That sounds good. It will save us from his annoyance. Bai Xiaobing readily agreed. Alas, Master Yu's much-anticipated chance to indulge was perfectly missed. Only that black rascal lingered by the shore, quietly admiring the splendid scenery. Chapter 94. A favor for a favor at the lakeside downstream. Yu Tianming found a spot rich with water plants. He fashioned a long line from the ropes on his feet, attaching the bait before casting it into the water. This method relied purely on luck, leaving Yu Tianming feeling uncertain. However, with such an expansive body of water, it seemed improbable that not a single fish would be present. How unfortunate that would be. Moreover, only a large fish would suffice, given the size of the hook. After waiting for quite some time, the water lay still, offering no signs of life, save for the occasional bubble. Yu Tianming sighed deeply. It appeared he would have to settle for fruits today, or perhaps he could attempt to catch a rabbit or wild chicken instead, just as he prepared to pack up and return upstream. The cloth tied around his ankle suddenly jerked taut, nearly toppling him over. Whoa, it's here, and with quite a bit of force. Yu Tianming immediately felt a surge of excitement. You want to test your strength against me, do you? He sat down, pulling vigorously on the cloth. Suddenly, a splash erupted on the water's surface as a large black fish thrashed violently. Yu Tianming was no novice at fishing. He had often cast his line by the riverbank near his home. Observing the commotion, he surmised that a substantial catch was at hand, and he was determined not to let it escape. With considerable effort, he pulled the fish closer, gradually dragging it onto the shore. At last, he could see it clearly. The fish bore an unusual appearance. Its surface was smooth and scaleless, its back a deep black, and a striking orange-yellow stripe adorned its belly. Its head was flat, and its entire body resembled a large, cylindrical form. Goodness, this must weigh at least 30 or 40 pounds. The exhilaration grew within Yu Tianming as he gazed at the sizable fish, enough to sustain him for several days. Happiness had arrived so unexpectedly. The large black fish continued to thrash on the rocky shore, attempting to break free. Quick-witted, Yu Tianming seized a hefty stone and struck its head forcefully several times. Come on, hurry up and get in my bowl. Such a bountiful catch filled him with joy, and he began to drag it back with the cloth strip. The flickering glow of the bonfire soon came into view, and Yu Tianming burst into laughter. Ladies, Mingo is back, prepared a feast on grilled fish. However, despite his enthusiastic calls, no one responded. What on earth? Had they ventured off to relieve themselves? At that moment, a head emerged from behind a large rock by the pond. It was Bai Xiaobing. Wait, don't come over just yet. Why not? I've worked hard for this fish, and we should feast. The more she protested, the faster he hurried. We're still bathing and haven't put on our clothes. Bai Xiaobing finally admitted, her embarrassment evident. Oh, then hurry and get dressed. I'm eagerly awaiting the grilled fish. Yu Tianming's imagination conjured a rather vivid image, and he shook his head in disbelief. What a pity. He had been careless, inadvertently alerting them too soon. Since your clothes are washed and drying by the fire, why don't you toss them over to us? Bai Xiaobing continued the conversation, while Yin Xiaoxiao remained crouched in the water, too shy to lift her head. How troublesome, Yu Tianming muttered as he approached the bonfire. Sure enough, every piece of clothing hung on the rack by the flames. Just as he was about to toss a garment, Bai Xiaobing suddenly spotted the enormous fish he was dragging, her astonishment palpable. Is that a genuine electric eel? How did you catch it without being shocked? Electric eel? Regardless of its potential dangers, once I set my mind to it, I can easily handle it, Yu Tianming replied with a hint of pride, though a trace of apprehension lingered. Having previously experienced a shocking encounter, Bai Xiaobing had earnestly educated him on the dangers of electric eels. They could incapacitate a person instantaneously, while some varieties could even be fatal. The most he had encountered before was an electric ray, which only caused a tingling sensation but was not lethal. Thankfully, he had been cautious and had avoided direct contact. All right, enough boasting. Quickly toss over the clothes, Bai Xiaobing admonished him with a glare. Just then, Yu Tianming raised his arm, ready to comply. Suddenly, a violent sound erupted from the river below, accompanied by the clattering of rocks. The little black ball of fur immediately perked up its ears, darting out and racing several meters ahead to the riverbank, where it let out a high-pitched roar at the water. In just a few seconds, an array of dark figures became visible in the water. The river wasn't particularly deep, and Yu Tianming could see clearly that it was a swarm of large eels. Goodness, quickly get to the shore. There are so many of them. Yu Tianming shouted directly at the two girls. The two ladies in the water, hiding behind a rock, had poor visibility and could only hear the little black creature's squeaky calls, still a bit dazed. Especially Yin Xiaoxiao, who squatted in the water, muttering to herself that this pesky creature surely had ill intentions. Goodness, Yu Tianming could only curse and leapt into the water. What are you doing? Two screams pierced the air, ringing painfully in their ears. Stop screaming and run. Yu Tianming, you jerk. Let go of me. He grabbed one in each hand. Disregarding their frantic struggles, and with all his strength, he managed to drag them onto the shore. What are you thinking at a time like this? Your dignity or your life? Yu Tianming was furious, shouting wildly. The electric eel swarm was just a mere 5 meters away from invading this pond. So many electric eels, generating electricity all at once. Yu Tianming couldn't even fathom that scene. They'd all be turned into barbecue. It was only at that moment that the two girls noticed the unusual situation in the water. Bai Xiaobing and Yin Xiaoxiao exchanged a glance, both feeling a chill of dread. A few seconds later, and they would have both met their end in the water. However, this was truly embarrassing. They could only curl up, protecting their vital areas. Countless eels surged into the pond, tumbling and splashing about, creating a lively commotion. Hurry and put on your clothes, as if anyone would want to see that. While Yu Tianming was angry, he had ultimately rescued the two without any harm, and even enjoyed a bit of the hero's benefits. Well, I want to hold it against you this time. Remember to call me for the next opportunity like this. Yu Tianming gallantly tossed them their clothes before fixating his gaze on the water surface. All that meat just delivered to them. How could they let it slip away? He looked around for something suitable to use, but it seemed that other than stones, there was nothing. There was a fish spear, but was he brave enough to use it? It was made of iron. Damn it, if that doesn't work, I'll just block the river. I must have this feast. With that thought, he immediately began to pick up stones and throw them into the narrow part of the river. He didn't forget to call out to the two ladies, stop dawdling, and help. I saved you, and you can't even muster a thank you. Just standing there like fools. Indeed, their ears were burning red, and their thoughts were in disarray. This is truly infuriating. After shouting for a while, the two of them stubbornly refused to come over. Chapter 095. Happiness comes so suddenly. Finally, it was Bai Xiaobing who regained her composure first. Watching Yu Tianming moving stones nearby, she quickly spoke up to stop him. Don't do that. Why? Is it easy for me to find something to eat? If you aren't going to help, at least don't complain. Yu Tianming didn't pause in his work, muttering under his breath that it seemed he wasn't small either. Fortunately, Bai Xiaobing did not overhear those words. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly erupted in anger. I assure you, do not worry. These eels will not escape. Trust me. Trust you? That is beyond belief. They are undeniably large. And yet you insist on constraining them so tightly. Oh dear, how did I let that slip? What did you say? Bai Xiaobing failed to comprehend his meaning. It's nothing, don't mind me. Yu Tianming quickly lowered his head and resumed his work. Seeing that she could not dissuade Yu Tianming, Bai Xiaobing chose to let it be. Hey, it was only at this moment that Yin Xiaoxiao finally spoke up. Although that scene was to save someone, it was still quite embarrassing, wasn't it? All right. It is what it is. What else can be done? His intentions were good. Bai Xiaobing understood. Yet Yin Xiaoxiao seemed to have more to say. However, her attention was captivated by the spectacle in the pond. What's happening? The water has turned murky? Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed in astonishment, while Bai Xiaobing appeared to have anticipated this outcome long before. This place is likely their breeding ground. During the breeding season, they return here. As Bai Xiaobing elucidated, the once crystal-clear pond became a tumultuous scene, with countless eels thrashing about, releasing plumes of white, vapor-like substances. Each male eel was fervently vying for the prime breeding position, with some even resorting to biting, as patches of bright crimson manifested on the water's surface once more. Yu Tianming finally paused his task, approaching Bai Xiaobing's side, his mouth agape as he beheld the scene before him. How spectacular! He muttered to himself, his expression impassive. I told you, there is no need to block the stream. Soon enough, there will be plenty to eat, just watch. Bai Xiaobing shot him a bemused glance. Recalling the earlier commotion, her face still flushed. The swarm of eels in the water showed no signs of respite. A torrent of pale red liquid was swept to the pond's depths by the waterfall, only to churn back to the surface again. The deepest part of the pond measured over 10 meters, while the shallowest barely reached knee height, encompassing an area of about an acre. Within this pond lay an abundant collection of eels, some exceeding 2 meters in length, while the smallest were still around 1 meter. The sheer quantity was impossible to estimate. No one had ever witnessed the breeding process of eels before. Today, we are witnesses to history, Bai Xiaobing reflected, gazing towards the pond with a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, you are all witnesses, and my grilling skills are absolutely top-notch. I assure you satisfaction. Yu Tianming was solely preoccupied with thoughts of food, indifferent to notions of witnessing or history, questioning its significance. If only we could capture this moment. Yin Xiaoxiao, too, was lost in contemplation as she gazed at the water's surface. To witness such a scene is indeed a stroke of fortune. The little black creature had long returned, perched on Yin Xiaoxiao's shoulder, baring its sharp teeth at the eels below. The spectacle in the water persisted for nearly an hour. The pond's waters had turned red. Despite the waterfall's relentless cascade, the sheer number of injured and deceased eels was overwhelming. Many bodies surfaced, only to be carried to the shore, lodged among the rocks. Is it about time to take action? Yu Tianming could no longer contain his excitement. To suggest that a mere feast of meat could ever be enough is an understatement. Even the most lavish banquet would scarcely suffice, enough to warrant the establishment of a seafood enterprise. Patience, for the conclusion is imminent. Although this is Bai Xiaobing's first encounter with such a spectacle, she surmises, based on the behaviors of other aquatic species, that her deductions are not far from the truth. Waiting? Alas! In his boredom, Yu Tianming turned away from the scene and approached the fire, seizing an axe to prune some branches. What are you doing? Yin Xiaoxiao inquired. Preparing for a barbecue feast, of course. Is that not evident? Oh, this sounds intriguing. I shall lend a hand, Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her enthusiasm for food evident in her lively demeanor. At the water's edge, only Bai Xiaobing remained, witnessing the final moments of life's procreation. She now comprehends her ex-boyfriend's fervent quest to unravel the mysteries of wilderness life. It is a revelation that is both breathtaking and poignant. A dance of existence unfolds before her. The aquatic ballet approaches its conclusion, with layers of eel carcasses strewn across the water surface. Even the eels that secured mating rights find their lives drawing to a close, occasionally gasping for their last breaths. All right, we can dive in now. The shock within Bai Xiaobing's heart lingered, as she cautioned, Tianming, do not retrieve those shattered eels. They serve as nourishment for new life. Understood, understood. I have no desire for those mangled eels, Yu Tianming retorted, effortlessly grasping a sizable, intact eel weighing no less than 14 or 15 pounds without even entering the water. Xiao, catch this. All right. The happiest among them was undoubtedly Yin Xiaoxiao, along with her little black companion. The small creature, lifting its fluffy head, licked its tongue eagerly. Clearly famished, an eel, heavier than the little black one, was tossed before it, and with a nimble leap, it pounced, tearing into the fish flesh voraciously. For over 2 hours, the trio busied themselves, amassing a mountain of eels. Hee. Yu Tianming gazed at the heap of eels, grinning foolishly. Yin Xiaoxiao swallowed hard, eager to commence the barbecue feast. Bai Xiaobing emerged from her earlier reverie, and the three exchanged glances, fiery excitement igniting within their eyes. So what do you say, ladies? Shall we begin? Yu Tianming asked with a grin. Absolutely. Yin Xiaoxiao's voice brimmed with excitement. I concur. Bai Xiaobing nodded emphatically. Thus commenced a grand feast of grilled fish. Slow down, will you? You'd think you're a starving ghost reincarnated. There's no one competing with you. Yu Tianming jested. Yin Xiaoxiao nodded, engrossed in her meat, oblivious to her surroundings. Look at you choking like that. Can you not take a sip of water? What about your ladylike demeanor? Yu Tianming teased, glancing at Bai Xiaobing. My ladylike image was left in the cave. Do not bother me with conversation. I have no time. Bai Xiaobing replied, barely stifling a burp as she eagerly took another bite. Hey, you little thief. That was freshly grilled by me, and you just swiped it. Do you think I won't roast you alongside that? The little black dog, seizing the moment, stealthily snatched a piece of grilled eel, drooling as it devoured it, clearly relishing the flavor of the cooked delicacy. Even beasts understand the value of such delights. Yu Tianming laughed and chided, and as he continued, his eyes unexpectedly grew a bit misty. It seems he has truly been frightened by hunger.